Chapter 200. February 15th, New Year's Eve. The little girl was woken up by the sound of firecrackers. Perhaps due to the cultural heritage of Shangjing City, there was no ban on setting off firecrackers in Shangjing City. Of course, there was a time limit to this. Within Shangjing's Fifth Ring Road, firecrackers could only be set off on New Year's Eve and New Year's Eve. From the second day onwards, firecrackers could only be set off during the day. It would continue until the 15th day of the first month before it was completely banned. After all, the Chinese New Year was the most important festival in the Chinese nation. It had been passed down for more than 4,000 years. If firecrackers couldn't be set off on New Year's Eve, it would feel really weird. As firecrackers were not banned, Hohai would be very lively during the Chinese New Year. A few years ago, everyone's environmental awareness was still very weak. Once it was the Chinese New Year, they wouldn't hesitate to set off firecrackers. It was also because of this that one or two pubs in Hohai would catch fire almost every year. Over the years, as the smog problem in Shangjing became more and more serious, the citizens slowly learned to restrain themselves without the need for the government's orders. They just set off a few firecrackers on New Year's Eve for fun. Today's breakfast was still porridge, but it wasn't ordinary porridge. It was Chen Shi's meticulously made laba porridge. After a bowl of laba porridge, the little girl was full. The firecrackers outside were so loud that it made the little girl's heart itch. After eating breakfast, she wanted to go out to take a look, but she was stopped by Chen Shi. Nian Nian, it's the Chinese New Year. As a junior, you should give your elders New Year's greetings. Come, let's give Grandma a New Year's greeting over the phone. In a few days, we'll go to Chengdu and let Grandma give you a red packet, okay? Upon hearing Chen Shi's words, the little girl's eyes lit up. She jumped up and down and shouted, okay. I want to give Grandma a New Year's greeting. Grandma wants to give me a red packet. Chen Shi sent a video call request to Auntie Zhang, and the old lady quickly picked up. Before Chen Shi could speak, the little girl saw Auntie Zhang's face appear on the screen. She excitedly snatched the phone from Chen Shi's hands and shouted sweetly, Grandma. Grandma. I want to give you a New Year's greeting. New Year's greeting. Nian Nian is so sensible. Grandma is so happy. When Auntie Zhang saw her little face, she was so happy that she couldn't stop laughing. The little girl was particularly excited today. After greeting Aunt Zhang, she ran out of the West Wing with the phone in her hand. Then, she raised the phone and looked around. She finally felt what it meant to celebrate the New Year. She acted coquettishly with Auntie Zhang for a while until Auntie Zhang had something to do. She then reluctantly said goodbye to Auntie Zhang. Chen Shi and Qin Ruoying were hanging red lanterns in the courtyard. As soon as the red lanterns were hung up, the courtyard immediately felt a bit more festive. When Chen Shi was about to paste the word "fu" on the door and window, the little fellow finally couldn't hold back and shouted that she also wanted to paste it. Thus, Chen Shi brought her a small stool and let her step on it. He pasted a big "fu" character on the window. Qin Yongyan didn't cultivate today. Early in the morning, he came to the main hall. Then, he placed an incense burner on the large red sandalwood carving table and lit 3 incense sticks. When the little fellow saw Qin Yongyan, she immediately ran to Qin Yongyan according to what Chen Shi had taught her. Then, she excitedly shouted, Grandpa! Grandpa! I wish you a happy New Year and all the best. Good luck. Give me the red packet. After saying that, she looked at Qin Yongyan eagerly and didn't forget to reach out her little hand at the same time. Qin Yongyan was also stunned by her sudden trick. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly laughed and said, Okay. Grandpa will give you a red packet. Qin Yongyan patted the little fellow's little head. Then, He took out a brand new 100 yuan note from his pocket and directly stuffed it into her hand. The little fellow held the brand new 100 yuan note and smiled happily. In fact, she didn't have any concept of money. Usually, she only needed to call Papa if she wanted something. The reason why she was so happy now was because of the meaning attached to this 100 yuan note. This was the first time she received New Year's money. New Year's Eve was after the beginning of spring. At this time, the temperature had obviously risen a lot. There were fewer cars during the Spring Festival, and there was no exhaust pollution. Shangjing City also changed the appearance of the past heavy smog, and for the first time, blue sky and white clouds reappeared. After lunch, the couple took the little fellow to the door and pasted couplets. Family photo every year. Good luck and fortune every year. Horizontal writing, good luck and fortune. Just as the family of three was busy pasting couplets, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Ing Ying. Qin Ruoying looked back and saw a middle-aged man and woman. The woman was about 40 years old, but she was very well maintained. She could be said to have a beautiful body and still had a charm. The man looked about the same age as Qin Yongyan. Looking carefully, he looked somewhat similar to Qin Yongyan. Second uncle. Second aunt. You're back. Qin Ruoying handed the couplets in her hand to Qin Shi. Then, she quickly walked in front of the two people and greeted them warmly. Second uncle Qin Yongwang and second aunt Wang Chuanju, who were her sister-in-law's parents. Second uncle, second aunt, this is my husband, Qin Shi. Qin Ruoying introduced Qin Shi to the two of them. Hearing this, Qin Shi took the initiative to nod to the two of them and said with a smile, Second uncle, second aunt, hello. Upon hearing Qin Shi's name, Wang Chuanju suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and the expression on her face couldn't help but freeze. Qin Yongwang noticed his wife's strange behavior and coughed quietly. Then, he smiled at Qin Shi and said, hello. It seemed that this newly risen celestial was easier to interact with than they thought. Thus, second uncle started chatting with his nephew's son-in-law very politely. The little girl stood beside Qin Shi. Seeing that the adults were talking and ignoring her, she immediately pouted unhappily. This little girl was only half of Qin Shi's height. In addition, Qin Shi was too eye-catching, so Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanju didn't notice her at all. It was the new year, yet she was being ignored. Of course, the little girl was unhappy. Thus, she twisted Qin Shi's arm and shouted, I want to set off fireworks. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Ing Ying, your daughter. Wang Chuanju's eyes lit up when she saw the little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. Yes, she's called Qin Nian. Qin Ruoying led the little girl away from Qin Shi and said, Nian Nian, great-great-aunt. Great-aunt. The little guy called out sweetly, which immediately amused Wang Chuanju and made her laugh out loud. When a woman reached this age, she would want grandchildren more than a man. Qin Shuiqing's birth characters hadn't been set in stone yet, so she could only count on Qin Ruoying. A niece's daughter was also a grandniece, right? With the arrival of Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanju, the courtyard finally became lively. Chapter 201. The New Year's Eve dinner was also called the reunion dinner. This was the dinner on New Year's Eve, and it was also the most important meal of the year. What the little fellow had eaten before could only be considered a family dinner, and this was also her first time eating the reunion dinner. The reunion dinner couldn't be just a few simple home-cooked dishes. Because they had to prepare the main dishes, they usually had to start preparing after noon. For such an important meal, naturally, Qin Shi was in charge of cooking. In fact, Qin Shi didn't have any special hobby when it came to cooking. The reason why he cooked every meal was because the little girl liked to eat the dishes he cooked. Today, the side courtyard finally became lively. Qin Shi's family of three, Qin Shuiqing's family of three, and Qin Yongyan, who was the most senior. The TV in the main hall finally came into play. Qin Yongyan and Qin Yongwang sat in the main hall, chatting while watching TV. Wang Chuanju wanted to go to the kitchen to help Qin Shi, but Qin Shi smiled and refused. Qin Shi was busy cooking a feast for the family, and Qin Ruoying accompanied the little fellow in the courtyard to set off fireworks. Qin Ruoying naturally couldn't buy any firecrackers for the little child. A simple string of incense was enough to make her overjoyed. The string of incense was also known as the electric flower, also known as the fairy stick. It was mainly made of aluminum powder and potassium perchlorate, which had a low ignition point. Once it was ignited, it would emit thick smoke and sparks in all directions. This thing was of good quality and cheap, and it was very safe. Unless it was burned on the face, it basically wouldn't burn clothes or hair. It was also the most popular fireworks for children during the New Year. Last year during the New Year, the little fellow was only 3 years old. Naturally, Aunt Zhang wouldn't let her touch fireworks. As for setting off firecrackers, that was even more impossible. Therefore, when Qin Ruoying lit the first firework for the little fellow immediately jumped up and down excitedly. Wasn't the firecracker that was emitting thick smoke and sparks the magic wand in little fairy's hand? The little fellow carefully took the firecracker from Qin Ruoying's hand and simply waved it. After finding that there was no danger, she ran wildly in the yard. It was not dark yet, so the effect of the fireworks was not very good. However, the little guy was having a lot of fun. He waved the fireworks and circled around the yard. Perhaps it was infected by her laughter, but today, the big cat was no longer as lazy as it usually was. The little girl ran in front with the fireworks in her hand, and it meowed behind her. Who knew what they were laughing about? The first stick of fireworks burned out very quickly. Thus, the little girl ran back to Qin Ruoying's side and eagerly waited for her mother to light a second one for her. Qin Xueqing and Wang Chuanju stood on the steps outside the east wing. When they saw the little fellow's adorable appearance, Wang Chuanju sighed with emotion. Yuqing, you were just as adorable when you were Nianyan's age. Hearing that, Qin Xueqing smiled and said, people grow up eventually. Yes, people grow up eventually. When they grow up, they have to start a family and have children. I don't know when I, as a mother, can become a grandmother. Look at your uncle, I'm so envious. Wang Chuanju's sudden exclamation caught Qin Xueqing off guard. After a long silence, she stiffly spat out, I'm going to practice. After saying that, she quickly ran into the east wing as if she was escaping, leaving Wang Chuanju standing outside, covering her mouth and laughing secretly. 6 adults and 1 child, naturally a big table had to be set up, so this New Year's Eve dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. These days, everything was about good luck. Every dish was carefully selected by Qin Shi, such as the 5 blessings, 3 suns, Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, Nian Nian Yu, Happy Tonight and so on. After he placed the dishes one by one on the big table in the main hall, the little girl didn't even set off the fireworks, and ran back after smelling the aroma. She knelt on the chair and stared at the table full of delicious dishes. Her saliva almost flowed out of her mouth. The little girl turned around and glanced at Qin Ruoying. She realized that she didn't follow her into the main hall, but turned to the east wing, so she quickly grabbed a piece of pork rib from the table. Who would have thought that her sneaky behavior would be caught red-handed by Wang Chuanju? Wang Chuanju liked this grandniece very much. When she saw the little girl's gluttonous and adorable look, she couldn't help but pat her little head. This sudden movement also gave the little fellow a huge fright. She was gnawing on the pork rib with both hands when she suddenly felt her head being touched. She was so frightened that her little hand trembled, almost throwing the pork rib away. Great! Great aunt! The little girl turned around with the pork rib in her mouth and saw that Wang Chuanju was standing behind her. She immediately pouted her lips and greeted her. Perhaps she had a guilty conscience, or perhaps she wanted to drag her down with her. Therefore, before Wang Chuanju could say anything, the little girl got up from the chair, grabbed a piece of pork rib and handed it to her. She said sweetly, "Great aunt. Eat the pork rib." Wang Chuanju looked at the pork rib in the little girl's hand, then looked at her little greasy mouth. She immediately laughed and took the pork rib from her hand. "Oh, Nian Nian is so sensible. Good girl," Wang Chuanju said as she sat next to the little girl. When the little girl saw that Wang Chuanju had eaten the pork rib she handed over, her little face suddenly bloomed with joy. By the time she brought out the last dish, the lively New Year's Eve dinner had finally begun. At the same time, the Spring Festival Gala began. Just like drinking wine without a side dish, if one didn't watch the Spring Festival Gala during the New Year's Eve dinner, one would feel that something was missing. Although the Spring Festival Gala in recent years had fallen into a vicious cycle of being held every year and scolded every year, if there was really a year when the Spring Festival Gala was suddenly not held, the people of the country would probably riot. Perhaps the Spring Festival Gala wasn't as bad as imagined. The reason why it was scolded every year was because everyone had high expectations for it. As the saying goes, love is hate. The more they scolded, the more it meant that they cared about it. It was lively on the TV, and so was the Sihyuan. Among the people at the table, except for the little girl, no one could be considered a real ordinary person. However, they were like ordinary people today. The family sat together happily, simply eating and chatting while watching the Spring Festival Gala. The little girl was soon full, but she didn't run around. Instead, she sat obediently in Wang Chuanju's arms and watched TV. She couldn't understand skits, nor could she hear the actors' lines clearly. She didn't even know the subtitles above, but whenever she heard the audience applauding on the television, the little girl would clap her little hands happily. The programs came one after another, and in a flash, it was 12 o'clock. Before the host counted down, some impatient people had already gone to the streets and set off fireworks and firecrackers one after another. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. As soon as the voice fell, the bell rang, and then the people of the country boiled over. The crackling of firecrackers suddenly exploded, and countless fireworks bloomed in the night sky, instantly illuminating half of the night sky. The family came to the courtyard one after another, looking up at the brilliant fireworks one after another. Not to mention how excited the little girl was, even Qin Shueqing, who had always been cold, couldn't help but smile at this moment. Chapter 202. Flowing lights and colorful lights illuminated the city, and fireworks lit up the night sky. The rumbling sound of firecrackers was like thunder in summer, carrying the people's desire for the new year, and instantly turned the dark night sky into a sea of fireworks. Zhonghai was different from Shangjing. Fireworks and firecrackers were prohibited in the outer ring of Zhonghai, so this scene could not be seen during the new year. Although the fireworks show broadcast by CCTV was gorgeous and lively, it was not as vivid as standing under the night sky. The overwhelming firework rain continued to bloom in the night sky. The little fellow stared at her big eyes, opened her small mouth, and was so excited that she could not even say a word. It was really beautiful. Fireworks were easy to cool down, but the fleeting brilliance was enough to be remembered for a lifetime. Later, with the help of Qin Shi, the little fellow successfully ignited a sky rocket cannon. Her sky rocket cannon was particularly small compared to the large fireworks outside, but the little fellow was still very happy. The firework rain lasted for about 20 minutes before gradually subsiding. The reunion dinner was finished, and the fireworks were also released. This new year, she finally had a real one. The next day, when the little fellow slowly woke up, the air seemed to be filled with a faint smell of gunpowder. She sniffed her nose and suddenly smelled a strong fragrance. The little fellow opened her eyes and saw that Qin Shi was sitting on the bed with a bowl of longevity noodles in his hand, slurping and slurping. So, this unwashed and unkempt little sloppy directly threw herself into Qin-Shi's arms, opened her small mouth, and wanted Qin-Shi to feed her. "Papa! I want to eat too. You get up and wash up first, then you can eat." After that, Qin-Shi got up and left with the noodles in his hand, not giving in to her at all. The little fellow's small mouth twitched, and seemed to be a little unhappy. However, the temptation of delicious food was in front of her, so after hesitating for a moment, she obediently got out of the bed, and then followed Qin-Shi into the bathroom. These were longevity noodles that Qin-Shi had specially made using high-gluten flour. One strand was enough to fill a large bowl. Coupled with the bone broth and meat shavings that he had meticulously cooked, along with fried eggs, shiitake mushrooms, and cabbage, just looking at it was enough to make people drool. In order to make it convenient for the little fellow to eat, Qin-Shi also put the noodles in the most conspicuous position. This broth was not the soup dumplings of Wei Qian, so not only did it smell good, but it also smelled delicious when it was eaten. The longevity noodles were too delicious, so the little guy followed Qin-Shi's example, making slurping sounds as he ate the noodles. In just a short while, the bowl of noodles had been eaten clean. After she finished her breakfast, Qin-Shi brought the little fellow to the main hall. The first day of the new year was the day to pay New Year's greetings to the elders, so Qin Yongyan and Qin Yongwang were already sitting in the main hall, waiting for the little fellow's arrival. Qin-Shi led the little fellow to Qin Yongyan, and then the little fellow bowed to him and said, "Grandpa. Happy New Year. I'm here to pay you New Year's greetings." "Oh, good child. Come, yesterday's doesn't count. Today's is the New Year's money from Grandpa." As he spoke, Qin Yongyan smiled and handed a big red packet to the little fellow. The little fellow touched the thick red packet, and suddenly grinned foolishly. Seeing this, Qin-Shi patted her head gently. Then, the little fellow seemed to come back to her senses, and hurriedly said to Qin Yongyan with a big smile, "Thank you, Grandpa. Happy New Year, Grandpa." The child was still young, so she didn't understand these traditional customs and ceremonies. Naturally, it was up to her parents to guide her. After she paid her New Year greetings to Qin Yongyan, Qin-Shi led her to Qin Yongwang again. Hua Xia was particular about seniority. Qin Ruoying was the female, and Qin Yongyan was the maternal grandfather. Qin Yongwang was Qin Ruoying's second uncle, so the little fellow should call him granduncle. Wang Chuanju was granduncle's wife, so she should call him grandaunt or great-aunt. Granduncle didn't sound as intimate as grandpa, so Qin-Shi let the little fellow omit the word uncle in front, and just call them grandpa and grandma. "Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year." Wang Chuanju liked the little fellow very much. When she saw the little fellow bow to her, she immediately pulled the little fellow into her arms. "Nian Nian is so good. Come, Grandma will give you a big red packet." "Thank you, Grandma." The little fellow held a big red packet in one hand, and her little face was so happy that flowers bloomed. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was a kind of little demon called a ghost. It had a black body and white hands, and every year on New Year's Eve, it would come out to harm people. People were afraid that ghosts would come to harm their children, so that night, they would light up the lanterns and sit without sleep. It was called guarding ghosts. Because of the homonym of sway and ghost, everyone thought that after the child received the New Year's money, they could ward off evil spirits and exorcise them and spend the year peacefully. What the elders gave to the juniors was called ghost money. What the juniors gave to the elders was called lucky money. Generally, after paying their New Year greetings to the elders, they could go out and visit relatives. There were only so many people in the family, and they didn't have any relatives, so Wang Chuanju suggested that they take the little fellow to the temple fair to have fun together. Qin Shuiqing didn't want to go, but before she could say a reason, Wang Chuanju glared at her fiercely. Looking at that attitude, it was impossible for her not to go today. Thus, the big family simply packed up and walked out of the courtyard together. There were 6 adults, 1 child, and 1 cat. The whole family was really mobilized. The group of people walked out of the alley. She went to the roadside and was about to call a taxi, but Wang Chuanju stopped him and called someone to send a car over. Then, 2 red flag H7s with white and black lettering drove over from not far away. The license plate of the armed police should have the word WJ on it, but the license plate of the 2 cars was WL. Clearly, they were Wu Lian's cars. The drivers of the 2 cars had met Qin Shi before. They were the fake couple from the inspector's office. The man was called Xiao Wang, and the woman was called Xiao Lu. Xiao Wang parked the car at the entrance of the alley. After he got out of the car, he appeared very reserved and greeted them. Mr. Chen, Deputy Director Qin, Director Wang, Director Qin, Happy New Year. Just saying these titles made Xiao Wang feel a lot of pressure. When Qin Yongwang saw this, he smiled and patted Xiao Wang's shoulder. He said very kindly, "Xiao Wang, you've worked hard. Happy New Year." Not at all, not at all. When Xiao Wang heard his leader's concern, he laughed foolishly. The inspector's office also had a rotation system. Because the new year was very special, 1 day could be 3 days. On the 3rd day of the new year, Xiao Wang could rest for more than 10 days. Moreover, the New Year's subsidies were very high. When he thought about it, he was naturally very happy. Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu left after sending the car over. Then, Qin Shi's family of 3 and his sister-in-law sat in 1 car, and the elders sat in another. The whole family went straight to Earth Temple in a grandiose manner. Temple fairs were considered a traditional folk activity in Wuxia. Every new year, many places in Shangjing would hold temple fairs. In fact, temple fairs were quite similar to market fairs. However, temple fairs would be interspersed with various performances, mainly to worship customs and celebrate festivals. Markets, on the other hand, were purely commercial activities. Hohai was less than 5 kilometers away from Earth Temple. Normally, it would take half an hour to drive to Earth Temple, but today, it only took a few minutes. After parking the car, the whole family walked into Earth Temple in a grandiose manner. Today, Earth Temple was very lively. There were rows of red lanterns hanging outside, and there was a lion dance performance at the entrance. The people on both sides of the street gathered in circles. It was really a noisy scene. There was a sea of people, and it was a lively scene. Chapter 203. Going to the temple fair during the spring festival was an old custom that the people of Shangjing had followed for many years. The Earth Temple Fair was only held for 8 days, but in these short 8 days, it received more than 1 million visitors, which was really lively. Each temple fair had its own special performances, and the Earth Temple Fair performed the Qing Dynasty Palace ritual. This ritual would strictly follow the worship process of the Qianlong Emperor, and the costumes and props were also made according to the historical records, so that the people could see how the emperor worshipped the earth. The ticket for the temple fair was only 10 yuan, so compared to going to the mall and watching a movie, it was actually a very down-to-earth entertainment. Usually, a large family of men and women of all ages came together, not to buy anything, but simply to stroll around. It was very happy to squeeze together and watch the fun. 6 adults and 1 child walked with a cat. Qin Yongyan and Qin Yongwang walked in the front, while Qin Ruoying and Qin Xueqing walked side by side. The 2 sisters hadn't talked for a long time, and now they were together whispering something. Qin Shi and Wang Chuanju were walking together, while the little fellow was lying on Wang Chuanju's shoulder, holding a windmill in her hand. Looking at the bustling scene of people jostling shoulder to shoulder, she was very happy. The family came out to stroll, so naturally, they had to chat on the road. Sure enough, after walking for a while, Wang Chuanju turned her head and looked at Qin Shi with a smile. She casually said, "You are Yingying's husband. If I call you my nephew's husband, it always feels a bit awkward." How about I call you Little Chin, what do you think? Hearing this, Chin Shi smiled and replied, Second aunt, you are too polite. You are an elder, so you can call me whatever you want. Well, then don't blame me for taking advantage of my seniority and putting on the airs of an elder in front of you. Why would I? Second aunt, you are joking. The two of them chatted awkwardly for a while. At this time, the little fellow saw a barbecue skewer stall nearby, so she shouted to eat barbecue skewers. Papa! I want to eat that. Meat! Meat! Gluttonous baby smelled the aroma of the barbecued meat, and his saliva almost flowed out. Thus, Chin Shi went to buy a few mutton skewers for her. When Chin Shi bought the meat skewers for her and the little girl was eating them, Wang Chuanju suddenly asked in a seemingly casual manner, Little Chin, has Ming Qing ever told you about the Wu Lian? Yes, I did. Chin Shi nodded. He already knew what Wang Chuanju wanted to say to him. After all, Chin Shi had heard how Xiao Wang addressed Qin Yongyan and Wang Chuanju when he was delivering the car. Secretary Qin, Director Wang. The administrative levels of Wuxia could be divided into 5 levels: national level, provincial level, departmental level, county level, and township level. The Director General was a department-level official, equivalent to an ordinary mayor of a prefecture-level city, or the head of a provincial public security department or the head of a provincial education department. From this, it could be seen that Qin Yongwang's status in Wu Lian was really not low. At least, he was at the level of Shintaro Abe. Celestial beings were really too eye-catching. Because of Qin Ruoying, Qin Shi was related to his sister-in-law's family, and their family was the backbone of the Wu Lian. Now, naturally, they wanted to pull Qin Shi into the Wu Lian. The word relationship was a very magical existence in the eyes of Westerners. Because there was no corresponding translation of this word in other languages, they specially invented an English word, guanxi. China-style relationship. A simple example could be given. Once the people of Wuxia were in trouble, the first thing they would think of was not a lawyer, but an acquaintance. Through their acquaintances and friends, they could get in touch with the government to solve the problem. The word relationship represented many meanings, and there were many usages. The word itself was a neutral word. How to use it, where to use it, and whether it was appropriate to use it. This was why it carried both positive and negative meanings. Not long ago, his sister-in-law asked Qin Shi if he was willing to join the Wu Lian. Today, Wang Chuanju did the same thing again. It was foreseeable that if Qin Shi still did not agree today, then Qin Yongwang, or even Qin Yongyan, might come forward to invite him to join the Wu Lian. If that still did not work, then Qin Ruoying would probably have to come forward and persuade him. This was probably the so-called people in Jianghu have no choice. As long as Qin Shi still had concerns in his heart, then he could not ignore some things in this world. Join the Wu Lian. It was still the same words, not considering. It was not that he disliked the Wu Lian. He simply found it troublesome. There was no free lunch in this world. The Wu Lian could not support a group of people without doing anything. Qin Shi was now used to being lazy. Except for his wife and children, he really did not want to run errands for others. Apart from not wanting to run errands for others, he also didn't have any desire to compete for the throne. So now, as long as he could stay by the hot bed every day and laugh with his wife as they watched the little one grow up day by day, he was already very satisfied. The little fellow did not know that her father was so unambitious. After eating a skewer, she suddenly thought of Qin Shi, so she handed one of the skewers to Qin Shi and grinned. Papa, the skewers are delicious. You eat too. Good girl, good girl. Qin Shi took the skewer from the little fellow with a smile and ate it. The little fellow turned to ask Wang Chuanju if she wanted to try, but Wang Chuanju shook her head with a smile and then wiped her mouth with a tissue. Wang Chuanju did not speak, but her attention was always on Qin Shi. Chen Shi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her. On second thought, instead of being remembered by the Wu Lian like this, it was better to take this opportunity to make it clear to them. So Chen Shi looked at Wang Chuanju and said to her directly, "The reason why you want me to join the Wu Lian is that you want to use me to deter other forces, right?" "Well, you can think of it that way." Wang Chuanju nodded. When she was about to say something, Chen Shi did not give her a chance to speak at all. Instead, he continued, "Then you can announce to the public that I have joined the Wu Lian. Anyway, I can't jump out and expose you, right? How can that be? You are a celestial being. If you are willing to join the Wu Lian, you should be treated accordingly. I don't need any special treatment, so I won't join the Wu Lian." Hearing Chen Shi's resolute answer, Wang Chuanju could not help showing a trace of disappointment in her eyes, although she had been prepared for it. What a pity. However, just as Wang Chuanju was feeling disappointed, Chen Shi said with a smile, "How about this? If the Wu Lian has any problems that can't be solved, I can be a guest, but only once. What do you think?" Hearing this, Wang Chuanju's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Promise. It's a deal." In fact, this was not a simple conversation between an aunt and a niece, but a direct conversation between a Wu Lian and a celestial being. The meaning of this promise was not simple. Chapter 204. The temple fair was crowded with people, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the sky. It was a festive scene. For the Wuxia people, the significance of the Spring Festival was extraordinary. The Spring Festival was also a holiday, but this long holiday was different from the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Dragon Boat Festival, and the National Day. Because only during this period, people could let go of their social identities, no longer bosses, employees, or students, but fathers, mothers, or children. Their social identities were temporarily invalid, and they had to rush home no matter where they were, just to be able to have a good new year with their families. The conversation between the two was quite pleasant. After reaching a consensus with a few simple words, Wang Chuanju stopped talking about business with Chen Shi and talked about the education of the little fellow. Chen Shi had already made up her mind to wait until September next year before sending the little guy to kindergarten for big classes. At that time, she was 5 years old. After adapting to kindergarten for a year, she was just at the age of primary school. The timing was just right. The little fellow was now very clever. When the adults spoke, she would listen to them. It didn't matter if she didn't understand. Once she heard something that she could understand, she would immediately express her opinion. For example, when she heard the sensitive word kindergarten, the little fellow immediately pouted and shouted, "I don't want to go to kindergarten." In the past, she was lonely and had no one to accompany her. Now, under the leadership of the two brothers, she had completely let go of herself, so she would rather die than go to kindergarten again. The little fellow sat in Wang Chuanju's arms and twisted her buttocks. Seeing this, Wang Chuanju comforted her with a smile, "Okay, okay, okay. If you say you don't want to go, then don't go, Grandma is so nice." The family strolled around Daitan Park for the whole morning. When it was time for lunch, Qin Yongwang took everyone to No. B16 at the north gate of Daitan Park. No. B16, Hipingli Central Street, was a high-end club, similar to the Binjiang Club, but far better than the Binjiang Club. If the Binjiang Club represented business, then No. B16 represented power. It was originally a royal garden called Jifanjuan, which was under the jurisdiction of Daitan Park and covered an area of nearly 10,000 square meters. At first, the project approval was in the name of building office space in Daitan Park. However, after the construction, it suddenly changed and directly became a gathering place for the rich and powerful, No. B16 Club. This kind of fraudulent operation was simply not something that ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, even though Daitan Park received millions of visitors a year, few people knew that this imperial garden, which was only a wall away from Daitan Park, was actually the most high-end private club in Shangjing. Gate B16 was the highest-grade gate with red paint and gold nails. There was only one staff member in the park security uniform standing outside the gate. If it were an ordinary tourist, they would probably think that this place was not open to the public and that it was some kind of museum or research institute. Qin Yongwang handed over a card. After the staff took a look at it, they bowed to him respectfully and opened the door. The door was only opened halfway. After Qin Shi and his family walked through the door, the staff quickly closed the door. Where the emperors of the Ming and Qing dynasties once reigned, the merchants of the present day gathered at the altar. Without going out of the city, one can enjoy the beauty of mountains and rivers. While staying in the bustling city, one can enjoy the beauty of the woods and springs. Standing behind the gate and looking around, one could see the palace rooms, corridor pavilions, pond pavilions, climbing corridors, rockery, and so on in the garden. The Qing dynasty relics in the garden, such as Xingguang Hall and Jinghe Hall, as well as the Xingshi Hall on the inner wall of the north side of Daitan Park, reflected a strong palace style. Now, these buildings had all become private rooms of the B16 Club. The family had just walked through the gate, and before they had time to look around, two young women in cheongsams came over. They first paid their respects to Qin Yongwang, who was the leader of the group. Then, they led the group of people into the garden. Along the way, the feeling was like being in the palace of the Qing dynasty. The surrounding ancient buildings had been carefully renovated. All of them were gilded and painted with color, with corner tiles and eaves. When they passed by the parking lot, Chen Shi also noticed a small detail. The license plates of all the cars here were covered with cloth covers. It could be said that this was a meticulous service. The two women in cheongsams led the family around the garden for a while. After passing through the garden and crossing the stone bridge, they walked into a private room. The private room was very large, about 100 square meters. The decoration in the hall was decorated with dragons and phoenixes as the theme. It was decorated with large colored palace lanterns, bright yellow tablecloths, napkins, and chair covers. The tableware was made of porcelain and silver that imitated the Qing dynasty. Looking at this posture, it was estimated that they wanted the guests to experience the feeling of the emperor eating. After the family sat down, Qin Yongyan first looked around, then pointed at Qin Yongwang and said jokingly, "You, corrupt official, a very corrupt official." Hearing this, Qin Yongwang hurriedly waved his hand and smiled, "Don't accuse me of being a corrupt official. This membership card was given to me by the boss here. It's rare for me to come here. You see, it's New Year. Our family should have a good meal, right? Oh, then it's thanks to you." The two of them joked a few words. In fact, these materialistic things were of no importance to the few people present. The only reason they came here to eat was because of the novelty. In this kind of place, what they ate was not the taste, but the environment and service. Not to mention the environment, this place was definitely the best in the country. As for the service level, it could be seen from the number of people. There was a woman and a cheongsam standing in each of the four corners of the private room, and there were two waiters. There were only 7 people in Qin Shi's family, but there were 6 waiters here. Moreover, it was the spring festival, the dishes were served very quickly. In less than 20 minutes, the table was full of dishes. Wang Chuanjiu served the little fellow and tasted a few of them. She pursed her lips and carefully recalled the taste. Then she commented, "It's not as good as what Papa cooked." Nonsense, her father was in the semi-god realm. Cooking was like shooting a rocket. The amount of salt he put in had to be precise to 2 decimal places. How could the dishes not be delicious? The quality of the food here was so high, so the taste would naturally not be bad. The little fellow was really making things difficult for others. The whole family laughed happily as they ate. Qin Yongyan didn't like outsiders watching him while he was eating, so he asked the waiters to leave. However, not long after the waiters left, there was a sudden knock on the door of the private room. After Qin Yongyan asked to come in, a man who looked about 30 or 40 years old came in. The man was holding a glass of red wine. After briefly glancing at the people in the room, he went directly to Qin Yongwang and said to him with a smile, "Secretary Qin, Director Wang, I just heard that you were eating here, so I wanted to come and give you a New Year's greeting. Do you mind if I come uninvited?" After hearing the man's words, Qin Yongwang stood up and replied with a smile, "Mr. Wu, you're welcome." As he spoke, he picked up his glass and gently clinked it with Mr. Wu's. Chapter 205. Young Master Wu's full name was Wu Hui, and he ran some unknown businesses in Shangjing. He was involved in many industries, such as finance, real estate, energy, film, internet, and so on. Anything that could make money, young Master Wu definitely had a share in it. Wu Hui's business was very big, but he usually didn't run it under his own name, so there were very few people who really knew his name. For example, business moguls like Ning Zhonghua and Zhou Haixing who started from scratch, although they were rich, that was all there was to it. In China, money was not the only thing that mattered. The Chinese language was broad and profound, and the term young master in ancient times generally referred to scholars or young men from wealthy families. In the past, this term was a form of respect and a compliment. But in modern times, the term young master seemed to have a derogatory connotation, just like the four young masters of the capital. Just like the term emperor, anyone could joke and say that they were the emperor, but in the past, it would be a crime punishable by death. The so-called four young masters of the capital, in the eyes of people like Wu Hui, were actually similar to clowns, insects that could be trampled to death with one foot. How could a few nouveau riches be worthy of the title of four young masters of the capital? Of course, disdain was disdain, but Wu Hui wouldn't bother with ordinary people for no reason. Because they didn't have contact with them, many people's understanding of the second generation of rich and powerful people might be one-sided, thinking that they were all mud that couldn't support the wall. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to sons that know how to dig holes. In reality, most of the second generation were very outstanding. After all, their parents were very outstanding, and the education that these second generation received from a young age was far better than ordinary people, so in terms of personal quality, cultivation, and knowledge, the outstanding second generation could be said to be dragons and phoenixes among men. As for the nouveau riches like Li Tian'er and Yao Jiaxin, who caused a huge sensation in society, they could only be compared to ordinary people. If they were placed in the real circle of second generation, this kind of trash wouldn't even have the qualifications to carry shoes for others. Wu Hui had shares in B16, so the waiter told him about the arrival of Qin Yongwang's family. Qin Yongwang took a glass of juice and clinked it with Wu Hui, then introduced his family to him one by one. When it was Chen Shi's turn, before Qin Yongwang could introduce him, Wu Hui laughed and said, "This. Could you be Mr. Chen?" Hearing this, Chen Shi stood up with the juice in his hand. He nodded and said, "Hello. Hello, hello. I've heard a lot about Mr. Chen. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so much younger than I thought." After confirming Chen Shi's identity, Wu Hui immediately lowered his posture. When they clinked glasses, he deliberately lowered his glass to give Chen Shi enough face. However, this seemingly polite action of his attracted Qin Yongwang's attention. Although it was said that the Hua Hua sedan chair was always carried by people, and the brothers on the imperial golden list were ranked first. But no matter what, Wu Hui was still a third generation of the Red Army, and his age was also a few years older than Chen Shi. Therefore, according to common sense, there was no reason for him to lower his status in front of Chen Shi. Something was strange. Wu Hui politely toasted everyone in the room. Even the little girl raised her glass of juice and clinked glasses with him. Then, Qin Yongwang invited him to take a seat. After he sat down, Qin Yongwang did not beat around the bush. He directly asked the question in his heart, "Mr. Wu, today is the first day of the new year. Why aren't you celebrating the new year with your family? Why are you here instead?" Hearing this, Wu Hui did not hide it. He smiled and said, "Director Qin, it's not a coincidence that I met your family here today. In fact, I came here after I received the news." "Oh. Why?" "For Mr. Chen." As soon as he said this, Chen Shi suddenly became the focus of the room. Even Qin Ruoying was a little confused. When did Chen Shi get in touch with Wu Hui, who represented the new generation of power in Wuxia? For me. Not only was Qin Ruoying confused, but even Chen Shi himself was confused. Therefore, he immediately asked, "Mr. Wu, this is the first time we've met. I'm a little confused by your words." "Mr. Chen, it's true that this is the first time we've met, but I've been fascinated by you for a long time." Wu Hui looked at Chen Shi meaningfully and finally said the purpose of his visit. "Actually, I came here today to ask for a favor. Not only am I representing myself, but I'm also representing my father." "Go ahead." After hearing Wu Hui's serious words, Chen Shi did not feel anything, so he casually nodded. However, the more Qin Yongwang listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. The expression on his face could not help but become more serious. At this time, the smile on Wu Hui's face gradually disappeared. He looked at Qin Shi and said solemnly, "My grandfather's physical condition is getting worse and worse. I heard that Mr. Qin has the ability to understand the world, so I took the liberty to come here today to disturb you. I only hope that Mr. Qin can save my grandfather." After that, Wu Hui got up and bowed respectfully to Qin Shi. The reason why he was so polite in front of Qin Shi was actually not because of Qin Shi's identity as a celestial being, but because the king of hell was worried. How many powerful second generations were there in Wuxia? After careful calculation, it was actually not far from the truth. There were 7 senior officials, 72 deputy national officials, at least 270 senior officials, and at least 1,700 deputy ministers. These people formed the pyramid of power in Wuxia. Only their children could be called the real second generation of power. A civilian like Li Danjiang, who enjoyed the treatment of a major general through singing, was nothing in front of these leaders with real power. Wu Hui was also one of the most outstanding people among the second generation of the Quan family. However, the reason why the Wu family was so prosperous now was not because of his father, but because of his grandfather. Although the old man had been retired for a long time, his connections were still there. As long as old man Wu did not pass away, the Wu family would be able to live in Shangjing and even Huaxia for a day longer. Wu Hui's father was called Wu Ying. He was 62 years old this year, and happened to be stuck at a very awkward time. Here, it had to be mentioned that Huaxia's chaotic retirement system had to be mentioned. When the new party congress was held, only people under the age of 67, including 67, were eligible to become members of the new Politburo. And those over the age of 67, regardless of their ability or political achievements, were all treated as retirees. If anything happened to old man Wu in these 2 years, then Wu Ying was likely to stay in his current position until he retired. Perhaps he would be promoted again, but what awaited Wu Ying would be the vice chairman of the National People's Congress or other similar positions. They were all at the deputy national level, but in reality, these positions were not as good as the senior officials with real power. Although they were promoted, they were actually demoted. Even if they were promoted, they would only retire to the second level. Not to mention Wu Ying, even Wu Hui could not accept this situation. If Wu Ying could not pass this hurdle, then the Wu family's current glory would disappear with the old man's passing. Chapter 206. Yama's Sorrow, Yama's Sorrow. If Yama wanted someone to die at midnight, he could keep them alive until dawn. Legend had it that a single pill of Yama's sorrow could bring the dead back to life. It had the miraculous effect of reviving the dead. Although Wu Hui also felt that this was an exaggeration, he was now like a drowning man desperately trying to grasp at the last straw. Therefore, he roughly explained the Wu family's current predicament at the dinner table. There was nothing shameful about this. As long as Qin could let Elder Wu live for 2 more years and hold on until Wuing successfully crossed the threshold, then the Wu family would be able to maintain their current status. Once Qin agreed, then this favor would really be a life-saving grace for the Wu family. Wu Hui was very smart, so he didn't mention anything about remuneration from beginning to end. Instead, he kept pleading very sincerely, "Mr. Qin, please save my grandfather." The Wu family will always remember this great kindness in their hearts. It was the new year, and the family could still encounter this kind of thing. Qin pondered for a moment, then frowned and asked, "How old is your grandfather today?" 84. He doesn't have any serious illness, right? Only old illnesses like high blood pressure and gout. It's probably because he injured his roots on the battlefield. The old man's old, and his body can't take it anymore. Recently, his mental state has been getting worse and worse, and he doesn't even have the energy to get out of bed, so, Wu Hui didn't finish his words. However, the meaning behind his words was very simple. Although the old man wasn't seriously ill, he was nearing the end of his life. Death was an illness that couldn't be cured. After all, a person's life was limited. When a person faced a natural death, they would always be aware of it beforehand. Therefore, many old people would call their children home before they died, and let their children wash and change their clothes for them. After taking one last look at their children and grandchildren, they would close their eyes and pass away peacefully and naturally as if they were asleep. They had never suffered the torture of illness before, and they would pass away peacefully in their sleep. Therefore, to the people of Wuxia, dying of old age was a blessing, a great blessing. After all, Elder Wu was an old man who had walked through the war years. He had experienced ups and downs and enjoyed the prosperity of the world. Now that he was nearing the end of his life, it should have been a joyous occasion. Unfortunately, this was not the right time. If the old man passed away at such a critical moment, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Wu family. It was a nightmare. Just a little more, once the old man passed away, how could Wuing advance further? What Wuxia did not lack the least was talent. There were plenty of competitors who had the same qualifications and abilities as Wuing, and some were even older than him. As the saying goes, the tea cools down when the person is gone. These things were top secret. The fact that Wu Hui was willing to reveal the old master's condition in front of everyone meant that he saw Qin as his last hope. Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanju glanced at each other before they started to eat. This was a very important matter, so the moment Wu Hui finished speaking, Qin Yongwang glanced at Wang Chuanju and started to eat silently. Qin Yongyan was dressed in white. Qin Ruoying didn't understand the situation, and Qin Shueching was completely uninterested. Everyone was waiting for Qin's answer. The only one who could laugh at such a time was obviously the little girl. She picked up her chopsticks, clumsily picked up a piece of fatty meat, and handed it to Qin. Then, she said seriously, "Papa, I'll treat you to it." The little girl didn't eat fatty meat because she felt that it was too stuffy, so she hated fatty meat very much. She didn't eat it, but she could give it to Papa. The little brat had learned how to be naughty. Qin turned to look at her, reached out and rubbed her head. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the fatty meat on her chopsticks. After seeing Qin swallow the fatty meat, the little girl clapped her hands and giggled, "Papa is so awesome." Her clear childish voice sounded in the private room, which was particularly ear-piercing. Qin glanced at Wu Hui thoughtfully, but saw that there was no change on his face, which made Qin think more highly of him. Therefore, he didn't beat around the bush. After motioning the little girl to be quiet, Qin turned to look at Wu Hui and asked very calmly, "Mr. Wu, I don't know if you have heard of the saying, life and death are predestined, and can't be changed." Hearing this, Wu Hui's face changed greatly. In a moment of excitement, he even accidentally knocked over the wine glass on the table. Life and death are predestined, and can't be changed. This sentence was said by Zhuge Liang when Wei Yan stepped on his life lamp. How could Wu Hui not know? Zhuge Liang went out of Mount Qi 6 times and exhausted his efforts. Finally, he set up the 7-star life-extending lamp in Wujiang Plain in an attempt to change his fate. However, because Wei Yan accidentally knocked over his life lamp, all his efforts were wasted, and he died with regret. The reason why Sima Yi had the last laugh was not because he was stronger than Zhuge Liang, but because he had lived for a long time. He dragged Zhuge Liang to death and exhausted 3 generations of the Wei Kingdom's monarchs. All the enemies who could compete with him were dead. Naturally, the Sima family could achieve great things. In terms of survival ability, Sima Yi was the best in the world. Old Master Wu was not Sima Yi, but Zhuge Liang, so Wu Hui stood in place and couldn't help but clench his fists. In the end, he was still a little unwilling, so he asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Mr. Qin, you really don't have a way?" 1 year, Grandpa only needs 1 year. Chen Shi shook his head slightly, then took out 3 energy pills from his bag and put them on the round table. After slowly turning the energy pills in front of Wu Hui, Chen Shi said calmly, "This is the legendary Yamas Cho. In fact, you should know that the Jianghu's rumors can't be trusted. After all, this medicine is not the life fruit of the grand deity Zhen Yuan. It can cure diseases, but it can't change fate. You can take it back and let the old man try it. It should improve his mental state, but I still say the same thing, life and death are predestined, and can't be changed. Young Master Wu, I'm very sorry." Wu Hui stared at the 3 pills in front of him in a daze. This was the Yamas Cho he had been dreaming of, but Qin Shi's words completely extinguished the hope in his heart. After spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Wu Hui used a tissue to carefully wrap up the 3 pills. Then, he solemnly bowed to Qin Shi and said, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." After that, he turned and left the room without even saying goodbye to Qin Yongwang. Perhaps it was because they empathized with Wu Hui's feelings, so the atmosphere in the room became a little strange. After Wu Hui left, Qin Ruoying looked at Qin Shi thoughtfully, then asked in a low voice, "You really don't have a way?" Hearing that, Qin Shi smiled and shook his head, not answering her question. Zhuge Liang wasn't the only one who knew how to use the 7-star life-prolonging lamp. Zhuge Liang failed, but another person succeeded. That person was Liu Bowen. Zhuge Liang divided the world, Liu Bowen unified the country. Liu Bowen was the #1 strategist of the Great Ming Dynasty. He followed Zhu Yuanzhang to wipe out the warlords and expel the Tatars. After many years of fighting, he realized that his life was coming to an end, so he used the 7-star life-prolonging lamp to extend his life by 12 years. Only then was he able to help Zhu Yuanzhang unify the world and recover the Han people's country. To put it bluntly, it wasn't that Qin Shi didn't have a way, but that he didn't want to. There were too many implications, and it couldn't be explained in a few words. The title of Yamas Cho was made by Ning Zhonghua, so today, it was up to him to personally destroy this title. The previous chapter has been censored, and I don't know when it will be released. Let's leave it at that. Friends who haven't read it can wait a few days, when the editor goes to work. I won't write about these sensitive topics in the future. Chapter 207. Huaxia was too big, and there were too many people. What happened to Wu Hui's family was not uncommon in the officialdom. The Great Han Empire and the Great Tang Empire, which used to be extremely powerful, would also collapse one day. Compared to them, what was the Wu family? Life and death were fated and could not be changed. As the supreme ruler of the world, the emperors of each dynasty held the power of life and death in their hands. They sat on 3,000 beauties, ate all kinds of delicacies, and wore all kinds of silk. But in the end, they all pursued the same thing, immortality. If Qin Shi promised Wu Hui today to extend old Master Wu's life and help the Wu family out of this predicament, then, the threshold of the courtyard would probably be trampled flat by people who came to ask for medicine. Wu Hui's sudden departure seemed to have diluted the festive atmosphere. It was supposed to be a happy time for family reunion, but now everyone was silent. Qin Yongyan first looked at Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanju, then turned to look at Qin Shi. Only then did he pick up the juice and smiled at the little girl. "Nian Nian, Grandpa taught you a poem. Do you want to learn it?" Hearing this, the little girl tilted her head and asked, "Poem? Grandpa, what is a poem?" "It's the same as a poem. Have you recited a poem?" "Yes. Papa taught me to recite poems before." When it came to poems, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps she wanted to show off, so before Qin Yongyan said anything, she took the initiative to recite it. "Goose, goose, goose, curving its neck to the sky. White feathers floating on the green water, red palms plucking the clear waves." This was what Qin Shi taught her in Kangju district. He did not expect her to remember and recite it so fluently. Her performance won her applause from the audience. The family laughed and praised the little girl for being smart, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Seeing his daughter so smart, Qin Shi also felt proud, so he could not help but reach out and pinch her little face, which made the little girl pout on the spot. "Papa, you're so annoying. Even the little one knows how to be shy." With her interruption, the atmosphere in the private room became much livelier. At this time, Qin Yongyan chuckled and said, "Nian Nian, lyrics are like poems. Do you want to learn?" The little guy's performance in reciting the poem had won the cheers of the entire hall. This made her extremely proud, so she immediately nodded and replied, "Yes." "All right, then listen carefully." Qin Yongyan stood up and his entire aura suddenly changed. It was as if he had come to the riverside and was looking at the torrential river. He passionately chanted, "My name is Qin Yongyan. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the waves wash away all heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure are gone in the blink of an eye. The green hills are still there, and the sunset is still red. White-haired fisherman and woodcutter on the riverside, accustomed to the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of turbid wine was a happy reunion. So many things from the past to the present are just jokes. So many things from the past to the present were all jokes." After hearing this, Qin Yongwang couldn't help but tilt his head and look at Wang Chuanju. He instantly understood what Qin Yongyan wanted to express. He didn't really want to teach the little guy to recite the poem. He just wanted to use this as an excuse to express his opinion on this matter. Compared to Qin Yongyan and Qin Shi's leisurely and complacent appearance, the couple's performance was indeed a bit too utilitarian. They were both martial artists, but because they had been in the Wu Lian government for a long time, they naturally couldn't avoid being contaminated with some official habits. However, this point was extremely detrimental to their martial arts cultivation. Qin Yongyan was giving them pointers, everyone was smart, so there was no need to say anything. Just a little pointers would be enough. This song, Riverside Immortal, was the theme song of the 1994 version of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The little guy still hadn't watched The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, so this song was a bit too difficult for her to pronounce. Thus, after she rolled around for a long time, she found that she couldn't even remember the first line. Immediately, she pouted unhappily and shrank back into the chair. "I can't recite it. I'm not going to recite it." Qin Shi was afraid that she would be deeply affected, so he quickly smiled and comforted her. "Nian Nian, be good. It's not your fault that you can't recite it. Don't be discouraged. This song is really too difficult. When you go to school in the future, you will naturally recite it." Hearing this, the little guy still looked unhappy. She turned her head and didn't talk to Qin Shi. Her cute little appearance immediately made everyone laugh. Having a little one at home was like having a treasure. The little guy was now the happy fruit of the family. Her every frown and smile could affect the mood of the whole family. After lunch, the family left B16 and then drove to the bird's nest, ready to take the little guy there to ski. The bird's nest was happy during the ice and snow season. In fact, it was similar to the Shikahai ice rink, except that one was a frozen lake that turned into an ice rink, and the other was a snowy gymnasium that turned into a ski rink. There were only a few entertainment projects. The bird's nest had it, and the Shikahai also had it, but the little guy still had a lot of fun. She was now enjoying the supreme treatment. The whole family revolved around her. If she wanted something, she only needed to open her mouth. Naturally, her father or grandmother would run errands for her. This little guy was really spoiled to the sky. This spring festival was quite fulfilling. After the first day of the new year, in the next few days, the whole family drove around the capital to play. The whole family was mobilized just to make her have more fun. When the two brothers came back, they didn't know how the little guy would show off to them. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day of the new year. Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanjiu were the senior cadres of the Wu Lian. After a spring festival, there were still a lot of things waiting for them to go back to deal with. Therefore, they could only say goodbye to the little guy with slight regret. After a few days of getting along, the little guy had already recognized Wang Chuanjiu as her great-uncle and grandmother. Now that she heard that she was leaving, she immediately showed a reluctant look. Just as the little guy and Wang Chuanjiu were lovey-dovey and unwilling to part, Qin Shuiqing suddenly found Qin Shi. The set of skills you taught me, can I teach my parents? Although the sister-in-law's cultivation time was short, she had already tasted the sweetness of it. No matter what, she was still a daughter. Naturally, she wanted to show filial piety to her parents as soon as she had something good. Hearing this, Qin Shi nodded. No matter what, they were still a family. Naturally, he couldn't be stingy. However, this set of skills was after all an immortal cultivator's skill. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge impact on the existing cultivation system on Earth. It might even affect the existing social order on Earth. Such an outcome was obviously not what Qin Shi wanted to see. Therefore, he could only use hints to warn his sister-in-law to keep it a secret. After Grandpa and Grandma left, the little guy was a little sad. However, Qin Shi's words immediately made her eyes light up. Chapter 208. Go to Chengdu to see Grandma. This suggestion was very tempting for the little girl. The little girl had a good impression of Chengdu. Although she didn't like Kai Shu Qin, her grandma was there. Therefore, after hearing Qin Shi's suggestion, the little girl immediately jumped up and shouted excitedly, I want to go to Chengdu. I want to see Grandma. I want to go to Chengdu. I want to see Grandma. The family of 3 was standing outside the courtyard to send Qin Yongwang and his wife off. The little girl's sudden shout even startled Qin Yongwang and his wife, who had already walked to the entrance of the alley. While they were sending their grandparents off, she was already shouting about looking for Grandma. This was the reason why Qin Shi didn't often mention Aunt Zhang. The little girl always listened to the wind and rain. Once she had an idea, she couldn't take it back. After sending Qin Yongwang and his wife off, Qin Shi and his family returned to the West Wing and began to pack their luggage. During this time, Qin Shi even asked his sister-in-law if she wanted to go to Chengdu with them, but his sister-in-law decisively refused. The family's general mobilization during the Spring Festival had already delayed a lot of time. Now that they were finally free, she naturally had to work overtime to cultivate and rush back. Therefore, after the family of 3 simply packed, Qin Shi booked the plane tickets online. Shangjing to Chengdu. In 2 days, it would be the peak period to return to the city. Shangjing to Chengdu would only cost a few hundred yuan, but Chengdu to Shangjing would cost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. It might even be impossible to buy a ticket. This was the right time to go to Chengdu. After booking the plane tickets, Chen Shi suddenly thought of something. He quickly opened WeChat and sent a video call request to Aunt Zhang. He didn't know how the old lady spent the spring festival. If the family of 3 rushed over excitedly and found that Aunt Zhang wasn't in Chengdu, then it would be a wasted trip. As expected, Chen Shi sent 2 video calls, but no one answered. Therefore, he had to call Aunt Zhang. Beep, beep, the phone rang for a long time. When Chen Shi was about to give up, the phone finally connected. Hello, is this Brother Chen? It was not Auntie Zhang's voice, but Xia Pinglin's. He was slightly older than Chen Shi, but after the previous incident, Xia Pinglin had indeed learned a lot, so he treated Chen Shi as an elder brother. Xia Pinglin called him Brother Chen out of respect from the bottom of his heart. Yes, it's me. Where's Auntie Zhang? Why didn't she answer the phone? My mother is sick and hospitalized. Hearing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but frown. What a joke. Auntie Zhang had already taken his elixir before she left Zhonghai, and the elixir she gave Ning Zhongguo wasn't even the simplified version. It wasn't that Chen Shi wanted to boast, but this pill could make Auntie Zhang immune to all kinds of diseases. It wouldn't be a problem for her to live a long life. Now, Xia Pinglin was telling him that Aunt Zhang was hospitalized. Therefore, Chen Shi's first reaction was to say, Yucading. Are you King kidding me? What's going on? My mother suddenly fainted the day before yesterday. We sent her to the hospital, and the doctor said that it was very likely that she fainted due to insufficient blood supply to the brain. She needs to be hospitalized for a while to be sure. Is it serious? It shouldn't be a big problem. After she woke up, she just felt very tired, so she had to sleep for a long time every day. Which hospital are you in? Huaxi, okay, I'll call you when I arrive. Keep the phone connected. You're coming to Chengdu. Xia Pinglin was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, My mother should be fine. Brother Chen, you don't have to make a special trip. Xia Pinglin wanted to say a few polite words to Chen Shi and tell him not to worry, but Chen Shi hung up the phone. Then, Chen Shi briefly told Qin Ruoying about Auntie Zhang's situation. Qin Ruoying didn't know the seriousness of the matter, but when she heard that Auntie Zhang was hospitalized, she was still very nervous, so she quickly carried the little girl and followed Chen Shi to the airport in a taxi. It only took 3 hours from Shangjing to Chengdu. When they got off the plane, it was not even 5:00 in the afternoon. The family of 3 took a taxi and went straight to Huaxi Hospital. Many shops along the way were not open, and there were only a few scattered cars on the viaduct. Right now, Chengdu looked like an empty city. However, in fact, according to the comprehensive calculation of the National Tourism Administration's data center, the number of tourists received by Sichuan and Chongqing during the Spring Festival this year was the second highest in the country, second only to Yuezhou. As long as it was a holiday, tourist attractions would be full. Places like Chunxi Road, Jinli, Wuhu Temple, and Wenshu Courtyard were so crowded that the roads were closed. Although there was a place in Chengdu that was not a tourist attraction, it was more lively than a tourist attraction. Moreover, 365 days a year, it was lively every day as if it was the new year. This was Huaxi Hospital. After getting out of the taxi and seeing the dense crowd in front of him, Chen Shi let the little girl ride on his shoulder while he held Qin Ruoying's hand and squeezed into the hospital. With so many patients, the beds were naturally very tight. When Chen Shi found Aunt Zhang's bed according to the address given by Xia Pinglin, he was so angry that he frowned. Aunt Zhang's bed was in the aisle. When he left, he had left a total of 1.8 million yuan in cash for Xia Pinglin. In the end, this was how Xia Pinglin treated Aunt Zhang. Xia Pinglin was serving the old lady water, so he did not notice Chen Shi and his family's arrival. The old lady's mental state was indeed very bad now. Her face was slightly sallow, and there was not much color on her lips. When Qin Ruoying saw her sick appearance, her eyes could not help but turn red. Aunt Zhang drank a mouthful of water. Just as she was about to lie down and continue to rest, she saw the family of 3 standing not far away. She blinked, thinking that she had seen wrongly. Seeing that, Qin Ruoying quickly went forward and sat by Aunt Zhang's bed, holding her hand tightly. Looking at Aunt Zhang, who was half lying in front of her, Qin Ruoying could not help but feel a lump in her throat. She could not help but cry immediately. She had not seen Aunt Zhang for many years. Unexpectedly, the old lady was already lying on the bed when they met again. How could Qin Ruoying not feel sad? Aunt Zhang had watched her grow up, and she had also watched Aunt Zhang grow old day by day. "Aunt, what's wrong with you? Why are you so sick?" "Silly child, I'm fine. My body is fine. Look at you, why are you crying? Isn't it inauspicious? Come, wipe your tears." Aunt Zhang smiled as she pulled a tissue from the bedside and handed it to Qin Ruoying. After Qin Ruoying wiped her tears, Aunt Zhang patted the back of her hand, indicating that she did not need to worry. Then, Aunt Zhang turned her head to look at the little girl in Qin Shi's arms. "Good granddaughter, come to grandma." The little girl was sitting in Qin Shi's arms, pouting as she looked at Aunt Zhang, who was lying on the bed. Chapter 209. Although the smell of disinfectant was strong in the corridor of the hospital, there seemed to be an irrepressible stench in the air. The corridor was bustling with activity. Although there were many people, everyone was trying their best not to make too much noise. After all, it was an unlucky place. Sadness and sadness were the main theme here. The back of the bed could be raised. Instead of saying that Aunt Zhang was lying on the bed, it was better to say that she was leaning on the bed. When the little girl saw her grandmother's sickly appearance, she immediately lay in her grandmother's arms and cried out sadly. When Aunt Zhang saw this, she immediately patted her little head and comforted her very kindly. "Oh, my good granddaughter, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell grandma will stand up for you." Hearing this, the little girl's eyes turned red. She said with an aggrieved face, "Grandma, don't be sick. I don't want you to be sick." All right, grandma is not sick." Aunt Zhang took out a tissue and wiped the little girl's face. Then, she pinched her little face and comforted her. "Good girl, don't cry. Look at how many people are here, and you're still crying here. Don't you feel embarrassed?" The little girl turned her head and glanced at both sides of the corridor. When she saw that many people were looking at them, she immediately sniffled a little embarrassedly. Then, she threw herself into Aunt Zhang's arms and hugged her tightly. Just when the little girl and Aunt Zhang were being lovey-dovey, Qin Shi came to Xia Pinglin's side. He patted Xia Pinglin's shoulder and walked to the side. When Xia Pinglin came over, Qin Shi asked directly, "What did the doctor say?" "They did a Doppler examination in the morning. The report is just out. I've asked the doctor. The doctor said that acute cerebral blood supply is very common in the elderly. It's not a big problem. She just needs to pay more attention to her diet and rest. Is that so?" Qin Shi pondered for a while. Then, he looked at Aunt Zhang's bed and asked rather unhappily, "Are there no more beds in the hospital? Why did they arrange for her to be in the corridor?" There were several types of beds in the hospital. The most common ones were a 7-person room, a 3-person room, a double room, and a single room. As for the aisles, usually only patients with limited beds or financial difficulties would stay there. In the past 2 years, the housing prices in Chengdu had risen particularly fast. The prices in the Third Ring Road had exceeded 10,000, and the prices in the South Gate were as high as 20 to 30,000. However, Qin Shi had not given Xia Pinglin 1 million, but 1,800,000. The money was more than enough to buy a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Moreover, Xia Pinglin and his wife had some savings. If Xia Pinglin really wanted to mistreat his own mother, Chen Shi could only apologize to him. However, the real situation was not what Chen Shi imagined. When Xia Pinglin heard Chen Shi's question, he couldn't help but look at his expression. After realizing that Chen Shi seemed to be a little angry, Xia Pinglin quickly explained, "It's not that there aren't enough beds, and it's not that I don't want to spend money. It's just that my mom doesn't agree. Originally, I arranged a double room for her, but after my mom woke up, she felt that there was nothing wrong with her. She was afraid that it would be a waste, so she insisted that the nurse move her to the aisles. She wouldn't listen no matter how I persuaded her. Since she didn't want to, I had no choice but to let it be." Speaking of this, Xia Pinglin was also quite depressed. In fact, the hospital bed fee was not too expensive. There were clearly beds in the ward, but as a son, he let his mother stay in the aisles. Therefore, he had been looked down upon by many people these 2 days. "Then it seems that I've misunderstood you. I'm sorry." It's okay. "Brother Chen, you're treating me like an outsider." Xia Pinglin was still the same as before, not good with words. Therefore, Chen Shi changed the topic and asked about their recent situation. Their child was still young. Once Aunt Zhang fell ill, there was no one to take care of the child. A place like the hospital was obviously not suitable for children to stay for long, so Kai Shu Qin was now at home taking care of the child all day. The two of them chatted for a while. Seeing that Aunt Zhang had coaxed the little guy, Chen Shi went to Aunt Zhang's bedside and took her pulse. Aunt Zhang's current situation was indeed similar to what the doctor said. There was no major problem, but her pulse was weak, and her qi and blood were insufficient. She would be fine after a good rest, a regular diet, and more exercise. However, it was precisely because of this that Chen Shi felt a little strange. Could it be that his energy cultivation pill was really a fake and inferior product? How long had it been since Aunt Zhang returned to Chengdu? How did this happen? Thinking of this, Chen Shi could not help but ask doubtfully, once acute cerebral blood supply deficiency occurs, it will come very suddenly. However, there should be some signs before the onset, such as blurred vision, tinnitus, nausea, cold sweat, and weakness in the limbs. You didn't feel any of these before? Hearing this, Aunt Zhang shook her head and smiled. No, I'm old. It's normal for some problems to suddenly appear. Previously, we were celebrating the new year at our hometown. I guess it's because we haven't been back for a long time. After I got there, I felt a little unacclimatized and couldn't sleep well. Other than sleep, there were no other problems. The symptoms you mentioned just now, there were none at all, there were no signs. Hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Chen Shi was instantly puzzled. It sounded like everything was normal. Thus, after pondering for a while, he continued to ask, "Where is your hometown?" Rain City. Although Rain City was a prefecture-level city, due to geographical reasons, its economic development was very slow. It could not even compare to some of the coastal towns. However, such a small and unremarkable city had once been glorious. During the Republic of China, Rain City was the provincial capital of Xikang Province. Its status was comparable to the current Chengdu. In 1955, the first session of the National People's Congress officially proposed to abolish Xikang Province. Thus, Rain City lost its status as a provincial capital. This place was surrounded by mountains on all sides. The terrain was narrow and it was inconvenient to travel. After Xikang Province was abolished, Rain City's development was greatly affected. It was gradually reduced to an 18th-tier small city. Later on, Rain City finally walked into the eyes of the entire nation again. However, it was because of the 4.20 earthquake in 2013. Rain City. Chen Shi thoughtfully repeated the name of this place. Suddenly, a question appeared in his mind. Could it be that there was something wrong with that place? Aunt Zhang was still lying on the hospital bed, so Chen Shi did not ask much. The most important thing now was to let the old lady rest well and recover her body. Thus, after feeding Aunt Zhang a simplified version of the energy-enhancing pill, Qin went to Wuxia Gold Card Medical Center to apply for a gold card for her in case such a situation happened again. In this day and age, money could make the devil turn millstones, let alone a hospital. The Gold Card Medical Center was located in Wuxia Hospital's headquarters. Ordinary members were 58,000 and advanced members were 200,000. When they entered the hospital, they could enjoy concierge reception, personal care, 5-star hotel rooms, on-site services, and 24 hours of call. After all, Qin could not stay in Chengdu for a long period of time. Aunt Zhang was old, so it was better to be prepared for her advanced membership. Chapter 210. Insufficient blood supply to the brain was mostly due to cerebral arteriosclerosis. As people aged, their organ functions would deteriorate, leading to a decline in hematopoietic ability. In addition, the formation of microthrombosis would block the blood vessels and reduce the blood flow. As a result, the brain would have insufficient blood supply to the brain. According to statistics, 80% of people over the age of 80 had insufficient blood supply to the brain. 70% of people over the age of 60 would have some degree of insufficient blood supply to the brain. Since it was caused by the blockage of blood vessels and the decline in hematopoietic ability, the effect of the meridian unblocking pill was obviously much better than the energy pill. Therefore, Qin refined a meridian unblocking pill for Aunt Zhang overnight. After the old lady took it, her complexion improved significantly. Aunt Zhang had come from a hard life and wanted to save every needle and thread. Although she knew that Qin was rich now, she still insisted on not wasting money. After staying in the Gold Card Center for one night, she insisted on leaving the hospital and going home. When they went home, Xia Pinglin took a taxi alone and walked in front. The family of 3 and Aunt Zhang sat in another car. This finally gave Aunt Zhang a chance to lecture him. The ward in the Gold Card Center was obviously very high class. Staying for one night was similar to staying in a hotel. How wasteful was that? She was not that delicate. How was staying in the aisle shameful? She was not in good spirits yesterday, so when Qin forced her to be transferred to another ward, Aunt Zhang did not say anything. Now that she was in good spirits, she naturally lectured Qin. She lectured Qin until he could not raise his head. In the end, even the little girl could not stand it anymore. She jumped into Aunt Zhang's arms and said coquettishly, "Grandma, Papa cares about you. Don't scold Papa. Oh, Nian has grown up. You know how to speak up for Papa now." Looking at the little girl's cute appearance, Aunt Zhang could not help but pinch her cheeks. She finally stopped complaining about Qin. The so-called traveling was actually going from a place that one was tired of to a place that others were tired of. It was already the 6th day of the Chinese New Year. The traffic in Jinli and Wuhou Temple had decreased significantly. Although there were still many tourists, it was not enough for the traffic police to block the road. The little girl wanted to eat hot pot, but when she saw the long lines of hot pot restaurants along the way, she immediately pouted unhappily. Thus, Auntie Zhang bought the hot pot base from the supermarket and prepared to make a small hot pot for her at home. When the group returned to 262 Wuhou Temple Street, Kai Shuqin was sitting on the sofa watching TV. But this time, when she saw Qin and his family enter the door, Kai Shuqin's attitude changed drastically. Before Aunt Zhang could call her, Kai Shuqin stood up and warmly invited Qin and his family to take a seat. Then, she excitedly ran to make 2 cups of tea for Qin and Qin Ruoying. After making tea, Kai Shuqin didn't forget to peel an apple for the little girl. However, Kai Shuqin was very enthusiastic, but the little guy still remembered the grudge. After being ignored by Kai Shuqin last time, the little guy especially disliked this strange aunt. Therefore, when the little guy saw Kai Shuqin about to hand the peeled apple to her, she suddenly turned her head, snorted twice, and climbed from Qin Ruoying's lap to Qin's lap. Qin Ruoying was a little confused. After thanking Kai Shuqin very politely, she took the apple and prepared to feed the little guy. But at this time, the little guy was lying in Qin Shi's arms. No matter how she called, the little guy was unwilling to raise his head. Kai Shuqin could not find a way out of this situation due to his outburst of anger. After smiling at Qin Shi a little awkwardly, Kai Shuqin let Aunt Zhang take care of the child, and she quickly walked to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Qin Shi used 1.8 million to solve the conflict in Aunt Zhang's family, and also made Kai Shuqin completely change. After all, the little guy was not a stingy person. She also saw the changes in Kai Shuqin. As a result, during dinner, the little fellow finally stopped giving her attitude and sat obediently on the chair to gorge himself on the food. At the end of the spring festival, the family happily ate the homemade hot pot. That taste, it was simply unimaginable. After dinner, the family prepared to go out for a walk. Aunt Zhang's house was diagonally opposite the Wuho temple, so when they walked to the street, they saw the street was full of red lanterns, and the street was full of tourists. The family came to the entrance of Jinli to take a look. After seeing that there were many tourists inside, they dismissed the idea. Therefore, Qin Ruoying suggested that they go to the movies. And her suggestion was immediately seconded by the little guy. The little guy had never seen a movie before. And it was not only her, even Aunt Zhang had never seen a movie before. Of course, it was not that Aunt Zhang had never seen a movie before, but she saw an old theater in the past. The screen was much bigger than the current IMAX, and could accommodate thousands of people at a time. Aunt Zhang's impression of the cinema was still in the 1980s, so she did not really want to go. Seeing this, the little guy was immediately unhappy. He stomped his feet and insisted that his grandmother go with him. Aunt Zhang could not persuade him, so she had no choice but to agree. Therefore, Kai Shuqin went home to take care of the child, while Aunt Zhang and Xia Pinglin accompanied Qin Shi's family to the movies. When buying tickets, Qin Shi actually wanted to buy tickets to the Red Sea operation. However, the little guy was the main character today, so he had no choice but to buy Bonnie Bears. The four adults accompanied the child to watch an animated movie. After all, it was an animated movie for young children. Qin Shi originally accompanied the little guy into the theater with the mentality of completing a mission. However, after watching it, he felt that the movie was much better than he had imagined. Apart from the joy and humor, it was also filled with a strong sense of fatherly love and warmth. When the little guy saw the part where Baldy Chang missed his father, he actually cried. Perhaps it was because he thought of the time when he did not have his parents by his side. The little guy cried so hard that he could not stop no matter how Qin Ruoying comforted him. In the end, it was Qin Shi who comforted him that the little guy finally stopped crying. Now that she was crying, it was worth the price of the ticket. It was already very tiring to be highly focused while watching a movie. Moreover, the little guy had cried for a while just now, so he fell into a deep sleep as soon as he left the cinema. The cinema was not far from home, so they did not take a taxi on the way back. As they walked, Qin Shi started chatting with Auntie Zhang. Aunt Zhang, I heard that Rain City is also a tourist attraction. Look, it's rare for Nyan to come here. Why don't we go to your hometown and have some fun? Qin Shi was still brooding about the energy cultivation pill's failure, so he deliberately led the conversation to that place. However, when Aunt Zhang heard his words, she waved her hand and laughed. Rain City is a city. My hometown is dozens of kilometers away from Rain City. It's in a small town in the county. What's so fun about a remote place like that? The countryside is even better. Look, Nyan has been in big cities like Shanghai and Shangjing since she was young. Let's take her to see the countryside. Maybe it will be good for her future growth. Aunt Zhang had always attached great importance to Nyan's education, so Qin Shi's words immediately touched her heart. Wasn't Mango TV's Transfiguration meter very popular? Let the children in the city live in the countryside for a period of time, let them experience the hardships of life and learn to be grateful. Of course, the values of the program itself were distorted and lacked respect for people. The reason why the children fell was not because the family was rich, but because of improper education. Therefore, the education of the children was very important to the parents. Chapter 2:11. It was only around 10 o'clock, but the streets were already quiet. The little girl was sleeping soundly on Chen Shi's shoulder. She didn't know that her dearest grandma and dad were now discussing throwing her to the countryside to experience life. The city was developing faster and faster. From the 1990s to the millennium, from pagers to mobile phones, and then to Nokia and Motorola. 10 years after 10 years, Nokia went bankrupt, and Motorola was half dead. From the envied Crown and Santala, to the streets full of Land Rovers and Cayenne. Wuxia went through waves of rapid development. Even credit cards weren't popularized yet, and it directly entered the mobile payment era. Primary school students used their mobile phones to buy crepes, and aunties used QR codes to collect money. The mainland people couldn't afford tea eggs, and it once became a big joke on the internet. Now, no one mentioned it. Yuan would be recovered sooner or later. In another 10 years, who would dare to mention independence in Hong Kong and Tibet? Wuxia's development speed made the Western countries stunned. It also made them realize that the lion from the east had finally woken up. However, although the economic development speed was fast, some things obviously didn't follow the pace of economic development. Instead, they became slightly worse than before. In the past, everyone called farmers uncle. Later on, people began to call the farmers brothers. Later, the word farmer seemed to become a curse word. Now, the so-called city people, who didn't have ancestors who were farmers. To use a word from the Spring Festival Gala to describe it, that was, manic. People nowadays were too manic. A program like Transfiguration shouldn't have appeared. For the children in the city, this program undoubtedly gave them a good education opportunity. It let them see the hardships of ordinary people, so that they learned to respect and cherish their current life. However, for the children and parents in the countryside, this program brought them endless harm and doubts about themselves and society. The kind and simple rural children, after seeing the bright lights of the big city, would they ask one question: why? Why did the second-generation rich not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives? Why did the second-generation poor not be able to walk out of the mountains for the rest of their lives? Education was never a matter of instant results. It was a long and drawn-out battle. From the moment Chen Shi returned to Nianyan's side, he was already prepared for this battle. He wanted to teach Nianyan a lesson. What is a human? The nature of heaven and earth was the most precious. This rune was in the shape of an elephant's arm and shin. Mortals all follow the example of humans. Man means an upright animal that knows how to bow and humbly. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years for a tree to grow, but 100 years for a man to grow. There was no perfect person in this world. Chen Shi only wanted to do his best to train his daughter into a person that he approved of in his heart. Early the next morning, the whole family set off amidst the little fellow's cheers. In the little guy's understanding, rural areas were no different from tourist attractions. Therefore, when she heard that Chen Shi was going to take her to Aunt Zhang's hometown, the little girl was very excited. Chen Shi rented a commercial car, and then the family of 7 went straight to Rain City. Aunt Zhang's hometown was in Xingxin County under the jurisdiction of Rain City. They first took the highway to Xingxin County, then took the 108 National Highway to the countryside, and after more than 10 kilometers of winding mountain roads, they finally arrived at the production team in Aunt Zhang's hometown. Of course, the name of the production team had been abolished, and now it was called the Villager Group. The little guy had always been in first-tier cities like Shangjing and Zhonghai, and all she saw were reinforced concrete jungles. Suddenly coming to such a picturesque place really gave her a very novel experience. Many people didn't know that there were actually 3 Silk Roads. In addition to the mainland passage from Chang and to Rome opened by Zhang Qian in the Han Dynasty, the other was the Southwest Silk Road. The predecessor of the Southwest Silk Road was the Tea-Horse Ancient Road. It went from Sichuan to Jianghu, through Myanmar to India, and finally to Iran. The 108 National Highway started from Shangjing and ended at Jianghu Spring City. It was 3,356 kilometers long. After this highway entered Sichuan, it basically followed the route of the Tea-Horse Ancient Road. The cars zigzagged along the highway. Because it was a winding mountain road, the speed was very slow. On one side of the road was a cliff, and on the other side was a cliff. Below the cliff was a surging river. When had the little guy ever seen such a spectacular scene? Therefore, she was very excited to lie on the car window, looking at the river under the cliff and constantly exclaiming. Most of the rural areas in the north were concentrated, while the rural areas in the south liked to live separately. Therefore, along the road, from time to time, she would see a few lonely small courtyards standing on the edge of the cliff. When the Beijing-Kunming Expressway was not built, the 108 National Highway was the only way to go from Sichuan to Jianghu. Therefore, many villagers opened restaurants and small stores along the road to earn some extra money from long-distance outsiders to subsidize their families. However, with the completion of the Beijing-Kunming Expressway, the 108 National Highway went into decline. After all, with the expressway, who would still be circling and bumping on the old road? This also led to the economic development of this route almost stagnating, and even regressing. Most of the small houses seen along the road were built more than 10 years ago. In recent years, the real estate speculation was so fierce that the people were also greatly affected. Now, anyone who had a little money would go to the county to buy a house and move the family into the county, instead of choosing to build their own house and continue to stay in this place. This was also the result of the development of the times. Aunt Zhang's hometown was more poor and backward than Qin imagined. This place was called Tongjiegu. It was a small village that was 5 kilometers away from the nearest town. There were a few 2-story bungalows scattered on both sides of the road. The first floor of the bungalow was a restaurant, but now the door was closed. Even the signboard with the words "Dining and Accommodation" had become tattered and uncared for. Other than these few houses, most of the other houses were bungalows. Some were even black wooden houses. At first glance, it was obvious that they were old buildings from the 50s and 60s. There was no school in the village. If the children wanted to go to school, they had to spend a yuan every morning to take a van to the town's middle school. However, who did not have a few rich and powerful relatives now? When the children reached the age of middle school, the villagers would send the children to the county or the relative's house in the town. Therefore, there were basically no children in their teens in this place. Instead, there were many children about the same age as Nian. The children were in groups of 3 to 5. As soon as they saw the GL8 from Chengdu, they swarmed over. After Qin Ruoying took the little girl out of the car, several children immediately surrounded her and chattered in a dialect that she did not understand at all. This scene was completely out of the little girl's expectations and immediately made her a little scared. The little girl timidly hid most of her body behind Qin Ruoying, only revealing half of her head to look at the peers in front of her. She was afraid of others, but the children in front of her were not afraid of her. Instead, they smiled and made faces at her. Aunt Zhang noticed the little girl's strange behavior and laughed like she was chasing ducks. She waved to the children and said, "Go, go, go, go play somewhere else." These children seemed to know Auntie Zhang, so after chattering for a while, they ran away like a swarm of bees. Once the children had run far away, the little one cowered and crawled out from behind Qin Ruoying. She looked at the bungalows around her and then looked at the shabby bungalow not far away. This small village was built on the national highway. On one side was a mountain, and on the other was a river valley. Because there were few cars passing by now, the village was particularly quiet. The little girl looked at this strange place blankly and suddenly felt a sense of oppression in her heart. Chapter 2:12. The sunshine of the 7th day of the Chinese New Year shone on her head, but the little fellow's heart was cold. Was this the countryside? Why was it different from what she had imagined? National Highway 108 went straight through the village, and all kinds of old buildings were not arranged neatly on both sides of the street. The arrival of Qin Shi's family caused a lot of noise here, so that many villagers leaned out to observe them silently. The village was not big, and one could see the end of it at a glance. On the left side of the road was a mountain, and a muddy road went straight up the mountain. On the right side was the valley and large fields. The wheat fields in winter were not as beautiful as in autumn. The withered yellow straw was scattered on the field in a disorderly manner, and it was a scene of withering. The car had been booked by Qin Shi, but there were no hotels nearby, so the driver could only drive back to the county to stay. Of course, his expenses for these few days were naturally all on Qin Shi's head. The little fellow wanted to leave with the driver, but was stopped by Qin Ruoying. When she saw the GL8 turn around and drive away, the little fellow suddenly curled her lips. Looking at that pitiful little appearance, it seemed that she was about to cry. Qin Ruoying quickly hugged her in her arms and comforted her. "Nian Nian, be good. This is Grandma's home, don't be afraid. We'll stay here with Grandma for a few days and then go back. Don't you want to accompany Grandma?" Hearing this, the little fellow said with grievance, "I want to be with Grandma, but I don't like it here. I don't like it here. Mama, I want to go home." Children were always a little afraid of strangers. And this was a new environment that the little fellow had never been to, so even if Qin Shi, Qin Ruoying, and Grandma were all by her side, the little fellow still felt very uncomfortable and depressed. The little fellow was upset. Her reaction also attracted Qin Shi's attention. When Qin Shi saw her pitiful appearance, he immediately came to Qin Ruoying's side. After taking the little fellow from Qin Ruoying's arms, Qin Shi said to her with a smile, "Nian Nian, are you scared?" However, when the little girl heard Qin Shi's question, she immediately turned her little head and muttered unhappily, "Papa, I want to go home. I don't want to be here. It's not fun here." Seeing this, Qin Shi immediately smiled and asked, "Why isn't it fun here?" "It's just not fun. I don't like it here." "Nian Nian, you're wrong. This place is actually very fun, not fun at all." Before Qin Shi could finish his words, the little fellow had already interrupted him. From the looks of it, she seemed to be angry. Qin Shi reached out to pinch her little face, but she swatted his hand away. This little thing was still at odds with her father. When it came to coaxing his daughter, Qin Shi was now very handy and had many tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, when he saw that the little fellow seemed to be conflicted, he decisively stopped the topic and asked in a negotiating tone, "Nian Nian, how about this? Let's stay here for one night. If you really don't like it here, Papa will take you home tomorrow, okay?" After hearing Qin Shi's words, the little fellow rested her head on his shoulder and thought for a moment. Then, she reluctantly hummed and reluctantly agreed, "Then we'll stay for one night. Just one night. Pinky promise." After that, the little fellow stretched out her little finger and motioned for Qin Shi to pinky promise with her. "Okay, Papa will pinky promise with you. I promise I'll keep my word." The father and daughter reached an agreement, and the little fellow finally stopped throwing a tantrum. Then, under the guidance of Aunt Zhang's family, they walked down the path to the valley. After walking for about 200 meters, Qin Shi's family finally saw Aunt Zhang's old house. Aunt Zhang's old house, it was indeed very old. The living environment in the Kongju district was already very poor, but compared to Aunt Zhang's old house, it was really the difference between a villa hotel and a small train station hotel. This house was built by Aunt Jiang's father's generation. The main materials were wood and yellow mud. Because it was exposed to wind and rain all year round, it caused the wood to mold and turn black. Therefore, when looking from the outside, the whole house was somewhat dark. The house was surrounded by fields, and a few hundred meters down was the river. Not far away, there was a bamboo forest with luxuriant foliage, so much so that it looked quite gloomy in broad daylight. In the morning, Chengdu was still bustling, but after 3 hours, they came to such a quiet and backward little village. Not to mention the little fellow, even Qin Ruoying was somewhat not used to it. Although the little fellow had already agreed to stay here for one night, when they were close to the house, she was still somewhat unwilling. She kept twisting her body and shouting for Qin Shi to put her down. Qin Shi did not say much to her. He carried her directly into the house. At this time, it was right to cut the Gordian knot. After letting her get used to it, naturally, she would not be as resistant as she was now. In reality, Qin Shi really thought that this place was not bad. The mountains were clear and the water was clear, and the land was full of outstanding people. Although the house was a little simple, it was good in terms of peace and comfort. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was very rich. After staying in this place for a long time, even breathing could make one feel refreshed and very comfortable. A few days ago, Aunt Zhang suddenly fell ill, so Xia Pinglin hurriedly brought the old lady back to Chengdu. They had only been away for a few days, so there was obviously the smell of smoke in this house. This house was actually very big. Looking at it now, it was 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 kitchen. Overall, it was very good. The only bad thing was that there was no bathroom, so it was very inconvenient to take a bath. Moreover, the bathroom was a latrine, the kind that was extremely smelly. Aunt Zhang was already prepared for this. The bungalow by the street used to be a hotel. There were toilets and bathrooms on the first floor. Aunt Zhang had already informed the owner of the house, so Qin Shi's family could go there if they wanted to wash up. After Qin Shi carried the little girl around the house, the little girl gradually relaxed, so she turned her little head and began to look around. There was a TV in the living room at home, but it was a small color TV from the 80s and 90s. There was no wall paint in the old house. After a layer of lime was casually applied, newspapers were pasted on the wall as wallpaper. Most of these newspapers were from 30 to 40 years ago, so many of them were already yellowed and rolled up. There was also a portrait of Grandpa Mao on the wall. It was a common poster of that era, so it looked quite old. Although the house was old, it was very clean. Although furniture like the wardrobe and table were old, because of its age, it had a different kind of charm. Perhaps it was because the house and furniture were made of wood that there was always an indescribable wood fragrance in the house. It was very comfortable to smell. Overall, this house was a little too simple on the outside, but the other places were really not as bad as the little girl had imagined. After roughly understanding the internal structure of the house, the little girl could finally accept the fact that she would be staying here for a night. Therefore, she came to the living room under Aunt Zhang's call, then sat on a small stool and ate oranges. Chapter 213. Auntie Zhang's house did not have a TV on demand, nor did it have so many strange toys, so the little fellow lost interest after sitting for a while. She began to wander around. The little fellow wanted to go out and play, but when she stood at the threshold and looked at the large field outside the house, she curled her lips and stopped. She didn't dare to go. In Trump's words, it was her first time here, and she hadn't even warmed up the territory yet. Of course, she didn't dare to go anywhere. The little fellow put one hand on the door and the other hand flipped the corner of her clothes. That pitiful little look was somewhat like a resentful wife waiting for her husband to return from work. Qin Ruoying was helping Kai Shu Qin clean up the kitchen. When she came out and saw the little fellow's back, she immediately went to Qin Shi and gently touched him. Qin Shi certainly understood what she meant, so after a slight smile, he suddenly stepped forward and hugged the little fellow from behind. The little fellow exclaimed. When she turned around and saw that it was her father, she couldn't help but pout. Before she could speak, Chenxi asked with a smile, "Nian Nian, Mom and Grandma are tidying up the house. Dad will take you out to play, okay?" Hearing this, the little fellow turned her head and glanced at the surrounding environment, then muttered in a low voice, "It's not fun here. Why is it not fun?" "It's just that you're still young and haven't seen those fun things. Let's go, Dad will take you to see it." After that, Chenxi carried the little fellow and walked directly to the bamboo forest. It was noon now, and the sun was very bright, but once they entered the bamboo forest, there was still a chill in the air. This bamboo forest was quite old, and the branches and leaves were very lush, so much so that it blocked a lot of the sun, looking a little gloomy. Cold and wet places had always been unfavored by mammals, so the little fellow's first reaction was to want to leave. Chenxi sensed her fear, so he patted her back, and then released a strand of Jin Yuan. Under the true essence, the little fellow immediately had a warm and comfortable feeling, which also gradually calmed her slightly trembling little body. The bamboo forest was not very big, and one could see the end of it at a glance. After Chenxi brought her into the bamboo forest, he placed the little fellow on the ground. Because very few people would come here, the fallen bamboo leaves had piled up layer after layer. Stepping on them would immediately make a rustling sound. Since the beginning of the new year, the sun had been shining continuously for several days. Therefore, when the little fellow stepped on the ground, the pile of withered leaves began to creak. This made her feel a little interested, so she stepped on it and started jumping around. Seeing that she was no longer afraid, Chenxi led her to a mother bamboo, then squatted down and said to her, "Nian Nian, Daddy will teach you how to dig winter bamboo shoots, okay?" Winter bamboo shoots. What is it? This is it. As Chenxi talked to her, he plucked a tree branch and started digging on the ground. He didn't even have to dig a few times before he dug out a yellowish object from the ground. This thing had a sharp head and a big butt. In terms of shape, it was somewhat similar to bao gu. It was wrapped in a thick shell. This was winter bamboo shoots. Winter bamboo shoots were also a characteristic product of the south. They were the most abundant in January and February every year. They had the reputation of golden clothes and white jade, the best among vegetables. Because they had not been unearthed yet, the winter bamboo shoots were tender and white like jade. It was the most common side dish at banquets when cooked with meat. For example, the famous Wuxia bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Digging winter bamboo shoots was actually very simple. Tender bamboo would not grow bamboo shoots. The darker the color, the older the age. Generally, one should not choose too tender or too old. After selecting the bamboo, you can observe it from below. Whenever you see a slight bump in the ground or a loose crack, you can use your feet to lightly step on it. If the ground is not firm and has a soft feeling, it is a sign that there are bamboo shoots. Chenxi briefly explained to the little fellow, and then handed the tree branch to her. Digging bamboo shoots required a small hoe, but Chenxi could not find a hoe for the time being, so he could only secretly use his Jinqi to loosen the soil for her when the little fellow was digging. Under the guidance of Chenxi, the little fellow chose a new bamboo and began to dig below. After digging a few times, she felt that the tree branch seemed to have touched something. Her eyes could not help but brighten, and she dug harder. Sure enough, when she dug around the hard thing and dug out the surrounding soil, a winter bamboo shoot buried in the soil finally appeared in front of her eyes. "Papa! I dug it out! I dug it out!" After the little fellow pulled the winter bamboo shoot out of the ground, she did not care about the mud on it, grabbed the winter bamboo shoot and waved it excitedly. But at this moment, an accident suddenly occurred. The little fellow held the winter bamboo shoot in front of Chenxi as if she was presenting a treasure. Just as Qin took the winter bamboo shoot with a smile and was about to put it away to make bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat for the little fellow later, the little fellow's eyes suddenly drifted to the low slope in front of the bamboo forest. Following which, she was so frightened that her hand started to tremble. Suddenly, she started to cry loudly. Qin hurriedly hugged the little fellow into his arms and comforted her, and then looked back with a livid face. There was a person behind them. Qin knew about the arrival of this person, but he thought that the other party was a villager here, so he did not pay attention to him. But he did not expect that after seeing this person, the little fellow was so scared that she burst into tears, a mistake. Because there was no divine sense, Qin could only perceive with his 5 senses. After hearing it, he did not look back. When he turned around, he finally understood why this person was able to scare the little girl to tears. It was a woman. An old woman whose specific age could not be determined. Her face was haggard, and her hair was silver. She looked like an ordinary old lady. But what was truly shocking was her attire. This old woman was wearing a brightly colored old-fashioned wedding robe. It was bright red, as dazzling as a young girl who was about to get married. The withered old woman was wearing a bright red wedding robe, and there was an indescribable strangeness about her. Qin's expression turned cold. After picking up the little fellow from the ground, he gently pressed the little fellow's head into his arms. Then, Qin's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the old woman. Qin did not stand on ceremony. With one hand holding the crying little fellow, he directly slapped the old woman's head with the other. However, after Qin's slap, the old woman did not dodge, as if she did not see it. Her gaze was dull, and she was probably either retarded or stupid. Qin did not want to hurt her, but wanted to see her condition. As expected, she was just an ordinary old woman. The only difference was that she had lost her young soul. The little fellow's cries were very loud, and the moment she started crying, it had already alarmed Aunt Zhang in the room. Aunt Zhang quickly ran out of the room. When she came to the courtyard and looked at the bamboo forest, Qin had already returned to his original spot with the little fellow, and looked at the old woman from afar. Chapter 2:14. Under Auntie Zhang's loud call, Qin immediately carried the crying little girl back to Auntie Zhang's courtyard. Auntie Zhang first glared at Qin rather angrily, then angrily took the little girl from Qin's arms. "Look at you, why did you bring her around for no reason? Even the sun can't shine in that old forest. I grew up here and felt that that place was a bit gloomy, so I wouldn't go near there for no reason. It's not like you don't know that children are timid, are you really not afraid of scaring her?" Auntie Zhang grumbled while carefully comforting the little girl. This time, the little girl was really frightened by the old woman in the wedding robe. Lying in Auntie Zhang's arms, she cried bitterly and couldn't stop no matter how she comforted her. When Qin Ruoying and Kai Shu Qin heard the commotion, they also hurriedly came out of the house. Looking at their somewhat resentful gazes, Qin could only helplessly shake his head. It was indeed his mistake. If he had turned back to look at the old woman earlier, he wouldn't have let the old woman appear in the little girl's line of sight at all. The little girl was frightened and couldn't stop crying for a long time. Seeing this, Qin asked Auntie Zhang to hand the little girl to him, then carried the little girl back and forth in the courtyard. "Nian, it's okay, that strange person has already run away. Daddy is still here, don't be afraid." It seemed that his comforting words worked. After about 2 minutes, the little girl who was still wailing just now actually fell asleep on his shoulder just like that. This made Auntie Zhang finally breathe a sigh of relief. She hurriedly shouted at Qin to put the little girl on the bed, ready to let her have a good sleep first. In fact, the little girl didn't fall asleep on her own. In order to prevent this from leaving a psychological scar on her, Qin had no choice but to cast a mind-loss spell on the little girl. This spell could make the little girl temporarily unconscious. When she woke up, she would forget what had just happened. Chen Shi carried the little girl back to the bed, covered her with a blanket, then turned and left the room. In the living room, Aunt Zhang was still brooding over the fact that Chen Shi ran around with the child, but when Chen Shi told her about the old woman in the wedding gown, Aunt Zhang immediately frowned and muttered thoughtfully, "Old woman in the wedding gown? Could it be that you have met Guifan?" Guifan? Sigh, no wonder Nian was so scared. Looking at Chen Shi's puzzled expression, Auntie Zhang smiled helplessly, and then explained, "Guifan is about the same age as me. When I married and moved to Rome City, she had just gotten married. I haven't seen her for almost 30 years. When I came back for the new year this year, I heard that Guifan had gone crazy. She's been wearing her wedding dress all day long and wandering around the village, like a ghost. It's so scary, crazy. Why? I heard them say that last year, her son suddenly fell into the river and drowned. Guifan couldn't figure it out and drove herself crazy, last year?" "Yes, I heard it was last summer." After hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Chen Shi frowned and didn't say anything for a long time. The old woman in the wedding gown's real name was Zhao Guifan. Chen Shi had close contact with her before, so he knew that she wasn't simply crazy. She clearly looked like she had lost her yang soul. The yang soul was different from the yin soul. Losing the yin soul would only cause the body to be weak and sickly, but if the yang soul was lost, it would cause the yin energy to control the yang. It would cause the human heart to be dark and weak, and the 4 major diseases would come to an end. The dark heart mentioned above referred to people becoming stupid and foolish, just like what Zhao Guifan had just shown. Losing the yang soul meant that one wouldn't live long. Zhao Guifan was only a few years younger than Aunt Zhang. If she was born without a soul, and it was the extremely important yang soul, then she obviously wouldn't have been able to live to such an old age. Without a doubt, Zhao Guifan's sudden madness was definitely not because of her son's death, but because she had lost her yang soul. A perfectly fine person wouldn't lose her yang soul for no reason. Then, he thought of Aunt Zhang's sudden and inexplicable faint a few days ago. Chen Shi's expression immediately darkened. This place was really a little strange. The absent-minded curse wasn't as gentle as the meditation curse. This also caused the little fellow to sleep for a long time. When she woke up, she would have to go tomorrow. The countryside wasn't like the city. There were no street lights or billboards here. As soon as the sun set, the entire village would be completely swallowed by the curtain of night. Why did the supernatural phenomenon in the countryside continue? Wasn't it because there were too few entertainment activities in the past? At night, everyone would either wash up and go to sleep, or close the door to make little people to play. It was indeed much better than before. Every household had a TV, and everyone had a 4G phone, so after dark, everyone could watch TV and play with their phones before going to sleep. Perhaps it was because they had returned to the countryside. Aunt Zhang's family rested very early. However, at 9:30 p.m., they all washed up and went to sleep. After the lights in the room were turned off, the outside of the house was suddenly pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers. It wasn't spring yet, when everything was recovering. Without the chirping of birds and insects, it was particularly quiet outside the house. Lying on the bed, if one closed their eyes and listened carefully, they could even vaguely hear the sound of flowing water below the valley. Qin Ruoying sat cross-legged on the bed and silently cultivated, while Chen Shi kept looking in the direction of the window. Suddenly, Chen Shi sat up from the bed. His movement also alarmed Qin Ruoying. Qin Ruoying was about to speak, but Chen Shi had already gently touched the back of her hand, and then whispered, "This place is strange. It shouldn't be a coincidence that Aunt Zhang fell ill before. I'll go out and have a look. I'll be back in a while." "Okay." Then, Chen Shi got up and quietly left the room. After setting up a restriction to surround the house, Chen Shi flew directly into the sky and carefully looked at the village in front of him from a high place. The spiritual aura was still recovering, and the spiritual aura of heaven and earth here had become very rich. But other than that, there didn't seem to be anything strange. She carefully observed every building in the village, trying to find out what was wrong with it. But at this moment, she suddenly found that there seemed to be a figure moving on the path up the mountain. There were only two main roads in the village, one going up the mountain and the other going down the river. The moonlight tonight was very weak. Although it wasn't 10 o'clock in the evening, the road was already dark and he couldn't see anything at all. The person walked on the path without a flashlight or a lantern. He just moved forward in the dark, as if he wasn't afraid that he would fall down. If it weren't for Chi's eyesight that was far better than ordinary people's, he probably wouldn't have been able to find this sneaky person. So, he held his breath and flew above the person's head, wanting to see what this person wanted to do sneaking up the mountain in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. However, when Chi got closer, he suddenly found that. Chapter 2:15. People who had never been to the countryside might not be able to understand that feeling. That kind of darkness was just like what Qian Zhongshu described in the siege. The night was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. In this kind of night, even ghosts would have to touch their noses and turn around. A cat would hate itself for not being able to use its mustache as an insect's feeler. In the late winter night, the mountain wind whistled. The withered grass and bare branches made a strange creaking sound. The surroundings were pitch black and it was almost impossible to see anything clearly. The tree branches were constantly swaying in the mountain wind. Under the faint moonlight, the shadows of the trees on the mountain walls were like ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wailing and howling as they demanded the lives of passers-by. Zhao Guifan, this crazy woman, was wearing a wedding robe and wandering on the mountain road in the middle of the night. If someone were to pass by and shine a flashlight on her body, not to mention the little guy, even a strong-willed adult would be scared to the point of insanity by Zhao Guifan. She carefully observed the surroundings, but there were no traces of spiritual energy fluctuations in the surroundings. This meant that Zhao Guifan wasn't being cast by someone, but she wandered here in the middle of the night for no reason. A crazy person's brain circuit really couldn't be understood with common sense. She was very interested in Zhao Guifan's situation, so he quietly floated in the air. He wanted to see where Zhao Guifan was not sleeping in the middle of the night and where she was going. There was an abandoned coal mine on the mountain next to Tongjiegu. The winding mud road up the mountain was built by the coal mine owner a few years ago for mining. It was big enough for a large truck to drive normally. The coal mine had been abandoned for many years, and the mud road had been eroded out of shape by the wind and rain. It was very difficult to walk on. Fortunately, it hadn't rained these few days. Otherwise, not to mention Zhao Guifan, this crazy woman, even normal villagers would have fallen countless times on the mountain. Zhao Guifan's steps were very slow, so she also walked very steadily. Like a snail, she slowly moved up the mountain along the mud road. Fortunately, the person watching her was Qin Shi. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to stand the boring wait and would have directly returned to the house to sleep. Zhao Guifan left at 10 in the evening and walked for nearly 4 hours. At around 2 in the morning, she finally arrived at the abandoned coal mine on the mountain. This was a small coal mine. It was different from the underground coal mine shown in the blind shaft. There was no elevator here. Instead, a hole was drilled into the mountain wall. Then, one would follow the hole and push forward. This was the so-called adit mine. Compared to the development of inclined wells and vertical wells, adit development was the simplest in terms of technology, the cheapest in terms of economy, and also the safest development method. However, this mining method was only suitable for mountainous areas, so it was usually only found in small coal mines in the southwest. The passageway of the mine was a circular arch. It was dark inside the cave, and the weak moonlight couldn't shine in at all. No one knew what Zhao Guifan was thinking. After arriving at the mine, she actually swaggered directly into the mine. It was true that the reckless were afraid of the reckless, and the reckless were afraid of the reckless. Wasn't this crazy woman the one who didn't care about her life? Not to mention that it was still early in the morning, even if it was noon, when the sun was at its brightest, not many people would dare to enter this abandoned mine. Zhao Guifan had already gone crazy. A lunatic who didn't sleep in the middle of the night and went up the mountain in the dark into this abandoned mine. Thinking about it, it was also a very strange thing. She made up his mind today to get to the bottom of this matter, so after seeing Zhao Guifan enter the cave, he also flew into the dark cave entrance. As soon as they entered the cave, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. There was no light in the cave at all. As soon as Zhao Guifan entered the cave, her figure completely disappeared in the darkness. She snapped his fingers, and a fluorescent green light ball flew out from his fingertips. The light ball flew to Zhao Guifan's head, illuminating the road ahead for her. In this regard, Zhao Guifan didn't have any reaction. She just continued to walk forward. There were sidewalks on both sides of the adit mine, and in the middle was the mine cart track. Zhao Guifan walked all the way along the track. After walking for about 10 minutes, a fork suddenly appeared in front of her. One to the left, the other to the right. However, Zhao Guifan didn't stop at all. She turned and walked directly into the fork on the right. Therefore, it could be seen that this crazy woman obviously came here often before, so she was very familiar with this place. After walking for about 40 minutes, Zhao Guifan finally came to the end. She stood at the end of the passage for a while, and then a smile suddenly appeared on her withered old face. As if she saw something, Zhao Guifan quickly went up to greet her. "Son, mother is here to see you," Zhao Guifan said, while squatting in front of the plant at the end of the mine. This was a very strange scene. The mine was an extremely damp and gloomy place that didn't see the sun all day long, but a plant actually appeared. The plant's stem was upright, and the plant was tall, about 1 meter tall. Its appearance was very similar to a reed, but the color was completely different. Reeds were also called reeds. The so-called reeds were green, and the white dew was frost. Reeds were green in spring, but in autumn, they would wither and turn yellow. It was the end of winter and the beginning of spring, and most of the plants outside were still in a withered state. But this reed-like plant that grew in the deepest part of the mine was bright red. It was bright red, and in terms of the degree of beauty, it was even more beautiful than the sea of poppy flowers. This was a very strange scene. A crazy woman in a wedding robe, at this moment, was like a kind mother, squatting on the ground and rubbing her cheek against the red reed. The reed leaves gently brushed against her face, but she was like her son's hand caressing her cheek, very warm and comfortable. She silently stood behind Zhao Guifan. When he saw this plant for the first time, he already understood why Zhao Guifan had gone crazy. Her madness was because of this plant in front of him. Although this plant looked very similar to a reed, it was not a reed at all, but a harmful plant called bloodthorn by immortal cultivators. Bloodthorn was not a very common plant in the heavenly jade world. The reason it was called bloodthorn was because this plant was bright red, and it could emit a special fragrance to attract prey to come close. Once the prey came close, their soul would be taken, and they would willingly let it suck their blood. It was strange enough that a plant that only existed in the heavenly jade world appeared on earth, but what made Qin feel even more strange was, bloodthorn was a clump of plants, and as long as it grew, it would definitely grow in patches, like reeds forming a reed marsh. But there was only one bloodthorn in front of him, and it grew in such a remote and gloomy abandoned mine. Chapter 2:16. At the end of the dark and damp abandoned passageway, Zhao Guifan squatted beside the bloodthorn, constantly rubbing the bloodthorn's leaves with her cheeks. The tender and beautiful leaves suddenly formed a sharp contrast with Zhao Guifan's wrinkled, haggard and pale cheeks. If one looked carefully, they would find that the bloodthorn's leaves were like countless tiny tentacles, tightly attached to Zhao Guifan's cheeks. It was absorbing Zhao Guifan's blood essence through the leaves, but Zhao Guifan seemed to feel very comfortable. Looking at her affectionate attitude towards the blood thorn, she would probably stay here for a while every night. It was no wonder that a crazy woman like Zhao Guifan could go up the mountain in the middle of the night without any obstructions. It turned out that she had come here too many times and was already familiar with the way. Zhao Guifan was a few years younger than Aunt Zhang, but now she looked like an 80 or 90-year-old woman, haggard and withered, like she was about to die. Fortunately, there was only one blood thorn here, and not a clump. Otherwise, Zhao Guifan's soul would have been scattered, and she would have turned into a dried corpse lying in this secluded mine, growing mold and maggots. Although the blood thorn was a harmful plant, it was different from the plants on Earth. This was a magical plant that could affect the mind of its prey, and rely on devouring the prey's soul and blood essence to nourish itself. However, the blood thorn's roots and leaves were not poisonous, and had great medicinal value, so it was often used as the main ingredient in medicine by immortal cultivators. Zhao Guifan had been eroded by the blood thorn for a long time, and she was already half a step into the gates of hell. In her current situation, even Qin Shi couldn't do anything to save her. Death was only a matter of time. In fact, this crazy woman was quite pitiful. He didn't know what kind of sin she committed in her previous life. Not only did she lose her son at such an old age, but she herself was also turned into something neither human nor ghost by this blood thorn. Her fate was really full of misfortune. Thinking of this, Qin Shi could not help but sigh deeply, and then gently waved his arm. A wave of vital energy suddenly wrapped around Zhao Guifan, pulling her back from the blood thorn. However, just as Zhao Guifan was being pulled away by Qin Shi, the blood thorn suddenly began to dance without any wind. Its leaves kept shaking like a person who was dancing, making a series of rustling sounds. Immediately after, an invisible spiritual attack suddenly erupted from Xue Ji's body. Animals and insects had intelligence, so why couldn't plants? Furthermore, this was no ordinary plant. Therefore, when it was interrupted by Qin Shi, this blood thorn immediately became very manic. As its branches and leaves swayed, it directly attacked Qin Shi. In the heavenly jade domain, a large-scale blood thorn sea would be classified as a forbidden area by cultivators, and no one would trespass. This was because in addition to causing hallucinations to trap prey, this plant could also directly launch a mental attack. An ant could not bite an elephant to death, but what if the ants became a disaster? The overwhelming number of ants swarmed forward. Not to mention the elephant, even the blue whale would be eaten up in an instant. Although there was only one blood thorn here, it was still very aggressive. After discovering Qin Shi, it directly launched an invisible spiritual attack at Qin Shi. But it was a pity, it did not know who it had provoked today. Without seeing Qin Shi do anything, he just stared and the soil under the blood thorn directly loosened and exploded. Then, Qin Shi gently waved at the blood thorn. This blood thorn was immediately uprooted by an invisible vital energy and flew directly into his hand. When the blood thorn was planted on the ground, it was about a meter tall. After being uprooted, the roots below were at least 30 centimeters long. Its roots were similar to the roots of a reed, and there were many adventitious roots on it. When the blood thorn was uprooted by Qin Shi, the adventitious roots on its roots suddenly twisted crazily like earthworms, which looked very disgusting. The blood thorn lived by devouring souls and blood essence. After being used as medicine, it would naturally be very beneficial to the soul and blood essence of immortal cultivators. Wasn't this the main ingredient that Qin Shi lacked now? The blood thorn kept twisting in Qin Shi's hand, and at the same time, it kept trying to send out spiritual attacks to disturb Qin Shi's thoughts. Qin Shi found it long-winded, so he directly grabbed its stem with both hands. Following a soft "ka" sound, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. This blood thorn was directly broken into two by him. The world was finally quiet. Because Zhao Guifan was directly pulled back by Qin Shi, she was now unconscious. After Chen-Shi cast a meditation spell on her, he used vital energy to support her and then walked back along the original path. When Chen-Shi came to the fork again, he suddenly stopped. The mine was very quiet. There were usually bats in the cave, but it was winter now. Although bats were warm-blooded animals, they also needed to hibernate. So this abandoned mine was very quiet, and only the faint sound of water dripping could be heard. Chen-Shi stood at the fork and paused for a moment. When he stepped out again, he did not walk towards the cave entrance, but went to the left tunnel that he did not go to just now. This abandoned mine was a little interesting. It actually grew a blood thorn that only existed in the heavenly jade domain. Since he was already here, he naturally had to explore the inside and outside of the mine tonight to see if there was anything rare in here. Chen-Shi walked along the left tunnel. Zhao Guifan was being guided by his vital energy, lying flat and floating behind him. Plus, there was the fluorescent green light above Chen-Shi's head. If this scene was seen by others, it would not be as simple as causing them to lose their minds, they would directly be scared to death. The mine tunnel on the left was obviously the main tunnel. After Chen-Shi walked for a while, the mine tunnel suddenly changed from one track to two, and the width on both sides obviously increased by a lot. This should be the main mining area. Along the way, there were many forks in the road, but Chen-Shi didn't hesitate at all. She didn't even look at those forks, and just went straight down the main road. He had already discovered the abnormality here. In the depths of this abandoned mine, there was a paradise with abundant spirit energy. The spirit energy here was even richer than in the Qinling Mountains. It was probably because this place happened to be in the position of the dragon vein of this mountain, so after the spirit energy recovered, this place directly became a paradise. Chen-Shi walked along the main tunnel for about 10 minutes before he finally stopped. Because a huge cave suddenly appeared in front of him. This cave was like a flask. The passage Chen-Shi was in was the narrow mouth of the flask, and the inside of the cave was the belly of the flask. Chen-Shi walked into the cave, and the surrounding terrain suddenly opened up. This cave was about 4 or 5 meters high, and the actual area was about the size of a basketball court. It was not too big, but it looked very strange. Obviously, the miners would not be so bored as to dig such a strange cave in the coal mine. Chapter 217. Chen-Shi quietly stood at the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the top of the cave. He seemed to have seen something, but because the surrounding light was too dim, he gently snapped his fingers. Under the surge of true essence, the ball of fluorescent green light suspended in mid-air suddenly flew to the center of the cave, and then became brighter and brighter. Then, the ball of light directly turned from green to white, and constantly bloomed with dazzling light. The ball of light emitted a strong light like the summer sun, and instantly lit up every corner of the cave. In an instant, the light was as bright as day, and the fine details could be seen clearly. With the light source, Chen-Shi directly walked into the cave with Zhao Guifan. At this time, he raised his head again and looked at the top of the cave. There were actually 3 people hanging above the cave. He saw that in the center of the cave, about 3 meters above the ground, a wooden beam was placed on the wall at both ends of the cave. And on this beam, there were 3 people in red wedding robes hanging in order. The 3 of them had their heads down, and their faces were facing down. Their hair was messy, and their long hair hung down naturally, covering their faces. Therefore, it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female, and even whether they were dead or alive. They were hung on the beam with their heads down, and their appearance was somewhat similar to the cured meat that was hung outside the balcony in winter, one after another, and arranged very neatly. What was even more strange was that these people's feet were tied with thick ropes, and there was a medium-sized weight hanging on their feet. The weight was tied with a thin rope, and it hung on their feet, naturally hanging to the ground. And below the weight, there was a wooden basin filled with clear water. In addition, around the wooden basin, there were 3 small incense burners, and they were in a tripartite formation, surrounding the basin in the middle. Each of the small incense burners had a red incense candle inserted into it. The incense candles were already lit, and a light breeze blew, and the candle flame was constantly dancing with the breeze. In the deepest part of the abandoned coal mine, such a strange scene actually appeared, and it was really a bit shocking. Qin silently sized up the layout of the cave, then put Zhao Guifan down on the sidewalk outside the cave, and slowly walked into the depths of the cave. The beam was made of wood, the weight was made of gold, the clear water was made of water, the candle was made of fire, and the surrounding area was made of earth. Since it was an arrangement of the 5 elements, he could calculate the time. This year was the year of Wuxia, the 2nd month of the lunar year was the 1st month of the lunar year, and the 8th day of the lunar year was the 1st day of the lunar year. Wuxia is yang, Jian is yang, Bingxiu is yang. Yang year, yang month, yang day. Once the sun rose, it would be noon, which was also the legendary time of the sun. It was clearly a sunny day, but Qin found such a sinister and evil arrangement in this gloomy and abandoned mine. Now that was interesting. Qin swaggered into the depths of the cave. At this moment, the person who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground slowly opened his eyes when he heard his footsteps. Yes, there was a person in the cave. That person was sitting cross-legged on the futon below the 3 people in red. He was about 40 years old, wearing a black robe, with a cold face, and a bun on the top of his head. This dressing was somewhat like a priest in a Taoist temple. He didn't open his eyes when Qin lit up the cave. Until Qin walked directly into the cave without even saying hello, the person finally couldn't help but open his eyes. After opening his eyes, he first looked up at the light ball suspended above the cave, then looked at Qin and asked, "Mister, why are you here so late at night?" Hearing this, Qin asked with interest, "Are you an alchemist?" "No, I'm a warlock." "Warlock?" Seeing Qin puzzled look, the person couldn't help but look at him a few more times, then asked curiously, "You don't know about warlocks?" "I really don't know, I wonder if Mister can explain it to me." Alchemist, warlock, and sorcerer. Since Qin Shi Huang killed the alchemists, the theory of yin and yang disasters arose in Western Han. Because of the different ideas, the sorcerer was divided into 2 factions, alchemist and warlock. I'm the successor of the warlock. Alchemist. Warlock. Qin pondered for a moment, then asked again, "What's the difference between the 2? However, when the person heard Qin's question, it was as if he had heard a joke. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. In terms of origin, there's no difference between the 2. The reason why there are 2 different factions, alchemist and warlock, is just because those hypocrites insist on the distinction between good and evil. What is good? What is evil? Alchemists are good, warlocks are evil. This is the difference between alchemists and warlocks. Hearing this, Qin couldn't help but glance at the layout of the cave. His heart suddenly had the most intuitive understanding of the warlock. Even cultivation had to use such evil methods. No wonder the world said that warlocks were evil. This really wasn't slandering them. "Thank you, mister, for your explanation, but I still have a question to ask." "Please ask." It was just the first time they met, but the 2 of them were like old friends, asking and answering questions. It was really a bit magical. "I want to ask, why did Mister arrange this?" Qin said while pointing at the 3 red-clothed people hanging on the beam. Hearing this, that person glanced at the blood-thorn grass in Qin's hand with deep meaning. Then, he suddenly laughed out loud. He seemed to be very proud of his masterpiece. After raising his head to look at the 3 red-clothed people above him, that person proudly introduced to Qin, "This is a cultivation method that I have spent several decades of effort to create. I have combined many inheritances in the world and went through untold hardships to create. I have named it 5-element soul refining technique. The red-clothed soul locks, the weight drops the soul, 1 foot above the ground, the soul can't escape with the earth, so the soul stays. The soul guide needle opens the Niwen palace, leads the soul out of the body, hangs on the beam, and hooks the soul with wood. The water and fire array is placed below the feet, the water melts the soul, the fire tempers the soul, so it can remove the impurities of the soul. 1 out of 10, only one part of the essence will be drawn into the body. After the essence enters the body, you must immediately enter a meditative state, using the essence as a guide to circulate 36 small cycles. When the essence is exhausted, you will circulate 18 large cycles. The external essence will guide your own essence. After completing the cycle, you will not leave each other, touching the heavenly acupoints to open the jade door. If the jade door is opened, it means that you have successfully condensed your essence, and you have stepped onto the path of immortality. After the man explained the layout of the cave, he looked at Qin with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "I've been thinking about this set of techniques for many years, but I haven't been able to perfect it. Until last year, when I accidentally found this mysterious plant, I finally understood the crux of it, and perfected this 5-element soul refining technique." As he spoke, he pointed at the blood thorn in Qin's hand. The expression on his face became playful. However, Qin didn't have the self-awareness of a thief. He picked up the blood thorn and casually glanced at it, then nodded and smiled. "Although this blood thorn can steal souls, it is only a plant. I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend the truth of cultivation from it. It is truly admirable. Zhang Sanfeng is probably not much better than this." Qin wasn't lying. This person was born on a planet like Earth, but he was able to rely on his own exploration to find the threshold of cultivation. If this kind of talent was placed in the heavenly jade world, there was no way to imagine what he would achieve now. Chapter 2:18. Immortals believe in it, but not in it. Go has no golden bones, not listed on the pill platform. Disciples pass on the fasting method, pill burning scripture. Only asking for hard work, in 100 years you will not succeed. Sad dream of immortals, a dream that misleads a lifetime. Sad dream of immortals, a dream that misleads a lifetime. Compared to the Song of Everlasting Regret, Bai Ji's dream of immortals was not very famous. The whole poem was about a person who dreamed that he ascended on a white crane and met the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor said that he had the talent to cultivate immortality, so he abandoned his wife and daughter and hid in the mountains for decades. However, he failed to become an immortal and wasted his life. Wasn't the person standing in front of Qin the real-life dream of immortals? If the jade door opened, it meant that he had successfully condensed his qi and stepped into the path of immortality. This person actually managed to find the right direction by relying on his own groping. Such talent and aptitude really made people exclaim in admiration. But unfortunately, when one's strength was limited, one could only do one's best and wait for destiny. Now that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had recovered and was so abundant, by refining the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, one could gradually accumulate true essence and then use it to break through the jade door. Once this door opened, one could naturally step into the early stage of qi refinement. Although he had found the right direction, his cultivation method was wrong, which led him to go astray and create this extremely evil 5-element soul refining technique. Just like the great star-sucking technique, it seemed to allow one's cultivation to progress rapidly, but in reality, it was not far from qi deviation. Therefore, Qin asked seriously, "May I know your name, sir?" Hearing this, the person laughed and said, "My surname is Sun, and my name is Wen. I am of the lineage of the virtuous master, and have a history of nearly 2,000 years. Mr. Sun, you said that if the jade door opened, one would step into the path of immortality. Is this the so-called immortal secret technique?" After saying this, Qin pointed at the strange layout in the cave. He had a half-smile on his face. It looked like he was asking for guidance, but in fact, he was questioning. As expected, when Sun Wen heard Qin's question, his expression suddenly froze. But then, he suddenly laughed even louder than before. "Fellow Daoist, that's a good question. This old man has been searching for the Tao of immortality for more than 60 years. It was only a few years ago that I finally figured it out. Actually, there are no immortals in this world. No immortals. Then why did you say you stepped onto the immortal Tao? Everyone says that one can ascend to immortality as soon as the heavenly gate is opened. Then I would like to ask, in the past 100 years, has anyone ascended to immortality? Successfully flew into the gate of heaven? I'm afraid they haven't even seen the shadow of the heavenly gate. They worship ancient books all day long as if they're their ancestors. Can they become immortals just like that? Hearing this, Chen Shi looked at Sun Wen thoughtfully and didn't say anything. When Sun Wen saw his expression, he immediately smiled proudly and said, "In fact, as far as this old man knows, this celestial being is not the end, but the starting point." As soon as these words were spoken, they resounded throughout the cave like the sound of metal being thrown to the ground. The celestial being was not the end, but the starting point. In a sense, this statement was not wrong. The celestial being was almost above the foundation establishment stage and below the Jindan stage. They who had yet to condense a golden core could only be regarded as low-level cultivators. They had not touched the threshold of the immortal Tao at all. At this point, Sun Wen suddenly let out a burst of strange laughter as if he was mocking something. He said with a look of disdain, "Those people keep talking about Elysium all day long and count on Elysium for everything. They're completely putting the cart before the horse. The path of flowers has never been swept by a destined guest, but the gate of heaven has been opened for you from now on. It's not that one can only ascend to immortality after opening the gate of heaven, but that the gate of heaven will only be opened for you when one's cultivation has succeeded." Very insightful. Chen Shi nodded sincerely, expressing his agreement with Sun Wen's words. Sun Wen's point of view was completely different from the village's point of view. Clearly, there was still a lot of debate about the legend of the gate of heaven in this world. Chen Shi didn't say anything. After Sun Wen finished his last sentence, he suddenly closed his mouth and looked at him with a faint smile. The cave was strangely quiet. A gust of cold wind came from nowhere. When the wind blew, the three red-clothed people hanging on the beams suddenly started to sway. It looked like three red-clothed female ghosts were dancing in the cave. Chen Shi held the blood-thorn grass and stood casually not far from the cave entrance. Sun Wen looked at the bold young man in front of him with a half-smile. After a moment of silence, Chen Shi finally broke the silence. "I have another question to ask." "Please speak." "Sir, why are you telling me these things?" Hearing this, Sun Wen suddenly laughed and said, "This old man has been in seclusion for a long time, and it's been many years since I've chatted with someone like today." Speaking of this, Sun Wen's expression changed, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. He said coldly, "You and I can be considered to be fated, but unfortunately, in addition to trespassing on my cave residence today, you also destroyed the immortal grass that I have painstakingly cultivated for many years. I'm afraid you can only pay for this with your life." Why would he say so much to a young man he didn't know? Wasn't it because he had created a peerless cultivation method, but there was no way to publicize it? Only the dead could keep a secret. Therefore, from the moment Chen Shi stepped into the cave, Sun Wen had no intention of letting him leave alive. Seeing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but sigh deeply and said, "Sir, you have great talent, but it's a pity that you've gone astray." "What a pity." With that, he held the blood-thorn grass with his right hand and raised his left hand, making an inviting gesture to Sun Wen. Seeing this, Sun Wen's face turned cold, and he couldn't figure out this young man's background. This was obviously his immortal's cave, yet this young man had such a confident appearance. Could it be that he had some backing? Thinking of this, Sun Wen frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Me." Chen Shi smiled, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind, so he said to Sun Wen, "Wu Lian, Special Affairs Department." Special Affairs Department, Special Affairs Department Office. Compared to the Emergency Department, the Special Affairs Department was the real main department of the Wu Lian. Obviously, Sun Wen wasn't really cut off from the world, so when he heard Qin Shi say the word Special Affairs Department, his face instantly darkened, and he immediately rushed towards Qin Shi. In the eyes of Huaxia's cultivators, the word Wu Lian was a very unlucky existence. This organization was part of the country's power, and once Sun Wen's secret was discovered by the Wu Lian, it would be no different from being stuck with dog skin plaster. Unless he left Huaxia, what awaited him would be the Wu Lian's endless pursuit. After dealing with this young man, he would have to find another place to cultivate in seclusion. Sun Wen was slightly different from great-granduncle. Great-granduncle was a martial artist, from the outside to the inside. Sun Wen was a sorcerer, from the inside to the outside. Therefore, their fighting styles were very different. When Sun Wen rushed towards Qin Shi, he suddenly waved his right hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and fiercely clawed at Qin Shi. A black shadow suddenly flew out from his hand. Then, the black shadow seemed to have turned into a malicious spirit, its face contorted as it screamed. The ghost didn't make any sound, but at this moment, a sharp, ear-piercing howl suddenly rang in Qin Shi's mind. The sound was like the sound of 2 pieces of foam rubbing against each other. It was exceptionally harsh and unpleasant to the ear, and could instantly cause goosebumps to rise on anyone who heard it. Using a killing move right from the start, Sun Wen really wasn't prepared to let this young man leave alive today. Yellow Sky Path of Spirits. Samsara Impermanence. The first of every month, the routine of asking for monthly votes. Chapter 219. Sun Wen's claw was very similar to the 9-yin white bone claw. As he waved his claw, a ghost shadow suddenly appeared in the air and went straight for Qin Shi. Looking at the way the ghost was moving, it was obvious that this move must be a combination of internal and external attacks. Not only could it hurt the enemy's body physically, but it could also affect the enemy's soul spiritually. It was extremely evil. The malicious ghosts kept howling, and invisible sound waves came one after another. Qin Shi was not affected at all. He stood in place with a smile, and his heart was constantly trying to figure out Sun Wen's cultivation method. When the black shadow was about to pounce on him, Qin Shi finally made a move. He raised his left hand and pointed a finger at it. That black shadow was like a shadow that had seen the sun. It screamed miserably and disappeared in midair. Sun Wen could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent today. After Sun Wen called himself a virtuous teacher, he was actually the successor of Zhang Jiao. As a top-notch necromancer after Su Fu, Zhang Jiao had attained a peerless cultivation base with the art of peace and peace that he had obtained from an unknown source. Because of that, he was honored as a great teacher. The impermanence of samsara came from the typing essential technique, and it was an upgraded version that Sun Wen improved with the 5-element soul refining technique. He did not expect that Qin Shi could easily break it with one finger. How could Sun Wen not be surprised? How was this a young man? He was clearly an old monster who had a technique to retain his youthful appearance. In fact, Sun Wen was not a middle-aged man. He was born during the Daoguang era of the Qing dynasty and was already more than 180 years old. Sun Wen's talent was indeed far superior to ordinary people. As the only remaining successor of the Taiping path, he had already stepped into the soul conduit realm in his 40s under the guidance of his master. He was known as the Taiping Heavenly Master. After becoming a Heavenly Master, Sun Wen was not willing to be mediocre. Instead, he began to travel around to find a way to go further. Sun Wen was different from great-granduncle. He did not believe that the heavenly gate could allow people to ascend. Therefore, he had never counted on the heavenly gate. Instead, he had been quietly cultivating. He practiced diligently all day long, which made his cultivation far superior to great-granduncle. In fact, Sun Wen was only one step away from being able to form the 3 flowers and truly step into the golden core realm. With the revival of the spirit chi of heaven and earth, Sun Wen had also found a way to cultivate qi. Perhaps if he was given enough time, Sun Wen would be able to carve out a path of his own. Regardless of whether it was good or evil, as long as he could continue down this path, then it was the right path. Unfortunately, Sun Wen met Qin Shi today. He was like a walking steel plate in this world, therefore, when Sun Wen saw that his move was easily broken by Qin Shi, he immediately stopped and asked with a frown, "Who are you?" "I've already told you. It's the Wu Lian Special Affairs Department." Sun Wen was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Therefore, he coldly shouted in anger, pretending to be mysterious. "Since that's the case, I'll capture you first and then slowly interrogate you." After he finished speaking, Sun Wen's black robes began to flutter even though there was no wind. A strong storm suddenly blew in the cave. Two long dragons of murderous aura rolled out from Sun Wen's sleeves like tornadoes in the desert, roaring as they rushed towards Qin Shi. These two tornadoes were actually formed by Sun Wen's magical power. In the process of rushing towards Qin Shi, the two tornadoes even intertwined with each other, turning into a sharp, cone-shaped cyclone. The cyclone spun rapidly like a sharp knife. Like a high-speed drill, when the cyclone rushed towards Qin Shi, it also tore a vacuum in the air. This move was monstrous, but when Qin Shi saw it, he shook his head in disappointment. Compared to the improved version of the Samsara Impermanence, this move did not have any special features. It looked powerful, but in fact, it was the simplest way to use Vital Essence. It was just using brute force to break through all techniques. This was also a method that Qin Shi often used. Perhaps he wanted to force Sun Wen to take out his trump card. So when the cyclone rushed towards him, Qin Shi raised his left hand, like fishing in the water, he directly reached into the center of the cyclone, and then, he squeezed hard. This fierce cyclone was like a poisonous snake that was pinched by him. After struggling helplessly for a while, it turned into countless bursts of energy and dissipated. The qi that scattered in all directions hit the rock walls of the cave, and like a machine gun, countless stones fell from the rock walls with a crackling sound. The rubble fell to the ground, and a rustling sound was heard. Under Sun Wen's incredulous gaze, Qin Shi calmly raised an index finger, then smiled slightly. "You still have one last chance to make a move, don't let me down." "You..." Hearing this, Sun Wen could not help but widen his eyes, the hair on his body stood up, and the expression on his face was like he had seen a ghost. It was no wonder he was afraid. The move just now was Sun Wen's own killing move. In terms of lethality, it was a bit stronger than the Samsara Impermanence. It was not that he was boasting, but as long as this move was used, even a great master in the gang state would be instantly turned into minced meat. But after Qin Shi put her hand in, she acted as if nothing had happened. Sun Wen couldn't help but have some thoughts of retreating. Who was this young man? Did he come here specifically for him? Because he could not figure out Qin Shi's background, the expression on Sun Wen's face became more and more dignified. When he saw that Qin Shi was still as calm as before, Sun Wen had to seriously consider Qin Shi's words. Last chance to make a move. Thinking of this, Sun Wen could not help but look at Qin Shi, as if he wanted to say something. But after hesitating for a moment, he just sighed deeply, and the expression on his face became quite complicated. Today was the Yang year, the Yang month, and the Yang day. It was the rare time of the highest Yang. The depths of the abandoned mine had become quite yin due to the lack of sunlight all day long. In addition to Sun Wen's arrangement, this place was now a place of extreme yin and extreme evil. Extreme yang time, extreme yin place. Extreme yin and extreme yang. He wanted to use this arrangement to help him break through to the celestial being realm, but he did not expect this arrangement to become his killing move in the end. Thinking of this, Sun Wen could not help but clench his teeth. He suddenly put his hands together in front of his chest and directly made various seals. As he kept making seals, a yin and yang formation slowly condensed and formed in front of his chest. Seeing this, Chen Shi was not anxious at all. He was now like a cat teasing a mouse. Because this was the first time Chen Shi came into contact with a necromancer, he wanted to thoroughly understand the cultivation system of the necromancer lineage. He only gave Sun Wen 3 chances to make a move. This was already the 3rd time. Sun Wen was a smart person, so naturally, he would not waste this opportunity. Therefore, when he began to focus and gather qi, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the vicinity suddenly shook violently. Sure enough, Sun Wen had comprehended the truth of heaven and earth and began to try to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cooperate with his casting. Probably because it was his first time using this move, Sun Wen took a long time to prepare. Chen Shi waited quietly. His curiosity was completely piqued by Sun Wen. He wanted to see what kind of amazing move a cultivation genius like Sun Wen would create. Because Earth was different from heavenly spiral, perhaps he could learn something from it. Chen Shi was looking forward to it. And Sun Wen did not disappoint him. When the yin and yang formation condensed in front of Sun Wen's chest, it immediately turned into a black and white yin and yang fish. Then, it began to slowly spin and flow. The yin and yang fish spun faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the 2 yin and yang fish seemed to have completely merged into one, turning into a hazy gray that represented chaos. Black and white blended and returned to chaos. At this moment, Sun Wen suddenly let out a roar. Immediately after, blood began to ooze out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Bleeding from all orifices. Seeing this, Chen Shi could not help but be stunned for a moment before he suddenly came back to his senses. Sun Wen was burning his blood essence. As expected. When Sun Wen began to burn his blood essence, the aura on his body suddenly rose and exploded. The yin and yang fish in front of his chest also completely turned into a gray ball of light because of the rapid rotation. Sun Wen let out another roar. His sleeves bulged like a dragon, and then he suddenly pushed the light ball outward. Then, the gray light ball suddenly carried an indescribable aura and directly pressed toward Chen Shi. Yin-Yang Calamity to Mountain River Seal. Destroy. Chapter 220. Tai Chi gave birth to Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. Tai Chi was the fusion of vitality before heaven and earth were separated. It was the beginning and the unity of the universe. Simply put, Tai Chi represented chaos and yin and yang. The 4 divisions were the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, and fire represented north, south, east, and west respectively. Earth was in the center of the 4 divisions and did not exist in the cycle of the 4 divisions. Therefore, it was also called the central earth, representing heaven and earth. Only with heaven and earth would there be the 4 divisions. Without heaven and earth, there would naturally be no 4 divisions. Therefore, earth was the first of the 5 elements and the beginning of all things. The mountain and river seal belonged to the earth element. This was Sun Wen's strongest killing move. The moment the mountain and river seal was formed, Chen Shi could not help but raise his eyebrows. He could not help but have a serious expression on his face. Sun Wen had actually seen through the 5 elements and reversed yin and yang from the 4 divisions. From this, he had touched the true essence of Tai Chi with his strength as a peak diviner. He had actually struck out an attack that was not inferior to the divine generals when he burned his essence blood. Just this move alone was enough for Sun Wen to surpass many cultivators in this world. Just as the black and white yin-yang fish turned into a gray ball of light due to the high-speed rotation, Sun Wen's face deteriorated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, in the blink of an eye, his hair and beard were all white. He looked like an old man with half a foot in the ground. His haggard and weak appearance was somewhat similar to Zhao Guifin, who had lost her young soul and had her blood sucked by the blood thorns all day long. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices and his face was rapidly aging. However, Sun Wen's eyes suddenly flashed with joy. After pushing the gray ball of light towards Qin Shi, he couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a long howl of excitement. Success! The gray ball of light was formed by Sun Wen's true essence and Dharma power. It contained his lifetime of cultivation. It was like a ball of smoke in a bubble. As it flew toward Qin Shi, the ball of light seemed to be constantly rolling and rising. In terms of appearance, there was nothing strange about it. However, in Qin Shi's opinion, this ball of light was not simple. Sun Wen did not disappoint him. Thus, Qin Shi couldn't help but laugh. Earth element. You've come at the right time. Watch me use my lightning technique to break your earth element technique. The 5 elements mutually reinforce and counteract each other. Zhen represented thunder, and Sun represented wind. Zhen and Sun belonged to wood, and wood restrained earth. Thunder just so happened to restrain earth. After saying that, Qin Shi suddenly let go of the blood-thorn grass in his hand. Then, a blue light appeared in his hand out of thin air. In that instant, lightning appeared in the void, and thunder exploded. Qin Shi stood proudly with the thunderbolt in his hand. Since Sun Wen was not a celestial being, he would control his cultivation base to that of a celestial being. It was also a form of respect for him to deal with someone of the same level. Thunder versus Earth. 49 Forms of Heavenly Divination, Spell Chapter, Thunder Art of Delusion. Qin Shi was like a god descending, holding 2 thunderbolts in his hands. The blue lightning was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, constantly bubbling in Qin Shi's palm. When the gray ball of light flew towards him, Qin Shi opened his arms and fanned at the gray ball of light as if he was waving a banana fan. The thunderbolt and the gray ball collided in the air. In an instant, the aura energy shot out in all directions, and the surging true essence instantly set off an earth-shattering explosion in the cave. The abandoned mine that had long been dilapidated collapsed under the impact of the explosion, instantly turning into a pile of ruins. Ding! Qin Shi arrived at the 108 National Highway. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and opened it. It was a push message from Tencent News. #Earthquake News #February 24, 04, 17 a.m., a magnitude 3.2 earthquake occurred in the Xingxian area of Yu City. The tremor was not strong. The final result is based on the official report. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. After the Tangshan earthquake, 2 major earthquakes occurred in Wuxia in succession. This also meant that everyone began to pay more attention to news about earthquakes. It was estimated that the news of the earthquake in Yuqing would spread all over the country again tomorrow. After Qin Shi finished reading this news, he opened his contact list and found the name Qin Shueching in the contact list. Then, he dialed the number. Although it was 4 in the morning, after the phone rang twice, Qin Shueching directly picked up. Obviously, she was not sleeping, but cultivating. Hello. I just met a person. Sun Wen, do you know him? Sun Wen. I seem to have an impression of him, but I'm not very sure. Wait a moment, I'll check first. After saying that, Qin Shueching directly hung up the phone, obviously to make a call to verify. His sister-in-law was really swift and decisive. Qin Shi held the phone and waited for about 5 minutes before she called back. I found him. Sun Wen, from the Way of Peace, celestial level. He was born in the Daoguang era of the Qing dynasty. The last time he appeared was 20 years ago. At this point, Qin Shueching's tone could not help but be a little confused. She asked, "How did you meet such an old monster?" "Yeah, I don't know if I'm lucky or he's unlucky. Send someone here. He's a celestial after all. Capturing him for a vivisection seems to be a contribution to society, right?" After Qin Shi's voice fell, there was no sound from the other end of the phone for a long time. Qin Shuiqing thought that Qinshi only met Sun Wen face to face, but now that she heard the meaning of his words, did this mean that he was going to capture Sun Wen alive? Capturing a celestial alive. Her sister-in-law was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. Then, she jumped out of bed slightly agitatedly and said quickly, "I'll bring someone over right away." "What's the address?" "I'll send you the location." "Okay." Qinshi would not joke with her on this kind of issue, so Qin Shuiqing did not have any doubts at all. After hanging up the phone, she left the side courtyard. The Wu Lian had been established for so many years, but they had never captured a celestial alive. Who knew how much credit this was? In fact, it was not that the Wu Lian could not capture a celestial. It was just that capturing a celestial required extremely careful arrangements, and it would even cause a lot of trouble. Right now, everything was about maintaining stability. Therefore, Wu Lian could only turn a blind eye to the existence of the celestials. As long as they did not go too far, the Wu Lian would not encircle and annihilate them. Qinshi did not kill Sun Wen. Sun Wen was worthy of respect. After all, objectively speaking, if Sun Wen cultivated in the Tianyuan world for 500 years, perhaps his achievements would far surpass Qinshi's. This was talent. Wasn't talent the most lacking in the 21st century? Although Sun Wen was not a good person, Qinshi was not a judge after all. Handing him over to the Wu Lian and letting the Wu Lian deal with him was really a contribution to society. Chapter 221. The next day. Dawn had just broken when the villagers who had woken up early realized that there were many police cars in the village. Actually, the earthquake last night had awakened quite a number of people. However, Rain City had already experienced 2 major earthquakes, so a magnitude 3 or 4 earthquake was no different from a scratch in everyone's eyes. Therefore, the villagers who had woken up early did not discuss the earthquake last night. Instead, they gathered at the entrance to the mountain and whispered to each other about the situation on the mountain. The path up the mountain had already been sealed off by the police. Once the villagers got close, they would be politely asked to leave by the police. According to Old Wang, who had woken up at 6:00 to feed the chickens, he had even seen an armored vehicle drive up the mountain with his own eyes. Old Wang was a person who liked to talk big all the time, so everyone snorted at his words. If an armored vehicle was here, why didn't he say that there were planes and tanks? In the end, Old Wang had a flash of inspiration. He pointed at the new tire marks on the ground and asked everyone to examine them. Only then did everyone reluctantly believe his words. There were many families in Jianghu who were professional truck drivers. Therefore, they were very knowledgeable about tire marks. The tire marks on the yellow dirt road did not seem to be left behind by a truck. The police were standing guard and the army was going up the mountain, so what exactly happened on the mountain? Everyone was very puzzled, but no one would tell them. When the little fellow woke up, it was already 9:00 in the morning. She had slept very deeply. Even after waking up, she was still in a daze for a long time. Qin Ruoying fetched a basin of hot water and helped the little fellow wash up in the living room. The little fellow turned her head in a daze and looked at the courtyard outside the old house. Her memory was still stuck on the night when she watched the movie. The little fellow blinked her eyes and looked outside the house. Then, she raised her head and looked at the decorations in the room. When she realized that she was in a completely unfamiliar environment, a puzzled expression appeared on her little face. Qin Ruoying put away the wash basin and hung up the towel. Just as she was about to bring her to the kitchen for breakfast, the little thing suddenly changed her face like a master of Sichuan opera. Her little mouth suddenly pouted, and she burst into tears with a wah. Her parents had actually taken her to such an unfamiliar place while she was asleep. This was something that the little guy could not accept at all. Perhaps it was because she was scared, or perhaps it was because she had been wronged, but the little girl was crying so hard that people couldn't help but want to hold her in their arms and take good care of her. Her crying alarmed everyone in the room. Auntie Zhang and Qin Shi were discussing the problem of making millet porridge in the kitchen. When they heard the commotion outside, they hurriedly walked out of the kitchen. When they came out, they just happened to see the little girl standing in the main hall with an aggrieved face and crying loudly. Qin Ruoying wanted to hug her, but she pushed her away with a pout. In the end, Auntie Zhang had to coax her. After telling her that this was her hometown, the little girl finally stopped crying. However, she was still unwilling to let Qin Shi and Qin Ruoying get close to her. Seeing this, the couple could only look at each other helplessly and smile. From the looks of it, they would have to coax her for a long time before she would forgive them. After breakfast, the family walked out of the house and prepared to see the situation outside. The army going up the mountain and the police standing guard was a big deal. Some of the villagers who liked to watch didn't even bother to eat their breakfast properly. They squatted by the roadside with a bowl of noodles and ate while going up the mountain. Xing County was not big, and there were only a few people in the county public security bureau. These young men in police uniforms were very impressive, but in reality, they might be someone's nephew. The police were also people. Although they knew that they had to keep it a secret, they really couldn't stand the continuous questioning. Thus, some of the ignorant youngsters secretly revealed some of the things that had happened on the mountain. It was said that the abandoned coal mine on the mountain was the source of the earthquake. After the earthquake, the Geological Survey Bureau found a rare mineral underneath. This kind of mineral was very rare in the world. It was said that it could be used to make an atomic bomb. Therefore, when Shang Jing received the news, they immediately asked the County Public Security Bureau to cooperate with the armed police to guard the mine. The experts from Shangjing also flew over that night and were now exploring the mine. When did the people in the small mountain village hear such a mysterious story? Therefore, the whole village, men and women, old and young, gathered in front of the small road up the mountain. They all wanted to see what the mineral that could be used to make an atomic bomb looked like. If they could see the mineral with their own eyes, then they could boast to others in the future that the material to make an atomic bomb was dug out from their village. Qin Shi stood outside the crowd with the wronged little girl in his arms. After hearing the simple explanation of the situation, he was slightly speechless and laughed. Wu Lian was really amazing. In such a short time, he actually came up with such a decent excuse. Wu Lian probably did this kind of thing on a daily basis. After all, there were always a lot of things in this world that ordinary people could not achieve. They didn't even have the right to know. Most of the villagers were waiting at the intersection to see the atomic bomb. Qin Shi looked at the little girl for a while. After seeing that the little girl was still unhappy, he was ready to take her to dig winter bamboo shoots again. But just as Qin Shi and his family were about to leave, a saber-toothed tiger police armored vehicle suddenly drove down from the mountain. Seeing this, the villagers immediately let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. The car was a special bulletproof car modified by a Ford Raptor. It was nearly 7 meters long, more than 3 meters tall, and weighed 6 tons. Its appearance was also very handsome. And behind this car, there were 3 warriors, which were real military off-road vehicles. The 4 cars slowly drove down from the mountain. Under the command of the police, the villagers retreated to the sides and made way for the cars. Qin Shi and his family stood on the 108 National Highway. While he was explaining to the little girl about the big cars in front of them, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly stopped in front of their family. Then, Qin Shuiqing walked out from the front passenger seat. The sister-in-law first greeted Qin Ruoying. After calling her sister, she turned to look at Qin Shi and said to him quite seriously, "Thank you." "It's nothing." Qin Shi waved his hand very casually, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Hearing this, Qin Shuiqing nodded, then turned to look at Aunt Zhang and said to her very politely, "Aunt Zhang, I'm Qin Shuiqing. I've seen you in the courtyard before, but I was still young at that time. I don't know if you still remember me." Yes, of course I remember." Aunt Zhang was confused by Qin Shuiqing. Why was Yingying's sister sitting in the car? Aunt Zhang was not very familiar with Qin Shueqing, so she didn't know what to talk to her about. Seeing this, Chen Shi interrupted in time and said, "Are you busy? Do you want to have lunch before leaving?" Chapter 222. Okay. Her nod shocked everyone present. Chen Shi was just being polite. He did not expect his sister-in-law to take it seriously. Hearing this, Chen Shi had to first glance at the few warriors parked behind the armored vehicle, and then asked, "Aren't you on a mission?" "The mission is complete. I can go back to Shangjing in the afternoon." "Oh. Okay then, let's talk about it after dinner." Qin Shueqing opened the door and said a few words to the driver of the armored vehicle. Then, she followed Qin Shi and his family to Aunt Zhang's old house. Her actions immediately caused the surrounding villagers to whisper to each other in whispers. "Hey, look, that girl came down from the armored vehicle." "Yeah, why is she following Zhang San? Is she Zhang San's relative? That's crazy. Didn't they say that these people were experts from Shangjing? That young girl is an expert. She's from Xiaoqiu, she's from Shangjing." Later, it was an insider who answered everyone's questions. Aunt Zhang had been working as a nanny in Shangjing for the past few years. The young couple that she brought yesterday was her former employer. The expert from Shangjing probably knew Aunt Zhang's employer, which was why she was with them. After all, a family that could afford a nanny was probably not an ordinary family. It was natural for them to know an expert from Shangjing. Everyone thought about it and felt relieved. After the commotion, his sister-in-law also came to eat. But the little girl was still angry. As soon as she returned to the courtyard, she pouted and said that she wanted to go home. Seeing this, Chen Shi had to use the same trick that he used yesterday. He was going to promise the little girl that she would only stay here for one night. If she still wanted to go home the next day, her parents would take her home. However, today's situation was different from yesterday. Yesterday, she wanted to see the village, so after being coaxed and tricked by Qin Shi, although she was a bit unwilling, she didn't flip out on the spot. The reason why she was so angry today was that she found herself in a village when she woke up. In the little girl's mind, her parents did not discuss with her before secretly bringing her here. This was disrespectful to her, so she naturally flew into a rage. She really did not want to stay here for another day. She screamed for a long time. In the end, under the persuasion of Aunt Zhang and Qin Ruoying, the little girl pouted and reluctantly agreed to Qin Shi's condition. "Then we'll stay for one night. Just one night. Pinky promise." This silly girl did not know that she had already fallen into her father's trap yesterday. So, Chen Shi brought her to the bamboo forest to dig winter bamboo shoots. This time, there was no Zhao Guifin, so the little girl's digging very happily. When she heard that Qin Shi was going to use the winter bamboo shoots she dug out for lunch, the little thing was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth, and her hands and feet couldn't help but become much more nimble. It was a new experience for the little guy to eat the vegetables he picked with his own hands. Why were farmhouse dishes delicious? Wasn't it because she could just pick whatever she wanted to eat from the fields? Fresh ingredients were the prerequisite for cooking food. Not sure if it was a psychological effect, but today's bamboo forest did not seem as gloomy as yesterday. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The bright sunlight shone on top of the bamboo forest, making the bamboo forest lush green, making people feel a trace of spring. The blood thorn was hung on the wall by Qin Shi. It was red and it formed a sharp contrast with the golden corn skewers next to it. In the village, everyone liked to hang chili and corn outside the house. First, it was for ventilation and dryness. Second, it was a symbol. Chili symbolized red and corn symbolized a bountiful harvest. Both were good omens. In fact, when Chen Shi saw Sun Wen's 5-element soul refining technique, he already knew why Aunt Zhang suddenly fainted. It turned out that Sun Wen used Aunt Zhang as the next batch of cultivation cauldrons. The principle of the 5 elements soul refining technique was actually similar to the bloodthorn grass. It was to absorb other people's soul and essence to strengthen oneself. It was precisely because Sun Wen came into contact with the bloodthorn grass that he comprehended the 5 elements soul refining technique. Because Aunt Zhang had taken the spirit cultivation pill, the remaining spirit energy in her body attracted Sun Wen's attention. Fortunately, Chen Shi noticed the abnormality in time and insisted on coming to Aunt Zhang's home to take a look. Otherwise, Aunt Zhang was afraid that she would inevitably follow in Zhao Guifen's footsteps. After putting down Sun Wen, Chen Shi also saved Zhao Guifen. Therefore, when he took the little fellow to dig bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest, a series of firecrackers suddenly sounded not far away. Wasn't it from Zhao Guifen's house? Looking at the situation, it was probably to celebrate Zhao Guifen's not crazy anymore. Zhao Guifen had a younger sister named Zhao Guixiang. She was Zhao Guifen's only relative in this world. The relationship between the two sisters was very good. Zhao Guifen had been crazy for so long, but Zhao Guixiang did not leave her and stayed at her house to take care of her. Early this morning, when Zhao Guixiang was about to help Zhao Guifen get up and wash up, Zhao Guifen suddenly called out her name, Guixiang. These 2 short words made Zhao Guixiang's eyes fill with tears on the spot. She hugged her sister and burst into tears. There was a custom in the countryside, which was to set off firecrackers when there was a joyous occasion. The firecrackers in Zhao Guifen's house sounded for a long time. In less than half an hour, the entire village knew that Zhao Guifen was no longer crazy. The crazy woman was no longer crazy, and everyone was happy for her. Zhao Guixiang was so happy that she even informed the entire village that she was going to hold a pig slaughtering feast to celebrate her sister's recovery. Aunt Zhang's family also received Zhao Guixiang's invitation. However, just when everyone was happy for Zhao Guifen's recovery, Chen Shi sighed silently. Zhao Guifen had lost her young soul for a long time. Even he could only temporarily restore Zhao Guifen's consciousness and could not save her life. It was estimated that before the pig slaughtering feast began, Zhao Guixiang would have to change the funeral for her sister. Zhao Guifen was also a pitiful person. The culprit of everything was Sun Wen. Although Sun Wen was a talent, his unscrupulous behavior of disregarding human life also aroused Chen Shi's disgust. Therefore, when the little fellow volunteered to wash the winter bamboo shoots, Chen Shi found Qin Shueqing and asked in detail how Wu Lian would deal with Sun Wen. After all, he was a diviner, so Wu Lian obviously only had one way to deal with Sun Wen. That was to persuade him to surrender and recruit him. As long as Sun Wen was willing to join the Wu Lian, then Wu Lian would be able to let bygones be bygones. This also made Qin Shi very dissatisfied. He thought that Wu Lian would dissect Sun Wen for research, but he did not expect to get this result. Chapter 223. How to deal with Sun Wen had become a problem. It would be a pity to kill him, but it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart if he didn't kill him. Using living people to cultivate and turning them into idiots was an evil art that went against the harmony of the heavens. He would definitely suffer retribution. Chen Shi was probably Sun Wen's savior. Since that was the case, Chen Shi could only enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and let Sun Wen experience Zhao Guifen's pain. Thus, Chen Shi specially refined a pill for Sun Wen. For this reason, he even used a bit of bloodthorn grass. It could be said that wool comes from a sheep's back. Heart-devouring ants. However, they weren't ants. They were a type of pill, or rather, poison. When someone consumed this pill, they would feel as if their entire body was being bitten by fire ants every half an hour. The heart-wrenching pain didn't come from the body, but from the soul. Thus, it couldn't be described with words. It was densely packed, as if every inch of their skin was being burned by fire and pierced by needles. Every time the pill took effect, the poisoned person would feel a pain worse than death. They could only lie on the ground weakly, struggling and praying for the pill's effect to pass quickly. This pill came from the most poisonous sect in Heavenly Spiral. It was also developed by them to punish disciples who committed grave mistakes. It didn't harm their lives, but it also made them feel a pain worse than death. It made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, and they would never dare to commit the same mistake again. Although this pill couldn't kill people, it was said that many disciples couldn't withstand the endless heart-wrenching torture and chose to commit suicide to seek relief. He didn't know if Sun Wen could withstand this kind of torture. Chen Shi only hoped that Sun Wen could be strong and not be played to death. If Sun Wen died, it might really be a great loss to the Wu Lian. Lunch was authentic farmhouse food. Because Auntie Zhang's house didn't have any natural gas or induction cookers, the old house naturally used a firewood stove. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but the food made from the firewood stove seemed to be exceptionally fragrant. The little fellow sniffed and picked up a piece of bamboo shoot. After tasting it, she immediately pointed at the plate of bamboo shoots fried with meat and laughed happily. "I dug this. Good, good, good. Let's see what you're capable of. Come, eat more." Auntie Zhang smiled and patted her little head. After giving her a piece of lean meat, she gestured for her to sit properly. It had been a long time since the old house had been so lively. Aunt Zhang's family of 3, Little Bean's family of 3, Chen Shi's family of 3, and Qin Xueqing's family of 3, this meal was really lively. The table was filled with authentic farmhouse dishes. The little girl giggled as she ate. She seemed to have completely forgotten that she was insisting on going home just a moment ago. In fact, not only were the vegetables delicious, even the rice was exceptionally delicious. This was because Auntie Zhang's cooking utensils were not electric cookers, but retorts. It was the 21st century. Every household used an electric cooker to cook rice, so many people didn't even know what a retorter was. In the past, a wooden bucket was used to cook rice, and that bucket was called a retorter. The rice steamed with a retorter was called retorted rice, and the taste was completely different from the rice steamed in an electric cooker. Steaming rice in an electric cooker was very simple. Put an appropriate amount of rice and water in it, cover it with a lid, and wait for the meal. But retorted rice was different. Before the electric cooker was popularized, steaming rice was actually a very troublesome thing. It also required a certain amount of experience and skill. Otherwise, if one was careless, the steamed rice would be half-cooked, or the steamed rice would be extremely hard with no moisture at all. Many people felt that retorted rice was hard, but in fact, this was because the steamed rice was not good enough. They didn't steam the rice with the right amount of softness and richness. Now, generally, only restaurants use retorts to cook rice. This was the first time the little fellow had eaten this kind of rice, so naturally, she felt that the rice was exceptionally fragrant. After lunch, the sister-in-law left with the Yida bottle that Qin Shi gave her. The toxicity of the heart-eating ant would attack every half an hour, and each attack lasted about 5 minutes. The Yida bottle contained the antidote, and one pill could suppress the toxicity for a day. The toxicity of this antidote was so strong that once it took effect, it could do nothing but lie on the ground and struggle. Wu Lian still counted on Sun Wen to do things, so Qin Shi naturally had to give him an antidote to suppress the toxicity. Letting Sun Wen earn the antidote through good performance was like giving a sweet date after a slap. This was the highest level of controlling people. Sun Wen's problem was solved, but the little fellow's problem was not. Although she was still smiling when eating, if she didn't find anything fun in the afternoon, she would probably curse at night. Qin Shi pondered for a moment, and after saying goodbye to Qin Ruoying, he took the little fellow to the river. It was still very cold in the valley at the beginning of spring. The little girl was wearing a thick down jacket and a cotton cap. She was wrapped up tightly, only revealing a small pink face. As soon as she arrived at the valley, she stepped on the big stones and skipped to the river. Then, she squatted on the stone and carefully reached out to touch the cold river water. She had never been to the river before, so of course, she was very excited. February was the best time to fish because the water temperature gradually rose at this time, and the fish would begin to move to the shallow water area on the shore. The temperature in the shallow water area rose faster under the sun, and a large number of shrimp, water insects, and plankton gathered there, which also provided a lot of food for the fish. Therefore, there would be groups of fish coming to the shallow water to warm themselves, forage for food, and even prepare for laying eggs in the future. When there were so many fish, it was naturally easy to fish. Fishing in the countryside was not so particular. A thin bamboo pole, a piece of fishing line, and a hook were enough. As for the bait, he just needed to go to the edge of the field and turn over a few stones. The little fellow was still young, so she didn't feel that the earthworms under the stones were disgusting. After she caught more than 10 earthworms and put them into the plastic bag, she followed her father and took one out of the soil under the stones, and then carefully studied it in her hand. She looked at her curious appearance and couldn't help but smile and pat her little head. After letting the little fellow put the earthworm into the bag, the father and daughter found a shallow water area on the river bank that faced the sun. The sun in early spring was very bright, and the warm sun shone on the body. The river breeze blew, making people feel refreshed. The little fellow sat on a big stone by the river. Before she started to fish, she was already happily waving the bamboo pole and giggling. After she put the fishing line on her bamboo pole and hung the earthworm, the little fellow followed her father's example and threw the hook into the river under the stone. As the saying goes, Jiang Taigong fishing, those who are willing to take the bait. The Christian carp in early spring was very easy to catch. In addition, she used his shinchi to drive the nearby fish over, so not long after the little fellow threw the bait, she felt a sudden pulling force on the fishing rod. Seeing this, the little fellow couldn't help but open her eyes wide. She pulled the fishing rod and was stunned for a moment. Then, she shouted excitedly, "Papa! Papa! I caught a fish! I caught a fish! Amazing! Nian Nian, quickly lift the fishing rod, or the fish will break free." Hearing Shi's words, the little fellow lifted the fishing rod and then threw it to the side. A Christian carp was immediately pulled out of the water by her and directly thrown into the sand on the river bank. Seeing that he had really caught a fish, the little guy was so excited that he immediately threw away the fishing rod and ran over to the fish. This Christian carp was not very big, about a jean. After being pulled ashore, it lay on the river bank and kept jumping. Chapter 224. Fishing was a very sentimental leisure activity. People who liked to fish might not even like to eat fish. The so-called fishing was actually just to enjoy the process. Basking in the warm sun of early spring, sitting on a big stone in the valley, listening to the sound of running water, a broken pole could be sat on for a long time. The kind of immersion in the mountains and rivers, leisurely enjoying the natural quiet pleasure, once experienced once, was likely to be addictive. Anyone who likes fishing may have the same feeling. No matter if it's windy or raining, cold or freezing, no matter if it's hot or unbearable, they are not afraid of the storm or the muddy road. As long as they were free, they would spare no effort to find a good place. Even if they had to run dozens of miles, they would find a good place to fish quietly. Unfortunately, such a good place was not very easy to find now. These days, as long as there was abundant water, there would be a hydropower station. Hydropower stations promoted economic development and provided abundant electricity for the local area, but imperceptibly, it seriously affected the local ecological environment. Most of the rivers in the past had now become small streams. The branch of the Qingyi River in front of Qinshi was only 51 kilometers long, but there were as many as 17 small hydropower stations built on this river. On average, there was a small hydropower station every 3 kilometers of the river. The dam of the hydropower station blocked the river, so that the downstream water flow was sharply reduced. The survival environment of the aquatic creatures was extremely bad, so the population was sharply reduced. Rare animals like the giant salamander were already on the verge of extinction. As for the flood, this kind of situation was rarely seen anymore. The father and daughter sat on the stone for an afternoon. The little fellow seemed to like this activity very much. She swung the pole to fish, bit the line and lifted the pole. This set of actions was learned well. Chen-shi did not bring a bucket, so he built a diving pool with small stones by the river. Any fish caught would be put into this pool by him. After an afternoon, there were no less than 20 fish in this pool. The little guy reached his hand into the water and constantly frightened the fish in the water. Seeing the fish quickly spinning around in the puddle but unable to swim out, the little guy was so happy that he started to giggle. This was her and her father's trophy. At 5:00 in the afternoon, Chen-shi took the little fellow to count the number of fish. There were a total of 23 fish, but they were all small fish. Among them, the biggest one was actually the one that the little fellow had just fished up. It could be considered her good start. 23. Papa, we caught 23 fish. The little thing squatted beside the puddle and kept fiddling with the water. After Chen-shi taught her how to count the fishes in the water one by one, 2, 3, 4, 5, the little fellow was so excited that she jumped up and down on the rock. Looking at her cute little face, Chen-shi couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. It was smooth, delicate, and elastic. How was it? Was fishing fun? Fun. The little girl nodded her head vigorously. She was probably looking forward to her father bringing her here to play tomorrow. It's fine as long as it's fun, but the wind here is getting stronger and stronger. If we sit by the river for too long, we'll catch a cold, so we should go home. Daddy will bring you here to play tomorrow, okay? Hearing this, the little fellow tilted his head and pondered for a moment, then nodded and replied, N. Then let's bring the fish home. Seeing this, Chen-shi rubbed her head and said with a smile, these fish are too small to be eaten. It's useless for us to take them home. Let's put them all away. When they grow up, we'll come back to fish again. How about it? No. After hearing Chen-shi's words, the little thing was suddenly unhappy. She curled her lips and glanced at the small fish in the puddle, then muttered loudly, these are my fish. This little thing was still talking about her trophies. Therefore, Chen-shi had no choice but to squat beside the little girl and talk to her about the big picture. Perhaps she was persuaded by Chen-shi. The little fellow hesitated for a long time before reluctantly putting the biggest fish into the plastic bag. Then she reached into the water and dug a hole in the puddle. The fish noticed the movement of the water and immediately went out of the hole, successfully returning to the river. The little fellow looked down at the empty puddle in front of her and did not come back to her senses for a long time. When Chen-shi saw her like this, he immediately put the plastic bag in front of her with a smile. Nian Nian, look, there's another one here. Mine. The little fellow snatched the plastic bag from Chen-shi's hand. Looking at her posture, she was probably afraid that Chen-shi would let the last one go. When the father and daughter returned to the old house, dinner had not yet started. The little fellow carried her trophies and ran into the kitchen, ready to show off in front of her grandmother and mother. Qin Ruoying was learning how to cook from Auntie Zhang. When the two of them saw the fish in her bag, they immediately laughed. A few words of praise had made this little thing's tail almost to the sky. There was still some time before dinner. Chen-shi was afraid that the little fellow would not be able to sit still, so he called her to the yard. The little fellow was a little confused, but Chen-shi did not explain to her. Instead, he took out a brazier from the old house and used a pair of tongs to pick up a few pieces of burning charcoal on the stove. Everything was ready. Chen-shi called the little fellow and asked with a smile, Nian Nian, do you like to eat potatoes? Yes. I like to eat potatoes and pork ribs. Then wait a minute. Daddy will treat you to roast potatoes, okay? Roast potatoes. The little fellow blinked her eyes. When it came to eating, she immediately became excited. Then, she took 2 potatoes from the kitchen and threw them directly into the brazier without even washing them. Potatoes, corn, wheat, and rice were listed as the 4 main staple foods in the world. It could be cooked in a variety of ways, whether it was fried, stewed, or steamed. The most common way to eat potatoes was to fry them. As for eating them directly like Qin, it was very rare to see potatoes being eaten directly in the fire. It was not because roasted potatoes were not delicious, but because it was inconvenient to start a fire. He could not roast potatoes on the gas stove just to eat a roasted potato. This novel way of cooking successfully attracted the little fellow's interest. Therefore, she obediently squatted side by side with Qin under the eaves, guarding the brazier, and quietly waiting for the potatoes to be cooked. The potatoes were cooked quickly. Qin took the tongs and picked up the 2 potatoes that had been roasted to the point of being burnt. When the little fellow saw the dirty and shabby appearance of the potatoes, she immediately wrinkled her little nose in disgust. Qin rolled the potatoes on the ground to lower the temperature of the potatoes. When the temperature of the potatoes dropped slightly, he picked up a piece and tore off the burnt part of the potato bit by bit in front of the little fellow. The potatoes were burnt black, and the skin was very brittle. When he tore it off, a piece fell off. When the burnt skin was torn off by Qin, a crystal-clear potato was hidden under the shabby surface. Light smoke rose from the already ripe potatoes, constantly emitting a refreshing fragrance. There was no need for salt or MSG. After roasting them, they could be eaten directly in the hand. With one bite, the soft and light taste could really melt a person's heart. In the quiet village, the distant mountains were like black, and the spring water was singing softly. A faint magnolia fragrance came with the breeze and lingered in the courtyard. The father and daughter each held a big potato and sat under the eaves of the old house to gnaw on it. Chapter 225. Since they came to the countryside, they naturally had to experience the unique market in the countryside. Going to the market was also called going to the market. The coastal area was called going to the void, the area in Jianghu was called going to the street, and the area in Lingnan was called going to the business. The names were slightly different, but they all had the same meaning. Going to the market was also a unique product. The so-called going to the market meant that there was a fixed period of trade in remote places. When the time came, buyers and sellers would come from all over and gather at a certain place to buy and sell. There were not that many shopping malls and small stores in the countryside, so the government could only set a time. Then, everyone would gather at this time to exchange materials and buy biological products in the town. A place like Jianghu was not considered remote. It was adjacent to the 108 National Highway, but there was still only one small store. It could only sell small things like oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, snacks, and firecrackers. If the villagers wanted to buy clothes and farm tools, they either had to drive to the county or wait until the market. The town where Jianghu was located was called Siping Village. The market in Siping Village was on 3, 6, and 9. That meant that there would be a market on the 3rd, 13th, and 23rd of every month. There were a total of 9 times a month. It was not too many, but it was not too few either. If a driver often drove through the town, the most annoying situation was not to encounter livestock or children blocking the road, but to coincidentally encounter the market. Usually, there were not many people in the town, but on the day of the market, it would be particularly lively. There would be people coming and going. Not to mention driving, it would be difficult to squeeze through by walking, therefore, whenever it was time to go to the market, there would always be a traffic jam in the town for half a day. February 26th. It was only 8:30 in the morning, but the family of 7 was happily waiting on the side of the road. It was as if they were waiting for a taxi. They chatted while waiting for the passenger van from the various towns and counties to pass by. The passenger van was also a product of the era. Now, the slightly more developed areas had already banned the operation of the van. Therefore, the passenger van could only be seen in this kind of backward small county. This kind of van was also called the Chang and car. Everyone felt that the Chang and brand was the most practical, so it was called that. The Chang and car was the most common minivan. It could carry 7 people. It was dyed green and yellow with a certificate in front of the window. It was considered an officially recognized operating vehicle. The biggest problem with the van was that it was overloaded. Because you never know how many people would come out of the van, it was normal for a 7-seater van to have 12 or 13 people in it. Chen Shi's family didn't want to squeeze in, so they spent 200 yuan to rent a van and enjoyed the special treatment of a car. Saiping village was very lively now. When they were 1 or 2 kilometers away from the village, they could see countless villagers carrying bags of various sizes going back and forth on the 108 National Highway. The little fellow leaned on the sliding door and looked at the scenery outside the window with interest. Most of the villagers in the south lived in scattered places. They would only gather in the towns on the day of the market. The little fellow had lived in the countryside for a few days and was used to the sparse population in the countryside. She was not used to seeing so many people all of a sudden. Looking at the bustling atmosphere in the village, it was somewhat similar to a temple fair. There were a lot of people going to the market in the morning, so the driver had to stop 1 kilometer away from the village. If he went any further, he might not even be able to find a place to turn around. The driver was also a smart person. After Chen Shi's family got out of the car, he asked for Xia Pinglin's phone number and prepared to earn another sum of money later. Smartphones were widely available now. As soon as the family of 7 walked into the village, they saw a huge Oppo store and a Vivo store next door. The 2 brothers were really inseparable wherever they went. Outside the 2 smartphone stores, a blacksmith was selling farming tools such as plowing, raking, plowing, sickles, hoes, and so on that he had made himself. This was a miniature version of the countryside in Wuxia. The market was spread out along the streets of the town, from the beginning of the village to the end of the village. There were stalls on both sides of the road. It was lively, and there were shouts and bargaining everywhere. However, most of the things sold here were necessities or livestock, feed, farming tools, and other things that were closely related to the lives of farmers. The little girl sat in Chen Shi's arms. Standing high, she could see far, so she immediately saw a different sugar painting stall. Sugar painting was also a traditional craft among the people of Wuxia. It used brown sugar and white sugar to draw the 12 zodiac signs. You could spin it for 2 yuan. Whatever you spun, you could take it and make it on the spot. It was really delicious and fun. The little girl looked at it for a while and could not take her eyes off it. Therefore, she sat in Chen Shi's arms and twisted her small body as she shouted. Her luck was not bad. After 3 spins, she actually spun a dragon. The little thing was overjoyed on the spot and laughed at the top of her voice. Seeing the master make it on the spot and draw a dragon with his bare hands, the little thing's eyes were about to pop out. When the master was done with the sugar painting, she held the dragon in one hand and the rat in the other. The remaining dog was fed to Chen Shi. Aunt Zhang watched with a smile on her face. Ever since the little thing was accompanied by her parents, even the smile on her face was more than before. Just as the family surrounded the sugar painting stall and praised the sugar painting master's skills with laughter, there was suddenly a commotion on the other side of the road. Looking at the sound of gongs, drums, and firecrackers, it seemed that someone was picking up the bride. When the little girl heard the commotion, she immediately shouted for Chen Shi to pick her up to take a look. Sure enough, as the sound of gongs and drums got closer, a wedding procession appeared in the little girl's line of sight. The wedding procession's formation was impressive. In front, there were gongs and drums to clear the way, followed by a palanquin with 8 carriers. Along the way, the villagers all retreated to the sides of the road to make enough aisle for the wedding procession. The wedding procession forcibly crossed the entire Siping village just like that. Looking at the formation, it seemed a little too ostentatious. In fact, what the villagers really avoided was not the palanquin and the folk band, but the dozens of young people following behind the palanquin. These young people carried a few large loudspeakers and sang Jianghu's "For You" loudly as they walked. It must be a special fate that allowed us to become a family along the way. The more you love her, the more she will return the favor. Find the possibility of happiness. Their voices were very loud, and in the end, they directly suppressed the bustle of the market, so much so that the transactions on the entire street temporarily stopped. Only the singing of "For You" could be heard, as if they were singing the national anthem. The villagers all moved to the sides of the street and silently watched them pass by. The little girl had never seen such a formation before. She immediately sat in Qin Shi's arms and exclaimed, "Wow!" Chapter 226. Gongs and drums cleared the way, and firecrackers sounded. Behind the 8 sedan chairs, there were dozens of people singing "For You." Marriage was always a joyous occasion, but the attitude of this group of troublesome youngsters was not very good. They clearly chose to get married on the day of the market, which affected the normal trade of the villagers, but as long as these young people saw someone blocking the sedan chair, they would immediately rush over and yell at the other person to get out of the way. It seemed that in their dictionary, there was no such thing as communication and discussion. An old man probably had bad hearing, but he still stood on the side of the road with a backpack on his back, thinking about what he should buy back. When the young people saw this, they immediately went forward and dragged the old man to the side. It had to be said that these young people were indeed young people. Fortunately, they met an easygoing old man today. Otherwise, if the old man directly fell to the ground, they would not be able to afford it even if they sold them by the weight. As the wedding procession continued to go deeper, more and more people came to the market. In the end, the sedan chair and the folk band could no longer maintain the original speed. Seeing this, the group of young people carried the sound system to the front, and then let them open the way. Like the heavy cavalry of the Middle Ages, the young people carried the sound system, with the momentum of a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, and forcibly tore open a passage in the lively market. "Get out of the way, we brothers are getting married, don't block the way." Brothers, Chuanyu dialect, means big brother. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Ha ha ha, if you don't get out of the way, do you believe that I won't smash your stall? Get out of the way. Their aggressive posture was quite a bit of the temperament of a local hooligan and street gangster. Those who did not know would think that this street was built by them. Seeing this group of tyrannical young people like the god of plague, the villagers in the market all retreated to the sides of the street, making a spacious passage for them. For a moment, the market that was very lively just now was now only the sound of the sound system and gongs and drums that were still echoing. Seeing this, Chen Shi and his family also retreated to the side of the road and quietly waited for the wedding procession to come from the town. The little fellow did not find the atmosphere strange because she was very interested in the palanquin. Thus, she stretched her neck like a giraffe and stared at the palanquin. This group of young people probably thought that they were soldiers. Escorting the bride was like winning a battle. When they saw that no one dared to stand in front of the group, they proudly sang, "For You." In fact, most of these young people were locals. Among the commoners who came to the market, there might be their relatives and elders. However, these youngsters had always lacked discipline. They were used to being unbridled and had no respect for their elders. When they were angered, they could even beat their parents. Naturally, no one dared to stand out and say a few words to them. After all, the children in the countryside lost at the starting line. While the parents of the children in the city were considering which school to choose for their children and which specialty classes to attend, the children in the countryside were still catching grasshoppers in the vast wheat fields, digging for eels, and going to the mountains to catch birds and steal melons. Most of the people in the countryside did not have much education. Junior high school education was already very good. Although the 9-year compulsory education had been popularized, many parents in the countryside still did not have a full understanding of the importance of education. If the child did not want to study, they would find a way for the child. And the so-called way was actually not a good way. Those with better conditions could go to the army, and those with worse conditions could go out to work either in construction sites, restaurants, hair salons, or car repair shops. In short, wherever people were needed, they would be there. The salary was not high. It was enough to get enough food and clothing in the big city. Of course, there were also many children in the countryside who made a name for themselves. If they were smart, diligent, and sensible, they might find their own way after 3 to 5 years and start their own business. In the end, they might even be more successful than many highly educated people in the city. But such people were always in the minority. Gold would always shine, but the most common thing in the gold beach was still the inconspicuous gravel. Those who could go out to work were already very diligent and sensible. There were also some rural children who, because of the lack of discipline, were lazy all day long. In the end, they became slackers who did nothing all day long, just like the group of young people in front of them. They were the so-called ruffians in the countryside. There was no lack of ruffians anywhere, even in remote places. In the past, the ruffians in the countryside did not see much of the world, so most of them only knew how to make a fuss. It was not until Young and Dangerous was released that they were truly taught how to be a proper ruffian. The Young and Dangerous series of movies had a far greater impact on rural children than ordinary people could imagine. Even if the series had been released for more than 10 or 20 years, it still distorted the values of many young people. At its peak, the 3 words, Chinhaonan, were second only to QQ. It also made chasing girls, one-on-one, and slashing people the 3 most popular things among young people. Unruly people came from barren lands. A few years ago, other than the popularity of Young and Dangerous, there was also a coal mining boom. Many coal bosses came from the surrounding villages. The coal bosses were rich and powerful, so they quickly recruited them and turned them into their own thugs. Therefore, these young people followed behind their so-called brothers all day long to make a living. When the brothers were free, they would give them some money for cigarettes and they would give their lives to others. This was the loyalty they learned from the movies. Today was the big day when the brothers were getting married. As brothers, of course, they would come to help the brothers. Tie up, in Sichuan and Chongqing dialect, meant to support the wedding. Dozens of hooligans were aggressively walking on the street. How could the honest villagers dare to bear the brunt of the attack? In desperation, everyone had to stop trading and obediently retreat to the sides of the street. Then, they anxiously hoped that this group of plague gods would leave quickly. It was obviously a joyous occasion, but now it was like they were sending off the plague gods. However, the young people did not feel the slightest bit of awareness. Instead, they were extremely proud. The few who walked at the front were like straight crabs with their heads held high. They were just short of using their nostrils to look at the road. The wedding procession was very fast. It did not take long for them to cross the entire Saiping village and then walk past Qinxi's family. The little girl looked at the palanquin that was getting closer and closer. She could not help but mutter with anticipation, "Papa, I also want to sit in the palanquin." Hearing this, Qinxi pinched her little face and asked with a smile, "Well, in the future, you will sit in the palanquin. Papa will carry the palanquin for you, okay?" "Okay. Papa will carry the palanquin in front. Mama will carry the palanquin in the back. I will sit inside." After hearing Qinxi's words, the little girl immediately pointed at the palanquin bearers and giggled. This little thing has even arranged the mission. However, just as the father and daughter were laughing and chatting, a few young people in the wedding procession turned to look at them. They first glanced at the little girl, then looked at Qinxi. Finally, their eyes fell on Qin Ruoying. It had to be said that Qin Shi's family's appearance was really outstanding. Their style was completely different from the local people, especially in such a small and remote place like this. Women of Qin Ruoying's level were as rare as pandas. It was estimated that these young people would not see such a beautiful woman in their lifetime. Therefore, just like the chairman's military parade, all the young people who passed by Qin Shi's family could not help but look at Qin Ruoying a few more times. That figure, that face, that temperament, it was really amazing. Then, one of the young people could not help but whistle at Qin Ruoying. Chapter 227. The behavior of whistling was first recorded in the Book of Songs. But at that time, whistling was a pure art. It was something that the upper class would play with. But today, the behavior of whistling was given a new meaning by people. Especially when a man whistled at a woman, this behavior was completely frivolous and obscene. There was even a special word for this behavior in English called catcalling. Pinyin reading, look at the special expansion ling. Cat refers to a cat, and calling refers to shouting, calling. Catcalling meant that when a man saw a strange woman in a public place, he would whistle at the woman or shout words like, "Your breasts are so big, your butt is so perky," to attract the woman's attention. Whistling at beautiful women, this behavior not only appeared in Wuxia, but also in the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, India, and other countries. It could be said that it was a common hobby of men all over the world. However, when a man whistled at a woman and praised a woman's body or appearance, he didn't really want to date the woman. He just wanted to have the right to dominate her. Catcalling, that is, a man declaring sovereignty over a woman's body. It was to constantly remind a woman that satisfying a man's desire was the first priority as a woman. This was actually a form of gender discrimination and also a disguised form of sexual harassment. Therefore, since January 1, 2018, the Netherlands began to punish catcalling. If someone whistled at the opposite sex to harass someone, once caught, they could be fined up to €200. Qin Shi was a strange person. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, then he was a very easy to get along with a good family man. It could be said that he was a good cook. When he was in a good mood, Qin Shi could even chat with the aunties selling vegetables on the street for a whole day. After all, he was a qualified house husband. There were not many things in this world that were worthy of his attention. What he cared about was every family member around him. Especially Nian and Ying. Now, there was actually someone who dared to whistle at Qin Ruoying with a frivolous smile and an undisguised lecherous gaze right in front of him. This was completely flirting with a man's wife in front of him. If Qin Shi could even endure this, then why would he cultivate as a hammer immortal? He could just find a sewer that extended in all directions and hide in it as a ninja turtle. Therefore, the moment the whistle sounded, Qin Shi had already disappeared with the little fellow in his arms. His movements were very fast. Before the little fellow in his arms could react, Qin Shi had already appeared in front of the young man. Then, he raised his right hand and slapped the young man's face. Slap! This slap was so powerful that it sent the young man spinning like a top on the spot. After spinning a few times, he fell heavily to the ground. The turn of events was too sudden, so much so that the people around were stunned for a while before they finally regained their senses. They hurriedly squatted beside the young man and used a lot of effort to pull him up from the ground. Spring Baby. Is there no problem? The young man who was known as Spring Baby had suffered a heavy slap in the face. Although Qin Shi had already shown mercy, he still made his head faint for a short while. After lying on the ground to recover for a while, he finally covered his head and stood up with the help of his companions. Spring Baby looked to be in his early 20s. He was not tall and was almost half a head shorter than Qin Shi. He looked thin and thin. In Chuanyu dialect, he was as thin as a chicken. However, although this chicken's physical fitness was not very good, his temper was very irritable. After he stood up shakily, a trace of viciousness flashed across Spring Baby's face. Then, he roared at Qin Shi and said, F***CKU. B****. How dare you hit me? After saying that, Spring Baby carried an aura like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. He glared and clenched his fists, charging directly toward Qin Shi. The young man was arrogant and thought that he could defeat anyone with a fierce force. But to be honest, with their bodies that had long been exhausted by cigarettes and alcohol, not to mention that the person standing opposite was Qin Shi, even a middle-aged uncle who had been farming all year round on the street could probably defeat him with one hand. Therefore, when Spring Baby rushed toward Qin Shi, he was instantly kicked back by Qin Shi. Spring Baby was also lucky because today's occasion was different. Aunt Zhang and the little girl were watching from the side, so Qin Shi was very gentle. With one kick, other than sending Spring Baby flying, Qin Shi did not break several of Zhao Yuan's ribs like the last time he kicked Zhao Yuan. Qin Shi showed mercy, but Spring Baby did not have the slightest awareness in this regard. After being supported by his companions behind him, he spat on the ground fiercely and then took out a butterfly knife from his trouser pocket. As the saying goes, the unreasonable are afraid of the reckless, and the reckless are afraid of the reckless. This kind of hooligan in his early 20s happened to be in the final stage of his Chinibu syndrome. For young people like them who had wine today, they would drink today and worry about tomorrow. The two words fear and regret never existed in their dictionaries. As long as their temper flared up, they could really do anything. Perhaps when they calmed down afterward, they would also feel afraid, but at the moment of the incident, there was definitely only one word in their minds: just do it. Moreover, this was his territory, and there were dozens of brothers standing behind him. If he admitted defeat now, how could he survive in the underworld in the future? Since he could not win with his fists and feet, Spring Baby naturally had to show his knife. Get out of the way. I'm going to kill him today. No one stopped him, and a few of his quick-witted companions even quietly took a few steps to the side. All of this happened very suddenly. When Aunt Zhang finally came back to her senses and wanted to stop it, Spring Baby had already taken the butterfly knife and slashed towards Qin Shi. Qin Shi did not want the little girl to see the cruel side of the adult world, so he used his left hand to support the little girl's butt, while his right hand gently pressed the back of the little girl's head, making her obediently lie on his shoulder and not turn her head. The little girl blinked her eyes, somewhat unable to understand what was going on with her father. However, she was very obedient. After hearing Qin Shi's instructions, she wrapped her arms around Qin Shi's neck, and then obediently rested her chin on Qin Shi's shoulder. Then, the little girl heard a strange sound. First, there was a crisp caw sound, then the clang-clang sound of a knife falling to the ground, and finally Spring Baby's earth-shattering scream.
Chapter 254. Take a look at this bar magnet. I tied a string to its center and suspended it in the air. When it is still, I call the end that points to the south pole of the magnet. The end that points to the north is called the north pole of the magnet. Then, I'll label it with the north pole and south pole labels. Qinke, follow my steps and label the other magnet with the north pole and south pole labels. In the Drunken Wind Pavilion, Li Zishuan was holding a bar magnet and conducting the most basic physics experiment for the four of them. Good, good, good. Tai, come and try. Li Tai had read a lot of the 4 books and 5 classics, but he had never done a real experiment before. He had been watching Li Zishuan play happily from the side and had long been itching for a fight. When he heard this, he immediately rushed over. Li Zishuan smiled and let the little fatty play by himself. He went to get 2 small pieces of paper and was about to stick the N and S poles on the magnet in his hand when he suddenly froze. This was the Tang dynasty. How could the ancients know about north and south? If you put N and S on it, who would know what it meant? Helplessly, he shook his head and wrote N and B on the north and south poles. He'll just use the pinyin initials of the north and south poles. Sigh, how vexing. Many scientific terms and terms in the future had various English abbreviations. What should he do in the future? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It seemed that there was still a long way to go to raise the level of science and technology in the Great Tang. Sir, Tai has also found the North and South Poles. Sir, what do you mean by these words? Li Tai's hands-on skills were not bad. It didn't take long for him to find the North and South Poles of the other magnet. But when he saw the two letters Li Zishuan had marked, he was immediately confused. Qingke, do you still remember the pinyin? N and B are the pinyin initials of the North and South Poles. For the sake of convenience, we'll use these two letters to replace the North and South Poles in the future. Li Zishuan couldn't help but rejoice at his quick-wittedness. Otherwise, how would he explain the N-Ans? Oh. I see. Now that you mention it, Tai also feels that it's quite convenient. Li Tai suddenly understood. Then he followed suit and marked the North and South Poles of the magnet in his hand. At this time, Li Zishuan held two magnets in his hand, looked at the four of them, and said, "Next, I'm going to tell you a very important theorem, which is that magnetic poles of the same sex repel each other and magnetic poles of the opposite sex attract each other. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself and see if it's true." Is there such a thing? Let me try. Li Yu took two magnets and started the experiment. Although she didn't know pinyin, she could still tell if the two letters were the same. It's really like that. Sir, why is that? And what does this have to do with the compass being able to point the way? After Li Yu played with the magnets for a while, she tested the result that Li Zishuan predicted. Then she asked, "Why does the same sex repel each other and the opposite sex attract each other?" You can think about this question later. Of course, you can also understand it as the relationship between people. Usually, it's a man and a woman who get married. You've never seen a man marry another man or a woman marry another woman, right? Li Zishuan couldn't explain this question clearly. At that time, their physics teacher only said that it was a theorem and asked everyone to remember it. As for why the same sex repel each other and the opposite sex attract each other, he didn't know. He could only say that he didn't understand. Haha. Li Yu smiled and said, "Sir, this is really interesting. Ahem, as for how this theorem is related to the compass, I can only say that it's very related. In fact, the Earth can also be seen as a big magnet. One of its poles is near the geographical North Pole, which can also be called the South Pole of the geomagnetic field. The other pole is near the geographical South Pole, which is the North Pole of the geomagnetic field. According to the principle of the same sex repel each other and the opposite sex attract each other, our magnets and magnetic needles can point to the north and south under certain conditions." Li Zishuan began to teach them about the geomagnetic field. It was the first time the children heard such a novel theory, and they all widened their eyes. How is that possible? How can the Earth we're standing on be a magnet? Li Tai muttered to himself. His face was full of disbelief. This shocking theory had completely overturned his worldview. Haha. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't say much. He walked to the nearby tables and started to draw. A real compass used for navigation couldn't be so crude and simple. It didn't have any technical content. In fact, the core of a compass, other than the magnetic needle, was its central axis. It had to consider the balance of the needle and the friction during rotation. Li Zishuan designed the central axis as a step axis. He drilled a hole slightly larger than the diameter of the thin end of the step axis at the center of gravity of the magnetic needle. After the magnetic needle was inserted into the thin axis, he tried to deform the thin axis and rivet the magnetic needle onto the thin axis. He controlled the deformation of the thin axis to prevent the magnetic needle from being riveted. At this time, the magnetic needle could rotate around the thin axis, but it couldn't leave the thin axis. As for the cover of the compass, he could only use glass. In the past, he was lazy and didn't make glass. He didn't expect that he still couldn't avoid glass. This time, he might as well make glass. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan raised his head and ordered, "San Bao, go and ask Falbert to come here. Yes, young master. Sanbao responded and hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard to look for Uncle Fu. After a while, Falbert came in and asked, "Young master, you were looking for me?" "Yes, Falbert, take a look and see if this thing can be made." Li Zishuan handed the drawings of the various parts of the compass to Falbert and said. Falbert took it and looked at it seriously. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and said, "It should be possible, but it's very troublesome." "Young master, there are many small and delicate parts in the thing you drew. If you want to make it perfectly, you'll need an old craftsman who has been working for more than 10 years. Hearing this, Li Zishuan patted his head. He almost forgot that some of the parts in this compass were almost equivalent to a small precision instrument. In a modern industrialized society with all kinds of lathes and machine tools, it would only take a few seconds. However, in ancient times, where craftsmen relied entirely on manual craftsmanship, it was really difficult. Then Falbert, quickly gather a group of experienced craftsmen and have them put down their work and concentrate on making a batch of compasses. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, this thing is called a compass. It's something that His Majesty urgently needs. This time, the Imperial Court's navy is mainly relying on this thing to determine the direction in the vast sea. Tell the craftsmen to hurry up. If you make one more now, you might be able to save the lives of many people on board." Li Zishuan said with a serious expression. If there were difficulties, then they had to overcome them. Although there were no modern craftsmen in ancient times, there were many skilled craftsmen. Many of the ancient handicrafts and buildings could not be made by modern people even if they relied on machinery. Falbert had thought that Li Zishuan would come today just like before, purely to make some new things for him. He did not expect that Li Zishuan would come with such an important task today. After hearing this, he quickly said with a serious expression, "Young master, rest assured that the workshop will work together these few days to make a batch of compasses." Chapter 255. After Falbert finished speaking, he took the blueprint and turned around to prepare for the manufacturing of the compass. After all, the situation was urgent. "Hey, Falbert, wait." Li Zishuan hurriedly stopped Falbert and said, "Falbert, the upper part of the compass needs a layer of glass. It's colored glaze. Cover it with a layer of colored glaze. Otherwise, the magnetic needle will fall off easily and be damaged easily." Falbert paused and nodded. "Yes, that's true. But this way, the cost of a compass will be too high." Li Zishuan had read countless time travel novels in his previous life. Naturally, he knew that glass was a luxury item in ancient times and was very expensive. He pondered for a moment and said, "Falbert, buy some colored glaze from the barbarian merchants and make a compass first. I need it urgently today." "Yes, young master. It shouldn't be a problem to make one first." Li Zishuan nodded. He looked out of the door and sighed faintly. Then, he took out the glass formula and baking method that he had just written on the table and said, "After that, we don't need to buy any colored glaze from the barbarian merchants. You don't need to buy colored glass from the barbarian merchants for the rest of the compass. I have a method to produce colored glass here. The formula and the detailed steps are all written here. You can try to figure it out later. In a day or two, our workshop should be able to produce colored glass ourselves. Furthermore, it's even purer than the colored glass sold by the barbarian merchants. Those barbarian merchants have made so much money from our Tang Empire by relying on the crude manufacturing process of colored glaze. Now, it's time for them to be eliminated." "What?" Uncle Fu couldn't help but cry out in surprise. What Li Zishuan said was simply too shocking. Ever since the colored glaze was spread to the Central Plains, it wasn't that people hadn't thought of imitating it, but none of them had ended in failure. This was because just by looking at the surface, it was impossible to tell the composition of the colored glaze, let alone imitating it. "Young master, you really have a way to bake colored glaze?" Falbert, you should be able to make it after trying a few more times according to the manufacturing method that I wrote for you. However, you have to keep it a secret. The formula of Luli should be top secret in the workshop. The fewer people who know about it, the better. As long as he knew the formula and firing steps of the glass, the manufacturing process would not be too complicated. Since he was the same as countless people who had transmigrated and created glass, how could he not take the opportunity to make a fortune? How could he be worthy of others? In fact, the glass manufacturing process in China began in the Western Zhou dynasty. However, the glass made at that time was very muddy and far from meeting the requirements of modern glass technology. There was a small story about the people who first discovered glass. It was said that more than 1000 BC, a European Phoenician merchant ship, full of the crystal mineral, natural soda, sailed on the Belus River on the Mediterranean coast. The merchant ship ran aground due to the ebb of the sea. So the crew went ashore one after another. Some of the crew members even brought over a large pot and firewood. They used a few pieces of natural soda as a support for the pot and started cooking on the beach. After the crew finished their meal, the tide began to rise. Just as they were about to pack up and board the ship to continue sailing, someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone, come and look. There are some sparkling and bright things on the sand under the pot." The crew brought these sparkling things to the ship and studied them carefully. They found that there were some quartz sand and melted natural soda stuck to these sparkling things. It turned out that these sparkling things were the natural soda that they used to make the support for the pot when cooking. Under the action of the flame, it chemically reacted with the quartz sand on the beach to produce crystals. This was the earliest glass. Later, the Phoenicians mixed the quartz sand and natural soda together and then melted it in a special furnace to make glass balls. This made the Phoenicians a fortune. Around the 4th century, the Romans began to apply glass to doors and windows. By 1291, the glass manufacturing technology in Italy was very developed. Our glass manufacturing technology must not be leaked out. Gather all the glass craftsmen together to produce glass. Just like that, the glass craftsmen in Italy were sent to an isolated island to produce glass. They were not allowed to leave this isolated island for the rest of their lives. In 1688, a man named Naff invented the process of making large pieces of glass. From then on, glass became an ordinary item. In the Drunken Wind Pavilion. When Faubert saw his young master's solemn expression, he knew that the matter of the glass formula was true. He took the formula and cupped his hands with a solemn expression. "Young master, don't worry. This old man still knows the importance of this matter. This old man will personally follow up on the manufacturing of glass. There will definitely not be more than 5 people who know the specific formula. Moreover, these people are all absolutely loyal to the workshop. As for the first compass, it should be able to be made today." Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, Faubert, go ahead and do your work. I'll be in the workshop in the afternoon. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me at any time." Faubert heard this and the solemn expression on his face became more intense. Li Zishuan had never stayed in the workshop for such a long time, but today he actually took the initiative to stay. From this aspect, it could be seen how much importance Li Zishuan attached to the compass. Then this old man will go and arrange for the craftsmen to make the compass. Faubert cupped his hands and said goodbye. In the room, Li Tai looked at Li Zishuan curiously and asked, "Sir, you really know how to make glass? Can you tell Tai about it?" Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, "This is a trade secret. Why should I tell you?" Li Tai choked for a moment. He was speechless and said, "I won't steal your business. Aren't you too stingy? Besides, as a teacher, preaching, teaching, and answering questions is what you should do." Li Zishuan had no choice but to give them a simple introduction to the principles of glassmaking. Li Zishuan had no choice but to give them a simple introduction to the principles of glassmaking. In fact, the manufacture of glass involves another subject. I call it chemistry. The so-called chemistry can be understood as the study of changes. Several things can react with each other and change into other substances. This is the core of the subject of chemistry. If I have time in the future, I can systematically explain this subject to you. Next, I'll briefly talk about the firing principle of glass. Li Zishuan slowly gave Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, and the others a rough explanation of the reaction between the various components in the glass-making process. Of course, he couldn't go into too much detail, or it would involve a lot of fundamental questions. During the explanation, it was inevitable that some words that they had never heard before would pop up, but no one interrupted. They all listened attentively because they knew that the knowledge that Li Zixuan was talking about was very likely to be unique in the Tang Empire and even in the whole world. This knowledge was very likely to change the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 256. Drunken Wind Pavilion. Li Zixuan was speaking with fervor and assurance. Meng Wenhao, Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Li Yu were listening attentively. The first, chemistry, class of this era was quietly unfolding in such a room. Time passed slowly. After about an hour, Li Zixuan finally explained most of the chemical reactions in the glass manufacturing process. Of course, it was estimated that they could only understand less than 40% of it. After all, they had no foundation in chemistry at all. Well, that's all for now. As long as you understand the general principles, that's enough. I know that there are many things that you don't understand. If there is a chance in the future, I will set up a chemistry class, but definitely not now. Li Zixuan spoke for a long time. His mouth was dry. He quickly drank a few mouthfuls of water and then said, You're not going to teach anymore? Sir, you're too irresponsible. Only Li Tai dared to criticize Li Zixuan in front of his face. The little fatty pouted and muttered unhappily. He was completely immersed in the world of chemistry just now. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. You're not AF** king girl, and I didn't do anything to you. How is that irresponsible? He waved his hand and said, I said I'm not going to teach anymore. Qingke, go get a pen and paper. Before Faubert and the others make a compass, prepare to write a few more chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality! When Li Tai heard this, he immediately became spirited. The dissatisfaction on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. Hee, that's good. I'll go get a pen and paper. Wow, so The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Sir? Li Yu exclaimed. She just read the newspaper that Li Zixuan gave her in the carriage. Other than the news, the part that attracted her the most was the novel. Although she only read a few chapters in the middle of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, she was deeply attracted by the bizarre world of immortal cultivation inside. Fortunately, Li Zixuan had only given her some old newspapers. If she were to read today's issue, the expression on her face would not be one of shock, but of vomiting blood. Because in this edition of the newspaper, she could see Li Zixuan rewarding himself. Little you, I gave you the newspaper in the carriage just so you could read the news. Why did you go read novels? When Li Zixuan saw how excited the little girl was, he knew that she had read a lot of novels in the carriage earlier. Li stuck her tongue out awkwardly, she was speechless. After a while, Li Tai got a pen and paper. Everything was ready. Li Zixuan looked at the four of them, then continued to talk about The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Continuing from last time, today we will start from chapter 34, Blinking Swordsmanship. Blinking Swordsmanship? Han Li repeated the name of the swordsmanship to himself. Yeah, what do swordsmanship and blinking have to do with each other? Isn't the name funny? Have you practiced this swordsmanship before? Han Li asked with concern. Of course not. Who would practice a martial art that doesn't even use true qi? Isn't it just for show? Not to mention me, ever since it was created, no one has practiced it. Today's opening was more exciting. When the words blinking swordsmanship came out, it immediately attracted the attention of Li Tai and the others. In fact, even Li Zixuan admired the imagination of the original author of Mortal, Wang Yu. To be able to come up with such a novel swordsmanship, this novel swordsmanship was even more attractive to people like Li Tai and Meng Wenhao who had never been in contact with online literature. In a way, the blinking swordsmanship, created by the first generation of the 7 invincible elders, was probably the technique that had the greatest impact on Han Li's life. Of course, the blinking swordsmanship was not a true technique. It could not even be considered a swordsmanship. Instead, it was more like a killing encyclopedia. Its goal was to make use of all available factors and seize a fleeting opportunity to kill an enemy who was stronger than oneself in the blink of an eye. From the original book, it could be seen that Hanli had been on the path of cultivation for nearly 3,000 years. His realm had risen from that of a mortal to that of a great ascension ancestor. His techniques had also been constantly upgraded. However, this martial art created by a mortal had always influenced him. From this, one could see the power of the blinking swordsmanship. Stealing secret manuals, surprise, 3 untrainables, meeting a spy at night, abnormal conditions, origin of the secret technique, message appearing at night, cloud-winged bird, everything was ready. In the blink of an eye, another 10 chapters had been talked about. Almost 2 hours later, Falbert finally walked in with a small wooden box. "Young master, look, the first compass has been made." Falbert looked a little tired, but more excited. It could be seen that he had spent a lot of effort on this first compass. Li Zishuan took the box and opened it. He saw a palm-sized compass with a wooden casing lying quietly in the box. As for why the casing was made of wood, it was mainly because iron would interfere with the pointing of the compass. In this era, copper was mainly used to cast copper coins. It was even more precious than iron, so it was not conducive to popularizing. Li Zishuan took out the compass and held it in his hand. The magnetic needle rotated with the dial. When it stopped, he could immediately identify the 4 directions from the dial. Well, that's great. Falbert, thank you for your hard work." Li Zishuan looked a little excited. The degree of perfection of the first compass had exceeded his imagination. Although the pointing of the compass was certainly not absolutely accurate, because the north and south poles of geomagnetism did not completely coincide with the north and south poles of geomagnetism, there was magnetic declination. This had been mentioned by the scholar Shen Kuo of the Northern Song dynasty in Dream Creek writings, but to be able to achieve this step was really very good. At least for this time's fleet to go south, this compass could be called a divine tool. The final difference between having and not having a compass was really big. It's not hard, not hard. Young master, the materials for making glass have been prepared. This old man has decided to start firing the glass tonight. After all, time waits for no one. Falbert said with a smile. Li Zishuan couldn't help but say, "Falbert, you are so old. It's better not to stay up late. You don't have to worry too much about the glass. According to the method I wrote, it should be able to be made in 2 or 3 days. Young master, you don't have to worry about this old man's body. This old man has just turned 60 this year. I have been working my whole life. My body has always been healthy. Besides, when the time comes, I will just be watching from the side. It won't take much physical strength. I will be fine." Falbert's face was glowing. From his complexion, he indeed looked more energetic than some people in their 60s. Perhaps a person's heart was full of enthusiasm, which could indeed make his body more energetic. Well, anyway, in any case, your health is the most important. You are now the pillar of our workshop. Li Zishuan saw that Falbert was insistent. He could only compromise helplessly. Thank you for your concern, young master. This old man will go back to work." Falbert was touched. He cupped his hands and said, "Okay." Chapter 257. Since today's goal has been achieved, let's go back. Li Zishuan put the compass back into the wooden box and smiled happily. "Hey, mister, wait a minute. Where will I live? I can't live in the workshop, right?" Xiao Yu jumped out and asked. Li Zishuan patted his head. He almost forgot about it. "I'll have Uncle Fu arrange for someone to bring you to the broker. When the time comes, you can choose which square you want to live in. You can rent a courtyard in that square and live there for now. I'll give you 5 strings of coins in advance and deduct it from your salary in the future." In the Tang dynasty, renting a house was very common and not shameful. It was said that Biyao had once rented a house for 18 years. As for how to rent a house, just look for the people in the broker house. This era was not like the modern era, where the city was small. Everyone would know if there was a vacant house and they would tell each other. The people in the broker house specialized in this, so they would definitely know more about it. Besides, wasn't Ma Zhou's house rented next to the workshop? Thank you, mister. But mister, aren't you afraid that I'll sneak away by giving me so much money in advance? Li Yu cracked a smile and said mischievously. If you want to run away, then run away. It's only 5 strings of coins, not 5,000 strings of coins. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said indifferently. He really didn't care about this small amount of money now. Li Yu was stunned. According to the script, shouldn't Li Zishuan say that he trusted her and wasn't worried that she would run away? How did it turn out like this? Li Zishuan took the compass and went to the commandery Prince Hejian Manor by carriage. After he asked the servant to go in and report, a beautiful woman who was less than 30 years old came out. Looking at her noble aura, she should be the commandery prince's consort. You must be Li Zishuan. I'm really sorry. My lord fell asleep after coming back from the imperial palace at noon. I've already asked someone to wake him up. Nephew, come in quickly. Logically speaking, when someone came to visit, as the mistress of the house, Wang Fei usually wouldn't appear. However, today's situation was truly special. Firstly, Li Xiaogong had drunk quite a bit at noon and was indeed still not fully awake. Secondly, Li Zishuan was just a junior and didn't really need to worry about these things. So it's the princess consort. This one greets the princess consort. Li Zishuan was also shocked and hurriedly raised his hands in greeting. No need for formality, come in quickly. Before His Highness went to sleep, he specifically instructed me to wake him up when you came. The princess consort said with laughter. Li Zishuan followed Jianghu. Ji Fei through the grand Wang Fu and came to a spacious hall. After sitting down, seeing that Li Xiaogong had not come yet, Jianghu Ji Fei started to chat with Li Zishuan about daily life. Things like how old he was, who was in his family, if he was married, and so on. Li Zishuan did not dare to show any impatience on his face. Of course, he did not dare to stare at Jianghu Ji Fei. This guy hugged the teacup. As he politely answered, he submissively stared at the teacup as though there was a flower inside the teacup. It wasn't that he couldn't be seen, but this princess consort was too beautiful. Li Zishuan was afraid that if he looked at her too much, he would get chicken eyes. He wasn't chicken bro's chicken. Haha. Little Xian, you've come? Don't tell me you've already finished that little tool for identifying directions? Just as Li Zishuan was silently criticizing Li Xiaogong for marrying such a beautiful wife and not dying of silence, Li Xiaogong's laughter came from outside the room. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Li Xiaogong, dressed in dark yellow robes, walk in with an imposing presence. Greetings to the Lord. Rise, rise. The two greeted each other and Li Xiaogong sat next to the princess consort. At this time, Li Zishuan took out the sandalwood box containing the compass from his sleeve and handed it in front of Li Xiaogong. He said with a smile, Lord, this is the tool this little one made to find directions. It's called a compass. Take a look. Li Xiaogong said with a smile, you are really efficient. As he spoke, he took the sandalwood box. After opening it, he took out the palm-sized compass and then examined it in his hand. He saw the small magnetic needle that was thick in the middle and thin at the ends had a paper dial. After the initial spins, it finally stabilized. Li Xiaogong looked at the direction marked on the dial and then looked at the direction in reality. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Miraculous, really miraculous. Such a small thing can point out north, south, east, and west so quickly. It really is miraculous. This is much better than the compass of the imperial astronomer. The princess consort saw her husband lose his composure and couldn't help but come over to see what kind of miraculous object it was. With a look, she was also attracted by the exquisite and wondrous compass. Lord, this thing is much smaller than the compass, but I didn't expect it to be so useful. And the speed at which it points directions is so fast. Yes, yes, it is so. Little Xian, this thing you made is very good. This prince heard that you have a workshop. That will save us a lot of trouble. This time, there are about 1,300 ships going south, including the civilian ships. You can have your workshop make 1,000 compasses first. At this time, Li Shaogong was even more confident about leading the navy down south to trade for grain. He waved his hand heroically and said. Li Zishuan's knees weakened and he almost knelt down. He could not calculate things like Li Shaogong. It would take at least half a month to make 1,000 compasses. That was because all of the fine components had to be polished by hand. Lord, it is not easy to make this compass, and it is not cheap to make. If you want 1,000, even if the court is willing to pay, our workshop cannot make it in 7 days. Li Zishuan spread his hands with a troubled expression. Ah! How expensive can such a small thing be? Boy, don't fool Ben Wang. Li Shaogong said with a frown. Lord, this boy does not dare to fool you. Look at the cover of this compass, it is made of colored glass. The small needles inside have to be polished by old craftsmen in our workshop to be perfect. Calculating this, the cost of one compass is at least 3 or 4 strings of coins. To ensure that he would not lose money, Li Zishuan started to pour out his grievances and calculate the cost for Li Shaogong. TSK, it really is colored glass. Boy, don't you know how to get some cheap materials? Li Shaogong looked carefully and then could not help but frown as he scolded. This can protect the internal structure and allow people to see the direction inside clearly from the outside. Other than colored glass, this boy really cannot think of any other material that can be used as a substitute. Li Zishuan was dissing Li Shaogong for being uncultured in his mind but explained without a change in expression. Lord, this concubine feels that you should think this way. At this time, Jun Wang Fei smiled and interrupted. Compared to Sinan, this compass is small and fine, but the price is more than 10 times cheaper than Sinan. If you think like this, don't you feel that this compass is much cheaper? Wow! Jun Wang Fei is really a godlike teammate. Li Zishuan furiously praised Jun Wang Fei 666666666 in his mind. He had not been lying when he estimated the cost. However, that was only when the workshop did not have the ability to make glass. Right now, the workshop would probably be able to produce glass in a short while. At that time, the cost of this compass would probably not even be enough. The fleet would definitely make a lot of money heading south this time. In comparison, it was not too much for him to earn this little bit of money, right? Yes, Wang Fei's words are very good. Boy, come with Ben Wang to the palace to see His Majesty. This matter needs to be decided by His Majesty in the end. Hearing Jun Wang Fei's analysis, Li Xiaogong's expression turned joyful as he stood and laughed. Chapter 258. The sun was setting in the west. Looking at the time, it would not be long before all the shops closed. However, Li Zishuan was forcefully dragged by Li Shaogong to the palace. Are you still worried about the curfew? What should I say to you? It's just a curfew. In a while, His Majesty will give you a warrant. The patrolling marquis will naturally not make things difficult for you. The officials will also open the doors for you. What are you afraid of? In the Li family's luxurious limousine, Li Shaogong saw Li Zishuan looking at the sky outside the window from time to time. He pondered for a moment and understood what Li Zishuan was thinking. He comfortably leaned on the sofa and said unhappily. Ugh, Li Zishuan thought that it was true. He secretly thought that he was used to being an obedient child. Your Highness is right. Haha. However, your carriage is really comfortable, especially this stool. Sitting on it is soft, even more comfortable than lying on a bed. Brat, how about you give me one later? Li Shaogong was like some of the big bosses in modern times. He sank his entire body into the sofa. He used his hand to touch his old waist and sighed in satisfaction. Your Highness, the production of this carriage is currently not enough. However, in a few days, there will be a batch of carriages to sell. At that time, I will give you another one. How about it? Li Zishuan silently cursed Li Shaogong in his heart. He was afraid that Li Shaogong had drunk too much. Otherwise, he would not be rubbing his old waist now. At the same time, he was somewhat regretful. If he knew that he would be going to the palace with Li Shaogong, he would not have taken a carriage when he came. Bam! Li Shaogong patted the armrest of the sofa and said angrily, "Brat, don't play dumb with me. 2 days ago, you just gave a carriage to Xu Bao and Ji Jie. You don't have one when it's my turn? Are you afraid that I won't give you money?" These words were a bit shameless. At this moment, Li Zishuan really had no choice but to give it. Otherwise, he would offend the other party. How would I dare? That brat will have someone send a carriage to your highness tomorrow, Li Zishuan said with a pained expression. He swore to himself that he would never take a carriage to visit someone's house again before the caravan was mass-produced and sold. Every time he took a carriage, there would be one less caravan. As a person, one shouldn't act tough. Tisk, look at your stingy appearance. Although this carriage is a little luxurious, this prince can still afford it. Later, this prince will have someone send the money for the carriage to your house. Li Shaogong curled his lips and mocked. Your Highness, this really isn't a matter of money. It's just that this kind of carriage is really too rare. This little one originally built this carriage to prepare for next month's wedding. My original intention was not to make money. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Li Xiaogong's face turned red. As an elder, it was really shameful to steal someone's wedding car. Cough, cough, oh, this king just remembered that Xiao Xian will be getting married soon. At that time, this king is afraid that this king won't be able to make it back in time. However, Princess Consort will definitely personally go to congratulate on behalf of this king and present a large gift. In other words, this king would still want this carriage, but when you get married, this king will compensate you with a large gift. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes in his heart. He pretended to cup his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Haha. You're welcome, you're welcome. Li Zishuan, This is the tool you made to distinguish directions? Taiji Palace. Li Er held the newly made compass in his hand and looked at it curiously as he asked. Yes. This humble subject calls this a compass. In the past, when passengers were at sea, they mostly relied on the sun, moon, and stars to distinguish directions. However, when it's cloudy and rainy, they can't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. With this compass, even if it's cloudy and rainy, they won't get lost. Li Zishuan bowed and answered. Li Er fiddled with the compass for a while and found that it was indeed convenient. Thus, he said, not bad. To be able to make such an exquisite and practical compass in such a short time, I'm afraid that in the entire Tang Empire, only you can do it. How much does it cost to make? As an emperor, Li Er was very qualified. The first thing he thought of was whether it was worth it or not, unlike Li Shaogong, who directly asked for 1,000. Replying to Your Majesty, the cost of one compass is about 3 or 4 strings of coins. Your Majesty, please don't think it's expensive. I'm sure you know the approximate cost of the glass and the exquisite mechanism inside, so this humble subject didn't say much. As Li Zishuan spoke, he secretly looked at Li Er's expression. It wasn't easy to earn money from an emperor. You're quite honest this time. How about this? According to the 4 strings of coins for one, the Imperial Court's fleet will purchase 200 compasses. As for the civilian merchant ships, have them buy from you. You must ensure that every 5 ships have at least 1 compass. Li Er knew a thing or two about the prices of goods in Chang'an. He silently calculated in his mind, then nodded and made his decision. Your Majesty is wise. Li Zishuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly began to flatter the emperor. You brat. This time, the imperial court's fleet is going south. If they make a loss, this humble subject will settle the score with you. Li Er heard Li Zishuan's insincere flattery and laughed as he scolded. Hee, Your Majesty, don't worry. This time, the imperial court will definitely make a profit and not a loss. At least 10 times the profit. If sea trade couldn't make them rich, then what business in the world could? Li Zishuan was still confident about this. That's for the best. You brat, you should be rewarded for making such a powerful maritime weapon. However, the imperial court has been preparing for the southern expedition recently, so it's not appropriate to give out excessive rewards. How about this, when the fleet returns, if it's really as you said, this humble subject will be rewarded and you will be promoted. How about it? Merits should be rewarded, and mistakes should be punished. Li Er knew how to use people, so he naturally knew how to make his subjects submit. Thank you, Your Majesty. What I have done is what I should do. I've never coveted rewards. When Li Zishuan heard that he would be promoted, he was a little excited. A while ago, he had wanted to be a marquis. He didn't know if he could directly be promoted to a marquis this time. In a moment of pride, he couldn't help but say a few more words to show his loyalty. However, Li Er didn't fall for it. Oh. Is that so? Then pretend that this humble subject didn't say anything. Li Zishuan was speechless. Li Er's last sentence was, of course, a joke. As a monarch, he naturally wouldn't do anything that went back on his word. Leaving the palace, Li Zishuan held the warrant that Li Er gave him. For the first time, he enjoyed special treatment in Chang and city under the night sky. Along the way, he defeated 5 obstacles and 6 generals, and finally returned home. Xian, why are you back so late today? The doors are all closed. How did you get in? Madame Li and Father Li had been waiting in the hall. Seeing that Li Zishuan had returned, Madame Li hurriedly stood up and asked. Mother, it's the thing that His Majesty asked me to do. It's already done. Just now, I was delayed in the palace for a while. Here, I used the warrant that His Majesty gave me to pass the inspection of the patrolling marquis. Then, I used this to let the officials open the door. Li Zishuan took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and casually threw it on the table as he answered. Hey, you child. How can you just throw away His Majesty's warrant? Madame Li carefully put away the piece of paper as she reprimanded him. Mother, isn't it just a piece of paper? Let's eat quickly. After eating, I still have to mark the papers for the students. Not bad. After staying in the Imperial College for so long, you've made some progress. Father Li's face was full of smiles as he comforted him. Chapter 259. Gently in the night, the stars are shining. Teacher's room is bright all night. Every time I walk past your window the bright light shines on my heart. Every time I think of you, my beloved good teacher, a burst of warmth surges in my heart, nurturing a new generation of hard-working gardeners. Tonight, the light is still bright, painstakingly writing your teaching materials. My tall figure is reflected in your window. It was already late into the night, but Li Zishuan's room was still brightly lit. His figure bent over a few tables as he graded papers was reflected on the oil paper on the wall, making people involuntarily think of the nursery rhymes sung by the people's teachers. Who said that he was always slacking off and not doing his job? Li Zishuan felt that he was very dedicated to his job right now. He had no choice but to be dedicated to his job. The weekend break was almost over, and Su Hongji was still urging him to get more papers. In the room, Xiaoxi finished grinding the ink and leaned over a small table at the side. She supported her chin and looked at her young master working there. Li Zishuan was handsome to begin with, and it was said that a man was even more handsome when he was serious. Now that he was marking papers and frowning from time to time, he looked even more charming under the soft candlelight. Young master looks really good when he is serious. Xiaoxi supported her chin and couldn't help but think. When she reacted, her cheeks quickly turned red. Amazing. TSK, I didn't expect this. Meng Wenhao is really going to explode this time. Li Zishuan didn't feel the flirtatious atmosphere at all. He also didn't notice that his servant girl had fallen in love with him. This fellow was still looking at Meng Wenhao's test paper and was still sighing. The questions he had set for the weekly exam were quite difficult for the students from the School of Mathematics. He had thought that they would be lucky if they could pass. If they could get 80 points, they would be considered excellent. He had never expected Meng Wenhao to make such a big news this time. Including the additional questions, Meng Wenhao had scored a total of 101 points, which was 10 points more than the second place, bruiser. This was unbelievable. Young master, it's almost midnight. You should go to bed early. When Xiao Shi heard Li Zishuan mumbling to himself, she instantly woke up from her fantasy. She hurriedly got up and cut the wick of the candles on the table as she asked with concern. The Li family was rich, so naturally, they used high-quality white wax candles, unlike the poor families who still used oil seals. Not only were the candles dim, but they were also smelly. So fast. But we haven't even started to draw the map of the fleet heading south. Li Zishuan patted his head. When a person was working seriously, time passed too quickly. Forget it, I'll do it tomorrow. Staying up late will affect my work efficiency. There was no room for carelessness in the drawing of a sea map. He had to be extremely careful. With his current mental state, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to draw a perfect sea map. Xiao Shi will go and make the bed for young master now. Xiao Shi, why is your face so red? No, young master, you're talking nonsense again. It seemed that her little maidservant's thoughts were somewhat unhealthy. Then should he go with the flow and do something shameful? Li Zishuan expressed that he was very conflicted in his heart. Newspaper for sale, newspaper for sale. The freshly baked Datang Daily. Today's headline, Interesting Pavilion Workshop creates magical nautical artifact, no longer afraid of getting lost in stormy weather at sea. Only 10 copper coins for a copy. It was difficult for the citizens of Cheng and city to sleep in under normal circumstances. The sound of the morning drum in the morning was the first wave of alarm clock. Not long after, the sound of the newspaper boys selling newspapers in the streets and alleys became the second wave of alarm clock. Fortunately, there was a curfew in Cheng and city. The people basically didn't have a nightlife and generally didn't stay up late. They woke up early and gradually got used to the noise in the morning. Didn't it sell for 5 copper coins in the past? Why is it selling for 10 copper coins today? Are you trying to raise the price on purpose? Yes. Why did it suddenly become 10 copper coins? Isn't this cheating people? After the citizens finished their breakfast, they went to buy a copy of the newspaper as usual. In the end, they found out that the newspaper was selling for 10 copper coins. Instantly, many people couldn't bear it and shouted one after another. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, it's not what you think. The reason why the price of today's newspaper is increased is because there is a last-minute edition. The content of today's newspaper is equivalent to twice as much as usual. You can take a look. There are 2 copies of today's newspaper. Normally, there is only 1 copy. Naturally, it will be sold for 10 copper coins. Please forgive us. Seeing that he was being condemned by so many people in the blink of an eye, the newspaper boy hurriedly told them what Ma Zhou had told them in the morning. Only then did the crowd avoid a commotion. I see. It seems that I have misunderstood this little kid. Yes, it used to be 5 copper coins for a copy. Today, it's 2 copies for 10 copper coins. He didn't raise the price maliciously. I knew it. Don't you know who is the one who runs the Datang Daily? It's Lord Li. This is the god of wealth. Why would he be greedy for your few copper coins? Yes. Then, kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. Give me 2 copies. Reasonable people were still in the majority. After they recovered from their shock, they began to consciously line up to buy the newspaper. 2 masters, this is the newspaper you wanted. But today's newspaper is 10 copper coins for a copy. It said that the content is more than before. In a breakfast restaurant not far away, Feng Zhihua and Liao Shifan were drinking porridge. At this time, a waiter ran over and handed them a newspaper. Oh. Not bad, not bad. The newspaper used to be good, but the content was too little. Now, there is finally more content. Feng Zhihua's expression revealed a trace of joy. With their status, they would definitely not line up like others to buy the newspaper. Naturally, there would be a waiter willing to serve them. This was the charm of money. Feng Zhihua took the newspaper, then took out a string of money and threw it to the waiter. Here, it's your reward. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The waiter quickly bowed and thanked him. Then, he very consciously left quietly. Oh, I just finished eating. Let's see what's added to today's newspaper. Feng Zhihua said with a smile as he handed a copy of the newspaper to Liao Shifan. Yes, I heard from the newspaper boy that the Strange Interest Pavilion has made another nautical artifact. I don't know what it is, but I have to take a good look. Our fleet will be going to sea soon. Although Liao Shifan had not finished eating, he also put down his chopsticks at this moment, took the newspaper, and began to read it. After reading it, the two of them both felt that buying the newspaper today was really worth it. Because half of today's news section was introducing nautical precautions, essential nautical tools, and the local customs of the small countries in the South China Sea. This was simply a travel guide specially prepared for the two of them. Chapter 260. TSK, isn't the title a little shameless? Brother Feng, what do you think of this compass? Liao Shifan couldn't help but ask after reading the news in his hand. Feng Zhihua read it in detail, but he hadn't finished reading it. He didn't even raise his head when he heard Liao Shifan's question. I think this compass is very good. Shifan, you haven't been to the sea before, so you don't know the dangers. I've heard a few sailors describe their experiences at sea. The vast sea was boundless. If it was a sunny day, it would be fine, as one could determine the direction according to the sun, moon, and stars. However, if it was a rainy day, the scenery in all directions would be the same, and one would not know which direction to sail in. If you accidentally enter deeper waters, you won't have the chance to go ashore anymore. But with this compass, it's different. Even if we're unfortunate enough to leave the fleet, we can still use the compass and the map to find the right direction. Do you think this compass is useful? Sailing on the sea is so scary. It seems like this compass is really necessary. Liao Shifan's face flashed with fear as he mumbled. So you see, didn't the imperial court set a rule that every 5 merchant ships participating in this trip must have at least one compass? I plan to send someone to buy a batch of compasses from Chitsu Pavilion when the East Market opens. Feng Zhihua said with an indifferent expression. But this compass costs 5 strings of coins, the imperial court buys it at 4 strings of coins, so of course it's more expensive among the commoners. Isn't it too expensive? Liao Shifan couldn't help but ask. Feng Zhihua heard his old friend's words and couldn't help but say earnestly, Shifan, don't be so short-sighted. Shifan, don't be so short-sighted. This trip to the south will increase our profits by at least 10 times or more. The more goods we send over, the more we'll earn. Comparatively speaking, this investment is worth it. Besides, we have to be conscientious when doing business. If we buy some compasses, the lives of our sailors will be better protected. We can't lose the big picture for small gains. I will go and buy 15 compasses in a while. When the time comes, each ship will have one. I hope Chitsu Pavilion has them. Brother Feng's words are reasonable. I will follow Brother Feng in a while. Shifan, you have to read the rest of the article carefully, especially this one, 5 things to watch out for at sea. I've learned a lot from reading it. I didn't expect that at such a young age, Lord Li is not only good at business, but also knows so much about navigation. It's really unbelievable. Really? Then I'll read it carefully again. However, ordinary people like us can't understand Lord Li. If my unfilial son is half as smart as Lord Li, I'd be willing to die immediately. Feng Zhihua sneered and said, "Ha! Shifan, you sure have a big heart. If that useless brat of mine had even 10% of Lord Li's intelligence, this old man would wake up laughing in his dreams." As the two of them talked, they started to talk about the younger generation. It was as if they were talking about Li Zixuan. Today's newspaper not only expanded the content of the news section, but also the novel section, which gave the novel fans of Chang an infinite surprise. Sun Manor. Wow, that's amazing. 10 chapters have been updated today. Oh my god, that's awesome. Ha ha ha. I didn't know that tips could be used like this. If I had known, I would have sent someone to tip him yesterday. Sun Zifan was excited. He was looking at the author's words at the end of the novel. Thank you, Li Zixuan, for your generous tip. I'll update again. Anyone who had read a novel would definitely have experienced the pain of not having enough books. When Sun Zifan saw that there were 10 chapters, of course he was excited. Yesterday, little Fatty had a great ambition and wanted to write a novel himself. In the end, he locked himself in his study and spent the whole morning writing, but he couldn't even write a single chapter. He either wrote it and threw it away, or he threw it away and wrote it again. In the end, he flipped the table, patted his butt, and found his old Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality to review it again. Although writing novels can make money, whoever wants to write can write. I'm not writing. I'll only be responsible for reading novels in the future. That was what Sun Zifan thought at that time. Kaihua Square, Wang Meng's house. Wang Meng saw that today's novel section had taken up almost an entire newspaper. He was pleasantly surprised. He counted for a long time before he realized that there were 10 chapters updated today. Damn, 10 chapters. Pai Xiajue is crazy. Oh my. So many people tipped yesterday? Wang Meng glanced at the back of the newspaper and saw that it was a sea of red. They were all tipped yesterday for Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Those who could leave their names on the newspaper had tipped more than 100 strings of coins. He roughly estimated that the total tipped was close to 10,000 strings of coins. 10,000 strings of coins. How much money was that? Wang Meng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Although he wasn't greedy, he couldn't help but gasp in the face of 10,000 strings of coins. If he could write novels like Leather Knight, it would be awesome. Sigh, it's a pity that I didn't get on the newspaper. But it's not bad to get this branch leader badge. Wang Meng's father was only a 9th rank official in the Ministry of Works. His family wasn't rich. Tipping 10 strings of coins was Wang Meng's limit. As he muttered to himself, he proudly took out a small copper badge from his bosom. On the front was written Branch Leader, and on the back were the words, A Biography of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. This was the badge that the workshop's manservant had sent to him in the afternoon after he had tipped the workshop yesterday. The workshop hadn't finished processing the badge of Branch Leader in the morning, so it could only be sent in the afternoon. Cheng Manor. Wu Yun, come over quickly. Come over quickly. Your young master is on the newspaper. Cheng Chumo held the newspaper and shouted excitedly in his courtyard. When the little boy heard his young master calling for him, he quickly trotted over. However, he was dragged by Cheng Chumo to read the words on the newspaper. Clapping in admiration, slapping the table and standing up. If not for this reward, it wouldn't be enough to express my intentions. Cheng Chumo of Huaid Fong tipped Leather Knight 100 strings of coins. Jianghu naturally knew some words as a page boy. After he finished reading, he couldn't help but be speechless. In his opinion, tipping 100 strings of coins was just to show his face in a corner of the newspaper. If this wasn't a retard, then what was? What's with your expression? Your young master is on the newspaper. Aren't you happy? Oh, and I even got a Silver Alliance Leader badge. TSK, how beautiful. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but be dissatisfied when he saw that his page boy's reaction didn't meet his expectations. Hee, happy. I'm happy for you, young master. You're amazing. Jiang Wuyun reacted and quickly squeezed out a smile. Heh, that's more like it. Chapter 261. South of Chang'an City, Jianghu Academy. Hua Hongyi, Meng Tianhua, and Liao Feichen, these three fellow sufferers, began their daily routine of morning reading. However, it was the unlucky Meng Tianhua's turn to buy the newspaper today. He was so unlucky that a copy today cost 10 copper coins. It was twice as much as usual. As Meng Tianhua read the newspaper, he could not help but feel the pinch. Oh my God! So many people tipped The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality yesterday? All of them were tipped. Hiss! How much money does this add up to? That's insane! Liao Feichen exclaimed as he looked at the red tipping notices behind him. His legs trembled and he almost fell to his knees. When Hua Hongyi heard this, he looked at it and said, "It adds up to about 10,000 strings of cash." Meng Tianhua had already turned his attention over. After he heard Hua Hongyi's words, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened. Then doesn't that mean that Leather Knight received close to 5,000 strings of coins from the tipping yesterday? Hua Hongyi nodded and said calmly, "That's true. However, this is probably just a random outburst. There won't be so many tipping every day in the future. That's still incredible. I'm willing to write even 50 strings of coins, let alone 5,000 strings of coins." Meng Tianhua was in a daze. After a while, he stood up abruptly and said, "No, you guys read it first. I'm going to write a novel. I plan to send it to Datong Daily's editorial department after I've written 30,000 words to try my luck. Yes, I'm going to write a novel too. Brother Hongyi, I'll take my leave first." After Liao Feichen finished speaking, he hurriedly followed Meng Tianhua and walked away. Sigh. These two, seriously, do they have to be in such a hurry? Hua Hongyi sat on the stone bench and shook his head speechlessly. Azure Dragon Lane, Wang family residence. After Wang Renbiao finished his breakfast, he sat under the pavilion with a satisfied look on his face. He sipped his tea and read the newspaper. Beside him sat a little girl in a pink dress. The little girl was playing with a small golden badge in her hand. It was the Golden Alliance Leader badge given by the editorial department of Tang Daily. "Big brother, this badge is really beautiful," the little girl said with a grin. Although Wang Renbiao was interrupted, he didn't show any displeasure on his face. He rubbed the little girl's head and smiled. "Is that so? If Fei likes it, then Big Brother will give it to you." It was rare to be able to give away a badge that was exchanged for 1,000 strings of cash. "Really? Thank you, brother." The little girl cheered and ran away. "Young master, Yu Yao doesn't understand why you would give 1,000 strings of coins as a reward to a complete stranger. Moreover, you don't seem to care about the Alliance Leader badge." Leng Yuyao asked doubtfully when she saw Wang Renbiao's indifferent expression. "Hee, Yao, don't tell me you don't think this A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality is very interesting?" Wang Renbiao casually said. Leng Yuyao frowned and said with disdain, "Yuyao doesn't find it interesting at all. From the level of martial arts, this novel is simply nonsense. It doesn't conform to common sense at all. In this world, there can't be any everlasting spring technique, blink sword technique, and there can't be any immortal cultivation sect." Ahem. Wang Renbiao was just casually talking nonsense. He didn't expect to hear such an answer. He quickly coughed and said, "It's just a novel. Why are you so serious about it, Yao?" Actually, there was one thing that Wang Renbiao didn't say. The reason why he gave the reward was mainly because he guessed that the real identity of the author of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was Li Zishuan. Moreover, whether it was Li Zishuan or not, this reward would more or less repair the relationship between the two families. Li residence. When Li Zishuan was eating breakfast, he looked at the newspaper and was shocked by the huge amount of rewards. This was already beyond his expectations. F***ck, this group of scammers. They gave so many rewards. Are they trying to cause trouble? How many chapters will there be in tomorrow's newspaper? Li Zixuan felt a little bitter in his heart. Since ancient times, there had been no one who could complain about the number of people who gave out rewards. Sigh, forget it. I'll just draw the map first. The draft at the workshop should be enough to last for another day. After breakfast, Li Zixuan went straight to the study and began to draw the map wholeheartedly. This map was related to the lives of tens of thousands of people. He couldn't help but be cautious. Li Zixuan sat quietly on the stool with his eyes closed. He began to slowly recall the maps of the Eurasian continent that he had read in the geography books from his previous life. Every island and every bay flashed past in Li Zixuan's mind. After a full hour, he opened his eyes and began to draw. His memory and control were excellent now. Mountains, rivers, oceans, and canyons gradually became perfect curves under his pen. He had a good grasp of the proportion and length. It looked like a perfect copy of the map from his previous life. Of course, the place names couldn't be copied. Li Zixuan didn't know if the tectonic plate movement would cause the world map of the modern era to be different from the one of this era. He was just trying his best to imitate the map in his memory. He believed that even if there were slight differences with the topography of this era, it wouldn't be too big. Such a detailed map was already better than more than 90% of the maps from the Tang dynasty. Just like that, Li Zixuan continued to meditate and copy the map in his mind onto a piece of paper. He kept his brain working at high capacity until the afternoon. Phew. It's really not easy to complete this. I'll never take on this kind of work in the future. It's too tiring. Li Zixuan kept rubbing his temples and couldn't help but mumble. However, the reason why he was able to finish it so early was not only because of his abnormal spiritual power, but also because the fleet was mainly going south by the coastal route. The maps he drew were only coastal nautical charts. As a result, the workload was reduced by more than half. Otherwise, it would take him 2 or 3 days to finish drawing the nautical chart. Young master, do you want to eat? Xiao Shi will go to the kitchen and ask them to heat up the food for you. Xiao Shi, who had been waiting outside the door, heard her young master's voice and quickly asked. Li Zixuan's heart felt warm. It felt good to have someone care about you. Eat. Xiao Shi, go quickly. Li Zixuan stood up and stretched his body. Then, he carefully put away the results of his hard work for half a day. Then, he pushed the door open and prepared to eat lunch. Recently, he had been working too hard for work. It really didn't suit his identity as a rich second generation. But if there were fewer people dying in the fleet going south, it would be the best reward for his hard work these days. Chapter 262. It's out. It's out. Manager Fu, we've made colored glass. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, a middle-aged man with dirty hair and a slightly yellow face ran out of a porcelain kiln excitedly and shouted at Uncle Fu, who was not far away from him. Falbert stayed up late last night and couldn't stand the high temperature in the kiln during the day. After all, he was old. He stayed in the kiln for a while before coming out to catch up on his sleep while waiting for the news. At this moment, Falbert, who was half asleep and half awake, heard the noise outside and woke up abruptly. He quickly opened the door and ran out. Changgui, you've really made colored glass? Falbert's voice was mixed with excitement and disbelief. It's true. We've really turned sand into glass. Look, Manager Fu, this is the colored glass we've just made. After Zhang Gui finished speaking, he handed over an irregular glass ball. His hands were dirty, but the glass ball was transparent and shiny, forming a very sharp contrast. Fu Bo took it and looked at it carefully in his hand. After a while, he said excitedly, "That's great. This is great. It's really colored glass. It's even better than the colored glass sold by the barbarians." Song Xiaoxi. Quick, go and tell young master the good news. Song Xiaoxi, who was at the door, quickly replied, "Yes. I'll go right now." After that, he ran out of the door in a hurry. Falbert looked at the colored glass ball in his hand and sighed. I didn't expect sand to really turn into colored glass. Damn those barbarians who sold colored glass at such a high price. Chang Gui, quickly organize some people to produce a batch of compasses. This way, we can produce colored glass ourselves. The cost of compasses should be less than usual. This is great. Yes, Manager Fu, I'll arrange for some people now. Li residence. Li Zishuan was wolfing down the food in the front hall. He had been busy since morning and hadn't eaten a single drop of water. However, he often encountered this situation in his previous life. As an engineering student, sometimes he had to work overtime and didn't even have time to eat. Wasn't this a common thing? Young Master Wang is here. At this time, Xiao He hurriedly trotted over and bowed. Oh. What was he doing here? Yes, please, please. Li Zishuan hadn't finished his food yet. He puffed out his cheeks and glared at Li Zishuan. Yes, young master. Xiao He took the order and left. Li Zishuan took the opportunity to eat a few more mouthfuls of rice and then asked the servants to take the food away. Hee, long time no see. How have you been, Lord Li? As soon as the banquet was removed, Wang Renbiao walked in with his cold-faced girl with a smile. Hee, it's fine, it's fine. Cousin Ren, come in and have a seat. Li Zishuan wiped his mouth and cupped his hands in return. In the main hall. Renbiao, is your father doing well in Chang and this time? After transmigrating for so long, Li Zishuan wasn't an idiot. He had learned some basic etiquette and greetings. It was nothing more than asking if the other party's family was doing well, or if the other party was doing well. Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhu. My father is doing well, but he has returned to Sui province the day before yesterday. There is really too much official business backlog in the provincial government. Wang Renbiao cupped his hands and answered. So fast? I was grounded at home before, so I couldn't see your father off in person. It's really a pity. Li Zishuan was surprised at first, then said with a face of regret. He had a good impression of Wang Yu. He knew what to do and didn't have the arrogance of those aristocratic families. Of course, the most important thing was that he was generous. Those few luminous pearls were still in Li Zishuan's room. In general, Wang Yu could be considered a person with a temperament. On the side, Leng Yuyao secretly rolled her eyes. She didn't believe that Li Zishuan would be so attentive to her master. It must be because of the gift from the Wang family. What a money grubber, Leng Yuyao despised in her heart. Wang Renbiao didn't think like Leng Yuyao. He understood that since Li Zishuan said so, it meant that the relationship between the two families had eased greatly. This was what he and his father wanted to see. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Zhu. Renbiao will definitely convey it to my father. I came to disturb you this time because I have something I need your help with. Li Zishuan laughed and said, Haha, Renbiao, feel free to say what you need. I'll do my best to help. Wang Renbiao said happily, Thank you, Lord Zhu. I'm sure you know about the imperial court's recruitment of civilian merchant ships to the south. The Wang family also wants to participate in this vigorous sea trade. From today's newspaper, I saw that Lord Zhu's workshop had invented a small tool that can tell directions. It's very useful for navigation. So at noon, I sent someone to buy it from the Curious Pavilion. However, I was told that the first batch of compasses produced by the workshop had already been given to the imperial court. So, I wanted to pay a visit and shamelessly ask for some compasses from Lord Zhu. So it was about this matter. Li Zishuan was moved and asked curiously, Does the Wang family also have large ships? Indeed. Not only the Wang family, but the other 6 aristocratic families all have some merchant ships. To tell you the truth, the 80,000 chicken seedlings that your lordship bought in one go last time were transported from the Jiangnan area through the Grand Canal by my younger brother who borrowed my second uncle's merchant ship. He probably earned 5,000 strings of coins from this trip. This humble one only recently learned of this matter, so I hope your lordship will not blame me. The Wang family is also willing to return this sum of money. Wang Renbiao suddenly said with a solemn expression. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said unconcernedly, No need, no need. It's only 5,000 strings of coins. Besides, those chicken seedlings are worth that price. I'm quite curious to know how many merchant ships the Wang family intends to take out in this sea trade. Wang Renbiao pondered for a moment, then extended 5 fingers and answered, a total of 50. So, I hope that Lord Zhu can make an exception and give the Wang family 50 compasses first. Damn, 50 compasses. That was equivalent to 1/10 of the imperial court's fleet. And from Wang Renbiao's relaxed expression, it was obvious that 50 compasses were not all of the Wang family's merchant ships. Were these great families so rich? Li Zishuan was greatly shocked. First, he was shocked by the number of merchant ships. Second, he was shocked that Wang Renbiao wanted to give every merchant ship a compass. Even Li Er was not so generous. The Wang family has so many merchant ships. However, was Renbiao planning to equip every merchant ship with a compass? There's no need, right? Wang Renbiao shook his head and said, this is not considered a lot. Lord Zhu, you may not know, but the great families have more or less been engaged in sea trade or river transportation. Especially the Chui family of Bowling. As far as I know, they have at least 200 merchant ships. The scale is much larger than our Wang families. Chapter 263. As for Lord Zhu's question about whether it's worth it to equip every merchant ship with a compass, this one thinks that it's very worth it. In the main hall of the Li residence, Wang Renbiao picked up his teacup and took 2 sips before continuing. A conservative estimate of the number of ships heading south this time is at least 1,000. Once there's a big storm at sea, many ships will definitely be separated from the main fleet. At this time, a compass can increase the chances of survival of a lost merchant ship by 20 to 30%. If this probability can be stacked, this one is very willing to equip every ship with a few more compasses. Because a compass is only 5 strings of money, and the value of a merchant ship and its crew is far more than that. Li Zishuan smiled and said, hee, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect Renbiao to see the problem so clearly. Then he thought for a moment and said, as for the 50 compasses that Renbiao wants, I'll have the workshop hand them over to you in 2 days, but I also have something that I need Renbiao's help with. Please speak, Lord Zhu. Wang Renbiao hurriedly said. The Wang family's fleet is heading south this time. I want to ask you to help me bring something. I don't care if this thing is rubber. What's rubber? Wang Renbiao was puzzled. He was considered knowledgeable, but he had never heard of rubber before. Li Zishuan deliberated over his words and described, it's the sap produced by a kind of tree. After you reach the Nanyang countries, you can send people to search for rubber trees. The rubber tree is an evergreen tree with a straight root system, 3 compound leaves, complete leathery, and panicle flowers. The fruit is a capsule, the seed is oval, and the juice is milky. This juice is rubber. Usually, all you need to do is cut a hole in the bark and put a jar under the hole. Then, you can collect a lot of rubber. Wang Renbiao and Leng Yuyao's eyes widened. This was the first time they heard of such a magical tree. Why did it sound like a fantasy story? There's actually such a tree in the world? It's amazing. Wang Renbiao was stunned for a while before he finally sighed. Li Zishuan smiled and said, this rubber tree is indeed a bit magical. It has another name, the weeping tree. When you cut its bark with a knife, a lot of white juice will flow out. It looks like it's crying because of pain. What Li Zishuan said was not nonsense. The word rubber tree originally came from the Indian word kaochu, which meant tree that weeps. Wang Renbiao exclaimed, interesting, this is really interesting. After hearing what Lord Zhu said, if it weren't for the fact that my family didn't allow it, I would have personally gone south to take a look. Leng Yuyao couldn't help but frown. It's a good rubber tree, why do you have to cut its bark? You are so cruel. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. Big sister, you carry a sword every day and kill anyone you don't like. You still have the face to say that others are cruel? Leng Yuyao instantly understood the expression on Li Zishuan's face. She blushed and quickly looked away, no longer saying a word. It was as if she didn't say those words just now. I need this rubber very much. Renbiao, bring back as much as you find this time. I want all of it. Don't worry about the price, it will definitely satisfy you. It's best if you can bring back some rubber seeds, but be careful, its seeds and leaves are poisonous. Don't let people eat it by mistake. Li Zishuan saw that this cold-faced girl was tactful, so he didn't lower himself to her level. He turned his head and said to Wang Renbiao. There were many industrial products that couldn't be separated from rubber. Li Zishuan really wanted this thing. Although rubber was originally produced in the Brazilian Amazon rainforest and had not been introduced to Asia at this time, the climate in Southeast Asia was hot, and there was plenty of sunlight and rain. It had the same climate as the Amazon rainforest, so it was hard to guarantee that there weren't wild and primitive rubber trees. If they found one, wouldn't it be a profit? Especially in Malaysia, this place was a famous rubber kingdom in modern times. The annual production of rubber was the first in the world. Maybe they could really find it. At this time, people certainly didn't realize the value of rubber. The first people to use rubber were the Indians, the oldest inhabitants of America. In 1493, Columbus sailed to Haitian Island in America for the second time. He saw the merry games of the Indians. They were singing songs in a circle, and tossing a ball to and fro merrily in tune with the rhythm of the song. When the ball fell to the ground, it actually bounced high. Columbus was surprised. After careful inquiry, he found out that the ball was made of something he had never known before, rubber. Later, when Columbus returned from America, he brought rubber back to Europe. However, at that time, no one in Europe knew what this wonderful thing could be used for besides making games. So, it was sent to the museum and displayed in the exhibition cabinet for people to see as a novelty brought back by Columbus. It wasn't until 1770, when the British chemist and discoverer of oxygen, Priestley, discovered that rubber could erase pencil writing, that rubber officially came into use. About eraser, there's actually another joke. Nowadays, rubber is also used to describe erasers in English. But interestingly, Americans are used to calling erasers erasers, while rubber is used to describe condoms, inside the room. Wang Renbiao thought seriously for a while, then said, since Lord Zhu needs it, then I will definitely order my subordinates to do their best to find this so-called rubber tree. In addition, I will also apply to the family to send an additional 20 merchant ships to specially load rubber for Lord Zhu. How about a ship of rubber at the price of 400 strings of coins? Of course, if it's not enough, we will also bring some goods back from there. But in this way, Lord Zhu will have to sell us 20 more compasses. Li Zishuan was happy in his heart. Wang Renbiao was opening a back door for him. Because if he transported a ship of silk and porcelain to Nanyang in exchange for some spices and food, the profit would definitely be more than 400 strings of coins. A conservative estimate would be at least 2,000 to 3,000 strings of coins. This was not an exaggeration at all. That was how profitable ocean trading was. Compasses are not a problem. This time, the compasses that the Wang family needs, our workshop will give priority and provide them for free. Don't worry, Renbiao. If your family's fleet can really find rubber trees in Nanyang, then this time, Li Zishuan will owe your Wang family a favor. Li Zishuan returned the favor. He was the kind of person who would return the favor 10 times over if someone gave him a foot of respect. Wang Renbiao was shocked, and the importance of this matter instantly increased. He quickly cupped his hands and said, don't worry, Lord Zhu. As long as there are rubber trees in Nanyang, our Wang family's fleet will definitely find them this time. Chapter 264. Since Lord Zhu is so kind and willing to give priority to the Wang family to allocate so many compasses, then I have achieved my goal. I won't disturb you any longer. Since he had achieved his goal, and there was an unexpected gain, Wang Renbiao stood up and said his goodbyes with satisfaction. Okay, Renbiao, take care. Li Zishuan put down his cup and prepared to personally send the guest off. He was also very satisfied with the outcome of today's negotiation. Lord Zhu, what is that white thing on the table? Is it paper? Wang Renbiao turned around and suddenly saw a roll of white thing on the table. He seemed to have never seen it before, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. After these few interactions and cooperation, the relationship between the Wang family and the Li family was already quite good. It wouldn't be rude to ask such a question, so Wang Renbiao directly asked the question in his heart. This is called toilet paper. Li Zishuan followed Wang Renbiao's gaze and saw that it was a roll of toilet paper. He had just finished eating, so he took some from it to wipe his mouth. He explained. What is toilet paper? Is it called toilet paper because it is very hygienic? Wang Renbiao felt that after coming here today, his IQ had been hit a little. First it was the rubber tree, and now it was toilet paper. He had never heard of these things before. You can't say that. The main characteristic of toilet paper is its softness. Here, Renbiao, you can take a look for yourself. Li Zishuan took the toilet paper and handed it to Wang Renbiao. Yan Xiaoning followed Li Zishuan's suggestion a while ago. He added a scraper and a larger drying tank to the original paper machine. Compared to the first paper machine, the workload was much smaller. The mass production of toilet paper had only started a few days ago. Previously, the entire workshop had been busy producing newspapers. No one had the time to make toilet paper. In their opinion, only a prodigal son like Li Zishuan would use it. Therefore, although the toilet paper machine had been made long ago, it had only been a few days since the toilet paper was produced. Of course, the first batch of toilet paper produced by the workshop was all sent to the Li residence. Benefits should not flow into the fields of others. This kind of good thing should be enjoyed by himself first. As for whether he would sell it or not, it would depend on how much could be produced in the future. After all, the raw materials at the workshop were prioritized to supply the new type of paper. Faubert was certainly not willing to waste resources on this meaningless toilet paper. Oh, it is indeed very soft. Wang Renbiao took the tissue paper and felt the soft touch on his hand. He couldn't help but exclaim. But after a while, he frowned and asked doubtfully, but this paper is so soft, what's the use of it? It's probably not easy to write on it, right? Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. This wrinkled tissue paper, it would be strange if it could be used to write calligraphy. If it was the ballpoint pen and ink pen from his previous life, it would be barely enough to write. Ahem, this tissue paper is not used to write. It's mainly used to wipe your mouth and butt. It's used to wipe your mouth. Li Zishuan was about to say that it was used to wipe his butt, but he suddenly saw that Leng Yuyao was still there. He quickly shut his mouth. Although he didn't have a good impression of this ice-cold girl, it wasn't good to say that it was used to wipe his butt in front of her. Is it only used to wipe your mouth? But can't you just use a handkerchief to wipe your mouth? Wang Renbiao didn't suspect him. It was because of this that he felt even more strange. At the same time, he was a little speechless. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan really knew how to enjoy himself. He even specially made a new type of tissue paper to wipe his mouth. He really knows how to have fun. Leng Yuyao didn't think so. She was standing closer to Li Zishuan. Moreover, she practiced martial arts, so her hearing was much sharper than Li Zishuan's. She heard every word of Li Zishuan's words clearly. Although Li Zishuan didn't completely say the words wipe his butt, Leng Yuyao could guess what Li Zishuan wanted to say. She couldn't help but fiercely glare at Li Zishuan. She secretly thought that this person looked decent on the surface, but in reality, he was no different from a vulgar hooligan. She didn't know why the young master valued him so much. Well, other than wiping your mouth, what else can you wipe? Renbiao, take a roll of tissue paper back and slowly think about it. I'll give this roll of tissue paper to you. Li Zishuan quickly said when he heard Wang Renbiao's slightly doubtful words. Oh. Thank you very much, Lord Zhu. Wang Renbiao couldn't understand the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. He could only take the tissue paper in surprise. Then, just as he was about to leave, he heard a shout from outside the door. Young master! Young master! The workshop has produced glass. Shouting and wrangling, what a scandal. Can't you see that this young master has a guest here? When Li Zishuan heard Song Xiaoxi's voice, his heart faintly moved. He guessed that the workshop must have made new progress in the glass research. But he didn't expect Song Xiaoxi to be so rash and directly blurt out the workshop secrets. How could this be? He was still hoping to make a fortune without anyone knowing that he could produce glass. He couldn't let Song Xiaoxi mess up his plan. So, Li Zishuan interrupted Song Xiaoxi before he could finish. Song Xiaoxi wasn't stupid. In fact, he was usually very smart. Today, he was just anxious and forgot how to behave. When he heard Li Zishuan's words from outside, he instantly knew that he had been too rash and messed things up. He was so scared that his legs trembled as he entered the house with fear and trepidation. He bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Why, young master? I'm sorry. Humph. You can leave now. I'll deal with you later." Li Zishuan was indeed a little angry. He was usually pleasant, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't get angry. It didn't mean that his subordinates could be unruly. Song Xiaoxi really did cross the line today. After Song Xiaoxi obediently retreated to the corner, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Renbiao and smiled. "Hee, my family servants are rude. Cousin Ren, please don't laugh at us." Wang Renbiao's eyes flashed and he quickly said, "You're too kind. It's mainly because Lord Zhu treats people with generosity. Since Lord Zhu has something to do, Renbiao will take his leave now." Li Zishuan didn't purposely ask him to stay. He did have something to do. So, he cupped his hands and said to Wang Renbiao, "Cousin Ren, take care. We'll meet again when we're free." Wang Renbiao smiled and replied. Then, he took Leng Yuyao and was about to leave the main hall. Before Leng Yuyao left, she looked at Li Zishuan with disdain. Li Zishuan was really confused. He didn't do anything wrong today and didn't harm the little girl. Humph. You used this toilet paper to wipe your mouth. You're so disgusting. Leng Yuyao said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. After that, she didn't give Li Zishuan a chance to explain and left Li Zishuan alone in the wind. No, Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. "Big sister. You misunderstood, okay? This toilet paper is not like a handkerchief that can be washed and used again. My toilet paper is only for one-time use. How is it disgusting?" Chapter 265. Young master. I know I'm wrong. After sending Wang Renbiao and Leng Yuyao off, Li Zishuan returned to the main hall. He glanced at Song Xiaoxi indifferently and then sat down at the side without saying a word. Song Xiaoxi's heart was flustered and he felt uncomfortable all over. He trembled as he came over, cupped his hands, and bowed. "Didn't Steward Fu tell you that everything about Liuli is a secret of the workshop?" Li Zishuan took a sip of water and asked. Young master, Steward Fu said that I was in a hurry, so, Song Xiaoxi hurriedly explained. Humph. A secret is a secret. Under no circumstances can you reveal the secrets of the workshop. If you can't keep it a secret, then there will be no place for you in the workshop in the future. Because you will harm the interests of all the workers in the workshop. Li Zishuan said coldly. Bang! After hearing that, Song Xiaoxi was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. With a bang, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with a pale face. Young master, I know I'm wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. Please forgive me this time. Don't chase me out of the workshop. Only those who had stayed in the workshop knew how good it was inside. Song Xiaoxi's hometown was in a village outside Chang'an City. Previously, he had been working as a waiter in a restaurant in Chang'an City. Every day, he had to smile and flatter. If he was unlucky, he would be scolded by the shopkeeper. Moreover, he was paid very little. Ever since he entered the workshop, not only did his monthly salary increase, but there were also very few people who would find trouble with him for no reason. Every time he returned to the village, the villagers would always cast envious gazes at him. This was because the owner of the workshop he was working in was Li Zishuan, the person who invented the curved plow. He was the great benefactor of all the villagers. In the workshop, Song Xiaoxi could gain money, happiness, and dignity. How could he bear to leave? At this moment, he was so regretful that he wanted to slap himself. Li Zishuan looked at Song Xiaoxi expressionlessly. It was not that he was cold-blooded, but he had to follow the rules. Song Xiaoxi had always been Ma Zhou and Falbert's right-hand man in the workshop. Correspondingly, he knew a lot of things. If Li Zishuan did not scare him now, sooner or later, things would get out of hand. About a quarter of an hour later, Song Xiaoxi felt like a year had passed. The sweat dripping from his forehead mixed with the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, Li Zishuan finally opened his mouth. Get up. I'll give you one more chance. However, if there's a next time, you'll have to leave the workshop on your own. In addition, half of your salary for this month will be deducted as punishment. At the end of the day, Li Zishuan was still a little soft-hearted and could not be ruthless. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. I'll definitely remember this lesson and never do it again. Song Xiaoxi heard this and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he was ecstatic and grateful. As long as he could continue to work in the workshop, he was willing to have his salary deducted for 2 months, let alone half a month. He believed that anyone would be able to make up for it. Well, now let's talk about what Falbert asked you to do. Could it be that the workshop has produced colored glaze? Li Zishuan nodded and asked. Yes, young master. Master Chang Gui and the others produced glass in the afternoon. Manager Fu asked me to invite you to the workshop to have a look. Song Xiaoxi stood up, wiped away his sweat and tears, and quickly answered. Well, very good. Then come with me to have a look. Young master, you're here. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Falbert received a message from a servant and quickly came out to greet him. Well, Falbert, did you stay up late last night? I've already told you that your health is more important. You don't have to worry about the glass. Why didn't you listen to me? Li Zishuan looked at Falbert's complexion and knew that he must have stayed up late last night, so he tried to persuade him. Hee, thank you for your concern, young master. Actually, I didn't stay up late last night. Even if you asked me to stay up late, I couldn't stand it. I'm old. Chang Gui and the others didn't sleep at all last night to produce the glass. Fortunately, God rewards those who work hard. This afternoon, they produced the glass. Young master, do you want to go and have a look? Although Uncle Fu had 2 dark circles under his eyes, his expression was slightly excited. Clearly, he knew very well how much wealth it would bring him if he could produce colored glass. Well, of course, I'll go and have a look. Li Zishuan had always attached great importance to these skilled old craftsmen. They were the key executors of the workshop's products, leading the way in this era. It was very necessary to pay them a visit. Following Falbert to an earthen porcelain kiln in the depths of the workshop, Falbert introduced, Young master, this used to be used to produce porcelain. Yesterday, you said that you wanted to produce glass, so I had people modify this kiln and use it to produce glass. Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. Well, this is pretty good. How could porcelain make as much money as glass? Li Zishuan was well aware of the situation. Chang Gui, Yongfu, and Hua, the boss is here to see you. Walking into the kiln, oh, it should be called the glass kiln now, Falbert shouted to the 3 dusty craftsmen inside. Li Zishuan felt a wave of heat and dust hitting his face. He quickly covered his mouth and nose and unbuttoned his clothes to cool down. Oh, the boss is here. Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss. The 3 craftsmen inside heard Falbert's voice and turned to look at the door. Seeing that Li Zishuan had come personally, they quickly put down their work and ran over, bowing to Li Zishuan. Oh, no need to be so courteous, no need to be so courteous. The 3 of you have worked hard. Li Zishuan gave up on covering his mouth and nose. Otherwise, others would think that he disliked them. The three of you have contributed greatly to the workshop's production of glass. In our workshop, those who contribute should be rewarded. Falbert, in the future, the workshop will take out a sum of money to reward those who make breakthroughs in the workshop's original techniques. This time, each of the three craftsmen will be rewarded with 200 strings of cash. Li Zishuan continued. This was something he had thought about a long time ago. With great rewards, there would definitely be brave men. This was the only way to encourage everyone in the workshop to strive for technological advancement and innovation. The workshop would also be able to earn more money. Boss, this can't be done. Upon hearing that Li Zishuan was going to reward each of them with 200 strings of cash, Chang Gui, Yongfu, and Enhua paled in fright and froze on the spot. Chang Gui was the first to react. Boss, you were the one who came up with the method of firing the colored glaze. We just followed your instructions and did it step by step. We really didn't contribute anything. This old man is ashamed to accept these 200 strings of cash. Chapter 266. Yes, boss, we can't accept these 200 strings of cash. Yes, boss, please take back your order. In the workshop, Yongfu and Enhua hurriedly agreed. 200 strings of cash was too much. It was enough to buy a small house in Chang'an. You don't have to refuse. Although I was the one who proposed the method of baking the glaze, you three have to figure out the specifics of the production. Therefore, these 200 strings of cash are what you deserve. I've already made up my mind. You can take the money without worry. Li Zishuan said with a smile. In his heart, he was lamenting the sincerity of these people. In his previous life, if a boss wanted to give a bonus to his employees, anyone who refused would become a fool in everyone's eyes. Li Zishuan chatted with the three for a while, asking if their families were in trouble and if their families were doing well. Then, he followed Falbert out of the glaze kiln. It was too hot in the kiln, and there was a lot of smoke and dust. On the one hand, it was the smoke from the fire, and on the other hand, it was the dust from the sand. It couldn't go on like this. If it went on for too long, it would cause lung disease. Falbert, I'll draw something that can cover the mouth and nose in a while. Go find a tailor to make it. In the future, everyone who enters the glaze kiln must wear this thing to prevent the smoke and dust from being inhaled by the workers. After leaving the glaze kiln, Li Zishuan greedily took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. Then, he said to Falbert that it was necessary to wear a mask in this kind of workplace. Falbert asked curiously, Young master, why do you have to do this? Brick and porcelain kilns have a lot of smoke and dust. The craftsmen have long been used to it. It's fine. Even if they're used to it, it won't do. Li Zishuan said decisively, I call this thing a mask. Falbert, have the tailor make a batch. In the future, whoever enters the glaze kiln without a mask will be kicked out of the workshop. In addition, after the matter of the compass is settled, the glaze kiln will also need to be remodeled. Think of a way to reduce the smoke and dust inside the glaze kiln as much as possible. This. Young master, isn't this system too harsh? You want to chase me away if I don't wear a mask? Only then did Falbert realize that Li Zishuan was actually serious. He couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Just let them do as you say. If they don't agree, come and find me. Li Zishuan was too lazy to explain to Falbert about tuberculosis. He simply said a few words and left with a flick of his sleeves. Falbert looked at his young master's back and was speechless. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and prepared to find a tailor. Sir. Oh, no, it should be boss. Boss, you're here? Li Zishuan walked out of the small courtyard where the glaze kiln was located and wandered to the back hall, the headquarters of strange culture. In front of a stone table under a pavilion in the courtyard, little Yu came to work today. She saw Li Zishuan at first glance and hurriedly ran over to greet him excitedly. In this courtyard, except for Ma Zhou who took care of her because of Li Zishuan, the rest of the people were quite cold to her. At this time, when she saw Li Zishuan coming over, she couldn't help but feel happy. It was like suddenly seeing an acquaintance after being abandoned in a strange place. Ah. Little you, how is it? Have you found a place to live? Are you afraid of living alone? Are you used to it? Li Zixuan was thinking about the renovation of the glaze kiln along the way. Unfortunately, he had never been to a kiln in his previous life and didn't know how to reduce the smoke and dust in the room. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the crisp voice of a girl. He looked up and saw that it was Li Yu, so he smiled and said with concern. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but admire the independence of the ancient people. Children in this era generally had the ability and courage to leave their parents and live alone at the age of 14 or 15. It was not like the modern era, where people in their 20s were still asking for money from their families. Of course, he was also in this category in the past. Thank you for your concern, boss. Steward Fu helped me find a place yesterday afternoon. It's in this square, not far from the workshop. Steward Ma is also my neighbor. Li Yu heard Li Zixuan's concern and felt warm in her heart. She then replied with a smile. That's not bad. If you have any problems, your Uncle Ma can take care of you. Li Zixuan nodded and smiled. The tragic Ma Zhou directly became an uncle-level character. Li Yu smiled and nodded happily. Then she tilted her head and thought for a while and said, yesterday was the first time I lived in such a big house alone. I was indeed a little scared at night. But I plan to wait until I earn enough money, then I will go to the broker house and buy a maid to serve me. This way, I won't have to do laundry and cook, and I won't be scared at night. Li Zixuan was speechless. This little girl really thought of everything. She just found a place to stay yesterday, and today she wants to be a rich family's young lady and find someone to serve her. Her imagination, her mentality, her ambition, he couldn't help but admire her. It's up to you. But you have to earn money first. Li Zixuan mercilessly added another stab. Li Yu, who was immersed in her beautiful fantasy, couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. However, she quickly smiled again and said, Of course I can earn money. Boss, look, these are the 2 articles I wrote. Do you think they are good enough? I imitated the style of the news on Datong Daily. I also collected the information myself. I didn't make it up. Then Li Yu handed over a few manuscripts. Oh. From your tone, you seem to be quite confident. Then let me see. Li Zixuan suddenly became interested. He took the manuscripts and said with a smile. Then he took a look and saw the title of the first article, Rich Family's Prodigal Son Became a Monk for His Lover. Pfft. Seeing this title, Li Zixuan suddenly staggered and almost burst out laughing. There was no other reason except that this title was very similar to a meme he saw in his previous life. It was a very famous title, Rich Family's Prodigal Son Became a Monk for His True Love. Content, Dream of the Red Chamber. Similar ones, there were, title, Story of 3 Women and 105 Men. Content, Water Margin. Title, Cruel, The Shocking Murder of a Beautiful Girl Who Was Burned to Death by a Match. Content, The Little Match Girl. What's wrong? Boss? Could it be that little you, didn't write it well? Li Yu asked nervously when she saw Li Zixuan's strange expression. No, it's good. Let me see it again. Li Zixuan quickly waved his hand and denied. Oh. Li Yu responded and then walked to the side, quietly waiting for Li Zixuan's judgment result. Chapter 267. Putting away his messy thoughts, Li Zixuan began to read the article seriously. Of course, it was undeniable that the title of Li Yu's article was very good. Compared to the later dynasties, the Tang dynasty was more open. The common people liked to listen to love stories. Li Yu's title alone was enough to attract people to continue reading. After a while, Li Zixuan finished reading the first article. He nodded, then shook his head. Li Yu was happy to see Li Zixuan nod, but Li Zixuan shook his head again. The smile on Li Yu's face froze. Boss, what do you think? Why are you nodding and shaking your head? Li Yu asked. Li Zishuan glanced at Li Yu and said, I nodded because I think your article title is very good. As for the content, it's not bad. Not bad? Then does boss think that my content can be written even better? Li Yu immediately found the key to the problem from the two adjectives Li Zishuan used. Hey, smart. Li Zishuan praised, then explained, I can't deny that the story you chose is very attractive. It's clear from the beginning to the end, but in my opinion, it's not enough. Li Yu looked at Li Zishuan curiously. Li Zishuan smiled and led Li Yu to the pavilion. As they walked, he said, Brother Li, don't worry. Hee, little fishy, don't be unconvinced. There's a reason why I said that. First of all, your entire article gives people the feeling of looking at flowers on horseback. Your description of the incident is very general, very broad, and very boring. This directly causes your entire story to lack a sense of immersion. You have a good topic, but you don't describe a complete story with characters and emotions. The readers will only feel like they're chewing wax. Li Yu held onto the stone table, lowered her head and muttered, Is it that bad? Li Zishuan sat down and smiled, It's not that bad. The reason why I'm telling you so much today is for your own good. Of course, more accurately, it's because I want you to earn more money. Do you still want to hear more? Yes. Boss, please say it. When she heard about money, Li Yu's interest was immediately piqued. The depression she felt from being defeated by Li Zishuan was swept away. Hee, you little brat. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. If I were to write about this topic, I could write at least 30 to 40,000 words and publish it in the newspapers for 5 to 6 consecutive issues. You see, the part where the rich Mo Wuk and the peasant Xu Yinglian met, you can write more about how Xu Yinglian was at home and how she was bullied by the village bullies. How helpless and hopeless she was. Also, when Mo Wuk saw Xu Yinglian's peerless beauty, how shocked he was. Of course, the most important part is the part where Mo Wuk stood up to save Xu Yinglian. You must write in detail. Such an important part, how can you write it all in just 2 sentences? Your foreshadowing is all for Mo Wuk to act pretentious and slap the face. Ah pooey, it's for the hero saving the beauty. Also, when Mo Wuk's father, Mo Yunshan, opposed his son's relationship with Xu Yinglian, why didn't you write about Mo Wuk's conflict, self-blame and helplessness? Xu Yinglian couldn't be with the person she loved and jumped into the river in anger. Why don't you put yourself in Xu Yinglian's shoes and think about her despair, reluctance and tragedy? This is the best place to poke at the reader's tears. You have to write about it properly. Also, after Mo Wuk found out that the woman he loved had jumped into the river, the loneliness, sadness, anger, and finally grief. His heart was like dead ashes, and he went to the temple, shaved his head, and became a monk. You have to embellish this place. These are all words, they are all money. As a reporter, if you don't know how to embellish the word count, pooey, if you don't know how to write about a matter, then you won't be able to earn much money. Li Zishuan was talking non-stop to Li Yu about how to embellish the news and how to write one story as 5 stories. He completely forgot that he was the boss of Datong Daily. If Li Yu really did that, she would be scamming his own money. Li Yu stood at the side and listened with her mouth agape. She really wanted to kneel down to Li Zishuan. What kind of boss would personally teach his employees how to scam their boss's money? Also, Li Zishuan's embellishment, ah pooey, it was the way to develop the story. It was really an eye-opener for her. It was as if the door to a new world, the path of the water god, was slowly opening for her. Cough cough. At this moment, a light cough came from the side. It turned out to be Ma Zhou. He just came out to take a breather and didn't expect to see Li Zishuan giving a lecture to Li Yu. The more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this misleading the students? Hence, he quickly interrupted. Brother Ma, you're here? Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou's expression and knew that he had heard everything he said. He looked a little awkward. Hello, Uncle Ma. Li Yu remembered what Li Zishuan said to her before. If you have any problems, your Uncle Ma can take care of you. She went up and said sweetly. F***ck. Since when did I become an uncle? You were still calling me Steward Ma yesterday. Ma Zhou had just taken 2 steps when he heard Li Yu's words. He instantly staggered and cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for Li Zishuan's quick reaction and raised his hand, he would have fallen flat on his face. What's wrong? Is it wrong for the little girl to call you that? Brother Ma, why do you have such a big reaction? Li Zishuan teased with a mischievous smile. Ma Zhou was speechless. What else could he say? He could only curse Li Zishuan in his heart. He was sure that Li Zishuan was the one who taught Li Yu this. Is there anything important that Lord Zhu came here today? Ma Zhou calmed himself down and asked. There's no hurry. Let me finish reading little Yu's news first. There's still one more. Oh, Brother Ma, you came at the right time. Come and see what little Yu's news is like. Li Zishuan passed the news article that he had just finished reading. Rich man turns to Buddhism for lover, to Ma Zhou. He then picked up the other news article and started reading. Ma Zhou was helpless and could only be patient. He sat down and began to watch the news. F***ck. This little girl is stirring up trouble. Li Zishuan almost screamed when he saw the second news article's title. It was because the title was too shocking. It said, "A woman in the wild, after her clothes were stolen by a man." Li Zishuan rubbed his nose. It seemed like Li Yu was going to go all out with this title. Sigh, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Chapter 268. A woman went into the city to sell a donkey and a goat. There was a small bell tied around the goat's neck. 3 thieves saw it. One of them said, "I'll steal the goat. The woman won't find out." Another thief said, "I'll steal the donkey from the woman." The third thief said, "That's not difficult. I can steal all the woman's clothes." The first thief quietly approached the goat at a bend in the road. He untied the bell and tied it to the donkey's tail. Then, he led the goat away. The woman looked around and found that the goat was gone. She began to look for it. At this time, the second thief came to the woman and asked her what she was looking for. The woman said that she had lost a goat. "I saw your goat," said the thief. "Just now a man was leading a goat into this wood. We can still catch him." The woman begged the thief to help her lead the donkey while she chased after the goat. The second thief took the opportunity to lead the donkey away. When the woman came back from the forest, she found that the donkey was gone. She walked on the road and cried. As she walked, she saw a man sitting by the pond. He was also crying. The woman asked him what happened. The man said, "They asked me to take a bag of gold to the city. I was too tired. I sat by the pond to rest and fell asleep. In my sleep, I pushed the bag into the water." The woman asked him why he didn't go down and fish up the bag. The man said, "I'm afraid of water because I can't swim. If anyone wants to fish up this bag of gold, I'll give him 20 gold ingots." The woman was overjoyed. She thought, "It's because someone else stole my goat and donkey that God gave me happiness." So, she took off her clothes and dived into the water. However, she couldn't find the bag of gold no matter how hard she tried. When she climbed out of the water, she found that her clothes were gone. It turned out that the third thief had stolen her clothes. Under the pavilion in the workshop, Li Zishuan read the second article written by Little Fishy. A woman in the wild after her clothes were stolen by a man. He was lost in thought for a moment. There was no doubt that this news article was a complete clickbait. The content was completely different from what you would think when you first saw the headline. But behind this piece of news, there was actually a trace of philosophy. This way, the entire piece of news was instantly raised to a whole new level. This Li Yu's perception was not low. "Little Yu, who told you this story?" After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan looked up and asked. Li Yu replied, "I heard this from an auntie in our shop yesterday. The incident happened to a woman from her family. I thought that if this incident could be written, everyone might be able to understand a lot of things after reading it. For example, greed will always be punished. Don't trust people easily. Trust people easily and you will have to pay the price. Not bad. You've come up with new tricks for the news. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. His previous purpose of publishing the newspaper was to entertain the public and at the same time, attract investors and make some money. He did not expect Li Yu to be able to draw parallels and trigger another function of the newspaper, which was to educate the public. Moreover, she used a very lively and interesting method to educate the public. This was really rare. This girl's way of thinking was always very unique and creative. Hee, thank you for the compliment, boss. So boss, did I pass? Can I be a reporter for Datong Daily in the future? Li Yu heard Li Zishuan's praise and immediately beamed with joy. You passed on my side. Brother Ma, what do you think? Li Zishuan turned his head to look at Ma Zhou and asked. I think it's okay. These 2 articles have already captured some of Lord Ju's essence. Little Yu is indeed qualified to enter the editorial department of Datong Daily. Ma Zhou nodded and smiled. That's good. Little Yu, you'll work under Steward Ma from now on. Your salary will be based on what I've told you before. The more you work, the more you get. Li Zishuan heard Ma Zhou's agreement and said to Li Yu. Oh. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Li Yu heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. Ma Zhou could not help but feel that he had aged a few decades in an instant. Little Yu, you still owe me 5 strings of money before. You have to work hard to repay your debt. Li Zishuan deliberately teased. He did not care about that little bit of money. He said that purely to tease this little girl. I know. Li Yu pouted and said with dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. Brother Ma, how's the compilation of the dictionary going recently? After teasing Li Yu for a while, Li Zishuan left the pavilion and followed Ma Zhou into the house and asked. Lord Ju, the compilation of the dictionary is almost half done. It is estimated that it will be completed in half a month. Ma Zhou replied confidently. That's fast. Li Zishuan was surprised. He thought that the amount of work required to compile a dictionary was so huge that it would take at least 1 or 2 years to complete it. He did not expect it to be so fast. That's true. Crown Prince and King Wei have given us a lot of manpower and resources to compile the dictionary. Moreover, the dictionary that we are compiling this time is mainly based on the foundation of Shuo and Jiezi. We have also introduced pinyin and perfected the definitions of some words. In fact, the workload itself is not huge. That's why the progress is so fast. Ma Zhou explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he asked, Brother Ma, how are things at Chitsu Culture recently? How many books can we supply to them every day? Ma Zhou was now one of the higher-ups of Chitsu Culture, so he was very clear about these things. He answered without thinking. Without hesitation, he replied, recently, the printing department has hired a lot of new people. The scale has expanded a lot. Now, we can supply about 2,000 books to Chitsu Culture every day. The variety and quantity of books will continue to expand. Now, in front of Strange Culture, there will no longer be thousands of people crazily snatching books like when it first opened. Moreover, there are more and more people who believe in Lord Ju's prophecy that books are as expensive as scallions. Li Zishuan nodded happily and said, that's good. But the scale of Chitsu Culture is getting bigger and bigger. How are the other bookstores in Chang'an City reacting? Did they do anything out of the ordinary? This Ma Zhou heard and frowned slightly. His face darkened and he said, in recent days, with the increase in the number and variety of Chitsu Culture books, the other bookstores' business has become more and more difficult. Some bookstores will send people to the workshop to talk to me. They also want to buy a batch of cheap books from the workshop and sell them. I did not dare to agree to this privately. I was planning to wait for you to come and make a decision personally. Of course, there are a lot of bookstores that chose to fight to the death. However, they always have many tricks up their sleeves. Pang Sigi recently caught a lot of people with unknown intentions around Chitsu culture. Chapter 269. In the room, Li Zixuan listened to Ma Zhou's words and couldn't help but frown. He had expected that the promotion of cheap books from the strange culture would encounter many obstacles because he had touched too many people's cake. The reason why those people didn't do anything in the first few days was probably because they thought that the cheap books from the strange culture were only selling at a loss and wouldn't last long. But after so many days, the supply of books from the strange culture had increased instead of decreased. Those people naturally couldn't sit still when they saw this. Brother Ma, for those booksellers who want to buy from the workshop, when our production capacity is increased, we can give them a batch of goods. After all, our energy is limited. We can't sell cheap books to all parts of the Tang Empire by ourselves. We can give them a portion of the profits. In this era, apart from the emperor, no one else would have a good ending if they tried to monopolize everything. Of course, even Li Er himself couldn't just do whatever he wanted. He had to consider the opposition of the other aristocratic families. Li Zixuan definitely didn't want to make the whole world his enemy. Earning too much money was also hot. Leaving a mouthful of soup for others was also leaving a way out for himself. Of course, if there were people who didn't want to drink soup and wanted to eat meat, then Li Zixuan would definitely not retreat and wait for death. Yes, Lord Ju's words are reasonable. This Ma also thinks so. Ma Zhou nodded and said with relief. He was older than Li Zixuan and naturally knew more about the ways of the world. He was relieved that Li Zixuan could make this choice. This was because he was worried that Li Zixuan would make some unwise decisions because of his youth. Then Brother Ma, do you have any good ideas for those people who have bad intentions? To be honest, other than strengthening the patrols around the strange culture, I don't have any good ideas for the time being. Li Zixuan sighed deeply in his heart. He didn't like this kind of scheming. His original intention of establishing the strange culture was to let the poor people afford to buy books. From the beginning to the end, he didn't want to fight with anyone. If he accidentally hurt someone in the process, then he could only say sorry. Lord Ju, the people that Pang Sigi arrested previously have been transferred to the Supreme Court. However, we didn't get any results from the interrogation. We also didn't find any evidence of their bad intentions. The current situation is that they are in the dark while we are in the light. We don't know their intentions and plans. We can only block soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Ma Zhou pondered for a while but couldn't think of a good idea. He shook his head and said with a frown. Then Brother Ma, please keep an eye on the strange culture. If there's anything, feel free to find me. Li Zixuan patted his butt in annoyance and prepared to leave. No problem. Chongren Lane, Zhangsun Wuji's house. Old master, there are more and more types of books in the strange culture now. The quantity is also increasing. Moreover, they don't show any signs of losing money. The supply of books is also endless. I estimate that the cost of their books is probably very low. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to continue selling at such a low price for so long. Now, there are already many bookstore owners who have gone to look for the manager of their workshop. They want to purchase a batch of cheap books from them and bring them back to sell. They want to make a profit from the difference. Wu Mengyang, the shopkeeper of Mingde bookstore, was reporting to Zhangsun Wuji respectfully. Yes. You are right. I have received news that Li Zixuan's workshop has made a paper machine. The paper production speed is very fast, and the cost of their paper is very low. Moreover, they have also mastered a set of cheap and efficient book printing methods. All in all, the price of their books is naturally low. Zhangsun Wuji's expression was indifferent, and one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. He clasped his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward before saying, "Go and contact Li Zixuan. Ask his workshop to supply us with a batch of books." Li Zixuan should give this old man some face. In the future, our bookstore will also sell books at this low price. Old master, are you just going to let it go like this? Wu Mengyang was in disbelief. In his opinion, Zhangsun Wuji was the brother-in-law of the current emperor. Why would he be afraid of Li Zishuan, a mere county boy? Huh? Zhangsun Wuji's voice gradually turned cold. What do you want me to do? Do I need you to teach me what to do? Wu Mengyang could feel the coldness from Zhangsun Wuji. His legs trembled as he hurriedly said with a trembling voice, I misspoke. Please forgive me, old master. Please forgive me. Humph. Zhangsun Wuji snorted coldly and said, Leave. I will take my leave. When Wu Mengyang heard Zhangsun Wuji's words, he felt as though he was pardoned. He didn't even bother to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead as he hurriedly left. In the house. Come in. How improper of you to lie outside and eavesdrop. Zhangsun Wuji sat on the stool, took a sip of tea, looked outside the door, and said indifferently. Hee, I can't hide anything from father. Just as Zhangsun Wuji finished his words, a 12-year-old boy immediately came in. He chuckled. Chong-er, take a seat. Zhangsun Wuji pointed to a seat beside him and said. It turned out that this boy was Zhangsun Wuji's eldest son, Zhangsun Chong. Thank you, father. Zhangsun Chong obeyed and sat beside Zhangsun Wuji. Chong-er, you should have heard the entire story from start to end, right? Come, tell me your opinion. Do you think that I am weak like shopkeeper Wu? Zhangsun Wuji poured a cup of tea for himself and said slowly. Hearing those words, Zhangsun Chong sat up straight. He knew that Zhangsun Wuji was intentionally testing him. Father, I think that father definitely has your reasons for doing so. However, it is definitely not because you are afraid of Li Zishuan. The Li clan only rose up recently after Li Zishuan was conferred the title of Baron. In terms of foundation and strength, the Zhangsun clan has no reason to be afraid of the Li clan. As for why father chose to avoid them and chose to cooperate with them, I think that father must have other considerations. Zhangsun Chong replied cautiously. Hee, you brat. Zhangsun Wuji chuckled. Then, he shook his head and said, Chong-er, the matters in this world aren't as simple as what you see. It might seem calm on the surface, but it might be turbulent in the dark. If you want to be invincible, you have to know your enemy as well as yourself. You have to understand as much information about the other party as possible. Then, based on this information, you have to constantly weigh and analyze the situation before you can make the correct judgment. Do you understand? Father is right. I have learned my lesson. Even though Zhangsun Chong didn't really understand the meaning behind his father's words, he still nodded. Chapter 270. You really don't mean what you say. Since there's nothing else, I will tell you in detail today. Zhangsun Wuji knew his son well. He could tell that his son only heard half of it. Zhangsun Chong scratched his head awkwardly. You were right about one thing. Our Zhangsun family is indeed not afraid of Li Zishuan's family. However, Chong-er, you probably don't know that 3 days before Chitsu Culture released cheap books, His Majesty had left the palace and personally went to Chitsu Pavilion's workshop. Chong-er, do you still think that things are that simple? Zhangsun Wuji looked at his son and said. Could it be? Could it be that His Majesty has some shares in Chitsu Culture? Zhangsun Chong opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief. Zhangsun Wuji shook his head and said, that shouldn't be the case. His Majesty has a lot of things to attend to every day. What he has in his heart is Tang Dynasty's vast rivers and mountains. Why would he care about a mere Chitsu Culture? However, I have received news that the Crown Prince and King Wei are one of the owners of Chitsu Culture. Furthermore, there is one thing that cannot be denied. The expansion of Chitsu Culture is something that His Majesty is willing to see. Father, why do you think so? In today's world, aristocratic families have a huge influence on the commoners. There are countless scholars that rely on aristocratic families. In some places, the commoners only know about aristocratic families and not the imperial court. His Majesty is talented and strategic. How could he tolerate them? On the other hand, due to the expensive price of books, it is hard for the commoners to have a bright future. I think that His Majesty wants to borrow Li Zishuan's hand to break the current situation and allow more commoners to be able to afford to study. This point can be seen from the few batches of officials that His Majesty promoted this year. As the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Sun Wuji naturally knew more information than Zhang Sun Chong. Thus, his analysis was more comprehensive and thorough. So that's how it is. Father, you have great foresight and skills. Zhang Sun Chong was enlightened and praised from the bottom of his heart. Li Er's intention to weaken the aristocratic families was already clear. He had more or less heard about these things before, so he completely understood when Zhang Sun Wuji mentioned it. That's not all. Half a month ago, Li Zishuan invented pinyin, and it was piloted in the Imperial College. The results were very good. The officials in the court also praised pinyin greatly. Not long after, the Eastern Palace and Prince Wei's mansion sent a total of 16 scholars to stay in Li Zishuan's workshop. They had yet to come out. Thinking about the role of pinyin in teaching people how to read, and the establishment of Chitsu culture and the secret support of His Majesty, I guess that Li Zishuan wants to gather the strength of these 16 scholars and use pinyin as the foundation to compile a book that teaches people how to read. If that's really the case, then Li Zishuan is really ambitious. Zhang Sun Wuji relied on the clues he had in his hands and deduced layer by layer, as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon. He actually managed to reconstruct the truth of the matter to a close degree. If Li Zishuan was here, he would definitely praise, "Brother, you're awesome." Tisk. Hearing father's words, I suddenly feel that this Li Zishuan is really amazing. After hearing his father's analysis, Zhang Sun Chong felt that Li Zishuan was rather fortunate. Of course he's amazing. Chonger, you can interact more with Li Zishuan. Perhaps you can learn a lot from him. Yes, I will. Zhang Sun Chong hurriedly replied. Actually, the network that Li Zishuan has now can't be underestimated. First, it was the Qing clan, then the Qin clan, the Niu clan, the Yuqi clan, and recently, there's a Li Zishuan. It's said that these few clans have close ties with Li Zishuan. This is also one of the reasons why I'm unwilling to completely fall out with Li Zishuan over a small bookstore. That lad is no longer the same as before. Of course, the most important reason is that the Crown Prince and King Wei are on good terms with Li Zishuan. On the other hand, Li Zishuan can also provide the Crown Prince and King Wei with a lot of support. Chonger, you must remember that only when the Crown Prince ascends to the throne will our Zhangsun clan be able to prosper. To our Zhangsun clan, this is the greatest and most important benefit. Zhang Sun Wuji sighed. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't as powerful and influential as Zhengguan in his later years. Those officials and generals that followed Li Er to conquer the world were mostly still in their prime, and Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't willing to offend them easily. Although the illustrious bookstore had contributed quite a bit to the Zhangsun clan's monthly income, in Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes, it wasn't worth offending so many factions for this bit of money. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zishuan's actions were mostly in line with Zhang Sun Wuji's intention of helping Li Qingxian secure his position as the empire's heir. This was the most important thing. This child will remember father's teachings. Zhang Sun Chong nodded seriously. It's good that you remember. Actually, even if we don't find trouble with Li Zishuan, there will be people who will take the initiative to find trouble with him. The strange culture will hurt the foundation of the aristocratic families. Currently, other than the royal family, only Wang Yu's Wang clan is on the same side as His Majesty because of Princess Tongan. However, the remaining 5 aristocratic families aren't easy to deal with. The scale of the strange culture is still small, and they might not have noticed it yet. If I'm not wrong, when the Pinyin literacy book is released, there will definitely be people in the aristocratic families who will realize the threat. At this time, the position of the strange culture in the hearts of the commoners will also increase. When the strange culture becomes a huge monster, the aristocratic families will be completely awakened and start a full-scale counterattack. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded and continued his analysis. Zhang Sun Chong had a more direct understanding of his father's foresight and judgment today. He was full of admiration. He thought for a while and asked, "Then father, when the time comes, if the aristocratic families really join forces to deal with Li Zishuan, what should we do? Do we need to help him? Chong'er, you don't know the background of the aristocratic families. If they really join forces, even His Majesty will have a headache. Our Zhangsun clan isn't a match for these 1,000-year-old aristocratic families. Zhangsun Wuji shook his head and continued, in such a situation, don't be the first to rush up to help. Although you might gain the goodwill of others, the risk involved will be greater. Currently, the Zhangsun clan has both glory and wealth. We don't need to take risks and only need to develop steadily. Chong'er, you have to remember that we have to consider carefully before doing things like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Of course, it's best if we don't do it because we might get burned. You can always do things like adding flowers to a brocade. This child will remember. Chapter 271. Da. Big White's hooves were nailed with horseshoes, so when it walked on the road, the sound it made was particularly loud, even covering the sound of the carriage's four wheels rolling. Inside the carriage, Li Zishuan rubbed his temples in annoyance. When he thought of those people who coveted the strange culture, he felt a wave of exhaustion for no reason. He was most annoyed by scheming against each other. He worked hard for the strange culture just to let the scholars in the world be able to afford to read books. He didn't think about how much money he could make from it. If this behavior was in the modern world, many people would definitely scold him for being an idiot. He didn't want to live a good life as a rich second generation and had to do all kinds of things. In the end, he even offended people. Why did he have to be so stupid? Li Zishuan felt a trace of regret at this moment. No matter what era it was, outsiders would always be attacked by others. The strange culture was an outsider in the eyes of others because it greatly lowered the price of books, causing many people to suffer losses. Some were direct, and some were indirect. The direct ones were those booksellers, and the indirect ones were those aristocratic families. Sigh, there was no one he could confide his thoughts to. He could only bitterly bear it alone in silence. Li Zishuan half reclined on the sofa in the carriage, looking at the passers-by on the roadside with their families. Looking at the warm smile on the faces of a certain family of 3, he suddenly felt a little disappointed. A passerby. The sound of the zither does not ring, the curtain of spring in March does not lift your heart is a small window tightly closed. My Dada's horse hooves are beautiful mistakes. I am not a returnee, I am a passerby. Right now, he was really like a passerby. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. We are all passers-by in each other's lives. Li Zishuan slapped his thigh in annoyance. He wondered what Han Yushi was doing now. Although there were only less than 20 days left until the official wedding, Li Zishuan still missed Han Yushi very much. Sigh, this was the inconvenience of the ancient times. In the modern world, there were not so many broken rules. There were many people who lived together before marriage, so who wouldn't let the young couple meet before marriage? Even if the two of them were separated due to unforeseen circumstances, they could still video call each other to ease their lovesickness. However, in this era, it was extremely difficult to make a video call. Not to mention optical fiber communication, he couldn't even make an integrated circuit board in a mobile phone or a computer. It had nothing to do with technology. It was just that the industrial foundation of this era was too weak. No technology could be developed overnight. It had to be slowly accumulated. However, if he couldn't make a phone or a computer, could he make some simple communication tools? Rural phone? It's too low class, and it won't spread far. The principle behind the most primitive telephone was not too difficult. It was just a metal piece vibrating due to sound, and the electromagnetic switch coil connected to it generated an electric current, allowing the transmitter and receiver to realize the mutual conversion of sound mechanical energy and electrical energy, thus realizing long-distance communication. If there were enough components and conditions, Li Zishuan could also figure out how to make a telephone by himself. After all, he had done a lot of research related to circuits in his previous life. He had soldered circuits that were dozens of times more complicated than this, let alone a simple telephone. However, without electricity and the corresponding electronic components, how should he do it? Electricity, I have to make electricity first. I can't always do things for others. This time, I have to do something for myself. As for the strange culture, I'll do whatever I want. I don't believe that Li Er will let the other aristocratic families go against the strange culture. San Bao, turn the carriage around. Send me back to the workshop. With this thought, Li Zishuan's thoughts were instantly clear. He immediately did what he said and shouted out of the carriage. Young master, what did you say? San Bao, who was driving the carriage outside, suspected that he had heard wrongly and asked again. Turn the carriage around and go to the workshop. Li Zishuan was filled with energy at this moment. The dispirited look on his face disappeared instantly. Okay, young master. I'll change the carriage now. San Bao was sure that he didn't hear wrongly. Although he was full of doubts, he knew his duty. He only needed to follow whatever Li Zishuan said. Whoosh! San Bao controlled Big White and slowly turned the carriage around in the narrow road and rushed back to the workshop. Zhao Song, I heard from Qin Ke that the compilation of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary will be completed soon. What have the other aristocratic families done recently? Do they know about the Tang Dynasty Dictionary? Taiji Palace, Suite Du Hall. Li Er finished reading the last memorial and stretched his arms and waist without caring about his image. Then, he looked at Zhao Song beside him and said, Your Majesty, this old servant didn't hear any relevant news. However, a few days ago, one of the officers of the Right Marquis Guard caught many sneaky people near the strange culture. After these people were sent to the Supreme Court, they didn't get anything out of the interrogation. There was no evidence to prove that they were sent by the aristocratic families. Zhao Song smiled bitterly. He was only a eunuch with slightly more authority. How could he find out about the internal affairs of the aristocratic families? Oh, it seems like there are still people who can't sit still. Whether or not these people are from the aristocratic families, have the people of the Supreme Court pay attention. It would be best if they could find out their background. Right, have Sun Fujia be in charge of this matter. Once the Tang Dynasty Dictionary is released, combined with the recent cheap books, the strange culture will definitely become a place of trouble. We will not allow those people to ruin our plans. Li Er's eyes were cold, and his voice was tinged with determination. Yes. Your Majesty. Summon Li Junxian. Li Er thought for a moment before shouting. Yes. A small eunuch stepped forward, clasped his hands in acknowledgement, and then withdrew. The hall fell silent. Li Er reclined on the dragon throne and took out today's Datong Daily to read. Seeing this, Zhao Song obediently stood to the side, quietly playing the role of a handsome man, a handsome eunuch. Around 15 minutes later, a white-robed general entered. It was none other than Li Junxian. Paying respects to your Majesty. Dispense with the formalities. We called you here to ask if there has been any activity from the great clans? Li Er put down the newspaper and indifferently asked. Replying to your Majesty, based on the investigations of the 100 Cavalry, the great clans have not done anything other than actively organizing merchant ships to join the imperial court's fleet. Li Junxian didn't know why Li Er would ask this question, so he could only honestly report what he knew. Oh. These vermin of the country are truly insatiable. They actually want to use this southern trade to make a fortune. Li Er deeply furrowed his brow. He was unhappy that the great clans benefited. After a few moments, he shook his head and said, This is also good. They won't be able to divert their attention to the strange culture. Junxian, pay more attention to Li Zishuan's strange culture and workshops. Yes. Chapter 272. Li Junxian received the order and left. Within the hall, Li Er propped his chin up and pondered for a while. After confirming that he had not missed anything, he let out a sigh of relief and reclined on the dragon throne. He flipped open the Datong Daily and continued to read the newspaper. Zhang Sun Wuji's previous conjecture was correct. Li Er had indeed intended to use Chitsu culture to dig up the foundation of the great clans. If one were to say that the cheap books that Chitsu culture had crazily released previously were a hidden worry for the great clans, then the appearance of the Great Tang Dictionary would have a fatal impact on the great clans. This was because once there was a dictionary, a large number of literate people would emerge from all over the Great Tang. The demand for books would increase and the children of poor families would be able to learn some knowledge by themselves without relying on the great clans. In less than 5 years, the number of children of poor families would far exceed the number of children of landowning clans and the children of fake landowning clans that relied on the great clans. At that time, the advantage that the great clans had in terms of education resources and manpower would be completely lost. From this perspective, Li Er was indeed using Li Zishuan. However, to be used by the ruler of a country meant that Li Zishuan had value. Furthermore, Li Er's use was not the type of use where he would disregard the life and death of the other party. He had always had a backup plan for the safety of Chitsu culture and the workshop. He intended to groom Li Zishuan and leave him for Li Qingxian. Naturally, he would not watch as Li Zishuan faced the 5 great clans alone. This brat actually advertised his compass in the newspaper. Furthermore, I heard that he even rewarded his own novel yesterday, praising himself. Truly shameless. Li Er muttered to himself in annoyance when he saw the advertisement in the middle of the newspaper that was dedicated to the superior properties of the Chitsu Pavilion's compass. Others might not know that the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Li Zishuan, but how could he not know? He could only sigh in his heart. Li Zishuan's skin was getting thicker and thicker. Young master, we're here. In front of the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop, Sanbao got off the carriage and opened the curtains. Sanbao, you go back first and ask Xiaoxi to pack some clothes for me. Also, tell my parents that I won't be going back for the next few days and will be staying in the workshop. Li Zishuan ordered as he jumped off the carriage. Sanbao was stunned for a moment before he bowed and replied, yes, young master. I will go back and make the arrangements now. You can take the carriage back and send the carriage over later. Li Zishuan quickly added when he saw that Sanbao was about to run back. Thank you, young master. Young master, why did you come back? Li Zishuan walked through a few courtyards and of course, passed by countless curious looks from the craftsmen and servants. He directly arrived at Falbert's office. Falbert saw him and asked in surprise. After all, Li Zishuan had just left not long ago. Falbert, I want to make something very important and I need some materials. I will write a list now and you can help me get some. I will be staying in the workshop for the next few days and will be staying in the Drunken Wind Pavilion. Li Zishuan went to a few tables and said as he wrote. On the way back to the workshop, he had already thought of the materials that he needed. Overall, they were all common materials and should be easy to get. Young master, what are you planning to do this time? Fu Bo was taken aback when he heard this. Then, his interest was immediately piqued. He walked over curiously and asked. After working together for so long, Li Zishuan's products were each more practical and unexpected than the last. He was now completely convinced of Li Zishuan's ability to invent. Unlike when Li Zishuan was building the curved plow, Falbert raised some doubts. Now that he heard that Li Zishuan was going to make something new, he only had curiosity and anticipation in his heart. There were no doubts at all. I plan to make something that transcends time. This will be one of the greatest inventions of the Han family in thousands of years. Li Zishuan paused and thought for a while when he heard that. Hiss. No matter how much Falbert believed in Li Zishuan, his heart couldn't help but waver at this moment. Li Zishuan's words were too big. He saw that Li Zishuan didn't mean to explain, so he quickly came to the door and looked outside cautiously. After making sure that there was no one outside, he carefully closed the door and windows. Fortunately, his office was a standalone building with no outsiders. Otherwise, if Li Zishuan's words were to spread, who knew how much trouble it would cause? Young master, I don't know what you want to do, but please be careful when you speak. Be careful that the walls have ears. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. If what you just said is spread out, it will inevitably cause some thieves to covet it. Falbert said with a serious face. Haha. I know. Thank you for your concern, Faubert. Li Zishuan shook his head indifferently. He was also a master close to the guru realm. How could he not be aware of whether there was someone eavesdropping around? However, he knew it well in his heart. There was no need to say it out loud. Faubert also had good intentions. Faubert, can you get these materials prepared for me? Li Zishuan waved his hand, picked up the list of materials he wrote, and handed it to Faubert. Faubert took it and looked at it carefully. Then his face suddenly became very strange. Because there was a material on the list, it was really. Faubert really couldn't think of what Li Zishuan would use it for. Could it be used to cook? Young master, these materials are no problem. I will ask someone to collect them for you immediately. A moment later, Faubert said to Li Zishuan. All right, thank you, Faubert. I will return to Drunken Wind Pavilion first. Li Zishuan stood up and prepared to return to his private courtyard to wait for Xiaoxi to deliver the equipment, and Faubert to deliver the materials. Take care, young master. So young master has been busy making a compass for the fleet going south recently. Young master is really kind. Han family village, Han family courtyard. Han Yushi held her chin with her left hand and muttered to herself in the room as she read the latest issue of Tang Dynasty Daily. Han Yushi's wedding date was approaching. Han Lijing had been so busy recently that he couldn't keep up with the Li family's strong request. Li Zishuan's wedding this time had to be held on a grand scale. Han Lijing had been busy sending out invitations everywhere recently. Han Yushi was alone at home. Normally, she would ask the villagers who were going to the city to bring back a copy of the newspaper to read every day. She was not interested in the ancient literature at the front and the novels at the back. She only looked at the news in the middle. This was because she, who was ill-informed, could more or less find some news about Li Zishuan from the news. Young master is getting more and more knowledgeable. I heard that His Majesty promoted him a while ago. Now, young master has become a minister of the Imperial College. No, I should read more books. Otherwise, won't I embarrass young master in the future? Thinking of this, Han Yushi ran to a red cabinet in the room. It was filled with books that her mother had left for her. Before her mother was still alive, she had relied on these books to gain enlightenment. Later, her mother passed away. In order to take care of Tai Dan, she had sealed these books again. However, she did not know that Li Zishuan was also a dabbler in the knowledge of the classics in this era. Why would he care if she was knowledgeable? Chapter 273. Young master, Xiaoxi has brought you a change of clothes. Li Zishuan returned to Drunken Wind Pavilion. About 15 minutes later, Faubert did not come to deliver the materials, but Xiaoxi came to deliver the clothes instead. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoxi, you can go back after you put these clothes in the room. Li Zishuan leaned on the table as he recalled the knowledge of physics and chemistry from his previous life. Young master, madam is worried that you will suffer here alone, so she asked Xiaoxi to stay here and take care of you. Xiaoxi will go back and bring your 3 meals a day. Xiaoxi hugged the bundle that she brought over and turned around to say. Did my mother really say that? Li Zishuan raised his head and asked. Of course. Yes, Xiaoxi went to prepare a room for you. Xiaoxi replied with a slightly red face. She then hurriedly turned around and carried the bag into the room. In fact, after Sanbao sent the news that Li Zishuan would be staying in the workshop for a few days, Madame Li did not think of sending a maid to take care of her son's daily life. It was Xiaoxi who weakly mentioned it, so Madame Li sent her over. Thinking of Madame Li's meaningful gaze and smile when she arrived, Xiaoxi was so embarrassed that her ears turned red. Boss, these are the materials that Butler Fu asked me to bring over. Not long after Xiaoxi went into the room, Song Xiaoxi came over with a bag. After the previous lesson, Song Xiaoxi's smile now had a tinge of caution. He was no longer as impulsive as before. Li Zishuan took the bag and checked it carefully. He then nodded with satisfaction and said, very good. Not a single one is missing. Xiaoxi, you can go back now. It's almost time for work. Young master, I'm not in a hurry. I can stay in the workshop at night. Why don't I serve you here? If you have any orders, I can run errands for you, right? Song Xiaoxi smiled politely. No need. I don't have anything to do here. I can do it myself. Xiaoxi, you should go back. Li Zishuan smiled and replied. At this moment, Xiaoxi finished tidying up the room. She came out and said, Young master, your room is ready. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan nodded. Ah. Young master, then I will take my leave. When Song Xiaoxi saw Xiaoxi, he immediately reacted. At the same time, he hated himself for being so talkative. His young master was a beautiful woman, why would he need his help? Sigh. When Li Zishuan saw Song Xiaoxi running away, he knew that Song Xiaoxi was overthinking. Li Zishuan wanted to call him back, but he thought better of it. There was nothing to explain. Xiaoxi, there's still a room on the east side. Go and clean it up yourself. I'm going to start working now. Li Zishuan picked up the large bag of experimental materials and walked into the room as he smiled at Xiaoxi. Oh. When Xiaoxi saw that Li Zishuan did not need her help, she replied with an, oh, and went to the other room to tidy it up. After all, she was going to stay here at night. She could not possibly sleep in the same room as Li Zishuan, right? Although she had thought about it before, but... after transmigrating for so long, I'm finally back to my old profession. Li Zishuan placed the bag of materials on the experimental platform that he temporarily put together with 4 long tables. Looking at this simple laboratory, he felt a little emotional. As an engineering student, and one that specialized in engineering, he had soldered countless circuit boards in the laboratory. He did not expect that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he would still have to do his old profession. The difference was that his current laboratory conditions were even worse. Of course, the experiments he did were more basic and simple. It could not be compared to modern integrated circuits. Let's get to work. Today, I will make the battery come to this world more than 1,000 years earlier. Haha. Dear Mr. Volt, I'm sorry for stealing your invention. Li Zishuan rubbed his fists and rubbed his palms as he muttered to himself eagerly. That's right, what Li Zishuan wanted to make was the simplest volt battery. What? You think that volt batteries are too weak? Why not make a generator? F***ck, big chest brother, it's easy for you to say that. You haven't even learned how to walk and you want to run away. Do you think that generators are that easy to make? You transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, why don't you try making one for me? Can you make one without 1 or 2 months? Li Zishuan wanted to immediately create electricity and then realized the next step of his plan. How could he use 1 or 2 months to make a generator? Li Zishuan watched the TV series, The Myth, in his previous life. In the series, Yi Xiao Chuan, who was played by Hu Gu, transmigrated to the Qin dynasty. Because his phone ran out of battery, he made himself a hand-cranked generator. Of course, this was the scriptwriter's nonsense. In fact, that thing could not generate electricity at all. Okay, magnets existed in ancient times. The wires used were the gold threads from the clothes of the future Liu Bang's wife, Liu Ho. However, those gold threads did not have an insulating outer layer. When they were wrapped into a coil, it was no different from a lump of gold. The scriptwriter did not know that real generator coils were covered with enameled wire. Not to mention, to charge the phone, didn't he need an interface cable? Li Zishuan, who was a science and engineering student, was troubled by this for a long time. At that time, he also thought that if he really transmigrated to ancient times, when he needed to charge his phone, he should adapt to the time ancient materials were limited. What kind of device should he invent? Should it be a simple hand-cranked generator or something else? What? You said that there was no signal in ancient times, so why did you need to charge your phone? You could use your phone as a video camera. Could it be that your phone could only be used to make calls? If there were some pornographic content in your phone, you could contribute it to the emperor. You might even have a lifetime of glory and wealth, after thinking hard and letting the dog stand him up on the internet to find a needle in a haystack, he really found it. In the year 1800, the famous scientist Volta invented the world's first battery, which was also the ancestor of modern batteries. He did not know why those idiotic translators in China would sometimes call it Volta and then Volta. Li Zixuan's mind was often confused when he was in middle school. Through experiments, he found that when a piece of paper soaked in salt water was sandwiched between two different metals, electricity would be generated. He soaked the blotting paper in salt water, stacked it with a layer of silver, a layer of blotting paper, and a layer of zinc. Then, he used a wire to connect the top layer of metal to the bottom layer of metal. He found that he could measure the voltage and current. This device was now called a voltaic battery. The principle of a voltaic battery was, when different metals came into contact with an electrolyte solution in pairs, the ions in the solution would form a directional movement and thus generate an electric current. Until now, the dry battery that we used was a modified voltaic battery. In the dry battery, a paste of ammonium chloride was used instead of salt water, a graphite rod was used instead of a copper plate as the positive electrode of the battery, and a zinc sheet was used as the negative electrode of the battery. Compared to making a generator, wasn't it easier to make a battery? Chapter 274. The materials used for the voltaic battery were silver, zinc, salt, and blotting paper. As long as they were stacked together, they would form a battery that could generate electricity. Then, were these materials available in ancient times? If you were traveling to the Ming Dynasty, congratulations, you would have all of these materials. You would be able to charge your phone directly. This was because zinc metal was first invented by China in the Ming Dynasty. At that time, it was called Japanese lead. It was first extracted from silver or imported from Japan. Unfortunately, Li Zixuan had traveled to the Tang Dynasty, so he lacked one material, zinc. But could a voltaic battery be made without zinc metal? Of course not. As long as there were two different metals, it could be made. The only difference was the voltage and current produced. The positive electrode material used in modern dry batteries was copper, gold or silver was better, but that was for the rich people's flashlights, and the negative electrode material was zinc. Copper was also very easy to obtain in ancient times, unless you had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes and traveled to the Stone Age. The negative electrode material could be aluminum or iron. Yes, iron, which was cheaper than copper. In the room, in the laboratory, Li Zixuan was secretly glad that he had read The Myth in his previous life and had a lot of questions, so he had searched for a lot of information related to the manufacture of batteries on Baidu. Otherwise, he would not have thought of making a voltaic battery. He would have been a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, and would have definitely tried to make a generator. Was he King lucky? Because in the Tang Dynasty, which did not have any industrial or electronic foundation, it was really difficult to make a generator with the theoretical knowledge he had learned from textbooks. Li Zixuan did not plan to make a generator at the moment. There were too many technical problems to solve, so he would do it in the future. He took out a specially made rectangular clay jar. There were 50 independent compartments inside the jar. Because the voltage and current of a voltaic battery were definitely not enough, it needed to be connected in parallel to increase the current, and then connected in series to increase the voltage. The crudest and simplest voltaic battery had a voltage of about 1 volt and a current of about 10 to 20 milliamperes. If the voltaic batteries in each cubicle had a voltage of 1 volt and a current of 10 milliamperes, then 50 voltaic batteries would be connected in parallel to form a battery pack. 5 of these battery packs would then be connected in series to form a power source with a voltage of 5 volts and a current of 500 milliamperes. Then, the problem of charging your mobile phone would be solved. P.S. If you plan to bring your mobile phone to ancient times, please remember this easiest way to charge your mobile phone. Of course, Li Zixuan was a soul transmigrator. When he transmigrated, he did not bring anything with him. The purpose of his battery was definitely not to charge his phone, but to power his communication tools. He often lamented why he wasn't wearing a suit and couldn't bring a computer with him. He could have brought a mobile phone with him. When he was bored, he could play single-player do diju or cut fruits. However, there were also benefits of soul transmigration. At the very least, there were no obstacles when communicating with the people of the Tang dynasty. This was because the official language of the Tang dynasty was not Mandarin at all. It had a very thick accent. If it wasn't for soul transmigration, you would not be able to understand what others were saying. Li Zishuan mixed a small basin of concentrated salt water and poured it into each cubicle one by one. When all 50 cubicles were filled, he inserted the two ends of the bent iron plates into the two adjacent cubicles. Then, he inserted the bent copper plates into the other side. The copper plates were the positive electrodes of each voltaic battery, and the iron plates were the negative electrodes. When the iron plates and copper plates were inserted into the cubicles, it was equivalent to connecting all the positive electrodes together and the negative electrodes together. As a whole, the 50 small batteries were connected together in parallel, forming a battery pack with a voltage of about 1 volt and a current of about 500 milliamperes. After completing the first battery pack, Li Zishuan took out a copper wire. It was a copper wire that was coated with lacquer. He used the copper wire to separate the positive and negative electrodes of the battery pack. Then, he covered the rectangular ceramic jar with a matching lid. Just like that, a simple battery was created. It was very convenient to use. He just needed to connect the positive and negative electrodes to the circuit. If he felt that the voltage was not enough, he could make a few more of these batteries and connect them in series. "Young master, it's time to eat." At this moment, Xiaoxi knocked on the door and shouted. The servant girl took advantage of the time when Li Zishuan was doing experiments to ask San Bao to drive the carriage back to the Li residence to get dinner. After all, the food outside could not be compared to the food in the Li residence. In order to make Li Zishuan comfortable, Xiaoxi put in a lot of effort. "Okay, I'll be right out." When Li Zishuan heard this, his heart was filled with happiness. Compared to his previous life, he was doing the same job, but his circumstances were completely different. In his previous life, he spent his 3 years as a postgraduate student in the laboratory. Every day, he would enter the laboratory at 8:30 a.m. to check in, and he would leave the laboratory at around 10 p.m. Of course, he would have to check in again. The person in charge of the project would check his attendance every month. Sometimes, in order to rush the progress of the project, he would work overtime until 1 or 2 o'clock, or even overnight. To put it nicely, he was a technician who worked hard on the front line of research. To put it bluntly, he was just a worker, an engineering dog. And now, although he was doing basic research, he had a pretty servant girl to take care of his daily needs, and there was also a driver on standby outside. Li Zishuan felt that he was willing to be such a happy engineering dog for the rest of his life. It smells so good. What did Auntie Zhao make tonight? Li Zishuan walked out of the room and came to the main hall. Only then did he notice that the sky outside was almost completely dark. He sniffed with his nose and immediately smelled the aroma of food. Hence, he quickly walked to the dining table, picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat. Hey, young master, you haven't washed your hands." When Xiaoxi saw this, she quickly pulled Li Zishuan and said, That's right." Li Zishuan looked at his dirty hands and felt a chill down his spine. It was a big taboo to eat without washing your hands after an experiment. What he did today was just a normal experiment. However, if he did not wash his hands when he used poisonous substances in his experiments, wouldn't he be in trouble? When he thought about this, he quickly followed Xiaoxi to wash her hands before returning to the table to eat. "Xiaoxi, have you eaten?" "Young master, of course, Xiaoxi will eat after you finish eating." So annoying. "Sit down and eat with me. You know that I hate these rules the most." Xiaoxi looked at Li Zishuan awkwardly. In the end, she still went to get a bowl of rice for herself and sat opposite Li Zishuan. Anyway, it was not the first time. A few months ago, she and Xiaohe ate at the same table as Li Zishuan at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Come. Eat a meatball and grow more meat." Xiaoxi. "Thank you, young master." Chapter 275. "Young master, do you want to take a bath now?" Xiaoxi will boil some water for you. After dinner, Xiaoxi looked at Li Zishuan and asked. As the workshop often required the workers to work overtime, there were a few staff dormitories in the workshop. Those who worked overtime too late and couldn't go home, Chang and City had a curfew, would sleep in the workshop at night. Correspondingly, the kitchen, cafeteria, of the workshop would close very late at night to prepare hot water and supper for the overtime workers. This was a benefit that Li Zishuan prepared for the workers after he took over the workshop. No rush, I still have to make some things. Xiaoxi, don't be busy. Go wash up and sleep. I'll go get a bucket of water from the well after I'm done. It's better to use cold water on such a hot day. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. Ah. Young master, you can't do that. You'll catch a cold if you bathe in cold water. Xiaoxi heard him and shook her head like a rattle drum. She was determined to disagree. Ha! Your young master has kung fu, how would I catch a cold? Little girl, go wash up and go to sleep. I'm going back to work. Li Zishuan smiled nonchalantly, then turned around and went straight back to his room. Young master. Humph. Xiaoxi stomped her feet in annoyance. The little girl sulked for a while before she got up to clean the dishes. Chirp chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. The night at Drunken Wind Pavilion was very quiet and peaceful. A waning moon hung in the night sky. The sky was filled with sparkling stars. It was like the Milky Way laid on the green sky. A gust of night wind blew and rustled the leaves in the courtyard. It was like the sound of the waves or the call of the pines. Occasionally, the chirping of crickets could be heard from the bushes around the house. In the laboratory, Li Zishuan continued to make voltaic batteries. There was no TV to watch, no computer to play, and he couldn't fall asleep so early. It was rare to find a good toy, and he was addicted to it. He wanted to try connecting a few more voltaic batteries in series to see if he could do something. As the saying goes, unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. In less than 2 hours, he actually managed to create another 11-volt battery packs. In other words, he could now assemble a 12-volt, 500 mA power supply. It was not easy at all. Sigh, I wonder if the archaeologists will be able to guess that this young master came from the modern era when they dig up the voltaic battery that this young master made 1,000 years later? Li Zishuan looked at the dozen or so batteries on the table and thought to himself, that's right. Oh, right. It seems like there really was someone who made the voltaic battery even earlier. Oh, so this young master isn't the first person to eat crabs? Li Zishuan regretfully patted his head, because he suddenly remembered an archaeological news article he saw on the Tianya forum in his previous life. The general idea was as follows: in 1938, Van Wilhelm Koenig, an archaeologist working in a museum in Baghdad, Iraq, announced that he had discovered a battery that predated the voltaic battery by a long time. Koenig claimed that this battery was made by the Mesopotamians as early as 200 BC. This Baghdad battery was made up of a 14-centimeter tall jar, an iron electrode, and a copper electrode surrounding the iron electrode. The iron electrode was also surrounded by paper soaked in grease to prevent it from coming into contact with the copper electrode. In the jar, Koenig also found traces of a mysterious organic substance. Later, someone made a replica of the Baghdad battery based on the antique. The same electrode material was used, and the electrolyte was vinegar. It was very likely that this material was used at the time. Through the measurement of modern instruments, it was proven that the Baghdad battery could produce 1 volt of voltage when the current was 10 milliamperes. This device can indeed be used as a battery, but what was the real purpose of the Mesopotamians 2,000 years ago? This question has always been an unsolved mystery. There had always been some unknown civilizations on Earth, such as the ancient Egyptians and the Mayans. Perhaps the level of their technological civilization at that time had far surpassed the 21st century society. Knock knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Xiaoxi's voice. Young master. Can I come in? Xiaoxi said weakly. She cleaned up the dishes, took a shower, and stayed in the room alone. She couldn't help but feel afraid because this place wasn't as crowded as the Li residence. Tonight, there were only her and Li Zixuan in the entire Drunken Wind Pavilion. Senbao naturally went to the staff dormitory. Come in. Li Zixuan's messy thoughts were instantly interrupted by Xiao Shi. He regained his senses and replied. Young master, this is ginseng tea. It's cold at night, drink some. The summer night was like water, and it was indeed a little cold at night. Xiao Shi came in and gently placed the tea tray on the table beside Li Zixuan. Although she was afraid of staying in the room alone, she couldn't possibly run into Li Zixuan's room for no reason, right? This little girl's face was still tender. Thus, Xiao Shi cleverly went to get a cup of ginseng tea and used it as an excuse to run over. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zixuan said plainly as he connected the wires. Although the night was cold, his martial arts foundation was good, and he didn't feel the coldness at all. He didn't need ginseng tea at all. Furthermore, eating too much of this stuff would cause his yang to become stronger. Han Yushi wasn't married to him yet, so if he became a beast, would he have to settle it himself? Young master, what are you doing? Can you tell Xiao Shi? Xiao Shi moved a stool and sat beside Li Zixuan as she quickly found a topic to talk about. If she didn't find a topic to talk about, she could only stay at Li Zixuan's place for a maximum of 15 minutes before she could only return to her room miserably. I can, but you can't tell anyone. Li Zixuan raised his head and looked at the maidservant. Xiao Shi had just finished bathing, and there were still a few water droplets on her forehead. Because it was summer, she only wore a thin pink low-cut dress. Li Zixuan was far away, but he could almost feel the temperature of her snow-white skin under the thin shirt. He glanced at it and quickly lowered his head, pretending to look at the wire in his hand with a serious face. It was the middle of the night, a single man and a single woman. Moreover, she was a young and beautiful little beauty who was about to mature. The atmosphere was too ambiguous. Young master, don't worry, Xiao Shi swears to the heavens that I won't tell anyone even if I'm beaten to death. When Xiao Shi heard that she had the chance to share Li Zixuan's secret, she instantly felt very excited. The innocent and naive her didn't notice the strange look in her young master's eyes. Perhaps it was because Li Zixuan, this big bad wolf, was better at pretending. Chapter 276. That's not necessary. In the laboratory, Li Zixuan heard Xiao Shi swearing. He couldn't help but chuckle. In the future, if someone uses your life to threaten you and tell you that I made this, Xiao Shi, you must protect your life first. The things that I made are not as precious as your life. Do you hear me? Young master. Xiao Shi's bright eyes sparkled. The little girl was really touched. Cough. Li Zixuan couldn't stand Xiao Shi's gaze and quickly looked away. He coughed and said, actually, I am only doing a small experiment. The goal is to create a new type of energy. It can't be considered a new type of energy. This thing already exists in the natural world. Young master, what are you talking about? What is a new type of energy? What is the natural world? Xiao Shi's emotions gradually calmed down after listening to Li Zixuan's explanation. However, when she suddenly heard so many new terms, she was a little confused and couldn't help but ask. Energy is. Xiao Shi, you can understand energy as doing things. It is the ability to do things. For example, I am strong in martial arts. I can lift a few hundred kilograms of rock with one hand because I have a lot of energy in my body. Also, why can firewood boil water and cook rice? That is because there is energy in firewood too. Do you understand? Li Zixuan had a headache when he heard these questions, but he still explained patiently. Oh. Xiao Shi understands now. According to what young master said, Xiao Shi also has energy in her body because Xiao Shi can cook and take care of young master. Xiao Shi held her chin and thought for a while. Suddenly, she smiled. You are not wrong to say that. Li Zixuan saw the little girl's bright smile and couldn't help but feel happy. He nodded and continued. As for the natural world is the environment that we live in. It includes the sky, the earth, humans, plants, animals, etc. The reason why I said that this type of energy already exists in the natural world is because the thing that I created is the same type of energy as lightning. Wow! Young Master is so powerful. You can actually create lightning. Then wouldn't Young Master be the thunder god of heaven? When Xiaoxi heard her young master's description, her eyes were filled with hearts as she exclaimed. Cough, cough, cough. Li Zishuan almost coughed up blood. He was so handsome, how did he become a birdman with 2 wings like Lei Zhenzi? Cough, Xiaoxi, I only said that this thing I made has the same attribute as lightning, I didn't say it was lightning. This energy is much weaker than lightning, so I call it electricity. Oh. Hearing this, Xiaoxi nodded her head. Then, she smiled and said, even so, Young Master is already very powerful. Xiaoxi has never heard of anyone who can create lightning. Cough, of course you haven't heard of it. If you had, then there would be another transmigrator in this world. Li Zishuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Then Young Master, you said that the electricity you created is a type of energy. But what can this energy be used for? Xiaoxi looked at the strangely shaped ceramic jars on the table and asked curiously. Haha. Good question. Li Zishuan looked at Xiaoxi with admiration and smiled. There are many uses for electricity. It can generate heat to boil water and cook rice. It can also replace candles to light up the entire house at night. It can also make machines move. If we use electricity on a horse carriage, the carriage might not even need a horse in the future. It can move on its own and even run faster than a horse. Wow! Young Master, is this electricity really so magical? Of course, but to achieve these functions, we have to create the corresponding tools. For example, if you want to use electricity to boil water, you have to create a tool to boil water. Then, you have to connect it to the tool to boil water. If you want to use electricity to light up the house, you have to create a type of lamp. It's not a lamp that burns oil, but a lamp that consumes electricity. Li Zishuan explained patiently. Oh. Xiaoxi understands now. Just like when we use firewood to boil water, we have to create a pot first. Is that right? Young Master? Xiaoxi listened attentively. In order to keep up with her young master's thoughts, her mind was thinking very quickly. She smiled and said after Li Zishuan finished his words. Yes, yes, smart. That's it. Li Zishuan nodded. Hee. Then Young Master, we don't have any tools to boil water, nor do we have any lamps that consume electricity. What can the electricity you create be used for? Xiaoxi smiled happily at first, then she asked doubtfully. Hey, we don't have any tools, but we can create tools. Xiaoxi, wait for a moment. Let me show you a magic trick tonight. A thought flashed through Li Zishuan's mind as he suddenly thought of an idea. After he finished speaking, he ignored Xiaoxi's doubts and went straight out the door. Hey, Young Master, where are you going? Xiaoxi wanted to follow him out anxiously, but she could not catch up with Li Zishuan's footsteps. She could only sit down alone and continue to wait. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Zishuan came back with a bamboo stick in his hand. He took out a long sword and with a few swings of the sword, there were a few thin bamboo strands on the table. Li Zishuan picked up a bamboo strand of uniform thickness and placed it on the flame of the candle. He started to roast it carefully. After a while, the green bamboo strand turned into black bamboo charcoal. Li Zishuan used a metal wire to wrap around the middle of the bamboo strand. Then, he passed the other end of the metal wire to Xiaoxi and said, Here, Xiaoxi, take this. You will be able to see the lighting effect of electricity soon. Yes. Remember to stay away. Don't let your hair touch the bamboo strands. Yes, Young Master. Watch carefully. Just for a moment. The experiment that Li Zishuan wanted to do was the prototype of a third wheel. In 1854, Henri Goebbels used a carbonized bamboo strand under a vacuum glass bottle. It emitted light when it was electrified. His invention was the first practical use of an incandescent lamp. The light bulb he experimented with could last for 400 hours, but unfortunately, he did not apply for a patent in time. Li Zixuan skillfully connected the 12 batteries together. Then, he carefully connected the positive and negative electrodes of the battery to the two ends of the carbonized bamboo strand. After the bamboo strand was electrified, its surface instantly produced a high temperature and emitted a bright light. It easily covered the light of the candles in the room. The bright light shined on Xiaoxi's delicate cheeks and her snow-white smooth chest. Coupled with her slightly opened mouth and shocked expression, the originally beautiful Xiaoxi looked even more beautiful under the light. Li Zixuan was mesmerized. Ah! What a beautiful light! Young master, this light is 10 times brighter than a candle. Unfortunately, it only shines for a while. Xiaoxi excitedly exclaimed. The things that she experienced tonight had completely overturned her understanding. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. Cough, why is this little girl becoming more and more charming? I almost went crazy. Li Zixuan, who was interrupted by Xiaoxi's exclamation, could not help but shake his head. After he heard Xiaoxi's words, he laughed in his heart. This bamboo strand is not placed in a vacuum, so of course, it can only shine for a while. But maybe I can make some light bulbs to play with in the future. Xiaoxi, do you like it? Yes, I like it. Then young master will make you a light bulb that can always shine this bright. Ah! Young master is so nice. Chapter 277. Young master, you're up. Xiaoxi will get some water for you to wash up. Early in the morning, Xiaoxi had just returned from the Li residence after getting breakfast. She happened to see Li Zixuan doing his morning exercises, i.e., sword training, in the courtyard. The little girl placed the food box on the stone table in the courtyard and was about to go get some water. Ha! No need, I've already washed up. Xiaoxi, come over and eat. Li Zixuan laughed and put away his sword. Then, he came to the stone table and sat down. After last night's experience, Xiaoxi didn't refuse and sat opposite Li Zixuan. She opened the food box and accompanied Li Zixuan to eat. Tsk tisk, that's more like it. It's so boring to eat alone. With a beauty accompanying me, my appetite will be much better. Li Zixuan glanced at Xiaoxi as he ate, and thought to himself proudly. Xiaoxi, how was your rest last night? Are you used to it? Li Zixuan asked casually as he ate his sumptuous breakfast. Xiaoxi purposely stayed there last night and he didn't notice it at first. However, as time passed, how could he not notice it? Although she was a feast for the eyes, Li Zixuan still hardened his heart and chased her out of the room when he thought about how he was going to get married soon. It's okay. Xiaoxi blushed and replied. After she left Li Zixuan's room last night, she wasn't that afraid anymore. She laid on the bed and her mind was filled with the image of Li Zixuan lighting up the bamboo in front of her. She couldn't care less about being afraid anymore. Young master, are you still doing an experiment today? Xiaoxi had also learned a lot of new words. Yes, I still have to do something. Do you need my help? Xiaoxi asked with her eyes sparkling. Not at the moment. Oh. Although the questions for this exam were difficult, there were still quite a number of people who did very well. They are worthy of praise. Iron Egg, come over and give out the exam papers. Imperial College, Mathematics Institute. Su Hongji held a stack of test papers and stood on the podium, summarizing the results of this exam. After Li Zixuan finished marking the test papers that night, he put them in the study room. Yesterday, he stayed in the workshop all day and forgot to give them to Su Hongji. Su Hongji waited at home for a long time, but no one came. Seeing that it was getting dark, he stomped his feet and went to the Li residence himself. After all, he and Li Jingma were very good friends. As a result, when he arrived at the Li mansion, he naturally did not meet Li Zixuan. He could only tell Li Jingma the reason for his visit. After fatherly understood, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at his son. Su Hongji comforted Li Zishuan for a while before Li Jingma calmed down. In the end, with Xiao He's help, they found the exam papers that had been marked in Li Zishuan's room. "All right, Mr. Su." Iron Egg quickly walked over, took the test papers, and began to distribute them. Taking advantage of this time, I will briefly explain the results of this exam. The most praiseworthy one is Meng Wenhao. He actually scored 101 points. To be honest, there were many questions in this exam paper that I did not know how to answer. Meng Wenhao was able to score so high, it is very amazing. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Su Hongji stood on the podium and looked at Meng Wenhao, who was sitting below, and praised him. After following Li Zishuan for so long in class, Su Hongji actually learned to make fun of himself. His words were not as rigid as before. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar. Whether the questions were difficult or not, the students below had the most right to speak. They were the ones who had been tortured and persecuted. Naturally, they knew how perverted the questions were. Damn! Wenhao, you are so awesome. Too awesome. Wang Meng stretched out his hand and patted Meng Wenhao's back as he exclaimed exaggeratedly. Lucky, lucky. Meng Wenhao was still in deep shock. He knew that he did well in this exam, but he did not expect to get first place. After all, after Li Zishuan took over the school of mathematics, there began to be many masters. It was very difficult to get first place. At this time, when he heard Wang Meng's exclamation, he quickly turned around and said modestly. Lucky my ass. You are such a hypocrite. Wang Meng curled his lips and said. This is strength, not luck. Wenhao, you are too modest. When I asked you how the exam was last time, you said it was average. How is this average? Zheng Ziren laughed and said. Huh, brother Ziren, I am sorry. I was not confident at that time. Meng Wenhao said with an apologetic face. No matter what, Wenhao, congratulations to you for coming in first place. But I will not give up. Next time, I will surpass you. Kushirqing smiled at Meng Wenhao, but there was still a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Yes, I will not give up. Wenhao, you have to be careful. Next time, I may surpass you. Zheng Ziren echoed. I did not expect Meng Wenhao to be so good. This school of mathematics is getting more and more interesting. When Li Tai heard that Meng Wenhao got 101 points, he could not help but be a little surprised. But that was all. As a prince, how could he make a fuss over such a small matter like the others? The top students in the front row were encouraging each other, but the bottom students in the back row were naturally in a different situation. F***ck, that's amazing. Meng Wenhao is too awesome. Cheng Chimo opened his eyes wide and excitedly slammed the table. Damn, Meng Wenhao is amazing. Mr. Su, I want to change seats. I want to change seats. I want to change seats next to Meng Wenhao. When Sun Zifen heard that someone got 101 points, he almost knelt down. The little fatty rolled his eyes and shouted. In fact, he was bitter in his heart. He almost got 0 points in this exam. Next to him was a group of idiots who did not know anything. He could not copy even if he wanted to. Damn, I also want to change seats next to Meng Wenhao. Cheng Chimo immediately reacted and shouted. He and Sun Zifan grew up playing together. They dug out birds' nests together, peeped at Widow Wang in the east of the city, and smashed other people's latrines together. How could this little fatty's cunning mind be hidden from him? I also want to change seats. I also want to change seats. The hedonistic second generations who had been transferred to the mathematics school with Sun Zifen all reacted and scrambled to be the first to shout. Sun Zifen disliked his teammates for cheating him, and they also thought so. Ahem, silence, silence. Su Hongji was originally gratified when he heard Kushirqing and the other students encouraging each other. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the group of students behind him wanted to change seats. Perhaps this was the difference between a top student and a bottom student. Don't even think about changing seats. Let's wait for Dr. Li. Oh, it should be Li Sai now. When he comes back, you guys go and tell him. Now, I'll talk about the other students. Second place, Bruiser, 91 points. Third place, Li Tai, 90 points. Fourth place, Kusher Qing, 85 points. Chapter 278. Fifth from the bottom, Song Tianyu, 15 points. Fourth from the bottom, Duan Wenba, 12 points. Third from the bottom, Bai Hongyuan, 8 points. Second from the bottom, Jiang Wenchang, 5 points. Last place, Kong Chuansuan, 0 points. On the podium, Su Hongji announced the results of the last 5 students. Without a doubt, the last 5 were all students who had just been transferred over. Below the podium, Ching Chumo was trying to hold back his laughter as he listened. His shoulders were shaking, especially when he heard that Kong Chuansuan, who was in the last place, had scored 0 points. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Pfft! Haha! The rich second-generation heirs behind Ching Chumo were all spitting fire in their eyes. They glared at Ching Chumo and wanted to fight it out with him. Silence. Ching Chumo, what are you laughing at? Tell everyone, how many points did you get? Su Hongji slapped the table, glared at Ching Chumo and said angrily. Ching Chumo immediately stopped talking. Extreme joy begets sorrow, extreme joy begets sorrow. Quick, tell everyone, how many points did you get? Su Hongji urged. I got 38 points. Ching Chumo scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. Yes, you didn't see wrong. This guy knows how to be embarrassed now. Because if you exclude the people who had just arrived, he would probably be in the last place. Wow! The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality has updated 15 chapters today. Can this leather knight write so quickly? Jianghu Academy. Meng Tianhua looked at the Datong Daily that he had just bought and couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah. Doesn't this guy need to think before he writes a novel? How can he write so much in a day? Liao Feichen frowned and was a little puzzled. With different identities, the perspective of a problem would naturally be different. In the past, both of them were fans of A Mortal's Legend of a Mortal's Journey. Back then, if they saw so many updates in A Mortal's Journey, their first reaction would definitely be surprise and joy. Now that they were authors, they naturally had to look at problems from the perspective of competitors. Little brother, I only managed to write 8 chapters after putting in so much effort yesterday. Meng Tianhua had a bitter expression as he said in defeat. You've already written 8 chapters, but I only wrote 5 yesterday. Liao Feichen almost cried when he heard what his classmate said. Ha, Tianhua, Feichen, you don't have to be like this. Hua Hongyi, who was watching from the side, shook his head and said with a smile, based on my guess, this Pai Xiaojue definitely didn't write so many chapters in a single day. I'm guessing that he saved some of them beforehand, and then when someone rewarded him, he released all of them in one go. So the two of you don't have to be so dejected. If Li Zixuan were here, he would definitely give Hua Hongyi a thumbs up. As an ancient person, Hua Hongyi actually knew about the saving of chapters theory. It was really rare. Yeah, Hongyi's analysis is pretty good. The 15 chapters that were released today must have been written by Leather Knight in advance. Meng Tianhua's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. That's right, that might really be the case. Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. I have to hurry up and study A Mortal's Journey. Then, I have to quickly write my novel to 30,000 words and show it to the manager of Datong Daily. Liao Feichen patted the stone table and agreed. After that, he hurriedly got up and prepared to continue writing his novel. Hongyi, I'm going too. I still need 10,000 words to send it to Datong Daily's editorial department. Meng Tianhua didn't want to be left behind. He took the newspaper and slipped away. Hua Hongyi shook his head speechlessly. Manager son, do you have any compasses at Curious Pavilion today? Yeah, do you have any today? You didn't have any yesterday, but you can't possibly not have any today, right? Yeah, I say, can't you guys hire more people to be compasses? Yeah. We're all waiting to use them. The fleet is about to set sail. Ever since Datong Daily did a round of publicity for Curious Pavilion's compasses, and taking advantage of the popularity of the fleet heading south, countless merchant ship owners came to Curious Pavilion to buy compasses. Unfortunately, the first batch of compasses had already been pre-ordered by the imperial court and Wang Renbiao, so every time they came, there was no stock. Today, when the East Market opened, they gathered here and asked Sun Huayuan. Sun Huayuan looked at the group of people waving their money in front of him to buy compasses. He was both happy and depressed. Although Curious Pavilion had some compasses today, they didn't have much in stock. Sun Huayuan's heart ached when he thought about how he couldn't earn money from all these people who were queuing up to give him money. We have some compasses today, but the quantity is limited. There are only 50 of them. Everyone, line up. The rules are the same as before. Those who have a membership card, line up at the member channel according to the level of your membership card. Each person is limited to 2. Sun Huayuan shouted to the crowd. Huh? Why are there only 50? How is that enough? Moreover, each person is limited to 2, and I alone need 10. A well-dressed merchant was dumbfounded. Yeah. There are so many people here. How is 50 enough? Why are you still talking nonsense here? Hurry up and line up. If you don't, you won't be able to buy any more. Yeah, I happen to have a blue membership card. I can cut the line, What's a membership card? Some of the merchants who had just come into contact with Curious Pavilion didn't know what privileges a membership card had. After all, Curious Pavilion used to only make children's toys and Drunken Immortal. Many of the wealthy merchants didn't pay attention to these things, but after hearing the explanation from the people beside them, they immediately went to Sun Huayuan to apply for a membership card. Shopkeeper's son, I want a purple membership card. I want a purple membership card too. I want a gold membership card. These people who owned large merchant ships didn't lack money. When it came to applying for a membership card, they directly started with a purple membership card. Shopkeeper's son didn't expect that such a thing would actually spur so many people to apply for a purple membership card. It was truly an unexpected gain. Everyone, don't be anxious and don't fight over it. Recently, our workshop has been producing compasses at full capacity. In the next few days, the supply of compasses will definitely increase. Before the Imperial Court's fleet heads south, everyone will definitely be able to buy a lot of compasses. Sun Huayuan said to the anxious crowd as he asked the accountant to help them apply for membership cards. What he said wasn't nonsense. This was something that Li Zishuan had taught him. Under Li Zishuan's guidance, the workshop's current production model had been changed to an assembly line model. The supply of compasses in the future would definitely not be a problem. Really? That's great. Then I'll wait for 2 more days. Wait my ass. Who knows what will happen in the future? The sooner you buy, the better. You're right. I'll buy 1 too. Yeah, let's line up. Although Faubert said it like that, very few people believed him. Everyone was still very enthusiastic about buying compasses. Chapter 279. The day of the fleet's journey to the south was getting closer and closer. Anyone with a bit of foresight would realize how lucrative the journey to the south would be. Furthermore, they would be escorted by the Imperial Army, so there was no need to worry about their safety. It was simply a godsend opportunity. As a result, there was a rare shortage of manpower in all the major shipping companies. Notices for sailors could be seen all over Chang'an City. As long as you were good at swimming and didn't get seasick, you should hurry up and sign up. The ship owner would not only give you a generous settlement fee, but when you returned from the southern trade, the salary would be enough for your family to live on for 20 years. The workshop was bustling with activity. Because some of the precise components of the compasses were previously polished by a few old masters, the efficiency was very low. Seeing that there were more and more people outside wanting to buy compasses, Faubert decided to organize the young craftsmen to learn from the old masters after consulting with Li Zixuan. Whoever could learn would be rewarded with 5 strings of cash on the spot. With a generous reward, there would be a lot of brave men. A large number of smart and skillful young craftsmen immediately emerged. The precise components they polished were no worse than those of the old masters. Just like that, with a steady stream of new people joining in and the advanced assembly line production model, the production of compasses continued to skyrocket day by day. On the first day, the 50 compasses supplied by the Curious Pavilion were sold out in less than a quarter of an hour. On the second day, the 300 compasses supplied by the Curious Pavilion were also sold out in less than an hour. On the third day, the 800 compasses supplied by the Curious Pavilion were finally not sold out. The market for compasses was beginning to reach saturation. After all, there were only a little more than 1,000 merchant ships going south. Furthermore, not every merchant ship owner was as rich as Wang Rinbiao to equip every ship with a compass. Seeing this, Sun Huayuan hurriedly reported to the workshop. When Faubert received the news, he immediately transferred half of the people from the compasses production team to produce carriages. According to Li Zixuan's previous plan, it was time to sell the carriages. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. While the people outside were preparing for the vigorous southward operation, Li Zixuan was also extremely busy in the Drunken Wind Pavilion in the depths of the workshop. Li Zixuan was already showing signs of going berserk. In the past 3 days, he had spent more than 90% of his time in the laboratory, sleeping there as well. After a few days of hard work, Li Zixuan had really created a treasure. Moreover, it was a rare treasure in the world. However, his current image was somewhat unsightly. I've finally finished 2 telegraph machines. Li Zixuan's hair was a bit messy now, and his eyes were sunken. This was a clear sign that he had stayed up too late. At this moment, he looked at the pile of devices on the table and laughed madly with a deranged expression. That's right. Li Zixuan wanted to make a telegraph, and a wireless one at that. The principle of wireless was very simple. The core part was the LC oscillation circuit, which was composed of an inductor L and a capacitor C to form a frequency-selective oscillation circuit, which was used to generate high-frequency sine wave signals. The radiation power of the LC oscillation circuit was proportional to the 4th power of the oscillation frequency. In order to make the LC oscillation circuit radiate strong enough electromagnetic waves, the oscillation frequency must be increased, and the circuit must be in an open form. Although the principle was very simple, in this era, there were no electronic components that Li Zixuan could use. It was very difficult to make. There were many technical difficulties, such as the signal modulation of the transceiver, the production of the buzzer, and so on. Fortunately, Li Zixuan, who had been in seclusion for 3 days, overcame these difficulties one by one. After going through untold hardships, he finally made 2 wireless telegraph machines. Unfortunately, there was a problem that he couldn't overcome at present, and that was the problem of power amplification. It was also the biggest technical problem that had to be overcome in order to make progress in the electronic industry of this era, the transistor. The transistor was one of the basic components of the semiconductor. It had the function of amplifying current and was the most core component of the electronic circuit. Without the transistor, there would be no integrated circuit, and there would be no electronic products in modern society. In fact, the LC oscillation circuit needed an amplifying element, and that was the transistor. Of course, it could also use digital electric LCs such as integrated operational amplifiers. Using this amplifying element, through various signal feedback methods, the constantly consumed oscillation signal would be feedback amplified, and finally output a signal with a relatively stable amplitude and frequency, so that the radio signal could be transmitted farther. Li Zixuan understood these principles, but what was the use of knowing? He couldn't make the transistor now, so he could only brace himself and try to make a wireless telegraph machine first. Because he had a glimmer of hope in his heart, that was, in ancient times, when there was no electricity, the space spectrum was very clean, and there was almost no interference. With a few watts of radio frequency power, it could be transmitted all over the world. The earliest wireless telegraph machines also didn't use transistors. At that time, the transmission distance was 250 meters, but there was already electricity in that era, and the space spectrum was not clean, so there would be electromagnetic interference. During the Liberation War, Mao, Zedong was in Yan'an, and Lin, Biyao, Dong was in Harbin. They were more than 2,000 kilometers apart, and there were no relay stations in between. They were all directly transmitted through radio stations. At that time, the radiating power of the telegraph machine was only a few watts, and it could transmit that far. If it was in modern society, it definitely wouldn't be possible. "Young master, don't move, Xiaoxi is combing your hair." Li Zixuan was laughing crazily, but Xiaoxi was not happy. These days, Li Zixuan had locked himself in the laboratory, and whenever he encountered a problem, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Ancient men were not like modern men with short hair, they all had long hair, so his hair had been messy recently. In order to maintain a good image for her young master, Xiaoxi spent a lot of time combing Li Zixuan's hair every day. No need to comb, no need to comb. Come, Xiaoxi, try this young master's latest invention. Li Zixuan only just noticed that there was someone behind him. He turned around, squeezed Xiaoxi's shoulder and shouted excitedly. These days, he was always in a daze when doing things, and many times he entered a state of forgetfulness. If it wasn't for Xiaoxi taking care of him, he would have either starved to death or died from his own sloppiness. In the end, although he could still make the wireless telegraph machine, his situation would definitely be much worse than now. "Young master. Please wait a moment, let me comb your hair first." Xiaoxi was used to it. These few days, other than taking care of Li Zixuan's daily needs, she also helped Li Zixuan with various experiments. She had failed many times in the middle, so she was no longer as interested in doing experiments as before. Okay, Xiaoxi, hurry up." Li Zixuan could only helplessly compromise. Chapter 280. Young master, Xiaoxi can hear it. In order to test how far this simple wireless telegraph could travel, Li Zixuan, Xiaoxi and Sanbao started the test. The first distance was set at 250 meters, which was around 75 feet. This was a very important distance as it directly affected whether Li Zixuan's wish could come true. When he heard Sanbao's report, Li Zixuan was very excited. He waved his hand and said excitedly, "Good. That's great. Sanbao, ask Xiaoxi to walk another 20 feet away and see if she can hear the signal I sent." "Okay, young master, I will go now." Sanbao answered with a grin and then hurriedly ran out. After a while, Sanbao ran back and said, "Young master, Xiaoxi is in position. You can send the signal now." "Okay, Sanbao, quickly go over." After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he walked in front of the telegraph machine and gently pressed the button on the transmitter, casually sending out a string of codes. Beep 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 beep. Sanbao naturally ran back to Xiaoxi's side to check on the situation. He had no choice as he could not let Xiaoxi run around alone, right? After a few minutes, Sanbao ran back. However, his breathing was hurried and his forehead was covered in sweat. After all, running around in the hot weather was unbearable for anyone. "Young master. Xiaoxi can hear your signal." "Okay. Ask Xiaoxi to walk another 50 feet. Li Zixuan was so excited that he was about to explode. This was the first time he felt so close to modern technology since he transmigrated. Sanbao was instantly dumbfounded when she heard that. The addition of 750 feet, 200 feet, and 500 feet would be a total of 1,450 feet. A round trip would be about 2 miles. Furthermore, according to Li Zixuan's words, the journey would only get further and further. Sanbao felt like she was about to kneel down. What happened? Li Zixuan was only thinking about the telegraph. His IQ and EQ were basically zero. He did not notice Sanbao's expression. He only felt that Sanbao was still in the house, so he could not help but ask curiously. His casual question almost scared Sanbao out of his wits. Sanbao thought that his young master was dissatisfied with him. He was living such a comfortable life in the Li family, and he was not willing to make his master unhappy over such a small matter and be chased out of the house. No, I'm fine. Young master, I'll go now. Sanbao responded and ran out hurriedly. He thought to himself, isn't it just running? I'll do it. 750 zhang, 950 zhang, 1 kilometer, 2.5 kilometers, 3 kilometers. In 3 hours, the effective distance of the telegraph went from 750 zhang to 3 kilometers. Xiaoxi's position also went from the side of Drunken Wind Pavilion to outside of Ani Lane, then to Qinren Lane, and finally to Yongla Lane. She was only a few dozen steps away from the Li family. Along the way, this beautiful young lady who was carrying a big box attracted the attention of the passers-by. Moreover, there were d sounds coming from the box, making the onlookers exclaim in surprise. Although the crowd did not know what the big box was, it did not stop them from watching. Thus, many people followed behind Xiaoxi to watch the show. The crowd became more and more lively. When they arrived at Yongla Lane, Xiaoxi was already surrounded by a circle of people. Li Zishuan saw this delightful result and his heart was filled with joy. However, Sanbao did not feel any joy. At this moment, he was as tired as a dog. He opened his mouth wide and panted heavily. His clothes were drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. His 2 hands kept fanning himself, but this little amount of energy was of no use. The sweat on his face was still dripping down like rain. Young master. Xiaoxi received the signal. Sanbao ran in and said with difficulty. Good. Haha. It's 3 miles now. Sanbao, let Xiaoxi walk another 100 feet away. Sanbao, what's wrong with you? When Sanbao heard Li Zishuan's words, his eyes rolled and he was about to faint. Li Zishuan reacted quickly and lifted him up and asked. Young master. Sanbao, can't run. Alright, Sanbao, don't say any more. It's my negligence. Sit here and rest for a while. I'll get someone to call a doctor for you. Li Zishuan had already woken up from the excitement of the telegraph machine. He thought to himself, it's not good to be too immersed in something. This is called qi deviation. Xiaoxi. Come here. Li Zishuan came to the front yard of the workshop and waved at Song Xiaoxi. Coming, young master. You called for me? Song Xiaoxi hurriedly ran over and asked. Sanbao is overheated. Bring a few people and send him to a shady place to cool him down. Also, get a doctor to take a look at him. Don't let him get a heat stroke. Yes, young master. I'll go right now. Hey. Wait, send someone to drive my carriage and go to Yongla Lane to find Xiaoxi. Tell her to stop for now and bring her back to rest and eat. Sanbao was already so tired. Xiaoxi, a weak girl, was still working under the sun. She should be even more tired, right? Li Zishuan's heart ached when he thought of this. He quickly added. All right. Young master. Song Xiaoxi saw that Li Zishuan did not have any other orders. He responded and hurriedly went to make arrangements. He was envious of Sanbao. Yes, he was envious. As a servant, he was able to receive such care from the young master of the house. In the entire Tang dynasty, there was probably no other master who treated his servants so well. Li Zishuan brought a group of servants back to Drunken Wind Pavilion and ordered them to carry Sanbao to a shady place beside the pond in the workshop. Go get some well water to feed Sanbao. Li Zishuan pointed to a servant beside him and ordered. Yes, young master. The servant obeyed and left. Li Zishuan looked at Sanbao, who had a pale face and cracked lips. He felt a little vexed. In his previous life, he had experienced a similar situation. Back then, one of the leaders of the research team would give you a task. It was considered light if you ran your legs off. You might even have to work overtime or even be criticized. This was the common saying, the leader moves his mouth and the subordinate runs his legs. Some colleges and universities were really bureaucratic. Li Zixuan hated this kind of phenomenon very much in his previous life. However, he didn't expect that he would unintentionally do something that he had always hated. He really shouldn't have done it. Why isn't the doctor here yet? Li Zixuan frowned and asked. Young master, Brother Xiaoxi has already gone to get the doctor. He should be here soon. The manservant from before came over with a bowl of cold well water and answered. All right. Feed him water first. Chapter 281. Drunken Wind Pavilion. A group of people surrounded San Bao. It was probably San Bao's first time being the main character. Doctor, how is he? Is he all right? Li Zixuan looked at the old doctor who was checking San Bao's pulse and asked anxiously. He had to be anxious. If San Bao had a heatstroke, it would be a serious matter. In ancient times, where the medical environment was extremely backward, there were many people who died from heatstroke. Even famous people and officials couldn't avoid dying from heatstroke. For example, Fu Zhan, the great scholar of the Western Han dynasty, Su Shi of the Song dynasty, Zhao Mingcheng, the husband of the female poet Li Qingzhao, and Zheng Qinggong, the national hero who recovered Taiwan, all died from heatstroke. Lord Zhu, you don't have to worry. This young man is just too tired. Coupled with the hot weather, his body is dehydrated. He didn't suffer from heatstroke. As long as you give him more water and combine it with this old man's prescription, he will definitely recover. The old doctor put down San Bao's wrist and smiled. He was a doctor in charge of a medical hall in Annie Lane. It was not far from the workshop, so he naturally knew some people in the workshop. As for Li Zixuan, he had met him a few times before. Phew, that's good. That's good. Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief. He then turned his head and pointed at a servant. You go and get the medicine from Dr. Hu. Also, go to Manager Fu to get a sum of money. Yes, young master. Thank you, Dr. Hu. Li Zixuan nodded and smiled at the old doctor. Hee, Lord Zhu, you're too courteous. It's my pleasure. Young master, I'm back. I even brought food. After getting someone to settle San Bao down, Song Xiaoxi drove Li Zixuan's private carriage into the workshop. Xiaoxi hugged the telegraph box and carried a lunchbox as she jumped down from the carriage. I asked someone to get some ice in the house. Xiaoxi, go inside and cool down. Drink some ice water to relieve the heat. Li Zixuan quickly walked over and took the telegram machine and lunchbox from Xiaoxi's hands as he said with concern. Thank you, young master. Oh, right, where's San Bao? Xiaoxi wiped the sweat off her face and asked. San Bao is too tired. She's resting now. I was careless today and made the two of you suffer. Xiaoxi, quickly go back and rest. Li Zixuan said with some self-blame. Xiaoxi could hear the concern in his words and smiled. Young master, Xiaoxi is fine. It's already so hot and you're still fine? Come, follow me back to the house. Li Zixuan knocked on Xiaoxi's forehead and pulled her back into the house. Young master, this telegraph machine you made is really amazing. Xiaoxi could hear the message you sent in the workshop even though she was so far away. Also, this thing can make sounds on its own. It's amazing. After returning to the house, Xiaoxi drank a few mouthfuls of water with ice cubes. After a while, she calmed down and stood up to look at Li Zixuan excitedly. Previously, she accompanied Li Zixuan to do so many experiments, but they all ended in failure. Today, after finally succeeding, she saw how amazing this thing was. Li Zixuan looked at the excited look on the little girl's face and smiled as he shook his head and said, this is only the beginning. This telegraph machine that I invented, if it's improved, it can transmit messages even if it's 1,000 miles away. Wow, 1,000 miles away? Doesn't that mean that it can be transmitted from the north to the south of Tang Dynasty? Young master, is what you said true? Xiao Shi stared with her beautiful eyes and said in surprise. Of course it's true. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat first. After lunch, Xiao Shi, you go and rest. I'll find 2 other people to continue the experiment. You and San Bao have worked hard this morning. Li Zishuan said as he opened the lunchbox and took the food out. Xiao Shi saw this and quickly came over to help. Young master, let me do it. As Xiao Shi helped to take the food, she looked at Li Zishuan with a pleading look and said, Young master, Xiao Shi is actually not tired. We can continue the experiment in the afternoon. To be honest, the little maid was now very interested in the telegraph machine that would occasionally make DDD sounds. If he did not let her follow along, she would feel a little uncomfortable. This was a beautiful girl who was addicted to doing experiments. You're already so tanned, and you're still not tired? Be careful that you won't be able to get married if you get tanned. Li Zishuan was not willing to let Xiao Shi go out in the afternoon. It was not as if there was no one outside that he could order around. Why must he let a little girl go out and suffer? In the morning, he was bewitched and could not extricate himself. Now that he had woken up, he was not willing to let Xiao Shi go out again. Young master. When Xiao Shi heard this, her face instantly flushed red. Pretend that I didn't say anything, pretend that I didn't say anything. Old master, what do you think little Xian has been doing these few days? This child can finally rest for a few days, but he doesn't know how to rest at home. Instead, he insists on going to the workshop for a few days. He is really worrisome. Li residence. After Madame Li finished eating, she complained to Li Jingma who was beside her. She said so much, but it was all secondary. The most important thing was that she did not see her son at home these few days and felt empty in her heart. How could Li Jingma not know his wife's thoughts, but he also did not know what Li Zishuan was doing at the workshop recently. Li Zishuan was getting more and more capable. How could he report everything to him in advance? He could only smile bitterly and say, Madam, little Xian has grown up. He will have things he wants to do. Furthermore, his workshop is not far from home. Isn't little Xian still by our side? If Madam wants to take a look, your husband can accompany you to the workshop. Anyway, this carriage at home is quite comfortable. Although Li Jingma's words were obviously meant to comfort her, they were completely useless. Madame Li, on the other hand, accepted his words. Her expression relaxed slightly and she smiled. That won't do. Master, you've said it yourself. Xian is doing what he wants to do. If I were to go, wouldn't it affect his progress? Mother, then I will go. Lan will not affect brother's progress. Lan, who was beside her, said crisply. Pfft. You are also not allowed to go. Mother knows you well. If you go, you will definitely cause trouble for your brother. Madame Li touched her daughter's head in amusement and said. No way. Mother, Lan has always been very obedient. Lan said coquettishly. Haha. This time, even Li Jingma could not help but laugh. What obedient? Have you done the homework that your brother arranged for you? Previously, you did not like to be a female worker, so mother and your father did not force you. Now that your brother has arranged some homework for you, you are not allowed to slack off. It's homework. Lan only has a little left to do. Don't worry, I will do it at night. You want Iron Egg to do it for you at night, right? Hee hee. No. Chapter 282. Your Majesty, I heard from the palace maids that something interesting happened in Chang'an. In the west court of the imperial palace, Li Er came to Empress Jiangsu's place for a meal after the morning court. During the meal, Empress Jiangsun suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. Oh. What's the matter? Tell me about it, Guanyin. Li Er was thinking about what happened in the morning court. After all, the fleet would set off for the south in 2 days. According to the statistics of the Ministry of War, as of today, the number of merchant ships participating in the South Sea trade had reached 2,300. The scale was really rare in history, so Li Er had to be cautious. Now the Tang Empire was in a critical period of recuperation. There must be no mistakes. Hearing Zhang Xuan's words, his hand paused for a moment, and then he pretended to be very interested and said with a smile. Zhang Sun got up and served Li Er a bowl of soup, and then said, I heard that today Li Zishuan's little maid was wandering around the area from Ani Lane to Yongla Lane with a box that could make sounds by itself, which attracted a lot of people. Oh. What box can make sounds by itself? What the hell is Li Zishuan up to? Li Er was really interested at this moment, and he asked curiously. Your Majesty, I don't know about this, but this child often comes up with all kinds of strange ideas. Once he does something, it will definitely surprise people. Zhang Sun shook her head and said with a smile. She had deliberately picked a happy topic to talk about because she saw that Li Er had a lot on his mind. It was to distract Li Er. She didn't care about the deeper meaning of this matter. Zhao Song. Li Er nodded and called out. Your Majesty, I'm here. Although Zhao Song was far away, his hearing was better than the young people. He immediately ran over when Li Er called him softly. What is Li Zishuan doing recently? Why is there no news about him after he made the compass a few days ago? In the harem, Li Er didn't sit upright and look straight as he did in the imperial court. He had already forgotten the Confucian saying of, don't talk when eating and don't talk when sleeping. He asked lightly while eating delicious food. Your Majesty, as far as this old servant knows, Li Xiannan suddenly turned back after leaving the workshop 3 days ago. He hasn't come out for the past 3 days. His maidservant also followed him in later. These days, the maidservant has been going back and forth between the Li Manor and the workshop. She should be delivering food to Li Xiannan. Zhao Song cupped his hands and reported. If Li Zishuan were here, he would definitely curse this old eunuch for being a pervert. He actually dared to play surveillance. But Zhao couldn't be blamed. Who asked him to be so interested in Li Zishuan's situation? Zhao Song had been by Li Er's side for so long, so of course he knew how to figure out the emperor's intentions and make preparations in advance. After hearing this, Li Er felt that something was amiss. In his opinion, Li Zishuan didn't seem like someone who could be idle. There must be something fishy going on. Looks like this kid is up to something big recently. I'm sure that the box that the little maid was carrying today was something that Li Zishuan had been fiddling with these few days. It must be something good. This kid hides every time he makes something good. The horse carriage in his house was like this. If Qin Ke hadn't found it at his house, who knows how long he would have hidden it. Li Er raised his eyebrows and said firmly. Your Majesty, why are you so sure? Empress Jiangsun elegantly poured a cup of wine for Li Er and asked curiously. Guanin's servant, you don't know this kid? Li Er raised his wine cup and took a sip of the palace's wine, drunken immortal. He continued, previously, this kid used less than half a day to draw the blueprints for the curved plow, horse carriage, and compass. Then, he became a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. This time, he actually locked himself in the workshop for 3 whole days. Moreover, it seems that he might have been personally doing the work for the past 3 days. Don't you think that's strange? I'm sure that this kid is fiddling with something even better. Your Majesty's words are not without reason. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. That's great. Guanin's servant, come with me to this kid's workshop in the afternoon. We'll catch him off guard. Lord Zhu, Miss Xiao, she can receive the signal. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan started a new round of testing. However, the person running the errands had changed. It was Pang Feiji, our legendary brother chicken. This guy was really unlucky. When he came to change shifts in the afternoon, he was caught by Li Zishuan to be a strong man. There was no other reason other than that this guy was sturdy. With martial arts, he could run faster and more easily. As for Xiao Shi, this little girl was addicted to doing experiments. However, she was very stubborn. Li Zishuan was helpless and could only think of a compromise. That was to let a martial marquis who came with Pang Feiji drive the horse carriage and send Xiaoxi to a place far away for testing. Good. 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 Move 1 li further away. Li Zishuan was so excited that his voice trembled. Currently, the effective communication range of his wireless telegraph had reached 10 li. This was really out of his expectations. At first, he thought that if this thing couldn't reach far, then he could only use a wired telegraph. However, it was a bit troublesome to set up wires. He didn't expect that it would achieve such a good result. It seemed that the spatial spectrum of the ancient times was still clean and there were no disturbances. Yes. Although Pang Feiji felt bitter in his heart, Brother Chicken couldn't say it out loud. People under the eaves had to lower their heads. Run. I've been in the army for so many years, I don't believe that I can run away unscathed. I heard that a servant almost got a heatstroke in the morning. That's because they're too weak. At this moment, Brother Chicken's heart was filled with a sense of superiority. It was really as if he was flying, as light as a swallow, and as fast as lightning. Young master. Lady Xiaoxi. Over there. It's ready. You can send the message. After a few trips, Brother Chicken couldn't take it anymore. So what if he had martial arts? Running back and forth like this, even a grandmaster expert would have to kneel down. Furthermore, he was just a small fry who had just entered the body tempering stage. He couldn't take it. Okay. I'll start sending it here. You can go back. Li Zishuan said lightly. Yes. Yes. Brother Chicken put his hands on his waist and replied weakly. Then, he continued on his long journey. After an hour, Brother Chicken finally ran back. Lord Ju. Little Lady Xiaoxi. Can hear the signal. After Brother Chicken finished speaking, he didn't care about being rude. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured it into his mouth. He was really too damn thirsty. Li Zishuan frowned when he saw this. It seemed like he couldn't keep this teapot anymore. Why are you so slow? Go and ask Xiaoxi to walk another 2 miles away. See if she can still do it. After Brother Chicken finished drinking the water, Li Zishuan said. Still running? Lord Ju, this. I can't run anymore. Brother Chicken's face was bitter. He was about to cry. Why can't you run anymore? You're a soldier with martial arts after all. Don't the soldiers of Wuhou government usually train? Why is their physique so weak? Li Zishuan frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Damn, Brother Chicken really wanted to fight it out with Li Zishuan. But at this moment, a voice filled with majesty sounded. This is my army. You brat, you have the ability to tell me what to do. You've grown up. Before the person arrived, the voice came first. Li Zishuan knew that something was wrong when he heard the voice. The wolf is here. With lightning speed, he pulled a piece of cloth and covered the telegraph machine. Then, he took the initiative to greet Li Er and Zhang Sun, who were walking toward him. He saluted with his hands folded and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Chapter 283. Greetings to Your Majesty. When Chicken Bro saw Li Zishuan take the initiative to go forward and pay his respects, he was stunned for a moment before he realized who had come. He had been running for more than 2 hours and his legs were already weak. Now that he heard that Li Er had come, it was even more unbearable. His legs couldn't help but shake and his words were trembling and stuttering. He was only a small siggy. When had he ever had the chance to see the Emperor? At this moment, Brother Chicken was both afraid and excited. Rise. Li Er walked over leisurely with Empress Zhang Sun in tow, looking like a loving couple. Imperceptibly, he spread a handful of dog food for Li Zishuan and Brother Chicken. What is Li Sai doing here instead of helping Chancellor Kong to share his burdens in the directorate? Of course, Li Er couldn't directly say that he had received news that he was causing trouble here and specially came here for a ward round. He naturally pulled Zhang Sun into the room and sat at the head seat. Then, he looked at Li Zixuan like an old leader inspecting his work and asked despite knowing the answer. When Li Zixuan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Why am I here? Don't you have any idea? Your Majesty, I accidentally violated the laws of the imperial court a few days ago and disturbed public order. Your Majesty was kind and allowed me to reflect at home. Later on, the imperial court intended to go south for trade. Your Majesty was kind and temporarily lifted my confinement order, allowing me to concentrate on researching compasses. I will always remember Your Majesty's kindness and thus work day and night in the workshop to create and improve compasses. Since Li Er pretended to be confused, Li Zixuan could only tell him everything from the beginning. Cough cough, how shameless. Li Er almost choked to death. He secretly thought that he shouldn't have pretended to be confused and accidentally gave Li Zixuan a chance to be shameless. Oh, we remember now. Wasn't the compass completed a few days ago? Why are you still here? As Li Er spoke, he used his eyes to search around the room, trying to find the legendary big box. However, after looking for a long time, he did not see it and could not help but feel a little depressed. Li Zixuan's room was quite large. It was a compound room with an inner and outer compartment. He had done his experiments in the inner room. Li Er and Zhang Sun were sitting in the outer room, so it was not surprising that they could not see him. Your Majesty, after I finished making the compass, I couldn't fall asleep when I got home, so I came here to sleep. Li Zixuan lied through his teeth. It wasn't easy for him to get this telegraph machine. It was his treasure. He couldn't bear to let Li Er take it away. Was there such a thing? What's your name? Come over and tell me what Li Sai is doing today. Li Er widened his eyes in disbelief. He pointed at Brother Chicken beside him and said, Your Majesty, I am Pang Feiji, Sigu of the Right Marquis household. This. Li Sai. Li Sai is, when Brother Chicken heard Li Er call him, he was flattered for a moment. However, when he heard Li Er's question, he suddenly felt troubled. He had experienced many things and was a tactful person. Naturally, he could tell that Li Zixuan did not want to expose the telegraph machine. However, Li Er forced him to say it. What could he do? One of them was a county magistrate, and the other was the current manager. It was not good to offend either of them. Brother Chicken regretted not running away just now. It was too late to run now. What? I asked you a question. Is there anything you don't dare to say? Li Er saw that Brother Chicken was hemming and hawing. He suddenly became angry. He snorted coldly and said sternly. Li Zixuan was speechless. Wasn't Li Er too ungentlemanly? As a dignified emperor, he actually had the face to make things difficult for a small soldier? He looked at Brother Chicken and wanted to know how this soldier would deal with it. Even if Brother Chicken told the truth, Li Zixuan would not blame him. There was no love without reason in this world. If you didn't give anything, you naturally couldn't expect others to repay you. Brother Chicken wiped the sweat off his forehead and bowed down. I don't dare. Actually, I also don't. Beep 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 beep. Yeah. Your Majesty, what's that? At this moment, a rhythmic beep beep came from the telegraph machine in the house. Empress Zhang Sun was astonished. She cast her gaze into the house and asked in astonishment. F***K, Li Zixuan's little heart also trembled along with the beep beep of the telegraph machine. Why didn't this thing sound earlier or later? Why did it have to sound at this moment? This is asking for my life. Eternal Peace Lane. Xiao Shi had actually run all the way to Eternal Peace Lane. The little maid had waited for a long time but Brother Chicken still hadn't returned. She sat in the carriage and looked at the telegraph machine in her hand in boredom. This thing is so marvelous. I don't know how young master did it, but he could actually make it speak on its own. Xiao Shi placed the telegraph machine on the table in front of her and flipped it left and right with her hands. She then looked at it curiously, wanting to know why this weird box was so marvelous. Suddenly, a part that was connected to a wire fell out of the box. It was the key that controlled the telegraph machine to send out messages. Xiaoxi immediately jumped in shock and picked it up. Just as she was about to put it back into the box, the scene of Li Zishuan using the telegraph machine in the laboratory appeared in her mind. Her heart moved and she thought, since I can receive a message from young master, if I send a message from here, won't young master receive it as well? Xiaoxi looked at the telegraph machine and her eyes kept darting around. She was hesitating whether she should press the button or not. In the end, she couldn't suppress the eagerness in her heart and gently pressed the button on the telegraph machine. The telegraph machine immediately let out a long beep. Hee hee, this is quite fun. It will beep every time I press it. It's a pity that I don't know music. Otherwise, I could use this to play a song for young master. Xiaoxi had personally experienced the magic of the telegraph machine, and in a moment of playfulness, the telegraph machine began to beep non-stop. However, the young maidservant felt that it was a little imperfect. She thought that it would be great if she could use the telegraph machine to play a song. She was probably the first person who thought of using the radio to compose a song. Isn't this the carriage from Xiao Xian's residence? Why did it stop here? The person who came was Yan Xiaoning. Eternal Peace Lane was located at the northwest side of Chang and was closer to the western city and the imperial palace. Yan Manor was coincidentally located here. Yan Xiaoning was naturally very familiar with Li Manor's carriage. After he recognized it, he immediately called out, Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian. Young Master Yan? It's you. When Xiaoxi heard this familiar voice, she immediately jumped off the carriage and bowed. Xiaoxi? Why is it only you? Yan Xiaoning asked curiously. Young Master Yan, my young master didn't come. I'm here to help my young master with an experiment. What experiment? Why? Does Xiao Xian still need to keep it a secret from me? No, my young master made a telegraph machine and asked me to come out for an experiment. What's a telegraph machine? Let me take a look. Chapter 284. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Li Zishuan, what else do you have to say now? How dare you deceive me? Tell me, what is it that is making noise in this room? Li Er also heard the beeping sound in the room. He instantly remembered the situation that Zhao Song reported to him at noon in the palace, so he pretended to be dignified and pressured Li Zishuan. He wanted to go in and search, but as an emperor, it was already inappropriate for him to come to the outer room of Li Zishuan's bedroom. How could he enter the inner room? Li Zishuan looked at Li Er and didn't know if old Li was really angry or faking it. In terms of acting, he was not old Li's opponent. He said with a guilty conscience, Your Majesty, I have never deceived you from beginning to end. This is just a small toy that I made to please my fiancé. It is not worth mentioning and is not presentable. Oh. What kind of thing can please a girl? Can Li Sai take it out and let me see? Empress Jiangsun chuckled. Alas, Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to take it out. He could only hope that Li Er had some moral bottom line and wouldn't confiscate his dating tool. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and obediently went in to carry out the pile of devices. He placed it on the table between Li Er and Jiangsun. Your Majesty, this is a small toy that I made for my fiancé. What is this thing called? What is its use? Why does it look so ugly? Jiangsun looked at the strange and ugly machine and frowned in confusion. She didn't think that this thing could please a girl. Li Er didn't judge a book by its cover. Well, he judged an object by its cover. After looking at the machine with many wires, he said, You brat, don't hide it. Tell me the truth. Zhen and the Empress won't snatch your things. Look at your stingy appearance. You're a minister of the Imperial College. If word gets out, you'll embarrass the Imperial Court. He was an astute person. From the moment he entered the room, he had sensed Li Zixuan's strong vigilance. Thinking of this, he felt a little angry for no reason. He was the ruler of a country. Would he snatch something from you? Li Zixuan secretly rolled his eyes. In his heart, he cursed, "How many things have you snatched from me?" The immortal drunken wine had been directly snatched away and taken to the palace as the imperial wine. "Your Majesty, this is a telegraph machine. It's a tool that I use to communicate with my fiancé. It hasn't been completed yet and is still in the testing stage. How can such a small box allow two people to communicate?" When Li Er heard Li Zixuan's words, he was in disbelief. Empress Jianghu also looked over curiously. Your Majesty, this telegraph machine is divided into two parts, the transmitter and the receiver. The transmitter can send out a signal through this key, and the other telegraph machine dozens of miles away can receive this signal. The people over there can translate the message sent by the transmitter according to the d sound. Li Zixuan was stunned by the question. It was not that he didn't know how to explain it, but that he didn't know where to start. The two of them didn't have any foundation in electromagnetism. It was too difficult to completely explain it to them. After thinking about it, he simply introduced the principle. If Li Er and Jianghu didn't understand, then forget it. Of course, Li Er didn't understand. He frowned. When Li Zixuan finished, he looked unhappy and said, "Speak human language." Li Zixuan was almost choked to death. He thought for a moment and found that there was no way to explain it clearly in a few words. He could only say, Your Majesty, the principle of this telegraph machine involves a lot of electromagnetism knowledge. I really can't explain it clearly in a short time. However, Your Majesty and Your Majesty only need to know that when I send a beep 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 sound here, another telegraph machine dozens of miles away can also receive the same sound. This is how two people communicate with each other. Dozens of miles? It can be transmitted so far? Li Er saw that Li Zixuan wasn't deliberately beating around the bush. He understood that the principle of this telegraph machine really couldn't be explained clearly in a few words. He directly skipped the parts he didn't understand and captured the most important information in Li Zixuan's words. That's indeed the case. After I've tested the telegraph machine, I've found that it can send messages up to at least 11 miles away. And that shouldn't be the limit. Theoretically speaking, if this telegraph machine is perfected to the limit, it can allow two people in any corner of the world to send messages to each other. The process of sending messages can be completed in the blink of an eye. Since the telegraph machine had been taken out, Li Zixuan didn't intend to hide anything. He could also show off in front of Li Er. Wasn't it great? If his parents in his previous life knew that he had once shown off in front of the Emperor Tang Taizong, they would definitely be very pleased. People anywhere can communicate with each other in the blink of an eye? Hiss. Li Er carefully recalled what Li Zixuan had just said a few times and couldn't help but have a toothache. It was really too shocking. Compared to the methods of communication that people often used in this era, such as relay stations, carrier pigeons, and fire beacons, Li Zixuan's telegraph transmission had completely subverted everyone's understanding. This empress has one thing that I don't understand. Can Li Xiannan solve this problem for this empress? Empress Jianghu always looked as calm as water. At this time, she looked at Li Zixuan and asked with a smile. Empress, please speak. This small official will definitely tell you everything he knows. Compared to Li Er, who was a wolf in sheep's clothing, Li Zixuan preferred to talk to Jianghu. He felt that Jianghu was more gentle and virtuous, and her heart was better than Li Er's. However, it probably wouldn't take long for Li Zixuan to understand how stupid his current thinking was. Jianghu nodded and said, according to what you said just now, this telegraph machine, regardless of whether it is sending or receiving a message, will make a d sound. However, with just this sound, how can we know what message the other party wants to send? Li Er also reacted and said, the Empress is right. With just this d sound, how can we send a message? Li Zixuan looked at the few eunuchs and palace maids who came in with Li Er and Jianghu. He hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, this is a confidential matter. Your Majesty and Empress, please dismiss your servants. Li Er thought for a moment and waved his hand. All of you, leave for now. Zhao Song, you stand guard outside. Don't let anyone come near. He saw Li Zishuan's rare solemnity and realized the seriousness of the matter, so he dismissed his subordinates. Yes. Zhao Song responded. Brother Chicken heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to listen to those secrets here. He followed the eunuchs and palace maids and slipped out together. Chapter 285. Your Majesty, Your Ladyship, if you listen carefully, you will realize that this telegraph machine can actually emit two types of sounds. One is a short sound like this. When the people on the other side receive this signal, they can record it as a dot and read it as D. The other type is a long sound that lasts for a certain period of time. When the people on the other side receive this signal, they can record it as a horizontal line and read it as D. Your Majesty and Your Ladyship can listen carefully. Drunken Wind Pavilion. In order to clearly explain the telegraph machine's communication mechanism to Li Er and Zhang Sun, Li Zishuan explained the principle while personally operating the telegraph machine. In fact, the principle was very simple. It was nothing more than controlling the telegraph machine to emit two different types of signals based on the length of time the switch was closed. And that's indeed the case. But with just these, I'm afraid they can't transmit the message, right? When Li Er saw Li Zishuan's demonstration, he was amazed by the telegraph machine's magic and asked doubtfully. Your Majesty, with just these two monotonous signals, of course, it can't completely express the meaning of both parties. This telegraph machine also needs to be used in conjunction with a codebook. Li Zishuan explained with a smile. What's a codebook? Kid, can't you say it all at once? Li Er frowned and said unhappily. This kid dared to deliberately use a bridge in front of him. He was really bold. Replying to Your Majesty, I just said that the two types of signals emitted by the telegraph machine can be recorded as dots and horizontal lines. I later combined the dots and horizontal lines, and each combination represents a number. For example, a dot with 4 horizontal lines represents the number 1, and the rest of the numbers so on. There are a total of 10 numbers, and then the sender can combine the 4 numbers to represent a word. In this way, there are 10,000 combinations. In other words, through this method, it is possible to express 10,000 different words. And the corresponding text of each combination is the codebook that I mentioned. Li Zishuan stood with his hands behind his back and spoke with a little bit of confidence. This guy thought that since it was a rare opportunity to show off in front of Li Er, it would be a waste not to show off. In fact, what he had just said was the famous Morse code in the modern history of the world. In 1832, the Russian diplomat Schilling built a machine for receiving messages by means of the deflection of a galvanometer pointer. Later, in 1835, after 3 years of research, the American painter Morse successfully used the on and off and length of electric current to replace human words for transmission. Morse code was an early form of digital communication, but unlike modern binary codes that use only zeros and 1 or 2 states, it consisted of 5 types: dots, dashes, pauses between dots and dashes, short pauses between each character, between dots and dashes, medium pauses between words, and long pauses between sentences. Then, using different combinations of dots and dashes, representing 26 English letters and 10 Arabic numerals, the communication could be achieved perfectly. One interesting thing was that the International Distress Signal SOS was not an abbreviation of any English word. It was just that its code was 3 dots, 3 long, 3 dots. In Morse code, the corresponding letter was SOS. Later, Morse code was introduced to China. In order to adapt to the Chinese language, it was modified. It was almost like what Li Zishuan just said, but there were a few more combinations on the original basis. Li Zishuan was frowning and thinking, so he didn't notice Li Zishuan's annoying look. Otherwise, he would have given him 2 big feet. Empress Jiang Sun inadvertently glanced at Li Zishuan's expression, and she couldn't help but want to laugh. I see. Kid, your idea is really good. But according to what you said, the codebook can be changed at will? Li Er himself was a person with great wisdom. Putting aside the knowledge of electromagnetism that didn't belong to this era, he could still understand the principles of the combination of codes. Your Majesty's eyes are really sharp. Just as Your Majesty said, this codebook can be changed according to needs. As long as both parties use the same codebook, there's no problem. It is precisely due to the ever-changing nature of the telegram code that guarantees the safety of the message between the two parties. This way, even if the message is intercepted, the other party won't be able to understand the meaning of the message just by looking at the dots and strokes. When Li Zishuan heard Li Er's question, his eyes lit up. He secretly thought that the ancient people weren't stupid. He just had more knowledge than them. Ha! Don't flatter me, kid. Oh, according to what you said just now, could it be that the message sent by this telegraph can be intercepted by others? Li Er was secretly happy, but on the surface, he laughed and scolded. However, he was a little puzzled. In his opinion, the message sent by this telegraph was silent and invisible. How could it be intercepted? Your Majesty, the message sent by the telegraph is actually equivalent to the military messenger sending military intelligence through text. They both have the possibility of being intercepted. As long as you have a high-power transceiver and adjust the receiving frequency of this transceiver to the corresponding wave band, you can capture the telegraph message sent by others. Of course, this is only in theory. This is because in the whole world, I am the only one who is proficient in the production principle of the telegraph. Nothing was invincible. Although the electromagnetic waves emitted by the telegraph were invisible and silent, as long as the method was right, it could still be captured. In some anti-Japanese war TV series, there were often plots of underground parties intercepting and deciphering the enemy's telegrams. In the military, Li Er's heart skipped a beat as he muttered to himself. Although he didn't know what power, frequency, and wave band were, this didn't prevent him from obtaining other key information. At this time, he looked at the telegraph on the table again, and his eyes slowly became more and more passionate. This was the divine weapon of the country. With this telegraph, wouldn't the Tang Empire be in an invincible position in future wars? He had fought in wars all his life, and he immediately thought of the huge role this telegraph would play in the military. You just said that in the whole world, you are the only one who is proficient in the production principle of the telegraph? Li Er narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Zishuan as he spoke. Li Zishuan's heart tightened. He felt a trace of danger. Did he just show off too much? Your Majesty, it should be like this. Li Zishuan couldn't hear anything wrong from Li Er's tone, so he could only bite the bullet and answer. Can this telegraph be mass-produced? Can it be used for the transmission of intelligence in the military? Li Er's face didn't have any special expression, but there was a trace of hope in his heart. This, Li Zishuan wanted to curse in his heart. Sure enough, old Li wanted all the good things that he saw. What a robber. Your Majesty, the telegraph is currently only in the experimental stage. Its transmission distance and working time are not stable. I can use it to chat with Yushi, but if it is used for the transmission of intelligence in the military, we first need to solve the problem of its power supply, and then the problem of its signal transmission distance. Chat? You're actually planning to use this telegraph to chat? Before Li Zishuan could finish, Li Er couldn't help but interrupt. Li Er's eyes were wide open, and he looked like he wanted to eat someone. If it wasn't for Zhang Sun beside him, he would have pulled out his sword and chopped Li Zishuan into pieces and fed him to the dogs. Your Majesty. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. In a moment of desperation, he spilled the beans. This was a pill. The robber was going to eat someone. Chapter 286. Li Er still left in the end. After knowing that the telegraph machine was still defective, he naturally didn't borrow the telegraph machine on the table. But before he left a ruthless sentence: as long as the telegraph machine can't be used in the army, you will never be able to rise in the ranks of the nobility. Li Zishuan pointed his middle finger at Li Er's back. Pfft! King of a country? You don't even keep your words. Last time, you said that you would give me a promotion after the merchant ship came back. How many days has it been? You changed your mind again. Of course, he only dared to complain in his heart. He wouldn't dare to say it in front of Li Er even if he had two guts. You can say that he's a coward, but if you're not a coward, you can come up and try. Let's see if your neck is harder than Li Er's knife. Young master. Young master. I'm back. Young Master Yen is here too. At this moment, Xiaoxi's voice came from outside the door. Li Zishuan was stunned. After being interrupted by Li Er, he almost forgot that he was testing the telegraph machine just now. He had accidentally made Xiaoxi wait there for so long, but luckily this girl ran back on her own. Ha! Xiaoxi, go in and rest. Yo! Brother Xiaoning, why are you here? Li Zishuan stood up and walked to the door. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Yes, young master. Xiaoxi will get you some water. Xiaoxi answered, carried the big box, and ran in. Hey, Xiaoxian, you still have the nerve to say that? You caught me to be your coolie when you need me, but when you don't need me, you threw me to the back of your mind and didn't care about me. If I didn't come today, I'm afraid you would have already forgotten about me, right? Yan Xiaoning pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded him half-jokingly. Li Zishuan was embarrassed. He thought carefully and realized that he was really as heartless as Yan Xiaoning said just now. Damn, that's not right. You're not a girl, how can you be heartless? Li Zishuan reacted and shuddered. Could it be that Yan Xiaoning had taken a fancy to him? Otherwise, why would she act like a resentful woman? Cough, cough. Brother Xiaoning, what are you talking about? As the saying goes, if you have a bosom friend in the sea, you can be as close as a neighbor from afar. Between friends, as long as we know each other, why should we care about the distance between us? If there is a bosom friend in the sea, the distance of the world will be as close as neighbors? Good poem. Good poem. But who wrote this poem? Why haven't I heard of it before? While Li Zishuan was trying to pull the tiger's skin, he accidentally pulled the tiger that hadn't been born yet. Wang Bo would be born more than 20 years later. Wang Renbiao was dumbfounded. This is a poem that I came up with when I was bored. It's not worth mentioning at all. Brother Xiaoning, please come in and have a seat. Li Zishuan actually realized that something was wrong when he said those two lines of the poem. At this moment, he could only thicken his skin and admit that he wrote it. Then, he cleverly changed the topic. Brother Xiaoning, what brings you here today? In the hall, the two of them sat down and Li Zishuan asked with a smile. I met Miss Xiaoxi in the street in the afternoon. Only then did I know that Xiao Xian has been busy with this telegraph machine. I studied it for half a day, but I still couldn't understand the mystery behind it. So, I came here to ask for advice. Yan Xiaoning saw that Li Zishuan didn't seem to be willing to talk about the two lines of the poem, so he didn't ask anymore. Although he knew a little about poetry, he still liked the way of mechanisms and machinery the most. Thus, he went straight to the point and told Li Zishuan his purpose. Oh. Li Zishuan nodded in realization. When Yan Xiaoning was here, the telegraph machine suddenly made a noise. It seemed like it was caused by Yan Xiaoning when he was studying the telegraph machine. The tragic Yan Xiaoning unknowingly took the blame for it. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, but the internal principle of this telegraph machine is very complicated. It involves a few profound knowledge. If Brother Xiaoning doesn't have the foundation, you won't understand even if I explain it to you for a day. Just now, Li Er insisted on listening to the principle of the telegraph machine. He wasted so much time talking, but Li Er probably only understood about 30% to 40%. If he explained it again at this time, first of all, he wouldn't be able to stand it. Secondly, Yan Xiaoning would definitely not understand it like Li Er. What's worse was that even if Li Er didn't understand, he wouldn't ask you to get to the bottom of it. After all, he was the ruler of a country. There was no need to understand everything so clearly. He only needed to know the general idea. But Yan Xiaoning was different. If this guy didn't understand something, he would ask until he broke down. What knowledge? Yan Xiaoning asked unwillingly. Electricity, magnetic field, and advanced mathematics. Yan Xiaoning, at #@. Ahem, I told you that you haven't heard of it, right? So I'll slowly explain the internal principle of this telegraph machine to you when I have the chance in the future. Then Xiao Xian, where did you learn these knowledge? Of course I learned it from my master. Brother Xiaoning, you should know that my master learned a lot when he was alive. The three knowledge that I just mentioned are just a drop in the ocean of the knowledge that my master was good at. Yan Xiaoning was a little annoyed in his heart. I know? What the hell do I know? Your master used to be so mysterious. How many people in the world know about him? However, when he heard the second half of Li Zishuan's words, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Sure enough, there's always someone better than you. Yan Xiaoning sat on the stool and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and bowed deeply to Li Zishuan. Xiao Xian, to tell you the truth, I'm very interested in the telegraph machine that you made. I always feel that this thing is full of mysteries, as if it doesn't belong to the human world. I feel that a door of new knowledge is opening for me. Only by stepping into it can I experience a more wonderful world. If I don't understand the principle of this telegraph machine, I'm afraid that I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Xiao Xian, if your master's knowledge can't be spread to outsiders, I, Yan Xiaoning, am willing to treat you as my master. I only hope that you can peek into this door. Don't. Li Zishuan was shocked and quickly went forward to help Yan Xiaoning up. He underestimated Yan Xiaoning's dedication to new knowledge. If this guy was in the modern world, he would be an engineering expert. He was already addicted to new technology and couldn't extricate himself. Brother Xiaoning, you misunderstood me. My master doesn't have any rule that knowledge can't be spread to outsiders. On the contrary, my master is very willing to spread his knowledge to the world. It's just that he doesn't care about fame and fortune, so he doesn't want to do it. If Brother Xiaoning wants to learn these knowledge, I'll take some time to sort out a few books and give them to you in the future. Hee, thank you very much. Yan Xiaoning heaved a sigh of relief. He had no choice just now. He also felt a little embarrassed to have his brother as his master. Oh right, Xiao Xian, aren't you working at the Imperial College now? Why didn't you think of teaching your knowledge to the students? When the time comes, I can also go and listen to it. Yan Xiaoning suddenly remembered Li Zishuan's current identity and asked doubtfully. Cough, about that, I'm only teaching mathematics at the Imperial College now. How can I teach other knowledge? If other professors see it, I'm afraid it won't be good. Heh. If you ask me, I'll say it. Xiao Xian, you can totally start your own school. How can those classics and articles taught by the Imperial College be more practical than your knowledge? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, brother, you really think highly of me. Chapter 287. Sigh, it seems like I can only continue testing this telegraph machine tomorrow. But it shouldn't be a big problem. I will be able to have a good chat with Yushi by then. After sending Yan Xiaoning off, Li Zishuan looked at the sky and thought regretfully. Young master, are you still staying in the workshop today? I heard that old madam misses you. Xiao Shi asked Li Zishuan after cleaning up the teacups on the table. Actually, she didn't want her young master to return home so soon because she spent more time alone with Li Zishuan here. However, Xiao Shi had always been by Madame Li's side, so she didn't want to see Madame Li unhappy. Oh, my mother. Li Zishuan was stunned. He thought for a while and said, all right, since the telegraph machine is almost done, let's pack up and go back today. Judging from today's test results, this first telegraph machine should be able to satisfy the communication needs between him and Han Yushi. This was because the distance between the Li residence and the Han village was about 20 miles. However, that was only the distance. In terms of the straight line distance, it was only about 15 miles. The furthest effective distance in today's test was 11 miles. If nothing went wrong, this telegraph machine should be able to meet the standards. As for Li Er's excessive request, let's talk about it later. Hee, please wait for a moment, young master. She will go pack up now. Okay, go ahead. I will move the telegraph machine to the carriage. Li Zishuan responded and quickly went into the house to move the telegraph machine. After the two of them finished packing, Li Zishuan asked Song Xiaoxi to drive the carriage to Yongla Lane. As for San Bao, she had already been sent back to the Li residence. After a while, they reached home. The servants came to help them move the things. Li Zishuan thought for a while and decided to go to the east courtyard to greet his mother. After all, he had been away from home for so many days. However, he was stopped by the gatekeeper, Ah Fu. Young master, old master is in the front hall. A teacher from the Imperial College just came to our house. Oh. Which teacher? Li Zishuan paused and asked. Replying to young master, I don't know about this, but it seems that this person should be very familiar with master. Fu scratched his head and said. Could it be Su Hongji? When Li Zishuan heard what Su Hongji said, he came to his senses and wondered why Su Hongji was at their house instead of attending class. Oh, okay, I got it. You can leave now. Li Zishuan waved his hand and rushed to the front hall. Walking into the main hall, Li Zishuan took a closer look and saw that it was indeed Su Hongji. Dad, your son is back. Hey, Mr. Su, you're here too. Li Zishuan greeted the two of them with a smile. Ha! You brat, you still know to come back. Remember to talk to your mother later. She misses you a lot. Li Jingma's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasant surprise. He pointed at Li Zishuan and scolded with a smile. Yes, father. I'll go in a while. Li Zishuan felt a warmth in his heart. This was family, this was the feeling of home. No matter how far you were from home, there would always be someone missing you. Now that the telegraph machine has been made, I'll stay at home and accompany my parents in the future. As for Li Er's request to further promote the use of the telegraph machine in the military, to hell with it. Whoever wants to research it can do it. If they don't give me a promotion, I don't care. Almost instantly, Li Zishuan made a decision. Li Sai, I'm here to look for you today, but when I arrived at the Li residence, I found out that you weren't at home. I was going to look for you at the workshop later, but I didn't expect you to come back so coincidentally. Su Hongji stood up and cupped his hands as he spoke politely. He was convinced from the bottom of his heart by Li Zishuan's attainments in mathematics. Mr. Su, don't be so polite. Have a seat. May I know why Mr. Su is looking for me today? Could it be that there are students from the school who are disobedient? If that's the case, just tell me. I'll deal with them myself. Li Zishuan's first reaction was that there were mischievous people in the school who were causing trouble when he wasn't around. After all, the children of the officials weren't easy to deal with. No. Su Hongji's face darkened. He quickly waved his hands and said, I'm here today to remind Li Sai that your confinement period is coming to an end. You have to remember to return to the Imperial College in time to give a lecture. Su Hongji wasn't in the Imperial Court, so he didn't know that Li Zishuan's confinement order had been temporarily lifted a few days ago. Otherwise, he would have come over long ago. 7 days are going to end so soon. Li Zishuan was a little dumbfounded. He thought that he could have a happy holiday in these 7 days, but because of Li Eru, he had been busy for 4 to 5 days. It was so King miserable. Su Hongji almost vomited blood when he heard that. Someone actually thought that the confinement period was too short. Cough, don't fool around. Speak properly to Mr. Su. Li Jingma was drinking tea. When he heard that, he immediately choked. He glared at his son fiercely and said unhappily. Okay, Dad. Li Zishuan murmured. Li Sai, according to the previous arrangement, the monthly examination of the school should be the day after tomorrow. I wonder if you've prepared the questions in advance? When Su Hongji saw Li Zixuan's unruly character, he felt that it was necessary to ask him personally so that he wouldn't be fooled when the time came. The questions. I've prepared the questions. Mr. Su, don't worry. There won't be any accidents when the time comes. It just so happens that my confinement period will be over the day after tomorrow. I'll personally invigilate the examination then. Li Zixuan panicked when he heard Su Hongji's question. Only then did he realize that there was such a matter. He felt that two pairs of eyes were staring at him covetously, so he hurriedly made up a story. As for whether the questions were actually out or not, only he knew in his heart. Su Hongji looked at Li Zixuan suspiciously, but he didn't say anything. Anyway, no matter what the truth was, he had already reminded Li Zixuan. It wasn't his fault that there wasn't a test paper during the examination. If that's the case, this old man will take his leave. Brother Jingma, take care. Su Hongji paused and cupped his hands to bid farewell to Li Jingma and his son. Take care, Mr. Su. After sending Su Hongji off, Li Zixuan obediently went to greet his mother. Mrs. Li inevitably pulled her son and nagged him for a long time, saying things like, "I haven't seen you for a few days and you've suffered again, you've become haggard," and so on. Although Li Zixuan was touched, he couldn't resist the fierce attack of a mother's love. He found an excuse and took the opportunity to escape. After dinner, Li Zixuan went straight to his study in the west courtyard and began to bitterly make up for his homework. If Su Hongji didn't remind him today, he would have forgotten about the monthly examination the day after tomorrow. Although he could fool Su Hongji for a while, he couldn't fool him forever. It was a test paper, so he still had to write it. Li Zixuan knew this in his heart. Moreover, he himself also valued the first monthly examination very much. Chapter 288. Around 5:00, Ganlu Palace. After Li Er finished his dinner at Empress Jiangxuan's place, he moved here and continued to work overtime. As the emperor, Li Er's daily life was actually much more bitter than Li Zixuan's. For him, working overtime was a common occurrence. The hall was very quiet. From time to time, a cool breeze of the summer night would blow in, causing the candlelight on the wall to sway. Occasionally, the sound of crickets could be heard from outside the hall, as if singing a song of praise for this peaceful night. About an hour later, Li Er finished reading the last memorial. He let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the dragon throne a little tiredly. Then, he cast his gaze toward the candles in the palace, lost in thought for a while. He was thinking about the telegraph machine he saw in the afternoon in the workshop of the interesting pavilion. To be honest, before today, Li Er thought that only immortals would have a tool like the telegraph that could transmit messages from dozens of miles away. But today, not only did he see it with his own eyes, but the creator of this divine tool was only a 14 or 15-year-old boy. This really subverted Li Er's understanding of the world. On the way back, although Li Er's expression didn't change, his heart was surging with waves, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Of course, this is only in theory. There is a possibility of being intercepted because in the world, only I am proficient in the production of the telegraph machine. Li Zixuan's words in the afternoon kept echoing in Li Er's mind. Arrogant. Without a doubt, this sentence revealed arrogance everywhere, but he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Previously, when Li Yuan was only the Duke of Tang, Li Er was the second son of the Duke's family. Not only did he have a famous teacher to teach him martial arts, but he also had a certain level of accomplishment in literature. Thus, in the early days, Li Er could be said to be both versed in literature and martial arts. Although he didn't read more than 10,000 books, his knowledge was definitely not ordinary, especially at the end of the Sui dynasty. Li Er followed Li Yuan to start a rebellion in Taiyuan and swept through the world like a hot knife through butter, finally settling in the Central Plains. Now that he had ascended the throne, his status changed again and again, rising step by step. Correspondingly, his experience and knowledge became more and more extensive. Even so, he had never seen such a thing as a telegraph machine. As for the set of principles of the telegraph machine that Li Zixuan explained, he had never heard of it. He was very sure that the knowledge that Li Zishuan spoke of had never appeared in the world. Spiritual master's martial arts is extraordinarily high and his medical skills are the best in the world. His knowledge is actually so profound? Does such a person really exist in the world? At this moment, Li Er had a trace of curiosity, or perhaps suspicion, towards spiritual master Ling Su, whom he had never seen with his own eyes and only heard of by word of mouth. Could it be that he doesn't belong to the world? Then doesn't the knowledge that Li Zishuan displayed come from immortals? Li Er let his imagination run wild and couldn't think of a reason. After a moment, he suddenly ordered, "Summon the Prince of Wei." Those who had more contact with Li Zishuan and were more familiar with his knowledge, Li Tai could be considered to be on the list. Li Er decided to ask Li Tai properly. Previously, the scooter, the plow, the paper machine, and the compass were still fine. Although the structure of these things was ingenious, they were still within the scope of Li Er's knowledge. However, the telegraph machine that Li Zishuan made this time was really too mysterious. Yes, it was mysterious, as if this thing didn't belong to this world. It was for this reason that Li Er decided to ask properly. "Your son greets Imperial Father." After about half an hour, the chubby Li Tai arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. This couldn't be blamed on him. Among the adult princes, Li Tai was an exception. Li Er specifically allowed him to build a residence in Chang'an. This treatment was almost as good as that of Crown Prince Li Qingxian. There was still some distance between the Prince of Wei's residence and the palace. At this time, all the gates of the palace were closed. Although the imperial eunuch had Li Er's warrant and could bring Li Tai into the palace unimpeded, it would still take a lot of time to sit in a hanging basket and climb over the palace walls. "Rise. Come, give him a seat." Li Er couldn't help but feel happy when he saw his chubby son. He had always doted on Li Tai. Apart from Li Tai's intelligence, it might also have something to do with Li Tai's comical body shape. "Thank you, Imperial Father." Although Li Tai didn't know why Li Er had called him over so late at night, he was confident that he hadn't done anything out of line recently, so he naturally didn't feel guilty. "Qingke, we called you here so late at night because we have a matter to ask you." Li Er waved his hand, indicating for the palace maids and eunuchs to withdraw. The father and son exchanged conventional greetings for a while before Li Er got straight to the point. "Imperial Father, please speak. Your son will definitely tell you everything he knows." Qingke, counting the days, it's almost been a month since you started attending classes at the Imperial College. We also heard that your results in the School of Mathematics have always been among the best. We are very comforted. Today, we want to ask you, Qingke, how much do you know about Li Zishuan? When speaking of Li Tai's results, Li Er's face glowed with pride. When his son's results were good, his father would indeed be happy. Even as the emperor, Li Er was no exception. Hearing Li Er's question, Li Tai couldn't help but frown. He didn't know the deeper meaning behind Li Er's question, so he thought for a long time before replying. "Imperial Father, the more time this son has spent with Sir Li, the more I feel that Sir's knowledge is as vast as the sea. Just speaking of mathematics, this son dares to say that no one in the world can beat him in this aspect. The concepts and methods he proposed are things that this son couldn't find even after searching through all the ancient books. In terms of mathematics, Sir Li should be a school of his own. Moreover, using his theories, one can often solve problems faster and more accurately." At this point, even the proud Li Tai couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration on his face. This subtle expression was naturally caught by Li Er, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise in his heart. "Then what about outside of mathematics? Have you ever heard of Qingke? Outside of mathematics?" Li Tai looked curiously at Li Er, seeming to understand something. If we were to talk about Sir Li's knowledge outside of mathematics, this son's deepest impression would be the hypothesis of the nature of the earth that Sir Li explained to us when we were making the compass. "Oh. The nature of the earth? What is the nature of the earth? Qingke, tell me quickly." Li Er couldn't help but ask curiously. Replying to father, in order to explain to us why the compass can point us in the right direction, Mr. Li once said that the ground under our feet is a sphere, and this sphere itself is a huge magnet. Li Tai slowly recounted the scene of that day. Li Er listened attentively to this magical theory that was like a fantasy story, and the shock in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 289. The Earth is actually a sphere? And it's magnetic? In the sweet nectar hall, Li Tai finished recounting everything that had happened when he made the compass. Li Er's expression became somewhat complicated, and after a long time, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. These novel theories might sound absurd at first, but behind each theory, there was a strong argument supporting it, making it impossible to refute. It was precisely because of this that Li Er was silent for a long time after listening to it. Qingke, it seems that you already believe in Li Zishuan's theories? Li Er turned around and asked softly. Li Tai had been sitting quietly below. Even though Li Er had been deep in thought for a long time, he didn't show any impatience, nor did he make any sound. Now that he heard Li Er's question, he hurriedly replied, "Indeed, Mr. Li's theories are not empty words. There is a strong evidence behind them. Your son also participated in one of the small experiments that day. The facts are right in front of your son's eyes. Your son has no choice but to believe it." Li Tai paused, then continued, "Your son used to be conceited about his innate intelligence and erudite knowledge. Unavoidably, your son was a little arrogant because of his talents. Ever since I met Mr. Li, your son has learned that there is always someone better than you." In front of the curious pavilion, Mr. Li's inexplicable 10 questions completely destroyed your son. Later on, your son entered the school of mathematics. Originally, your son had some thoughts of competing with you, but as your son's understanding deepened, I was convinced by Mr.'s vast and profound knowledge. A new door opened to your son. After your son entered, your son discovered that mathematics could actually be so exciting, interesting, and novel. It wasn't until a few days ago that your son understood that mathematics was only the tip of the iceberg of Mr. Li's expertise. Physics, chemistry, these are things that your son had never heard of before, but Mr. Li was able to easily grasp them. Your son's previous thoughts of competing with you have long disappeared without a trace. Compared to 2 months ago, Li Tai was indeed much more stable and sunny. He, who was focused on his studies, had even faintly forgotten that he had to compete with Li Qingxian for favor. Li Tai looked at his son. In such a short period of time, he had changed so much. For a moment, he felt a little emotional. After mulling over what Li Tai had just said, he suddenly asked, "Chemistry? What is chemistry?" "Qingke, you haven't mentioned chemistry before, have you?" Li Tai was a little dumbfounded. He accidentally spilled the beans. He had promised Li Zishuan that he would not spread the principle of making glass. What should he do now? What? Is there something else you need to hide from me? Li Tai was shrewd. He immediately saw the hesitation in Li Tai's eyes. Hesitation at this time was equivalent to preparing to lie. Li Er was a little dissatisfied. Among his sons, Li Tai was the one he doted on the most. He did not expect that his favorite son would want to lie to him now. No. Replying to Imperial Father, the teacher said before that the so-called chemistry is the study of changes. It is a knowledge that studies the changes of substances. Under certain conditions, several substances can react with each other and form a new substance. This is the definition of chemistry and also the use of chemistry. When Li Tai saw Li Er's gaze, he panicked and hurriedly blurted out. "The study of changes? This sounds interesting." Li Er held his chin and smiled, then asked, "Why did Li Zishuan mention this knowledge to you? Could it be that this kid has created something new?" Li Tai's heart sank. Sure enough, things were developing in the direction he did not want to see the most. However, in this situation, there was no time for him to think. The little fatty could only bite the bullet and say, replying to Imperial Father, previously the teacher felt that the Hu merchant's glass was turbid and expensive, so he made his own glass. The knowledge he used was chemistry. What? Li Er suddenly stood up. He was shocked and angry. How could he not be shocked that Li Zishuan could make something like glass that was so profitable? Previously, the imperial court had commissioned the workshop of the Curious Pavilion to make compasses. Li Zishuan had asked for a high price because it contained glass. At that time, he thought about it and agreed. However, now that Li Zishuan could make his own glass, the cost of the compasses would definitely be much cheaper. Thinking of this, how could Li Er not be angry? 2 days ago, Li Shaogong had excitedly ran into the palace to tell him that the compasses bought from the workshop of the Curious Pavilion were of better quality, especially the glass that was clearer. At that time, Li Er was still wondering if Li Zishuan had found his conscience and specially used good glass for this batch of compasses for the imperial court. In the end, he and Li Shaogong had been teased by this kid. Then Qingke, do you know how much the glass Li Zishuan made cost? How exactly was it made? Li Er calmed himself down and asked. Replying to imperial father, at that time, Mr. only told us the general principle of the process of making colored glaze. He didn't talk about the details. I'm afraid that only a few core members of the workshop know the specific process of making colored glaze. As for the cost of the glass they make, your son does not know, but it should be somewhat cheaper than the glass sold by the Hu merchants, and the quality should be even higher. Li Tai considered his words as he spoke. He knew what Li Er was thinking. He was just a little unhappy, so he intentionally did not mention the materials used to make glass. Otherwise, Li Er would definitely be even angrier. I didn't think that this kid would be so erudite and talented. He could even make glass. Li Er did not hear that the glass was very cheap, so he felt a little better. But after thinking about it for a while, he relaxed. Li Zishuan being able to make glass was only beneficial to the Great Tang. The ones who should be worried were the Hu merchants. Li Zishuan earned money with his own ability. As the emperor, why should he care about such details? Imperial father is right. The longer I stay with teacher, the more I can feel teacher's erudition. Li Tai heaved a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. That kid has been up to something recently. Qingke, you probably don't know, right? Li Er took a sip of tea and smiled. Oh. Did teacher invent something again? Your son has been busy preparing for the monthly examination and did not see teacher. Can imperial father tell me a little? Little Fatty's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. Other than the mathematics, physics, and chemistry that you mentioned just now, that kid is also proficient in electricity, magnetic fields, and advanced mathematics. The thing he made recently was made based on these few fields of knowledge. Chapter 290. It was already late at night, but the father and son in the Sweet Nectar Palace were chatting more and more happily. Li Er described the telegraph machine that he saw in the workshop that afternoon to Li Tai. As for the inner workings, he could only pick the parts that he understood to explain. This way, Li Tai was even more confused as he listened. Correspondingly, he felt that the telegraph machine was even more mysterious. There's actually such a divine item in this world that can allow communication from dozens of miles away. In that case, what's the difference between this telegraph machine and those celestial artifacts? Previously, Li Er was amazed by Li Zishuan's theory of the Earth's magnetic field. Now, it was Li Tai's turn to be amazed by the powerful functions of the telegraph machine. The little fatty opened his mouth in shock, his face full of disbelief. Seeing his expression, Li Er wanted to laugh. He estimated the time and said, "All right, it's getting late. Qingke, you should go back and rest. As for the telegraph machine, you can slowly study it in the future." "All right, then I'll take my leave. Father, you should also rest early." Li Tai came back to his senses and cupped his hands in salute. "Oh, right. Qingke, you said earlier that you were preparing for the monthly exam. I heard that Li Zishuan set a monthly exam reward and punishment system for the School of Mathematics. Qingke, you have to take the exam well this time. Although I'm the emperor, I've never been to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. If you get first place this time, I'll take your mother, a few concubines, Qingxian, and your brothers and sisters to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a meal. This way, even Wei Zheng won't have anything to say. Haha. Li Er stopped Li Tai and laughed. Li Tai was speechless. He couldn't help but mourn for Li Zishuan in his heart. There were probably more than 20 people in their family, right? If they all went to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a meal, it might even cost more than 1,000 strings of coins. That would be enough for Li Zishuan to eat. Li Tai was speechless and could only flee. Li Er didn't immediately return to the harem to rest. He looked at Li Tai's back and his gaze became somewhat deep. After a long time, he stood up and sighed, "Even Qing Ke has been subdued by you, kid." The disciple of spiritual master Spirit Su really lives up to his reputation. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, electricity, magnetic fields, advanced mathematics. How many more skills do you have that you haven't shown? Was he planning to establish his own sect and establish his own sect? It seems like a mere directorate is no longer enough for you. Li Er paced back and forth as he pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he burst into laughter and said, "Ha, since you have this ability, I will give you the chance to display it to your heart's content. We would like to see what the Great Tang will become 10 years later because of you." Haha. He was not like some conservative emperors who saw new theories and ideas as heresy and wanted to nip them in the bud. As an enterprising emperor, Li Er had a high and radical fighting spirit in his bones. He was happy to see the emergence of new theories. The Confucian school had been dominant for nearly 1,000 years and had gradually become the orthodox school of thought. However, Li Er didn't particularly agree with the Confucian school of thought that emphasized theory over practice. He had once conquered the world on horseback. What he valued was still practicality and efficiency. Yongla Lane. Li Zishuan racked his brains and finally came up with a set of questions of higher quality. He didn't take the unconventional path like the previous weekly exam. The difficulty of the questions this time wasn't high. It mainly tested the foundation. Of course, there were many small pitfalls in the questions. If one was careless, it was very easy to be tricked. Li Zishuan didn't feel that Li Er was trying to trick him with this monthly exam. After finishing the papers, he washed up and directly lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. These few days, in order to invent the telegraph machine, it had really been hard on him. It was really hard for him not to fall asleep when he finally returned home and lay on the familiar bed. Li Zishuan had a dream. In the dream, he was actually chatting with Yushi on QQ. The strange thing was, he didn't feel that anything was wrong in the dream. All kinds of flirtatious words came out, and he was flirting with the girl. Li Zishuan, "Yushi, do you know what a door made of wood is?" Han Yushi, "A wooden door." Li Zishuan, "What about a door made of iron?" Han Yushi, "An iron door." Li Zishuan, "What about the door to happiness?" Han Yushi, "I don't know." Li Zishuan, "Silly, it's us." Han Yushi, "Carat omega carat." Li Zishuan, "Yushi, can you show me the way?" Han Yushi, "The way to where?" Li Zishuan, "In your heart." Han Yushi, shy. "Young master, Yushi is sleepy." "I want to sleep." Li Zishuan, "You want to sleep together so soon?" "I'm not ready yet." "Now, I'm so nervous." Han Yushi, "Young master, you, hee, brother must be dreaming of something delicious." He's still smiling in his sleep. In the morning, Lan Er, who hadn't seen her brother for a few days, sneaked into Li Zishuan's room, intending to wake him up. However, she found that Li Zishuan was still smiling with his eyes closed. He was obviously having a sweet dream. The innocent Lan naturally couldn't tell that Li Zishuan's smile had a trace of wretchedness. The little girl thought that her brother was dreaming of something delicious. Lan Er tiptoed to the outer room to take a piece of cake and returned to Li Zishuan's bedside. At this moment, Li Zishuan smacked his lips. Lan Er saw the opportunity and quickly brought the cake to her brother's mouth. Li Zishuan smelled a fragrance in his sleep. He couldn't help but open his mouth and move closer to the source of the fragrance. He. Lan Er looked at Li Zishuan's silly appearance as he slept and ate the cake at the same time. She couldn't help but laugh loudly. Li Zishuan was awakened by the laughter. Logically speaking, with his martial arts, he should have woken up long ago if someone approached him. However, on one hand, he was now at home, so of course he wasn't vigilant at all. On the other hand, this body of his had been spoiled since he was young. If it wasn't under the care of his parents at home, then it was under the guidance of spiritual master Lingxiu in the mountains. He had never experienced the life of a vagrant in the Jianghu. Besides, he was only an ordinary student in his previous life, not a killer in the Jianghu. He didn't have the habit of being vigilant at all times. Okay. Little Lon, you're being naughty again. See how I'll deal with you. Li Zishuan saw that Lon was laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. He immediately understood what was going on. He unhappily wiped the cake crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Then he picked up his little sister who didn't manage to escape in time and threw her on the bed. He took off the little girl's shoes and scratched the soles of her feet. He said fiercely, Do you still dare to tease your brother? He. Don't scratch. Brother, Lon, was wrong. Ha ha ha. You know you're wrong. I think you're getting bolder and bolder. Didn't I tell you to knock before entering a room? Why didn't you knock? Woo ha ha ha, I knocked. Brother, you didn't hear it. Hey. Still stubborn. He, stop scratching. I know I'm wrong, woo. Chapter 291. After playing with the little girl for a while, Li Zishuan was no longer sleepy. So, he carried Lon, and left the room. Under the care of Xiao He and Xiao Shi, the siblings washed up and went to the front yard to have breakfast. However, they bumped into San Bao. Hey, San Bao. Are you feeling better? Yes, young master. My body is very strong. I've almost recovered since last night. San Bao quickly scratched his head and said with a silly smile. Hey, look at what you're capable of. Later, go to Butler Wang to get 3 strings of money as a tip. Thank you for your hard work yesterday. Li Zishuan took a closer look and realized that San Bao was really fine. He waved his hand and brought Lon, to the front hall. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. San Bao was very surprised and thanked him profusely. When the other servants saw this, they looked at San Bao enviously. This tip was equivalent to a few months of their salary. In the front hall, the family of 4 was having breakfast happily. Mrs. Li hadn't seen her son for 3 days. Yesterday's dinner and today's breakfast were very sumptuous. They were all Li Zishuan's favorite dishes. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he ate like this every day, it wouldn't take long for him to become a big fat man. By then, Chang and would have one less handsome man. Tsk. Xian, come and drink some mushroom pheasant soup. This pheasant was sent over by your in-laws yesterday. Mrs. Li scooped some soup for her son with a smile. Li Jingma, who was sitting at the side, was naturally left out. Not only that, because Mrs. Li stood up to scoop some soup for him, Mr. Li couldn't even pick up any food. He could only eat the white rice in his bowl silently. Okay, Mom, you shouldn't eat too much for breakfast. Li Zishuan quickly said. Who said that I shouldn't eat too much for breakfast? That's nonsense. Mrs. Li rolled her eyes at her son. Although she said that, she still put down the spoon and sat back down. That's right. Mother, you just said that this pheasant was sent by Han Lijing, but why didn't he come in person? Li Zishuan asked as he ate. Isn't this all because of you? Old Man Li, who had been eating silently at the side, said, I heard that Han Li has been busy preparing for your marriage with Han girl these past few days. At the same time, he often goes to the neighboring plum village to check on the situation of the chicken farm there. He's so busy, how could he have the time to come over and deliver pheasants to you? This pheasant was hunted by the Han village's farmer. After he gave it to Han Lijing, he couldn't bear to eat it, so he asked someone to send it over. Oh, I see. Brat, what have you been doing in the workshop recently? Li Jingma took a bite and asked. In the past, the Li family had always been particular about not talking while eating. Ever since Li Zishuan returned, he had led the entire Li residence astray. Hee, it's nothing. I was just bored and made some small things to play with. Li Zishuan explained casually. Brother, what's so fun about it? Lan wants to play with it too. Okay, I'll teach you later. After breakfast, Li Zishuan didn't forget that he had something important to do today. He called San Bao, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, and Lan over, then took out a telegraph and a few spare batteries. He said to them, send these things to the Han family. I've already put the instructions and code book of the telegraph inside. Xiao Shi, you know more about the telegraph. If Yushi doesn't know how to use it, you can teach her. Yes, young master. Lan, don't run around. Do you understand? I know. Brother is so long-winded. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to banter with her. He looked at San Bao and said, San Bao, ask a few guards to go with you later and protect Mrs. Safety. Li Zishuan didn't plan to let Lan, go with them. However, he couldn't resist the little girl's pestering. Now, he could only arrange a few more people to take care of her. Young master, don't worry. I will definitely not let anything happen to Miss Lan, San Bao patted his chest and promised. His loyalty to Li Zishuan was unquestionable. He was almost equivalent to Li Zishuan's #1 henchman. Go quickly. Xiao Shi, remember to send me a telegram when you arrive. Yes, young master. A group of people drove the carriage out of Yongla Lane and went straight to the west gate of Chang and City. Li Zishuan estimated that Xiao Shi and the rest wouldn't be able to reach the Han family in less than 2 hours. After all, the road from Chang and City to the Han family village wasn't wide and flat. It wasn't easy to walk on it. So, he went back to his room to catch up on his sleep. For the past 3 days, he had been working overtime and didn't have much time to rest. Today, he wanted to sleep for the whole morning but was woken up by Lan. Since the telegram machine was in his room, he would be able to hear Han Yushi's message immediately. Li Zishuan slipped back to the west courtyard, closed the door and windows, and started to sleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. If old man Li was at home and knew about this, he would probably scold Li Zishuan for not doing his job properly and being a good-for-nothing. Li Zishuan laid on the bed and fell into a deep sleep after a while. This speed of falling asleep, no matter who it was, they would have to admit defeat. After an unknown amount of time, there was a sudden intermittent d sound. He woke up abruptly and knew that Xiao Shi and the rest had arrived at the Han family village. Li Zishuan walked quickly to the long table where the telegram machine was placed and started to record the telegram. Perhaps the person who sent the telegram wasn't very familiar with it. So, it took almost 15 minutes for the short message to be sent. Luckily, Han Yushi's side was slow. Li Zishuan had come into contact with telegrams in his previous life, but this was his first time making one. His speed of recording the code was also very slow. After he finished recording the code, Li Zishuan flipped open the code book and started to translate the telegram. His speed was faster because he was the one who wrote the code book. He couldn't say that he remembered everything, but at least he was very familiar with it. After a while, Li Zishuan translated the contents of the telegram. Young master, I am Xiao Shi. We have a safe journey and have arrived at young madam's house. Young madam is learning how to use the telegram machine. Just a short 30 words, but there were almost 700 codes. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. This telegram machine was still not as convenient as a phone. This is really greedy. You already have a telegram machine, why do you still need a bicycle? Li Zishuan laughed and shook his head. He thought for a while, then looked at the code book and sent a telegram. Take care of Lan Air. Don't let her run around. Also, tell Yushi not to rush and learn slowly. I can wait. Chapter 292. Young madam, young master is talking to you. He wants you to learn slowly. Don't be anxious. Han family's courtyard. After Xiaoxi finished translating the code, she ran to the side and said to Han Yushi, who was reading the telegraph machine manual. Xiaoxi, I haven't married him yet. Don't call him that. Although Han Yushi was happy in her heart, she still looked embarrassed. Hee, Sister Yushi will be sister-in-law in a few days. It's okay to call him that now. Followed behind Xiaoxi and giggled. You're talking nonsense too. Hee, I'm not. Xiaoxi, can you help me send a telegram? I want to talk to brother too. It was only today that Lan found out that Lisa Xuan had come up with such a fun thing recently. The magic of the telegraph had already surpassed her understanding of this world. The little girl was now very fond of this efficient and fast method of communication. She saw Xiaoxi's operation just now, but she did not learn it. That was why she said that. Okay. What do you want to say to young master? Xiaoxi will help you send it. Xiaoxi smiled faintly. Hee, let's talk about it over there. Lan pulled Xiaoxi back to the telegraph machine and started chatting with Lisa Xuan. On the other side, Lisa Xuan waited for a long time, but there was no telegram. He could not help but think, could it be that the battery ran out of power? That shouldn't be the case. He had only sent and received 2 telegrams. DDD. At this moment, the telegraph machine finally rang again. Lisa Xuan was energized and started recording the telegram. This time, the telegram was shorter. Lisa Xuan translated it quickly after he finished writing. However, when he saw the translation result, he was speechless. Hee, guess who I am? Was there a need to guess? Other than the mischievous Lan, who else would speak to him in such a tone? He suddenly had a thought and replied mischievously, Isn't this the silly girl from Blacksmith Wang's family? How did you know how to use the telegraph machine? Pfft. Han family's courtyard, Han Yushi's room. Xiaoxi looked at the telegram she just received and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoxi, what did my brother say? Did you guess it was me? Lan was not as tall as Xiaoxi. She tiptoed and looked up, but she could not see the contents of the note in Xiaoxi's hand. She could only ask anxiously. Miss, you should see for yourself. Xiaoxi held back her laughter and handed the translated telegram to Lan. Lan couldn't wait to take a look. A moment later, her smiling face turned red with anger. Humph, smelly brother, he must have done it on purpose. Lan stomped her feet, crumpled the paper ball in her hand into a ball, and threw it out angrily. Xiaoxi, help me send another telegram to my brother. Yes, miss. Beep. 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 Lisa Xuan didn't wait for long before the telegraph rang again. Lan bah. Smelly brother, you're the silly girl. Hee, this little girl. Lisa Xuan smiled and shook his head. He suddenly felt that chatting like this was quite interesting. Oh. So it's Lan, you know how to use the telegraph so quickly? Lisa Xuan replied with a sudden realization. Lan, smelly brother, you're still trying to lie to me. You obviously did it on purpose just now. Also, Xiaoxi is helping me send another telegram. Lan, still doesn't know how to use this thing. Lisa Xuan, hee. Lan, brother, Lan, also wants a telegraph to be placed in the room. Lisa Xuan, why do you want a telegraph for? Who are you sending it to? Lisa Xuan asked curiously. Lan, for brother. Lan realized that using this thing to talk is very interesting. Lisa Xuan, he was speechless. The backyard where Lan lived was only a few hundred meters away from his west courtyard. Why would she need a telegraph? In the afternoon, Lan, Xiaoxi, and the rest finally returned. After witnessing the magical power of the telegraph at the Han residence, Lan came back and found Lisa Xuan. She cried and begged for a telegraph. Li Zixuan was helpless. He really didn't have the time and energy to build another telegraph. He would be returning to the Imperial College tomorrow. Sigh, now that he thought about it, the position of Imperial College was really a kind of restraint. Li Zixuan planned to find an opportunity in the future to resign with Li Er and return to their hometown. He only wanted to keep his title of nobility. After promising countless benefits, Li Zixuan finally got rid of Lan Er, this annoying little tail. He called Xiao Shi and asked, "How's Yushi's learning of the telegraph?" Xiao Shi replied, "Well, young madam already knows how to use it, but she's not very familiar with it yet. She said that she'll contact you when she's familiar with it." "Young master, don't be anxious." "Ahem, I'm not anxious, I'm not anxious." Li Zixuan touched his nose awkwardly and said. At night, Li Zixuan returned to his room early after dinner and waited for Han Yushi to send a message. At this time, he realized that there was a very obvious flaw in the telegraph. That was that it could not record the received code by itself. It needed someone to be by its side 24 hours a day. Otherwise, he would not even know if he missed the telegram. In fact, the early wired telegraph had a device that automatically recorded the code. It mainly used the electromagnet inside the transceiver to drive the pen on the iron plate to make a mark on the paper tape. If it was a short time, it would be a dot. If it was a long time, it would be a line. Li Zixuan could not help but have an idea. Should he add such an automatic code recording device to his own wireless telegraph? However, this way, the telegraph would be very power hungry. Why hasn't Yushi sent a telegram yet? Could it be that she has to be very familiar with it before she sends it? Does she have to be so professional? Li Zixuan let his imagination run wild for a while. Then, he looked at the time and could not help but mutter to himself. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was getting a little impatient from waiting, the telegraph finally rang. In fact, Li Zixuan's guess was right. Han Yushi had been familiarizing herself with the operation of the telegraph over and over again. She had translated what she might say next into the code. Only then did she send the first telegram in her life with some apprehension. "Young master, are you asleep?" Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "No. Yushi, we're going to get married soon. Why are you still calling me young master?" "Han Yushi, then what should I call you?" Li Zixuan, husband. Han Yushi, ah. That won't do. Yushi can't call me that now. Li Zixuan, then just call me brother Xiao Xian like everyone else. Calling me young master sounds too distant. Han Yushi, alright. Brother Xiao Xian. Li Zixuan, hee, Yushi, how is it? This telegraph machine I made is not bad, right? Before we get married, you can't go out. I specially made this telegraph machine to talk to you and relieve your boredom. This is not considered a violation of etiquette. So this magical iron box was specially made for me. Han Yushi felt a little sweet in her heart and said, "Yes, this telegraph machine is very good. Yushi likes it very much." Chapter 293. Everyone, do your best. Regarding the monthly exams reward and punishment system, I believe all of you are very clear about it. I don't need to repeat it, right? If you do well, you will gain both fame and fortune. If you don't do well, the next morning, Li Zixuan held the exam papers and stood on the podium. He was trying to motivate the students before the exam. But his words did not sound like he was trying to motivate them. The students, especially Qing Chumo, Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, Kong Chuansuan and the others, who were aiming to get out of the last 5 places, heard Li Zixuan sneer and felt their buttocks tighten. Ah no, their hearts tightened. If they were unlucky enough to get into the last 5 places, they would not have a good time next month. Kusher Qing, Xing Ziran, Meng Wenhao and the others, who were in the front, were all eager to try. The reward for getting first place in the monthly exam was very tempting. Especially Meng Wenhao, who was determined to get first place in this monthly exam. This was because the fleet that was going south would set sail the day after tomorrow. He wanted to get first place and give it to his father. Li Tai was very indifferent. What Li Er said to him yesterday, of course, he took it as a joke. The royal family was not so poor that they could not afford to eat. Okay. Put away your textbooks and start the exam. At this time, there was the sound of the drum and bell from the directorate. Li Zishuan patted the podium and signaled everyone to be quiet. He began to distribute the exam papers. After handing out the papers, Li Zishuan returned to the podium and brought over a stool. He sat in front of the podium and gloated as he looked at the group of miserable children who were being ravaged by the exam. The questions this time, why? After experiencing the previous weekly exams, the students were already immune to those strange questions. However, when they received the test paper and opened it, they were not used to it. The style of these questions was not quite right. It was so simple. Hee, you all can be proud over there. The questions are simple, but it does not mean they are easy. Li Zishuan was sitting on the podium. The expressions of the students naturally fell into his eyes. He couldn't help but snicker in his heart. Compared to the previous questions, this set of questions was indeed very basic. But who said that basic questions were easy to do? For those who had gone through exam-oriented education, the basic questions were the most difficult. In his previous life, Li Zishuan would rather do some extremely difficult questions than basic questions. Some basic questions were especially easy to lose points. What's more, there were more or less traps in these questions. As for who would fall into the traps, it would depend on their own luck. F***CK. Sir, you're giving me free marks with these questions. Haha. Sun Zifan continued to do a few questions as if he had the help of God. In an instant, he felt very good about himself. He couldn't help but feel very proud. He secretly thought that he wouldn't be beaten when he went home this time, right? In the previous weekly exam, although Sun Zifan relied on the last additional question to get out of the last 5, but he only just got out of the last 5. He was the 8th from the bottom in the mathematics school. When his father, Sun Fujia, casually asked Kong Yingda about Sun Zifan's results after the morning court, he found out that Sun Zifan, the son of the top scholar, was honored as the 8th from the bottom in the class. He was furious. When he returned home, he did not say anything and beat Sun Zifan up. Mrs. Sun pleaded bitterly, but it was useless. Sun Zifan still remembered the next day when he came to the mathematics school with a swollen face and was laughed at by everyone. In order to not be beaten again, this guy had been studying hard recently. He had learned all the new mathematics knowledge that he had not learned before. At this time, if he was asked to do the last weekly exam again, Sun Zifan was confident that he would not be at the bottom. If 1 is equal to 4, 2 is equal to 8, 3 is equal to 24, then 4 equals ____. F***CK, this question is too easy, right? If it was 7 days ago, I might not even be able to understand this question. Even if I understood it, I wouldn't be able to calculate it in a short time. Hee, what a pity. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. The answer to this question is equal to 4 times 24. I can use the multiplication formula and calculate it in a moment. When Sun Zifan saw the 5th question, he was overjoyed. He was not stupid. Of course, he could find the pattern. Moreover, he now had a certain foundation in mathematics, so this guy thought that he could find the answer quickly. Sun Zifan calculated the result on the draft paper, 96. Then he proudly wrote the answer on the test paper. Of course, in the mathematics library, there were many masters. Naturally, there was no lack of smart people, such as Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Meng Wenhao. As they encountered more and more questions, the 3 of them did not relax at all. Instead, they became more and more serious. Their eyebrows were tighter and tighter. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. It was as if the question in front of them was a scourge. It's not easy. This question is definitely not as simple as it looks on the surface. Just like the previous 4 questions, there must be a trap in the question. Meng Wenhao kept reminding himself to not be careless and not fall into the trap. In the previous 4 questions, he almost got it wrong. Fortunately, he relied on his intuition and checked on the spot. That was why he did not fall into the trap set by Li Zixuan. Meng Wenhao had been tricked many times. His first instinct when he saw the fifth question was that this question was not easy. He secretly warned himself that he must not solve the question according to the usual way. Otherwise, he would definitely get it wrong. After looking at the question several times, Meng Wenhao's eyes suddenly lit up. I got it. 1 is equal to 4. Isn't 4 equal to 1? Sure enough, it's not 96. Sure enough, Mr. Wang deliberately set a trap to harm others. Meng Wenhao was happy, but he could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he was serious. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would lose points for such a simple question. If he could not get the first place because of this, wouldn't he cry to death? Iron Egg and Li Tai found the correct answer almost at the same time. They did not have the complicated, inner experience like Meng Wenhao. The reason why they were not fooled by the simple appearance of these questions was that they were too familiar with Li Zixuan's character. They knew that with Li Zixuan's bad temper, he would never set such an easy question to let everyone get full marks easily. Therefore, the more simple the question looked, the more suspicious they were. Li Zixuan leaned on the podium and looked for a while. He felt that it was a little boring because there was no one who cheated. Now, he was considered a celebrity in Chang'an. The second generation of the officials in the Imperial College were not simple. Naturally, they were more well-informed than ordinary people. Through word of mouth, many students knew that not only was he good at learning, but he was also good at martial arts. Therefore, no one dared to cheat under Li Zixuan's nose. Li Zixuan leaned on the podium. His eyelids became heavier and heavier. Slowly, he fell asleep. The main reason was that he had chatted with Yushi too late last night. Chapter 294. The students were seriously working on the exam questions. In the classroom, only the rustling sound of the pen tip rubbing against the paper could be heard. In such a quiet environment, Li Zixuan naturally slept very comfortably. However, because the students were immersed in the sea of questions, no one noticed that Li Zixuan was taking a nap. Time passed slowly. The students below were sweating profusely while Li Zixuan was sleeping soundly. Fortunately, he didn't snore when he slept. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing? When the first class of the Imperial College was about to end, an old man in a scholarly robe suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Institute of Mathematics. It was Kang Yingda. Ever since Li Zixuan joined the School of Mathematics, the series of disturbances in the Imperial College had basically been caused by the School of Mathematics. The School of Mathematics had gradually become a hot topic among all the teachers and students, from an obscure and bottom-feeble existence. The Institute of Mathematics also became the most active of the 6 institutes of the Imperial College. Nowadays, the monthly examination of the mathematics school was not only a big deal for the mathematics school. The other 5 schools, as long as they were well informed, were also paying close attention to the monthly examination of the mathematics school. After all, the rewards for this monthly examination were too generous. If converted to money, it was almost equivalent to 100 strings of cash. To many people, this was a huge sum of money. And such a generous reward could be obtained as long as one got first place. This made many professors and teaching assistants want to participate in this monthly examination. The students from the other academies were naturally envious and jealous. They all made requests to the professors in their own academies, hoping that they could also have a reward system like the one in the Institute of Mathematics and Mathematics. In this way, those professors and teaching assistants were completely in trouble and annoyed all day long. Of course, there were also some narrow-minded people who secretly bore grudges. For example, Cui Shanyu, the professor of the Imperial College, had come to Kang Yingda more than once 2 days ago to complain that Li Zixuan was affecting the academic atmosphere and maliciously disrupting the normal teaching order of the Imperial College. He begged Kang Yingda to kick this kind of person who didn't follow the rules out of the Imperial College. Kang Yingda was not an unreasonable person. He thought about it and used the excuse that Li Zishuan was the one who paid for the exam and that Li Zishuan was now the director of the Imperial College and had the right to slightly change the system of the Imperial College to send Cui Shanyu away. Of course, Cui Shanyu was unwilling, but Kong Yingda's path was no longer feasible. Even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Perhaps he could only take another path. Yes, Li Sai is indeed very strict in his studies. The students are all very serious in their exams. Kong Yingda stood at the door and glanced inside. He discovered that no one was looking around and doing nothing. Everyone was immersed in doing the questions. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He saw Li Zishuan lying on the podium, snoring loudly in his sleep. Humph. Sleeping in the classroom is a disgrace to the educated. Kong Yingda snorted angrily and walked in. His footsteps were very light. Most of the students did not notice him coming in. A small number of students who did notice him only raised their heads to glance at him before lowering their heads and continuing to do the questions. Kong Yingda came to the podium and wanted very much to give Li Zishuan a hard slap on the back of his head. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate. First, he was afraid that it would be too loud and affect the students' exams. Second, he was afraid that if he did it in front of the students, it would make Li Zishuan lose face and affect his prestige in the hearts of the students in the future. In the end, Kong Yingda thought about it and only gently pushed Li Zishuan's shoulder. Kong Yingda pushed him again, but he still did not wake up. Kong Yingda could only use some strength. This time, Li Zishuan finally woke up. He raised his head and looked at Kong Yingda. He was stunned for 3 seconds before coming to his senses. F***ck, as a teacher sleeping in class, he was caught red-handed by the principal who happened to pass by. What kind of experience was this? As the person involved, Li Zishuan only wanted to say, "Old Kong, you're here specially to mess with me, right? This young master has never slept in class before. Why did you catch me after I only slept with her once?" Li Zishuan stared blankly for a moment. Just as he wanted to say something, he was stopped by Kong Yingda's gaze. "Come out with me," Kong Yingda said in a low voice. He then turned around and walked out of the classroom with a gloomy face. "Oh." Li Zishuan responded and followed him out. "Cough, Chancellor Kong, why have you come here?" "I was just meditating on an extremely difficult math problem and got lost in thought. My mind wandered and I almost thought of an idea. I didn't notice Chancellor's arrival. My apologies." Arriving under the ginkgo tree in front of the School of Mathematics, Li Zishuan did not wait for Kong Yingda to speak and took the initiative to explain. This was called taking the initiative. Otherwise, if Kong Yingda spoke first and took the lead in the conversation, Li Zishuan was sure that he would die a horrible death. The corner of Kong Yingda's mouth twitched. He wanted to kick this shameless person but was afraid that it would affect his image as a dignified chancellor. He could only say in a muffled voice, "Whether you were meditating or sleeping, I'm sure Li Sai knows better than me. I'm here today to remind you that the School of Mathematics is flourishing and your hard work is obvious to all. However, you can't be complacent just because of a small achievement. You have to know that there are many people who are watching you from behind." "What do you mean?" Li Zishuan stared and asked in puzzlement. "Humph. That's all I have to say. You're on your own." Kong Yingda originally wanted to have a good talk with Li Zishuan. However, he couldn't help but recall the scene he saw in the classroom. He was furious and left in a huff. Hey! This old man, why is he so angry today? Could it be that his wife is having an affair? Bah bah bah. What are you talking about? Li Zishuan muttered to himself and returned to the classroom. The students were still very obedient and didn't dare to cause any trouble. Li Zishuan sat on the podium and sighed. It was lonely to be a master. At this time, he really wished that a troublemaker would appear in the school. Then, he would have some fun. He was bored and didn't have a cell phone to pass the time. In his previous life, he had experienced many exams. At that time, there were many invigilators who would comfortably play with their cell phones to pass the time while watching the students being tortured. What a pity. He was a time traveler. Although his family was rich, he couldn't afford a cell phone. Li Zishuan could only lean over the podium and take out the pencil he had asked someone to make for him. He started to write The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Recently, he had used up too much of the manuscript for The Mortal. Ma Zhou had already asked him for a few manuscripts. It was not a bad idea to take the opportunity to write a novel. Anyway, he had kung fu now and his writing speed was very fast. Therefore, a very strange scene appeared in the School of Mathematics. The students were crazily doing the test papers while Li Zishuan, the unreliable teacher, was holding a wooden stick on the podium and writing a novel like crazy. Chapter 295. Clang. 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 Let's go and take a look at the monthly exam at Clang. It's just a monthly exam. What's so interesting about it? The student named Yuan Shua shook his head and refused. What do you mean it's not interesting? If it's not interesting, why would there be so many people in the first two classes? Let's go. TSK, I heard that the first place in the monthly exam can bring their whole family to Zuixian for free. You can order whatever you want as long as you can finish it. Yanfu, although your family isn't rich, you can't afford to eat at Zuixian, right? Your father is the owner of the Hongwen school. His calligraphy is priceless. Any one of his calligraphy pieces would be enough for your family to spend for several years, right? So the young man in front of him was Chu Suiliang's eldest son, Chu Yanfu. Sigh, it's not as exaggerated as you say. But even so, my father won't agree. My father thinks that his calligraphy can't be compared to those filthy things. So, even if I have the money to eat at Zuixian, I won't be so extravagant as to order whatever I want. Hee, Yanfu, there's no point in being envious. You're not a student of Clang. Yuan Shua chuckled and struck a blow with his words. Although I'm not a student of Clang, I can still go and take a look. Yuan Shua, let's go. Don't you admire Li Sai's new mathematics? Let's go and take a look. After Chu Yanfu finished speaking, he pulled Yuan Shua's arm and walked out of the classroom without any explanation. Hey, I didn't say I was going, where are you guys going? The two poor kids bumped into one of the 5 professors of Clang. Cui Shanyu. Ah. Sir. Let's go. We're going to the toilet. Sir. When Chu Yanfu heard that Yuan Shua was about to tell the truth, he quickly cut in and made up a lie. Oh. Then go quickly. Don't be late for class later. Cui Shanyu carefully examined their expressions for a while, but didn't see anything strange, so he said coldly. All right, sir, we'll be off then. Chu Yanfu pulled Yuan Shua and ran away. Hey, Yanfu, isn't the School of Mathematics in the south? How can we run east? Yuan Shua asked suspiciously after running for a while. Yuan Shua, are you stupid? Just now, we told Dr. Cui that we were going to the toilet. If you don't run here, won't you be exposed? It's the same if we take a detour to the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Oh, right, Yanfu, why did you lie to Dr. Cui just now? Haven't you heard? Recently, Professor Cui has always found Li Sai to be an eyesore, believing that he has led the directorate astray. He has already complained to the Chancellor more than once. There was actually such a thing? But Li Sai didn't lead astray? On the contrary, ever since he came to the directorate, we all used blackboard chalk, enjoyed the start and end of class system, and even learned pinyin. Why would Dr. Cui slander Dr. Li like this? Sigh. Who said it wasn't? But Yuan Shua, you don't have to worry. Dr. Li has now become the directorate CE, and Dr. Cui doesn't have the ability to destroy him. In the School of Mathematics and Mathematics, the teachers and students inside were all immersed in their writing and didn't pay attention to the students outside. Li Zishuan was writing a novel and couldn't help but be immersed in the story, so he didn't pay attention to the outside. The students in the School of Mathematics and Mathematics had too many questions, so they didn't have time to look around. After a while, the bell and drum for class rang, and the students outside scattered like birds and beasts, rushing to their respective classrooms. The School of Mathematics and Mathematics regained its silence. Gradually, this monthly examination entered the countdown to the end. Many students had also reached the last question. In this monthly examination, Li Zixuan didn't set any additional questions, so this last question was a compulsory question for the students. However, after everyone read the question, they were all dumbfounded. One day, a young man came to Boss Wang's shop to buy a gift. The cost of this gift was 180 copper coins, and the price was 210 copper coins. In the end, this young man took out a golden bean worth 1,000 copper coins to buy this gift. Boss Wang didn't have so many copper coins at that time, so he used the golden bean worth 1,000 copper coins to exchange with the neighbor for 1,000 copper coins and gave the young man 790 copper coins. However, the neighbor later found out that the golden bean was fake, so Boss Wang had no choice but to return the neighbor a golden bean of the same size. The question is, how much money did Boss Wang lose in this transaction? After reading the question, Sun Zifan felt a little confused. He read the question twice again and felt that he had some ideas. He began to calculate on the draft paper. The 790 copper coins that Boss Wang gave to the young man was his loss, and the 1,000 copper coins that he gave to his neighbor was also his loss. His income was 210 copper coins, but 180 copper coins were his cost, so his total loss was 790 plus 1,000 plus 180 minus 210 is equal to 1,760 copper coins. TSK, that should be it, right? Sun Zifan sorted out his thoughts and calculated the answer in a short while. He couldn't help but feel a little complacent. When he was about to copy the answer on the test paper, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He paused and calculated again. No, I should think of it this way. Boss Wang's loss was the 1,000 copper coins that he returned to the neighbor and the 790 copper coins that he gave to the buyer. In addition to the 180 copper coins that the buyer took away as a gift, the total was 1,000 plus 790 plus 180 is equal to 1970 copper coins. This should be correct, right? Sun Zifan held his chin and thought for a while. He was a little hesitant about the second answer and didn't dare to write the answer on the test paper. He looked at the question again and still felt that something was wrong. That's not right. Although the cost of the gift was 180 copper coins, its price was 210 copper coins. Boss Wang could earn 30 copper coins if he sold it to someone else. After selling it to the young man, other than the money he lost, shouldn't the 30 copper coins be included as well? In this way, Boss Wang's loss would be 1,000 plus 790 plus 210 is equal to 2,000 copper coins. F***ck, how did he come up with 3 answers in such a short time? Which one is the correct answer? Sun Zifan looked at the 3 different answers on the draft paper and was completely dumbfounded. If this guy had transmigrated, he would definitely vomit blood and say, F***ck. This question is poisonous. Is it 1760 copper coins? Or 1970 copper coins? Or 2000 copper coins? Which one should I choose? Sun Zifan's eyes darted between the 3 answers. After a while, he felt a little dizzy. He shook his head and said angrily in his heart, F***ck, draw lots. I'll take whichever one I get. My luck has always been good. I don't believe that I won't get it. If Li Zixuan knew what this guy was thinking, he would definitely give him 2 big slaps. Do you F***king think you're doing a multiple choice question? Why don't you throw dice instead of drawing lots? In modern times, when students were unable to make a decision on a multiple choice question, many people would choose to draw lots or throw coins. In a way, this silly guy was a pioneer. Chapter 296. The last question of the monthly exam was indeed poisonous. Of course, Sun Zifan was not the only one who was poisoned. Everyone was dumbfounded, and 80% of the students got at least 2 answers. On the podium, Li Zixuan took a deep breath and shook his wrist. In half a day's time, he had actually written a full 20 chapters. He couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. It was good to have martial arts. If one were to make a quantitative analysis of everyone's attributes, an ordinary person's dexterity would be around 5 to 6. Li Zishuan's dexterity could reach 30. Of course, writing novels would be much faster. Hey, look at them scratching their heads and frowning. Could it be that they have already reached the last question? Li Zishuan looked up at the student's current situation. After thinking for a while, he immediately understood the reason. He laughed in his heart. This last question was a second-grade math problem in the modern era. However, it was not to be underestimated. It was said that even if it was done by adults, 9 out of 10 people would get it wrong. Basically, the wrong answers were also varied. Meng Wenhao was the most miserable because he had given 5 different answers to this question: 1760 copper, 1970 copper, 2000 copper, 970 copper, and 1000 copper. However, after careful consideration, he had already eliminated the first 3 answers. This question was deliberately set up by the teacher. You have to find another way to get the correct answer clearly and methodically. You can use the most basic relationship to analyze how much money Boss Wang lost in the end. First, I will analyze Boss Wang and his neighbor. Boss Wang first gave the neighbor a fake golden bean in exchange for 1,000 copper coins. The value of the fake golden bean was 0, so Boss Wang made a profit of 1,000 copper coins from the neighbor. Later, the neighbor found out that the golden bean was fake, so Boss Wang compensated the neighbor with a real golden bean. Now, Boss Wang paid 1,000 copper coins. In addition to the 1,000 copper coins he made before, Boss Wang did not lose any money from the neighbor. Then, he was only left with the money he lost from the young man. Then, between Boss Wang and the young man, Boss Wang gave the young man the change and lost 790 copper coins. After selling the gift, Boss Wang lost 180 copper coins. So, the question is, after selling the gift, did he lose 180 copper coins or 210 copper coins? After all, if this transaction was a normal transaction, Boss Wang could earn 30 copper coins. This was originally Boss Wang's labor. Now that it was gone, should it be counted as a loss? If that's included, then Boss Wang has lost 1,000 copper coins. Meng Wenhao was struggling fiercely in his mind. He hesitated and hesitated. Finally, when he saw that time was almost up, he gritted his teeth and did something that left everyone dumbfounded. Clang! 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 The bell and drums signaling the end of the Imperial College finally rang, signifying the end of the monthly examination. Stop writing. Stop writing. Everyone stop writing. The last student in each row, please stand up and collect your papers. Li Zishuan stood up and shouted. All the students, whether they were done or not, put down their pens. There was no other way. They didn't want to be caught with a 0 score because of this. If that was really the case, he would definitely suffer when he returned home. After a while, Li Zishuan checked the test papers and nodded with satisfaction. Done. Class was over. No, it's a holiday. Also, pray that you don't end up in the last 5. I have already asked the craftsmen to prepare the honor roll and shame roll. They will be erected in front of the School of Mathematics in 2 days. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Haha. The students were originally prepared to cheer when they heard that it was a holiday. However, the second half of Li Zishuan's sentence made everyone wilt. Damn, since you said that, how am I supposed to spend my holiday? Happy holiday? Happy my ass. Ching Chumo rolled his eyes and complained in his heart. This guy had been hanging out with Li Zishuan for the longest time. He had learned a lot of the modern words that Li Zishuan often said and could use them well. Ching Chumo's grades were not good, but he was a fast learner. Sir, how can you do this? Yeah, how am I supposed to spend my holiday? Damn, it's over. I just checked the answers with Meng Wenhao. Only 40% of the answers are the same. Damn, if I end up in the shame roll, I will be skinned alive by my old man when I return home. Ha ha ha. Wang Meng, good job. Now that you said that, I feel a little more confident. Bullshit. Sun Zifen, how good do you think you will be? You might not even score as high as me. Li Zishuan smiled and did not bother about this bunch of cute idiots. He carried the test papers and got into the carriage to go home. He was actually very happy. He had just finished his confinement period and returned to the Imperial College to work for half a day. Then, he would be able to enjoy the wonderful weekend break. Life was still pretty good. Most importantly, now that he had a telegraph machine, he could chat with pretty girls anytime. He would not be bored anymore. After lunch, Li Zishuan was about to start marking the test papers. After all, he did not like to drag things out until the end. At this moment, a servant came to report that Ma Zhou had arrived. Li Zishuan hurried to the main hall in the front yard. Lord Zhu. Ma Zhou, who was sitting on a chair, stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. It was worth mentioning that Li Zishuan could not stand the stools at home. At first, he only made himself a reclining chair. Later on, he simply asked the craftsman to replace all the benches at home with chairs with backs. Brother Ma, why are you here? Take a seat, don't stand on ceremony. Li Zishuan laughed and sat beside Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou obeyed and sat down. He replied, Lord Zhu, I am here today for 3 matters. First, the shopkeeper of Chang'an's number 1 bookstore, Mingda Bookstore, has sent someone to contact us. He said that he wants us to give them a batch of goods to sell on his behalf. Li Zishuan nodded. Didn't I mention this before? If they are willing to cooperate with us, they can do so if the conditions permit. Brother Ma, you can decide for yourself. Ma Zhou shook his head. Lord Zhu, this bookstore is different. Mingda Bookstore's quantity is larger. Moreover, this bookstore's background is not small. Their shopkeeper came with a letter from the current minister of the Ministry of Appointments. A few days ago, they came a few times. However, at that time, I saw that Lord Zhu was in seclusion researching new things, so I sent them away. I did not expect them to come again today. This is a serious matter. I do not dare to act on my own. I am here to ask for Lord Zhu's opinion. Zhang Sun Wuji. Li Zishuan frowned deeply. When he went to the imperial court for the first time, Zhang Sun Wuji spoke up for him. He still remembered this incident. Logically speaking, he should have a good impression of Zhang Sun Wuji. However, he did not. This was because from some history books, novels, and television dramas, Zhang Sun Wuji was a scheming old fox. He was not easy to get along with. Give it to them. Satisfy them as much as possible. I owed Zhang Sun Wuji a favor last time. This time, I will return it all. However, Brother Ma, you have to tell them that even if the price of the books they purchase from us is slightly more expensive than our Chi Chu culture, it will only be 10% more expensive than our books. Otherwise, we will not cooperate with them in the future. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said to Ma Zhou. Yes, Lord Zhu. Ma Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Li Zishuan was very considerate. He also heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 297. The second matter is about Datong Daily. Li Residence Main Hall. Ma Zhou took out a stack of manuscripts and handed it to Li Zishuan. He said, Lord Zhu, after the publicity you planned, there have been a lot of people who have contributed to the Dahua Jianghu section. The themes of these people's novels are similar to A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I've picked out 2 of the most outstanding ones. What do you think, Lord Zhu? Li Zishuan smiled knowingly. He had spent so much time promoting Datong Daily's novels, and his hard work had not been in vain. There were indeed people who were truly noble and virtuous in this world, but they were very rare. Most of the scholars, although on the surface they considered themselves noble and virtuous, would fight to fall into the mortal world if the price was high enough. This was exactly what Li Zishuan needed. The novel market would only become popular when there were more authors joining. Huh, not bad, not bad. Let me take a look. Why is the paper so rough? Li Zixuan took the manuscripts and laughed happily at first, then frowned. Cough, Lord Zhu, those scholars who contributed were from poor families. They couldn't afford good quality rice paper. Ma Zhou explained. Oh, I almost forgot about that. How about this, Brother Ma, in the future, for every novel writer that we hire, we will give them 2 pieces of good quality paper for free for every manuscript they submit. This can be considered as a benefit for them. Li Zixuan slapped his head and shouted. This guy didn't know the cost of daily necessities until he was in charge of the household. He had forgotten that in this era, good quality rice paper was not something that ordinary people could afford. Once this method is out, I'm afraid that the enthusiasm of the scholars will be even higher, right? Ma Zhou nodded and smiled. That's exactly what I want. Anyway, the cost of making new paper in our workshop is not high. Li Zixuan said as he took the manuscripts and started reading. The name of the first novel was Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality. The author was Tian Xianghua. Introduction: A young man without spiritual roots, by chance, saved a seriously injured elder of Miaoyun Valley. The elder was grateful and recommended him to become a member of Miaoyun Valley, a small cultivation sect. By chance, he obtained the ability to turn waste into treasure. Since then, he has embarked on the path of cultivation. Li Zixuan's expression was a little strange. Why does the introduction look so familiar? Just by looking at the introduction, he knew that it was full of tricks. Chapter 1, Zhang Xiaohua. The enormous mountain range that was shrouded in clouds was like a primordial beast that was about to awaken. Low rumbling sounds came from the sky above the mountain range. Accompanying the loud sounds was a vast amount of energy that covered the sky. Sigh. A disappointed sigh came from an ordinary-looking youth with a wooden expression. He had failed again. This was the 69th time he had failed in the past 5 months. No matter how tough Zhang Xiaohua's mind was, he was still surrounded by depression and despair. The corner of the young man's mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He shook his head and looked at his hand. Was his aptitude really that bad? Zhang Xiaohua clenched his fist tightly. His nails had already pierced deep into his flesh, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. He was 17 years old this year and had already been a disciple of Miaoyun Valley for 3 years. Miaoyun Valley was a small sect in the cultivation world. They had nearly 1,000 disciples, and Zhang Xiaohua was one of the low-level disciples. In 3 years, his fellow apprentices had already entered the middle stage of spirit formation. A few of them had even entered the late stage of the 5th layer, but he was still lingering in the 1st layer. Li Zixuan read a few paragraphs and lost interest. He felt that he could more or less guess the plot after reading this. He guessed that wherever the pig trotters went, it would be the start of the auction. Wherever he went, it would be best if the person's cultivation was only 1 level higher than him. Wherever he went, it would be a treasure hunt, but in the end, he would be the only one to obtain the inheritance treasure. No matter which world he went to, the first few pages were destined to be encounters. F***ck, this was basically an old story from cultivation novels. In the modern era, when The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality came out, it quickly ignited the popularity of the mortal genre. A large number of books that followed the trend, such as 100 Refinements to Immortality, Search for the Immortal Path, Limitless Demonic Path, etc., appeared out of nowhere. Fighting monsters, leveling up, treasure hunting, auctions, these were all used over and over again. Sigh, modern people like to follow the trend, but I didn't expect the ancient people to follow the trend even more. What should I do? I originally thought that someone would write a novel for me to read. But now, it seems that there is still a long way to go. Li Zixuan's heart was filled with regret. Lord Zhu, is this novel not good? When Ma Zhou saw Li Zixuan's expression, his heart skipped a beat and he asked in puzzlement. This was a novel that he had picked out from dozens of novels. Oh, no, it's not bad. Although this story is similar to The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, this person can be considered to have imitated his own style. In the next issue of the newspaper, let's publish this novel as well. In the future, The Legend of a Mortal will be set at 3 p.m. every day, so that we can copy some pages for other novels. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and said. In his previous life, he had experienced the bombardment of all kinds of novels and was already a proper bookworm. His taste was definitely higher. In this era, people did not read many novels. He felt that The Legend of Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality was old-fashioned, but that did not mean that others would feel the same way. Just like 100 Refinements to Immortality, in his previous life, although it was a copy of The Legend of a Mortal, it still attracted a large number of readers. Yes, Lord Zhu. Then what about the other novel? That novel is actually as good as this one. Do you want to hire it? Ma Zhou asked. Let's hire it. I believe in Brother Ma's taste. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said casually. When he heard Ma Zhou say that novel is actually as good as this one, he did not have the mood to open it to take a look. Hee, thank you for your trust, Lord Zhu. Ma Zhou thought that it was really because Li Zishuan trusted him and was suddenly overwhelmed by the favor. No need. Oh right, Brother Ma, in the future, as we hire more and more novels, the original The Legend of the Underworld section will definitely not be enough. You have to be prepared to separate this section. In the future, Datong Daily will be separated into 2 separate publications, news and novels. Li Zishuan thought for a while and added. Yes, Lord Zhu. I will arrange it in advance. Didn't you just say that there are 3 things? What's the last one? Replying to Lord Zhu, the third thing is that there are not enough chapters for The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I know that Lord Zhu is busy, but I still hope that Lord Zhu can find the time to write a few more chapters. After all, you said before that the authors who stopped updating didn't have a little, know that thing? As Ma Zhou spoke, he almost blurted out that word. He suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. F***ck. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood in his heart. Was this considered shooting himself in the foot? I've already prepared this. Here, I'll give it to you. This is the 20 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal that I wrote this morning. Chapter 298. After sending off Ma Zhou, the debt collector, Li Zishuan shook his head and returned to his courtyard. He was surrounded by beauties, running water, and a gentle breeze. Under the pavilion, Li Zishuan was marking the test papers while enjoying the wonderful, humanistic care. He was very satisfied. He planned to finish marking the test papers today and then have a comfortable holiday for the next 2 days. Of course, the facts later proved that he was thinking too much. TSK, amazing. Yu Dongkai, this unlucky guy, perfectly stepped on all the traps I dug. He didn't let any of them go. Amazing. Did this little bastard do it on purpose? Li Zishuan looked at the test paper in front of him and sighed. On the top right corner of the test paper, there was 18 written on it. If Yu Dongkai was here, he would have vomited blood if he heard this sentence. What the hell do you mean by I did it on purpose? Isn't it because you purposely set me up? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? But then again, Yu Dongkai was too good. As long as Li Zishuan purposely set a trap for him, he would answer all the questions wrongly. If this guy walked on a road with landmines, he would probably walk on all the landmines buried. Luckily, Li Zishuan set a few, honest questions, without any traps. Otherwise, Yu Dongkai wouldn't have dared to score a 0. Xiao He and Xiao Shi, who were waiting on the side, heard Li Zishuan's words and couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. They silently mourned for the student named Yu Dongkai. Not bad. Sun Zifen, this kid, improved quite quickly. From 20 points last time to 58 points this time, although he still didn't pass, although this guy gave 3 answers to the last question, although all 3 answers he gave were wrong, this rapid progress is still worthy of praise. Li Zishuan held Sun Zifen's test paper and sighed. Xiao He and Xiao Shi looked at each other and were speechless. This sentence sounded strange to them. The first half of the sentence was fine, but the second half of the sentence was used 3 times in a row. Was this a compliment to Sun Zifen? Or was it mockery? Haha. Brother Hua, my novel has been accepted by Datong Daily. Furthermore, their editorial department had offered a high price of 20 copper coins per 1,000 words. That's great. Jianghu Academy, under the pine forest. Chen Tianhua laughed heartily with an excited expression. Oh. Why was the price so high? Didn't they say that 1,000 characters were worth 5 copper coins? Hua Hongyi asked in surprise. Huh, Brother Hua, you didn't read it carefully. Back then, he said at least 5 copper coins per 1,000 words. As for the exact amount, it depends on the quality of the work. Chen Tianhua explained. Oh, then congratulations to Tianhua. This way, you'll be able to earn 3 or 4 strings of cash every month. Although Hua Hongyi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, he still sincerely congratulated his good brother. Tianhua, you're really amazing. Although my novel was accepted, I only received a price of 10 copper coins for 1,000 words. Liao Feichen couldn't help but say. Hee, Feichen, don't think like that. It's a good thing to be accepted. A few days ago, both of you didn't think that you would be accepted, right? Now that your wish has been fulfilled, don't be discontent. I heard that there are at least 50 scholars who have submitted to Datong Daily these few days, if not 100. It's not easy for both of you to stand out. Hua Hongyi analyzed with a smile. Yes, Hongyi is right. It's not easy to be accepted. Feichen, you write first. I believe that you'll write better and better later. Chen Tianhua interrupted. Yes, that makes sense. I was a little greedy. Liao Feichen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. It turned out that the 2 novels that Faubert had picked out were both from Jianghu Academy. Oh, right, Hongyi, didn't you say that you wanted to write your own novel? How's the preparation going? Feichen and I are looking forward to it. Chen Tianhua looked at Hua Hongyi and asked. Hua Hongyi thought for a while and said, my novel isn't imitating A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I plan to write a new story. There's no cultivation level, no treasure hunting, and no trial auction. I plan to write about a hooligan who knows a little about martial arts. I'll write about him roaming the Jianghu and serving justice. I've already built the framework of the novel. I should be able to write 30,000 words soon. I'll take it to the workshop and try my luck. It'll be great if I can be accepted. If not, I'll just treat it as my own entertainment. Wow. Martial arts? It sounded pretty good. But Hongyi, have you seen any Jianghu masters? Liao Feichen asked in surprise. Of course I have. When I was young, I lived in the Sichuan area. There were many Jianghu sects there. I've seen many real Jianghu masters. So, I thought that instead of writing about those illusory cultivation and Tao, I might as well write about the Jianghu masters that I've seen. Hua Hongyi looked to the south with some nostalgia and said. After hearing what you said, Hongyi, I can't wait to see it. Hongyi, go and write it. Chen Tianhua said excitedly. Yes. Go and write it. I've never seen a legendary Jianghu master before. Husband, see if there's anything else you need. I'll go to the East Market tomorrow and buy it for you. The sea is windy and the waves are strong. You have to prepare everything in advance. Gi Lane, Meng family. Although the fleet would set sail the day after tomorrow, Mother Meng had already started to help Father Meng pack his things. Hey, it's still early. Why are you in such a hurry, you silly woman? Besides, we're going out to sea to work. Why are you packing so many things for me? Isn't it troublesome to bring them along? Father Meng looked at the luggage on the bed and felt a little uncomfortable. However, he still said impatiently. But these are the clothes that you need to wear frequently. How can you not bring them? Also, I heard from Sister Wang next door that it's cold at sea at night. You might catch a cold. Bullshit. You believe that woman's words? Father Meng said angrily. It's always good to prepare more. Husband, you have to be careful at sea. Hao and Yaya are counting on you. Mother Meng said weakly. It's fine. I won't die for sure. Don't you know how good I am in the water? Why are you wasting time here? Go and cook for the 2 children. Father Meng waved his hand and turned around impatiently. However, no one noticed that a drop of turbid tear almost fell from the corner of this tower-like man's eye. He was actually afraid that he wouldn't be able to come back this time. If that was the case, what would happen to his 2 children? All right, husband, I'll go and kill that old hen and stew it for you. Wait, you prodigal woman. That hen's eggs are for Hao, to nourish his body. How can you kill it? Chapter 299. Father, outside the house, Meng Wenhao stood in the corner with his back against the wall. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his flesh. However, he did not seem to feel any pain at all. His eyes were slightly red at this moment. Obviously, he had heard the conversation just now. At this point, no one could stop Father Meng's journey to the south. Meng Wenhao and Mother Meng had tried, but in the end, they returned without success. Meng Wenhao's heart was extremely heavy. He sighed, shook his head, and went to the front hall dejectedly. In the hall, the thin and weak Yaya also felt that the atmosphere in the house was not right. A child's heart was always very sensitive. Big brother, is Daddy leaving soon? Yaya looked up and asked in a crisp voice. Yes. Father will leave the day after tomorrow. Yaya, you have to be obedient and not distract father. Meng Wenhao's heart ached. He rubbed his little sister's braids and said softly. Yaya will definitely be obedient. But brother, where is father going? When will he be back? To the south. He should be back in 2 or 3 months. Meng Wenhao replied with uncertainty. But Yaya heard from Fat Tiger that father might not be able to come back this time. He said that Yaya will be a child without a father in the future. Yaya doesn't want father to leave, but father doesn't listen to Yaya. Brother, Yaya is so sad. Nonsense. Meng Wenhao was furious. He clenched his fists and said hatefully, Yaya, don't listen to that little bastard Fat Tiger's nonsense. The next time I see him, I will definitely beat him up. Father will definitely be fine and will definitely be back soon. Brother promises you. Yaya believes in brother. But brother, don't fight. Fighting is not good. Husband, this is the rice wine I bought in the East Market today. Do you want to try it? At night, candles were lit in every house in the square. In the Meng family, a family of 4 sat around a shabby table for dinner. The atmosphere was very warm. Father Meng glared at his wife. He wanted to scold her for being extravagant, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Smelling the fragrance of the rice wine, Father Meng's long-suppressed alcohol addiction was also aroused. He picked up the bowl and took a sip. He didn't swallow it immediately, allowing the taste buds in his mouth to absorb the stimulation of the rice wine's fragrance. Ha! Good wine. A moment later, Father Meng swallowed the mouthful of rice wine and sighed. Father, what kind of good wine is this? The Drunken Immortal's Drunken Immortal is the real deal. Meng Wenhao forced a smile in order to liven up the atmosphere. Ha! You stinking brat. That immortal drunken wine is a liter of 5 strings. Is it something that rough men like us can drink? Although Father Meng had never drunk the Drunken Immortal before, he was obviously quite knowledgeable. He pointed at his son and scolded him with a smile. Hey! Who said that father can't drink it? Teacher said before that everyone is born equal. The reason why we are treated differently is because we don't work hard. One day, I will let you drink the Drunken Immortal every day. You can drink as much as you want. Meng Wenhao said firmly. Haha. My son is ambitious. The proudest thing in father's life is to have a son like you. So what if Squire whose family is rich? His son is not as capable as my Hao. When Father Meng heard this, he didn't criticize his son for bragging. Instead, he was filled with pride and laughed heartily. How did you do in the monthly exam this time? I heard from Squire whose son that your school of mathematics is getting higher and higher in the Directorate of Education. Many students from other schools are paying attention to the monthly exam this time. Mother Meng smiled and asked with a hint of joy on her face. It was not easy for Meng Wenhao to enter the Imperial College of Mathematics and Mathematics from the provincial capital school. His mother was very satisfied, but people were greedy. After Meng Wenhao entered the Imperial College of Mathematics and Mathematics, Meng Wenhao's mother thought that it would be good if her son could continue to enter the Four Gates School of Mathematics and Mathematics. However, she didn't expect the School of Mathematics to suddenly rise in status. It seemed like it was going to surpass the other schools. When Meng Wenhao heard his mother's question, he couldn't help but think of the situation during the exam this morning. He pondered for a moment and answered, "Mother, I think I did okay. As for whether I can get first place, it will depend on my luck." He looked at the wine bowl in Father Meng's hand and continued, "If I can get first place, according to the rules of our School of Mathematics, I can bring you all to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for free. However, by the time the results are announced, I'm afraid Father will have gone to sea." The atmosphere in the room became a little heavy for a moment. You're such a boring woman. We're having a good meal, why are you asking about the exam results? When have we ever worried about our Hao's results? Father Meng slapped the table and glared at Mother Meng. He then looked at Meng Wenhao and said earnestly, "Although I won't be home at that time, you can take your mother and Yaya with you. All these years, our family has been eating chaff and vegetables. It's good to take this opportunity to improve our diet. Isn't Yaya craving for that gnawing chicken? This time, let's let her eat to her heart's content." As a man, how can you act like a little girl? Although Father didn't study much, I know that separation and joy are common things in the world. A man should be open-minded. How can you care about these trivial matters every day? Yes, Father, I understand. Meng Wenhao wanted to refute, but after hesitating for a moment, he still responded in a muffled voice. Father knows that you're all worried. Actually, there's no need for that. For this voyage, Boss Feng has equipped each of our ships with a compass. Even if we're separated from the team due to strong winds and waves, we can still use the compass to find the direction. As Father Meng spoke, he took out an exquisite compass from his arms. It was a product of the Curious Pavilion workshop. Meng Wenhao was very familiar with this thing. When the first generation of compasses was released, he was still at the scene. Mother Meng saw the shiny object and took it curiously. "Hey, be careful, be careful. This little thing costs 5 strings of money," Father Meng hurriedly exhorted. Mother Meng was so shocked that her wrist trembled and she almost dropped the compass to the ground. Fortunately, Meng Wenhao's hand was quick enough to catch it. Mother Meng said with lingering fear, "Thank goodness. Why is this thing so expensive? Bring it over." This thing is a navigation tool specially made by the Curious Pavilion for this voyage to the south. It's said that Hao's husband, Li Xiannan, personally invented it. This thing is light and can give accurate directions. How can it not be expensive? I heard that the bosses of the other fleets only equip 1 compass for every 5 ships. It's rare to see someone as generous as Boss Feng. Father Meng asked for the compass and carefully put it back into his pocket as he grumbled in annoyance. "Oh, then Boss Feng is really a good person," Mother Meng said happily. "Father, Yaya doesn't want to eat the gnawing chicken. I only want Father to stay," Yaya, who was chewing on her cornbread, said meekly. Father Meng. Chapter 300. Your Highness, you've come. The next morning, Li Zishuan had just finished his breakfast when he received a report from a servant that Li Xiaogong had arrived. He hurried to the main hall to receive him. With Li Xiaogong's status, there was naturally no need to report his arrival to the Li residence. Thus, he was directly welcomed into the main hall by the steward, where he was served tea while waiting for Li Zishuan to arrive. Sit. Li Xiaogong gave a bold smile. It was clear that he had been living a very comfortable life recently. Yes. Li Zishuan felt somewhat awkward. Damn, this is my house. Why do you make it seem like I'm the guest and you're the host? Tomorrow, the army and fleet will set out for the south. Little Xian, you should know about this, right? Seeing Li Zishuan sit down, Li Xiaogong fiddled with the teacup in his hand as he casually asked this question. Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. This kid really does know. Shouldn't your highness be in the barracks organizing the army? Why do you have the time to come see this kid? My great Tang's army rests on their spears every day, and there's not a single one missing from their daily training. Why would they need to sharpen their spears at the last minute? Besides, even if this king wasn't here, the generals would have already made arrangements. Otherwise, what would they do? Li Xiaogong's lips curled as he nonchalantly said. Li Zishuan's heart was moved. This is the style of a powerful nation. From the sovereign to the common people, everyone had a powerful self-confidence in their bones. This was something that the Song, late Ming, and Qing dynasties lacked. It was no wonder that in a few years, the great Tang would be so powerful that it would have no friends. This king came today to thank you for the compass. This thing is truly too useful. Many of this king's veteran navy soldiers loved it so much that they couldn't bear to part with it. They kept saying that this compass was a life-saving item. This king also asked His Majesty for a reward for you, but His Majesty seemed to have other plans and didn't want to reward you right now. This king couldn't change His Majesty's decree, so I could only personally come to thank you. Kid, your actions have saved the lives of many soldiers. After Li Xiaogong finished speaking, he solemnly cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was shocked. He hurriedly moved aside and said, Your Highness, you are too serious. As a commander-in-chief, it is understandable that you care about the lives of your soldiers. As a citizen of the Tang Empire, I am able to enjoy such a stable living environment because the soldiers on the front line sacrificed their lives for it. Now, it is my duty to do something for the Tang army. I dare not accept your highness's bow. In fact, he knew in his heart that the reason why Li Er did not take the opportunity to reward him was probably because he was still concerned about the wireless telegram. Previously, he did want to get his title promoted as soon as possible, but he did not want to be led by the nose by Li Er all the time. Therefore, this time, he directly gave up. If he did not get promoted, then so be it. Anyway, he was quite happy now. You brat, you sure know how to say things. But what you said is very reasonable. It's rare for you to have such a high level of awareness. Seeing that Li Zishuan did not accept his bow, Li Xiaogong did not force him. He returned to his seat and smiled. Your highness is overpraising me. Li Zishuan gave a dry laugh. In his heart, he was criticizing Li Xiaogong for being insincere. Since he was here to thank him, why didn't he bring any gifts when he came? For example, the few luminous pearls that Wang Yu had given him previously were not bad. He believed that Li Xiaogong's house definitely had such things. It was just a matter of whether Li Xiaogong was willing to part with them. If Li Xiaogong knew what Li Zishuan was thinking, he would definitely give him a big kick. It was true that he was leading the army south this time, but this was not his personal work. In the end, he was still working for Li Er. There was no need for him to fork out his own money for this matter. As for the second matter, Xiao Xian, this prince had specially found some seafarers to verify the nautical chart that you gave me. The result was that your nautical chart was flawless and perfect. With this detailed map and the compass, this king is even more confident about going out to sea this time. This is all thanks to you, brat. How about this, if you have any difficulties in the future, come and tell this prince. If this prince can help, this prince will definitely do his best to help. Li Xiaogong stroked his half-inch beard and said straightforwardly. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. This was more like it. After working so hard for so long, he finally received some returns. Hee, then this little one would like to thank your highness. I wish your highness a triumphant return in advance. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said with a smile. It was not easy to gain the friendship of a prince. It was equivalent to gaining another backing. Should I go in or not? But what should I say when I go in? Yongla Lane. Meng Wenhao stood opposite the Li residence. Looking at the tall walls, he was somewhat hesitant. In the morning, he felt too depressed at home. He originally planned to go to Annie Lane to see how little Yu was doing. On the way, he passed by Yongla Lane. He did not know what he was thinking, but he unexpectedly walked in and stood beside the Li residence. He looked into the distance and hesitated. Hee, then take care, your highness. This little one will go to Murky Mountain to see you off tomorrow. While Meng Wenhao was hesitating, a burst of laughter came from the front door of the Li residence. Then two people came out. One was Li Zishuan, and the other was a middle-aged man with a noble aura. Meng Wenhao had never seen him before. That's fine. See you tomorrow on Murky Mountain. The middle-aged man laughed and got into a luxurious carriage parked in front of the door. Then the carriage started and gradually went away. Wenhao? Why are you standing here? Are you here to see your master? Why don't you come in? Li Zishuan was about to turn back to the house when he inadvertently glanced at Meng Wenhao at the entrance of the alley. He asked curiously. Meng Wenhao was shocked and panicked. He was so focused on watching Li Zishuan and the middle-aged man talking that he forgot to avoid Li Zishuan's sight. Now that he was discovered, he could only bite the bullet and go over to reply. But the strange thing was that he clearly saw Li Zishuan and didn't shout, but his voice traveled so far. It was really strange. Sir. This student is just passing by. Meng Wenhao came in front of Li Zishuan and stammered. The corners of Li Zishuan's mouth curled into a meaningful smile, and then he looked at Meng Wenhao and said with a smile, since you're just passing by and I've coincidentally bumped into you, then why don't you go in and have a seat? This isn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Wenhao, why are you so afraid? No, this student isn't afraid. I'm just afraid of disturbing Sir. Meng Wenhao hurriedly explained. It's good that you aren't afraid. Come in, I also have something to tell you. Li Zishuan didn't wait for Meng Wenhao's reply. He flicked his sleeves and turned to enter the courtyard. Meng Wenhao opened his mouth but didn't have time to say anything. He could only obediently follow in. He was also very curious about what Li Zishuan wanted to tell him.